What's up, my friends? Yep, let the games begin. Whoops, took myself off. Let's get this party started. This is one of the streams where we lose subscribers, for sure, I imagine. I started to make a plan for this, and then I just figured we'll just play the vibes out, and depending on what happens or how long we're here, or if a conversation starts, which I'm not expecting, but if it does, we'll stay here as long as it takes. As usual, I got all day. And if this ends up being a short stream, let's check my camera. Okay, it's working. If it ends up being a shorter stream and I just present to you where I stand on this, and show my evidence of why this is words of men, not the true creator God, then we'll start up another stream and get started with the I am stream. And we're going to start a very interesting place when we do. And I'm getting prepared for that. I've been practicing editing videos and shorts. I've been putting out some shorts that are just kind of rough drafts, but I have this new editing software and I'm really getting it down. So I've been spending since the last stream, I've been spending a lot of time trying to understand it, and it's very complicated, but I think I got it down. So we're going to be hitting hard with uploading videos as well, highly edited videos. So when I do put them out, please like and share them. I would appreciate it. And my shorts and stuff. So where to begin? I don't know, but we're going to begin with obviously going into the chat. We'll put the link out at some point, maybe soon, maybe later. A lot of people have been talking about they're not getting notifications and stuff like that. I just checked my other channel. I did get a notification, but let's pull this string. Let's put up the okay, so we sound good. What's up, Notch, everyone? And also, there's a lot of mods on the channel, and it is too much, and it is intimidating to new people and different people. The mods, I don't make people mods to be police in the chat. That's not what it's for. Usually I make people mods that are part of the community and I feel like I'm vibing with, just so they don't get banned, really. And they don't get, to protect them to stay on the channel. That's why I really do it. But we want to make everybody feel welcome. We want to share our views, and our perspectives and things like that. But I just want everyone to feel welcome, no matter where they stand on anything that, well, hold on a minute, any of our beliefs, things like that. So with that, let's see what's going on in here. Let me pull this up. So yeah, this is where we lose subscribers, kind of like how I lose friends and people that I've met because they share their beliefs. I share mine. I show them why, this is a bunch of bullshit. And for the most part, and they don't come around anymore. They don't want anything to do with me. Not because I'm a good person or I'm a bad person or I did something wrong. No, as soon as I say, no, I'm not with your religion and that is the word of God, now they want nothing to do with me. Countless people that I've met that I've really vibed with in my life and on here, they're probably watching right now, but they don't want to say anything because they want nothing to do with me because I don't trust the words of men. The word is God is inside of me, So once I say where I stand on that, because all they talk about is, all this judgment's coming, and I think this is God doing all this evil. It's like, well, how do we know? We're worried about Bill Gates, all these evil people doing all this bad stuff. We're warning about it, but then you're telling me that God's doing it. So who the fuck is it? Like, I don't think God has his hands in everything. It's ridiculous. So we'll get a lot into that. I have a lot of videos that I've saved on a playlist. I have a lot of articles that I skimmed through the net looking. My camera's a little lagging. Sorry about that. And we'll be pulling them up. Again, we're going to lose subscribers, lose people. Get the fuck out. I don't care. You don't You want to judge me based on whether I trust certain scripture or not? Then get the fuck out. I don't want you around, you know? So it's time to really wake up and judge people for the contents of their character, not whether or not they trust this King James motherfucker, this evil son of a bitch, and all these clowns that told us what the word of God is and what scripture is this and that and what rules to us for us to live by, right? And how bad it's going to get. You know, it's going to be fucked up in judgment and all this stuff. All the future is painting a picture that we're subscribing to. Thus, that is the future. Now, if it painted a different picture as the future, like a blank page for us to write and to fill in ourselves, that's what we would see. This is all a game to make us manifest what they want. It's a big fucking game for the most part. I'm not going to deny the teachings of Jesus, anything good to live by. I'm not denying any of that, and I never will. There's a lot of deep ass stuff, but I don't know what to believe. I don't know if these characters were really alive and really lived, and what they said is true. A lot of them were evil ass men that wanted control and wanted to control your perception and your manifestation, your powers. Right? So I'm trying to get in the zone here the best I can with you guys. So I think I'm there now. So I'm glad I kind of got in the zone a little bit. But let's see if we can pull the chat up this way. If not, we're going to pull it up the old-fashioned way. What's up, vegan? Okay, it kind of stops there. I know there was more going on in here. So go ahead, unsubscribe. You know what I mean? Definitely, a lot of you guys are going to want to after this. Like and share, guys. What else is going to be happening? I think that's pretty much it. But the I Am stream is just going to happen when the stars align. It could be today, it could be tomorrow, it could be next week. But I definitely want to get it started. It's going to be a multi-series, and we're going to be focusing on different topics in each part. So we're going to start at an interesting place with the simulation theory, and it's going to be interesting, okay? Kind of the simulation theory and things like that, the nature of our reality, the fabric of our reality, things like that. We're going to be focusing on first. Our senses, you know, how our senses work, our eyes, our, you know, nose, our smell, hearing, how all this works with the human body, things like that. That's how kind of we're going to begin the I Am. What's up, Tammy and Three Fingers, vegan? What's up, Heather? So we're going to do it like this because for some reason with this new computer, I'm still getting it down. So we're going to do this. Anyways, I got all day. I'll make this a 12-hour stream if we need to, if the conversation goes. I definitely want to stick on the topic of religion, scripture, the words of God, the word of man, what we think about it. Definitely want other viewpoints. I would rather have a full panel of people that see a different side than me than a bunch of people that agree. So it's not an echo chamber. What's up, Jency? And Sunkiss, much love. Sunkiss can't be here, but it's all good. Much love. For Jackson, Yeti Life, what's up, bro? Raven. Oh, what's up, Notch? Everyone subscribe to Notch's channel. He's been putting out a lot of content. I like what you're doing, bro. A lot of content. It's pretty cool. What's up, Rose777? What's up, Truden? Trudan. I literally stumble upon this. I don't have notifications. I've been hearing a lot about that. Earth Mother Dragon. Sunshine Time, what's up? So, much to talk about, much to discuss on this topic. And I kind of want to, I definitely want to get this out before I go where I want to go with the channel. and kind of put it out there on the table once again and just let people know where I stand on this, because people are saying, oh, you're gaslighting us. You've been doing all this Bible stuff with the Mandela effect, and now you're gaslighting religious people. I'm not gaslighting anybody. I'm just sharing my views. Um, what's up, Venus? Leanna, much love. And Brian, what's up, Brian Stavely? Good to see you, bro. And you tell me, what's up? Loose Factory. Clearly, the Bible is written by men. Yeah, I mean, so my point is that, okay, if there's a lot of stuff in there that shouldn't be there. I mean, they literally made a Bible and organized a Bible for the slaves. You know what I mean? We're going to be going over that too. We're going to maybe go over this King James character once again and this evil bastard. And now we want to take this with his name on it. You don't think that they switched the word of God around, even if they still had it originally? I don't know. You don't think that they twisted it around to cater to their power and their needs and wants? Or you think we think that God was really working through these people to give us the word? I don't think so, my friends. What's up, Emilios? Yep, I was checking out some of those. I like that. That's an interesting topic. I've been wanting to go over the gateway process for a while. I did read that. What's up, Three Fingers again? Thank you. Hurricane, what's up, bro? So where to begin with this? It's going to be a difficult one, but I'm going to figure it out as I'm going through the chat. Mandela Samantha. Well, welcome to the community. Hopefully you judge us based on the person we are, not if we subscribe to the words of men. You know what I mean? So they say I'm calling God a liar for telling them ink on paper has changed. Right. What's up, Flo? DJ, good to see you. Cheap Girl. Jeebus. We're also live on Rumble. Hold on a second. Let me make sure we're rolling over there real quick. I'm going to take my time and try to stay in the zone. Yeah, we are rolling on Rumble. That's good. Okay. Captain, what's up, Jeeb? Tim and Sarah. Who saw the moon last night in Oregon? It was at an angle almost in its back. Interesting. What's going on in the world? I have no idea. I don't really watch the news, too. Apparently, there's a lot going on. It should be a good stream. I'm hoping I can get in the zone on this one because there's a lot I want to say. What's up, Jay West? Maybe you want to say. Definitely come up, share your viewpoints. I definitely invite anybody. But I think I want to get started with some things first. Because usually when the panel starts, I kind of stick to that. And then the whole game plan kind of falls by the wayside, which is okay. Captain Rankin. BOV, what's up? Yeah, if you're a mod, you just click someone's name, you go directly to their channel. That's another reason why I do it. I don't make a bunch of people mods to police the chat and be little with a bunch of powers and things like that. That's not what I make people mods for. So you could easily go to people's channels. You can hide, obviously, comments we don't want on the channel. We should know where the line in the sand is at that. And you're protected from getting banned or getting timed out. So, what's up, Carrie Skates? The few things I want to get into in the beginning is this whole God commanding animal sacrifices, human sacrifices. I want to go over that. Um, Ridiculous things in the so-called words of God and go over it. Yeah, we're gonna get rid of him. We're getting rid of him. You're not allowed here. You can click the link. If I ban you, you can click the link and come up, but I'm not gonna allow certain people around. I did a talk on my channel yesterday all about what doesn't sit right with me with the God in this realm and the trap. Okay, so I want to see Heather's channel. Make sure I'm subscribed over there. Okay, I am, but I don't have the notifications on. I'll check it out. I'll check it out. Many truthers still can't get away from the Bible. We're always in the same time period in the Bible, right? Yeah, I mean, thousands of years ago. Just think about that's my whole fucking point. We don't know if it's real or not. We don't know what in this world is a setting put here. Just like I always say, if I put you in, let's say, the Grand Theft Auto game and I put you inside the game, like let's say they have a new version. If I put you inside that game and there's all this setting there that might have evidence of it being this and that, but in reality, it's just a setting. We don't know what that is. We don't know if any of these people really lived or not. Even the people that are saying good things that we vibe with, we don't know if they truly existed. All I know and all we know is that I am and I do exist. Beyond that, I don't know. And we don't know. We can guess, but we really don't know. That's the bona fide fact. And I think that God, the creator, if I'm really going to be judged and this dogma is true, which I don't think it is, I don't deal with dogma, then I think it would have an understanding that I don't trust an evil motherfucker like King James that burned all these indigenous people and people that were healers and healed themselves from the land. It wasn't like you pray for healing and this mystical character heals you out of the blue. It was, no, oh, you're dealing with this, eat some of this plant or rub this plant on your, whatever, your rash or this or that. You know what I mean? That's how they healed themselves. And these motherfuckers came on the scene with their Bibles and all their bullshit and said, no, this is who you're going to abide by now. This is the God, and that's it, and made them convert. And if they didn't, they'd fucking kill them, basically. All right? We're going to be going over it once again. But why would you have a problem with me saying that? See, now people are unsubscribing, and now that they like me and us over here, now all of a sudden you don't like me because I don't trust these characters? Because I just want to recognize the I am and the right now? Disgusting. We need to break out of these chains and live in the now and project great things in the future, not judgment, pestilence, plagues, floods, all this evil stuff. And Dr. Emoto kind of proved that. We're going to be getting into that too. Longer updates on the iPhone, right? But again, if you do subscribe to this and that, that's fine. I don't have a problem with you. I know people that are very religious. You know what I mean? And they're great people. Them believing in something or this or that doesn't make me think less of them. I look beyond the surface level stuff. So I don't judge you. All right? There's a little girl that connected all the presidents to a king in England. Right. Exactly. Okay. And whoa. And so, like I said before, name one defector in this true bloodline of these people that's been ruling over us for God knows how long, and they continue to do it. And what's their biggest tool? This is the word of God. This is what you need to live by. What was the verse? Slaves, be obedient to your human masters as you would in Christ. Right. You know what I mean? Come on, people. Let's wake the fuck up. Please, please. What's up, Saji? Right. I was a little surprised too, but maybe we got to continue to discuss the soul trap. Maybe we'll do that today after this or tomorrow. We'll see. Because the last one we didn't get to everything I wanted to. There's a lot of cool interviews on that. That's interesting. Right. Why not start with why should we believe men got voices in their head to write thousands of words on paper? This is considered mental illness today. Thank you. We're going to be getting into that. Oh my gosh, that's a super bomb right there. That is a super bomb. Why not start with why we should believe men got voices in their heads to write thousands of words on paper? Isn't this considered mental illness today? Right. How do we know that God really spoke through them? Well, if you're an all-powering God and you want me to get a message, give it directly to me. Don't give it to some evil bastard thousands of years ago or an evil king in these bloodlines to give me the truth. Give it to me directly. That's what a true creator would do. That's what I would do if I was a creator. There would be no hesitation or no options around that. I wouldn't send, and I wouldn't have to send all these crazy stories and messages through all these people to give me a message of, whatever it might be, and the commandments and things like that. It should be built within us. Come on, people. Wow. Thank you. That's an epic comment. I'm going to save that one. This realm isn't made for us. The Archons can't leave it and use us for energy and slavery. We don't belong here. I know what you mean. In Bakersfield 2 nights ago. I used to live in Bakersfield. Interesting. Moon looked like it was on fire. It was so orangey. There's a lot of pollution out there. Bakersfield is interesting. I lived there, I don't know, for like 6, 7 years. So we're getting through the chat. We're going to get started. We're idiots. What's up? No. Okay. What's up, Queen of Swords? Good to see you. NH guy. Okay, so just seeing. What's up, admin? The words of God, most like it's a gathering of words of men that all collected together to be created by an AI chatbot of old, right? Definitely something AI-ish going on with this, I would say. And it seems like with every reset, they give us a new God to worship and a new creation type story and things like that. And it's like they have the understanding almost of the algorithms of these different areas and what they need to bring on the scene to control and certain percentage of minds in these areas so they manifest a specific future and have different things in mind. It's a big game that they're playing on us. Wow. I mean, it's so obvious. Well, let's get into the Holy Spirit. Let's do something real quick. So how can we trust that the Holy Spirit was working through Holy Spirit is a divine person, one of 3 members of the whole Trinity. The Holy Spirit, otherwise known as the Holy Ghost, is a divine force, quality, and influence of God over the universe or his creations. I could get with that. For me, I might use different terminology, and people use different terms and wordage to describe these different things, and people get hung up on the terminology. So I can get with that, that the Holy Spirit is something that we want. I would use different language to describe it. Is that okay? For me, I want to connect with the true essence of me that enters the body when I came here and exits the body when I leave. That's what I'm trying to connect with, and that all knowing, you know what I mean? But outside of that, I don't want no spirits or no energies uh, inside or affecting me or controlling me or telling me nothing, you know? I just want my true self and connect with that. That's what I want. And maybe you could even call that the Holy Spirit. You know what I mean? If we're all one and, you know, and we're connecting with truth, I would say that the Holy Spirit is truth. Who doesn't want that? But how do I know John, Luke, all these clowns, Matthew, King James, that they truly had the Holy Spirit of truth, and it was working through them to give us a message that we needed? How can I prove that? I can't. You can't prove any of it. Okay. What's up, Shintan Time? The Bible was created. We'll be getting started. Well, this is a good way to start because you guys are saying a lot. So I'm going to stay into the chat and then we're going to get started with a lot of things. Yeah, the Bible was created by old priesthood to be used as a means of control. It's just changed shape and names and is a part of warfare to silence our true ancestry and gifts. Right. And I'll say this. Sometimes we are on specific paths. Okay. I think that spiritually, we made decisions on a spiritual level where time and space doesn't exist. We're trapped in space and time. You know what I mean? But outside of that, decisions are made for specific paths, for specific souls. And that path might have you as a Muslim, a Christian, a Buddha, whatever it might be, but that's a part of your journey. And you're not going to be deviating from that. No matter what type of truth is in your face to prove your belief system wrong, you're on that specific journey. And so I respect that. So just like you're on your specific journey with your beliefs, I'm on mine with mine. Okay. I never obey anybody who made life more interesting and hard. Religion is to keep your power away, giving your power to a daily deity. Keep your sovereignty, trust yourself, keep your power, right? I mean, is that a bad message? Am I going against God to say, no, don't trust the words of man, trust in your own power? This is a big game they're playing on us. They don't want you to realize that you're the superhero. You have powers. You can create your own hell or your own heaven yourself. There's not some mystical character controlling everything and all this stuff. We are manifesting this. We're a bunch of spirits here, whatever, souls, whatever you want to call it, trapped in these bodies here until we die. And we're all have our powers, right? But a lot of us don't know about it, or we've given up our powers of this or that or this or that. It's this big clusterfuck of manifestations and superpowers that people don't know they have it, or they're tapped into it, or whatever it might be. And it's this big clusterfuck. You know what I mean? So, what's up, Cookie? What's up, Sav? Divine Spirit. The words of the Most High is written in our hearts. Like and share the video, guys, please. We're just getting started. Right. Thank you. We're going to be getting into that too. Oh my gosh, please. God created evil. It's in the Bible. Same side of the coin, right? It created everything. Everything's mapped out. So then if you're subscribing to this, then I would look at the evil and be like, oh, go ahead, Bill Gates. You know, keep doing what you're doing and all this stuff because God created the evil, created you, and you're a tool of God, supposedly, like Ruger said. Like he said, God's in control, don't worry. And then he said, these evil entities are actually in control, but they're tools of God. What a hypocrisy that is. So, what is it? So, it's very confusing and it's meant to cause confusion and all this stuff. So, you question things and you're not tapping into what? Your true power and living the right now. Not what happened 2,000 years ago and this happened, this story. This person said this and God told this person that and this and that. And then you're taking it all internally and then it's just a big thing of confusion. So you're not living in the now, tapping into your own power, say, I have power, I am, and that's it. Whatever else is, I don't know. Or has been, I don't know. Or is going to be, I don't know. But all I know is that I am and I am right now. That's the main message with I think we really need to tap into. And is that so bad? Is that so bad to think that? Wow. Thank you, dude. But then people, they're watching right now. They're watching right now. They used to vibe, be in the chat, all this stuff. Even I would talk to them personally. Now they don't say nothing. They don't even write in the chat or nothing. You see it with the different Bible things I did too. They're all vibing and all this stuff, right? And we're doing the Bible, Mandela, and all this. And now it's like I stay where I stand. I'm a good person. I'm still the same person. I just don't subscribe to the words of men like you do. But I don't care that you do. Now they want nothing to do with it. They still watching stuff. And now they, you know what I'm saying? That's what happens in my real life too. That's what brought me to YouTube, really. And brought a lot of us here online and here in the first place. As people share their fucking views and their programming, and we don't have the same views. We have a different, but we're still the same person. We're still a good person. And they don't want nothing to do with us. That's the whole point of this. That's the whole point of these religions in the first place. And a lot of people, they want to say, oh no, I subscribe to this, but I'm not religious. No, you are, trust me. It's all a religion. Okay, so I'm in the zone. Look at me, daddy. Ian's zone is insanely boring. Let's get rid of this guy. Thank you. Anybody that has like someone else's picture and they're trying to impersonate them like Z or Illumitami or things like that, definitely hide them, please, because we want people to be their true self and represent themselves. I don't like people trying to put different people's avatars up and try to be funny. I'm not here to play games, sorry. We have to stop following self-fulfilling, the elite's predictive programming, turn prophecy, right? Oh my gosh, it's so simple. It's like, it's so simple. This is a big program that they're game that they're playing on us, you know? Oh man. I'm telling you, the next generations are gonna look at us like, dude, what the fuck were they doing? Kind of like we look at the last generations and say, what the fuck? How did they fall for this? Things like that. And we're just repeating the same cycle when it's so simple. The truth, the reality is, it's so simple what we need to do. Tap into the I am and the right now. That's the purpose of life. That's how you really break the change of programming. I don't give a fuck what happened before, what you think's going to happen in the future, or what you want. I'm just going to live in the right now and let things play out, right? Break out of the patterns I'm in. That's what we need to do, people. I think exists. The point is that everything else is a toss-up, whether it exists or not. Other people, the world, everything, right? Bible manipulated by the Jesuits. Our Bible isn't the same as the Vatican's Bible, right? All these different things. It's all about confusion. Yeah, this you have this translation, then you have this, then you go, oh wait, no, you need to go to the Strong's Concordance. No, you need to go to the Greek version for this. You need to go to this and that. Oh no, you got to go to, what's it called? All these other books for that. Oh no, if you want to look at John for chapter 8, verse 12, go to the Strong's Concordance and then to the Greek version, and then you'll find this truth about that. And then, what type of God is this? What type of, no true God and creator is there to cause confusion. If it was really trying to give you a message, it would just be like, there's your message. Everyone's getting it. It's all there. But that's what it's about. And it's already within us. I felt it went my whole life. That's the truth. Not what some man said that had the Holy Ghost and this person 1,000 years ago and what this and that person said and what this person said that Jesus said and this and that. That's just pure manipulation and programming, and I'm sick of it. I'm sorry, guys. So wherever we want to go on the channel is we want to get super deep on things, and before we get this started, we definitely want to discuss belief systems. And so that's what we're doing today. And once I get this out of the way, I'm going to continue to focus on where we're headed. So a lot of comments going on. Much love. God sacrificed himself to save us from himself. Weird. Right. Right. I don't need you to sin. I mean, and don't take this wrong way, guys. I think with the Jesus person, I don't know what's real or not, but there's definitely some deep teachings and things that I really feel in my heart, and I abide and I live by almost all of it. I'm with all of that, right? But what type of God is going to make it? It's just the whole story. It's just like, why do all of this to give us, and then we're still here. So it's really confusing. It just seems like a horrible plan for what? What's the big point? Oh, so I could be in heaven? Get the fuck out. Like I said, I don't want to go to that heaven in the first place. You guys are going to be, a lot of you people out there that's programmed are going to be, once you shed this body and all the programming that man gave you, you're going to be surprised, like, whoa, what the fuck, man? I wasted all that time. I did all this, and then this is the truth. Once I shed the body and all these worldly things that you're not taking with you, and you realize the truth once again, you're like, fuck, man, now I got to go back and do it again. Okay, it just hit all the comments. There we go. But don't take me the wrong way either. Oh, there's a lot of comments here, guys. Whoa. I'm going to stick with the comments because I like what you guys are saying, and, so no one is coming. You're your own savior. Right. I mean, what would you rather happen? A mystical character to come out and just save you, or to us to save ourselves? And it's deep programming with the children's when we give them all these superheroes and things like that. But imagine we took the superheroes to the side and you focus on, you're the superhero, things like that. Saving yourself, creating your own future, your own destiny, taking the future in our hands. Not that was written out thousands of years ago by a so-called God about how fucked up it's going to get. So let's look at this real quick. Let's pull this up. I have the chat saved. We're going to be going through all the comments as usual. I'm going to do my best. So let's pull this up real quick. Oh, here we go. Much love, everyone. I'm going to still be going through all the comments and everything, but we're going to kind of get started a little bit with the information. Let's do it this way. So let's think about this, right? Bear with me, guys. I didn't know I was going to go here. 1 second, guys. Okay, the Earth is seven. So they say, right? We don't know what to trust and stuff like that. I get it, but 71% water, right? And we see with the Emoto experiment. Oh wait, hold on a minute. Let's see, which one do we want to pull up? Okay, here we go. That one. We'll try to zoom in here. I don't want to lose where I'm at with the chat, so let me do this. Okay, we're right there, as I have it saved. And let's think of it this way, right? When we have, we affect with our words, our vibes, is everything. We affect the fabric of reality around us, and we change the fabric of reality based on our words, our frequency, our vibration. Everything is affecting the fabric of reality, you know? And we can see this on the Emoto water experiment. We can see it with, what's her name? On her art, which is amazing. I've been wanting to get into this. What compassion can do, a thank you, wisdom, even prayer. Look at the difference, guys. This is very important. When you talk about positivity and things like this, thank you, compassion, wisdom. Look at what the crystallized water forms around you when you tap into this positivity, and you can feel it, right? Look at the world gets shaped around us as these beautiful shapes, right? Now, when you're dealing with, look, this is an example, heavy metal music, I will kill you, you fool, water before, after, and after a Buddhist prayer. Let me see that. Oh, a second. Let's pull this one up. This is important. Hold on. I'm still getting used to this damn computer, guys. We can see the beautiful shapes it's forming, right? Now I'm going to connect this with the Bible. Let me back up here, guys. Bear with me. We're just getting started, guys. Let's get a really good one here. Let's go. There we go. Okay. Mozart, interesting. It's not great. Imagine, love, peace, thank you. You can see the beautiful shapes of our fabric of reality forms based on that. And now we see the I will kill you, all these things, and like judgment, pestilence, plagues, all that stuff is not going to form a beautiful shape. It's going to form like this orange one here. And so what type of reality and the fabric of reality are we manifesting and creating around us with these type of thoughts? And like it's written in stone by God that this is how fucked up it's going to get. What type of reality are we manifesting before our eyes? Exactly what you see. Now, that's the whole point. You have a lot of powers in this world. You have tons, more than I even know and more than we know. That's a fact. And we create the world around us. If you're in hell, it's you. You put yourself in it for the most part. Now, at the same time, there's free will. So people can come along up, no matter how good I am or how amazing I am, someone could come along and fuck my day up. That's possible. That's the free will factor. That's the price kind of we got to pay, you know? But what type of world are we creating when we think that God is going to be coming in anytime and fuck shit up? We're creating this around us. Now, if we thought of God is love or whatever, and how amazing it could be, and we're going to create our own reality, we would have these beautiful shapes around us. Our world would transform. And they know this. They know this deeply. That's why we see all these star forts, all these things in history that's reminiscent of history with all the water, and they dammed up the waters, and it's like the bloodline of, keeping everything balanced. We see them, all the things that they've done to affect it and to create this type of shape. You know what I mean? Distorted. We see how distorted it is. This whole thing is a big plan, and they've been doing a great job having us manifest that shape right there I'm showing you. So I don't want to keep going on about it, but this proves my point. Right here. And maybe we'll get back to that. And I'll be putting the link out soon. I'm going to go through the chat for a minute and we're going to get started with a bunch of things. But what if Jesus was Lucifer redeeming himself for the garden incident? Right. What's up, Chris? Good to see you, bro. Do you see I posted your a video of you on the channel? I believe in God. It bugs me the way atheists make it sound so ridiculous, like God is omnipotent, like you can't preserve anything outside the physical. See, I agree with that, but I wouldn't look at an atheist as godless. This is what you need to ask. If you come across an atheist, this is what you need to ask them. Well, okay. Do you believe you were something or existed before you were born? Or you go somewhere after you die? That's how you know if they're truly atheists is no, I'm just, this is me and this is it. Then I would say maybe you're atheist. I don't really use that terminology. I don't really go there and throw the labels on people. It's just you are. And a lot of what you're going to tell me you believe in is a program given to you by man, which you don't know if it is the truth. But the truth really is that you are and I am. Don't you get it, people? Outside of that is just programming and the words of men to manipulate the fabric of our reality. Oh, wait, for us to not tap into our power so we don't manipulate the fabric of our reality and create our own future. I mean, whoa, dude. Skimming through the comments. What's up, MC Nemesis? I think I remember you. I am spirit. Spiritual light frequency. Right. That's what God is to me. Right. That's the true God, the true creator. Now, one question I have for people, and I'm hoping people will come up and answer this that disagree with me, is why is God referred to as a he, people? Why is it a he? If it created man, if God created man, why is it referred to as a he? See, this is the deep programming. Because when they came on the land to the indigenous people that were living off the land and very spiritual, and they didn't have these belief systems, they just knew that I am, right? They came with a man God. No, you weren't born again in the blood of your mom. You were born again in the blood of this man. Well, wait a minute. That's not the truth. Because the last time I checked, I was born again in the blood of my mother. Big shout out to mom. Love you. That's who I was born again in. You see how they want to twist things up and get something in front of the truth and things that's plainly obvious, right? Last time I checked, that's when I was born again. But why is it this man and then we're born again through a man? It's very, for me, it's creepy and confusing. And don't take that the wrong way. That's the way I look at it. Okay. I think that that's almost disgusting, to be honest. If you want to unsubscribe and leave, that's fine. Because I'm putting it all on the table on where I stand on with this once and for all. And I'm ready to move on to the I am. Okay. The I am. That's what we need to be getting into. That's what we should be talking about. Not what I think about this person or what this person said and this and that and this and that. It's like we really need to get deep with it and do the I am with this internet and this whole AI thing. We really need to switch the game up and really focus on the truth and really connecting and getting down to the nitty gritty of the truth and the I am. That's what I want to do. Not gossip central and what I think about this person and that, right? We're way beyond that here. So Ian said God didn't make us. Thank you for saying that because you're getting back to my point that left my mind. Obviously, evil, it didn't help the 18,000 women and children murdered in Palestine and the most horrible deaths. Can the created not want anything to do with a creator? Interesting comment. So my whole point is that there's a creation, so there must be a creator. Now, I think man creates gods, and I think that on a frequency level, like when I showed you with the water experiments here, I think that the vibration of the word God, I don't know if it's a true love frequency like we see here. I don't think so. Actually, I want to get deep on this, but I think they want us to use it. I think it has a different vibration they want us to tap into, right? But I get a different vibe when I say the creator. So it doesn't matter what word I use to describe God or the creator. I don't think it should matter. So people get caught up in the terminology and the words, right? But the point is that there's a creation, there has to be creator. I don't know what began or how it all began, or all of a sudden there was this God and it was like, just started speaking things in existence or whatever it is. I don't know what the truth is. But obviously, all I really know is that I am. What created me, when, how, if it created really did all this? I don't think so. Like I said before, I think that if we are all in the metaverse, Zuckerberg is the god of the world we're in. But outside of that, something created Zuckerberg. So he's not the true creator. That's where we are here. I truly believe we're in some type of reality that nothing is true here. Because if you look at how the eyes work and how the senses work, is nothing is truly physical. It light goes into your eyes, it hits the circuit board and tells you that this is physical, this is a cup, this is that, and this is that, So nothing here is the truth. We are trapped in space-time. Outside of this, I don't know. Maybe we're not supposed to know on purpose. Maybe that's the whole point of experiencing. This is kind of what we got to do. But I think that if we go up the ladder enough spiritually and get to a certain level, we can create worlds for souls to experience like we're in. So the God of this world isn't the true creator to me. My belief is, or what I resonate with, but it could not be the truth, which makes more sense to me, and kind of, it makes things make a lot more sense here. If I think that something created this world, like the creator created creators, just like how our mom and dad created more people and more people to create and create, and that's how the nature of our reality is. But what was I going to say? Oh man, I just left my mind. Let me think for a second. Created creators to create worlds and stuff like that for experience, but the true creator of all of it just created it. That's what it is. I made my creation and that's it. Now you guys do your thing. But it doesn't have its hands in everything. It's going to help out this crackhead down the street, and now it found God, and now it's this and that. But then there's a child next door to me or wherever getting tortured by some evil motherfucker. But God didn't do shit about that. You see how it gets so confusing? So it makes more sense that the created creators and this whole thing, and but that's it. It doesn't have its hands in everything, right? But there is definitely some deep evil manipulation going on in this place. Don't get me wrong. But is that truly what it is? Or what if the source of that, where that began, was with us giving up our powers and not realizing our powers? Now that power is somewhere else being used against us for us to realize once again who and what we are. Okay. Much to get into, my friends. We'll be putting the link out shortly. It's already been an hour. I apologize. We're still in the chat, but there's a lot you guys are saying. I'm really vibing with it. And so we're going to get started maybe with some videos and some articles real quick in a second. You are not God, but God is definitely you. You got to look within. I recommend for any atheists out there 5 grams of dried and silent darkness. And I tell you what, not medical advice or nothing, and it's legal where I am, but I microdose the last 2 weeks. I've been noticing a gigantic difference in my cognitive abilities, my mood. I mean, across the fucking board. I've been noticing a big change with just my overall everything. microdosing. So there's definitely something to that, not medical advice or nothing. And again, I'm in California. It's completely illegal or decriminalized or whatever. What's up, Sunkiss? Nice. What's up, Mitch? Good to see you, bro. I've been wondering where you were. Um, Music holds a secret. Nothing you can know that isn't known. Nothing you can see that isn't shown. Nowhere you can be that isn't where you meant to be. Interesting. Okay, we're gonna start dropping some bombs, guys. Oh, I love you guys. And then they tried to defend the destruction, rape, murder, and slavery by saying we need to know the difference and learn. Bullcrap. They love sacrifice and death. Thank you. Right. I'm going to let that comment stand on its own. Epic comment. Thank you, Heather. I don't think I think just God made its creation and that's it. Or maybe just we always were. Maybe it just doesn't matter what created us or when. Maybe it doesn't even matter. And that's even the point of us existing. Like, for us to truly experience this, we need to break all of the true truth out of it and just go in and experience, have a clean slate, wipe the minds and whatever. But I just I don't I don't know. I just don't resonate with a lot of it's just so much confusion. Got the you tell me. Okay, there's a lot going on here, guys, but I think your comments are very important to me. Pine, you'll see a big shout out. The generation with people having wedding photos and face masks will surely be laughed at and paranoid for centuries. Right. Okay, let's get through some comments. What's up, V? Right. And like shit's way been stupid for a long time anyways. It's just more um overly in our faces now than ever now, right? Ruled, schooled, and fooled. That's exactly what has happened to humanity. Programmed big time, and they knew it. They know how powerful you really are. That's why they need to bring, this was planned out for a long time. They want to make sure that they have us at bay for the most part, because how powerful you are. You should take it as a compliment. Look at what they have to do to us to keep us down and not tap into our true power. Physically, mentally, and spiritually. Look at all the tools that they use against us, people. And the biggest tool that they use, and you might be a really good person, is that no, you aren't powerful. There's a power outside of yourself that's controlling everything. You know what I mean? That's the biggest one. Look at what they do to keep us down and to keep us on these timelines. It's so much tools and people that they use to keep us in this mind state. That should give you a compliment to show how powerful you truly are, that they have to do all this. Okay. Okay. Jinsey. Okay, guys, we're gonna get started. What's up, Morgan? God said you can see with your own eyes and heart with a vision, which is of the senses, meaning that nature teaches the truth, the brutal, beautiful finality. Thank you. One of the most powerful things I've ever heard in my life was from Bro Sanchez. And he said during a stream, I said it probably quite a few times, he said, we can learn more about the creator and nature and the fabric of our reality by studying the tree than tearing it down and making books with it. You know? Think about that. I've learned more by being in nature, studying the trees, studying nature and the world around me than them ripping it all down and making books with it. Come on, people. Okay. But again, a loving God wouldn't create this world by suffering. I'm not saying you're this or that because you disagree or you think this is the truth. I'm not saying that you're anything. I'm just giving my perspective on where I stand with it. Okay. I just want to give mine. And there's a, I, I've been fake, to be honest. Even in the beginning of the channel, I was kind of fake with people in a way. It's like I was always being fake, but it was like there was a lot of religious people around me on the channel and people I was vibing with. You know, we'd be in little chat groups and things like that. They might even be watching, but they don't say anything more or even contact me because I don't have the same belief systems as them, right? Where I would be in these religious conversations, things like that, and I would be kind of not really telling my truth or where I stand on it because I didn't want them to stop being my friend. Because I wanted to be, you know, I wanted them around in my life. So I I wasn't my true self because of that. Because I knew that once I said, I don't trust this, I don't believe in this, I don't know if this is the truth, I knew that they would want nothing to do with me. Okay? So you can see one of my first uploads on this channel, which isn't my first upload, 2 years ago, there's a video called The Creator or something like that. It's probably the second upload on the channel. That's where I kind of just came out with where I stand on it. And then even since then, they want nothing to do with me. So I'm done with being not my true self and saying where I stand on this. I get judged all the time by people in the comments in my life. And this is why I have the channel, to speak out and let others do the same and say where I stand on this and to have a voice. So a loving God wouldn't create this world of suffering, death, and despair. You need to eat other creatures for survival, as above so below. I gotta say, that's true. There's something definitely nefarious and weird about it. And it kind of goes into the whole soul trap discussion. Right. So I imagine people are going to start unsubscribing, especially with what we're going to get into. Let's see here. Okay. Oh, only one so far. There's going to be a lot more for sure. Right. We're born sinners. That never made sense to me. A baby is pure. Right. We even seen people on this channel, that Rocky character, that big judger, that fucking dude, you're tripping, dude. That says a baby crying, a newborn baby is like some devil type stuff and is like a sinner. It's like when you see what changed my life is seeing my nephew being born before my eyes. And why would I think that that kid's a worthless sinner or some sinner? It's very evil to me. Okay? To a newborn baby that hasn't even had a chance to experience, and now we're going to start throwing labels on it. Wow, programming. Really, really. Okay, I just want to make sure we're going to get started because there's going to be a lot of comments and we'll put the link out at some point. But I could see that. But for me, I see what you mean. But as long as you can eat the fish and spit out the bones or whatever you want to do is fine. But it's not the way. You know what I mean? It's not the only way. And if you don't go with this way, now you're this or that. You know what I mean? That's when I have the problem, you know? Because now you look at like monks or Buddhists or whatever it might be, and these people that they've done like nothing wrong in their entire life for the most part. Now, and they let's say they reject Jesus and the whole thing. Now they're going to hell, you know what I mean? Or they didn't get dunked in water and all this stuff. You see this whole confusion, you know? Okay. What's up, Isaac? Good to see you, bro. Okay, guys. Let's get started with some stuff. Where should we start out? Um, I don't want to miss any comments though. I think I'm very behind. We're gonna catch. Whoa, I was very behind. Okay, we're gonna. What's up, Mandela Mile? I'm gonna scroll up a little bit. We're gonna get started. Yeah, I was far behind, but I had to go to current comments. I'll be reviewing them after the stream too, like I always do. Right. Thank you. Whoa, that's powerful. Whoa, we were born into a sine wave. Sine wave shortened is sin. They just gave us a new meaning. Born into this frequency is the truth, right? Thank you. Powerful. What's up, Crink Mary? Good to see you. I'm giving tinfoil strategy. I'm not saying that none of them done anything wrong, but you get my point. You know what I mean? Let me pull this up. I don't know 1000% that each and every person or this or that. I'm giving a broad statement that like people like this, and this isn't everyone's viewpoint. You know what I mean? It's not everyone's viewpoint. These Buddhist monks and things like that, let's say that they reject Jesus and they reject the gospel. Like, I don't know. This isn't the truth. This is my truth. And they've done nothing wrong, you know? Look at the whole world, get the bird's eye view. And now a lot of people have this perspective like, oh, you rejected the gospel, you rejected Jesus, you're going to hell now, you know? But in reality, a lot of these people, and I don't know exactly like this person, let's not be stupid. This person might have done something wrong, or this person's never, I don't know what did what. I wasn't there their whole life to see, but you get my point. Let's get intellectual with it. Let's get deep with it. Let's not be surface level little whatever. So I'm not going to argue with ridiculous comments. So go to log off now. Thank you to Earth Mother Dragon. Let's get started, people. So I have a bunch of favorites here. And we'll be putting a link out soon. But I definitely want to go over a few things at least. Let's pull this up first. Bible. So there was a Bible. It's like they made a Bible. Where's this thing at? This Reddit post. Let's share this tab. It was put out Missionary Society for the Conversion of Negro Slaves, a missionary group who wanted to appease slave owners in the Caribbean, yet still be able to preach to their slaves. So they created a Bible strictly for the slaves, and they organized it strictly for them. And we think they just did it then. They did this in all the different ages and the times. They understood the algorithms of the people, and based on that, they knew exactly what belief systems to bring, how to organize different scriptures and things like that. And so they made Let's pull this up. Watch this. We got a lot to go over, guys. Slaves, obey your earthly masters with respect and fear. So this is what I'm talking about. And you can say this is the Old Testament, this is this and this is that, whatever. That's not the point. My point is that the true word of God wouldn't be able to be manipulated like this. Now, the true creator that loves me and wants the best for me and makes sure that I am walking the way is going to do it in a much better way and not let these clowns fuck up the word, in Jesus's message. Because again, I'm not referring to Jesus at all in none of this. And Jesus's teachings, that's what I want to live by, and that's what I subscribe to, and that's what I actually feel. But what the truth is with who existed and the story of all that, I'm not going to say it's the truth 100% because I don't know. That's where I stand on it. Just for the record again. Obey your earthly masters with respect and fear. Now, one thing we need to understand, in my opinion, the word Lord is the landlords. Now, that's the gods of this world, the ones running the show, the bloodlines. That's the God, in my opinion, they're referring to of this world. But that's not the true creator. Okay? So that's where I stand on it. Obey your earthly masters, respect and fear, and with sincerity of heart. Oh, really, God? Okay, I'm going to obey my earthly masters with respect and fear and with sincerity of my heart, just as you would obey Christ. How twisted and fucked up is that? Now, obviously, even if you do subscribe to scripture and religion, you're going to tell me that that's not the word of God, that's manipulation. Okay, fine. But outside of that, can you tell me exactly and come up here and tell me exactly what's the word of man and what's the word of God? 100%, please, and let us know. Obey them not only with win their favor, with their eye is on you, but as slaves of Christ, doing the will of God from your heart. Now that's another, wow. Give me 1 second, guys. Okay, sorry, guys. Okay, we're an hour and 21 minutes in. So where was I at? Wow. Obey them not only win their favor, obey them to win their favor. Oh, right. When their eye is on you, but as slaves of Christ. Now, that's definitely the words of man, right? Slaves of Christ. Please, I'm not a slave to nobody, even God, the creator, or Christ. You better fucking believe it. Okay? I'm not obeying these motherfuckers. See, this is the whole thing. You know what I mean? They want us to obey and all this stuff. And there's many scriptures on this. And you might say it's the Old Testament. We should go with the new, all this stuff. That's not the point. Okay? You get what I'm saying? Serve wholeheartedly as if you were serving the Lord, not people, because you know that the Lord will reward each one for whatever good they do whenever they are slave or free. Wow, okay. Definitely the words of men right there. There's numerous, you can do your own research. I'm just trying to skim on that this is the words of men. And I mean, when you're talking about the divine outside of space and time, outside of this, like the true space that we want to get to when we transcend this fucking shithole and that true creator and that essence, the all powerful, I mean, what a horrible way to give us the truth. This whole shebang. It's a big clusterfuck of bullshit. Okay? But in the end, and we're gonna be getting into this in the IM stream, the religion stuff, it got turned into dogma and all this stuff. But it's really, when you think about it, a pointer to outside of space-time. That we're in space-time, but the truth is outside of this, right? And the religion and things like this in scriptures, it's a pointer to there's something that transcends all of this and this whole construct, bigger than all that. There's something in you that came into this avatar and is going to leave it when you die. Okay? That transcends all of this. And these religions kind of point to that, but people turn it into dogma and a whole nother thing. Okay? So that's the whole point. It's the words of men, not God. Let me pull this up. I don't remember. Let's pull up some videos, actually. I want to start with some videos. We're going to get back to all that. I have a playlist here. I want to take a break from kind of reading and stuff and react to some videos. Let's start with animal sacrifices. I covered this video a while back. Let's pull this up. Let's go into the chat for a second, and then we're going to get started with videos, and we'll be putting the link out at some point. It's all about control. The Holy Church of the Fonzie just sit on it. Right. Jesus never said, worship me. He was in the flesh. Why would we be slaves to anyone or anything? Right. What type of creator is that? I mean, even when you have kids and stuff, like, you don't want to control everything and it to like bow down to you. When you create life, because you didn't create the spirit, you just help create the avatar for the spirit to experience. But wouldn't it make more sense to make your creation and then just let it do its thing and let it play out, but not control everything and be this big control freak? And this whole dogma thing, it's getting out of control. So let's pull this up, guys. Let's see what else we got here in the chat for a second. Obey and don't think. Ian, that's New Testament, just for clarification, which has been tainted by Greek philosophers. Okay. I understand people are going to say this and that. I'm just pointing out the manipulation by man, and it's not the word of God. Okay, so you guys get my point. I understand all this other stuff. I've definitely done a lot of research, and there's countless of opinions. It just causes so much confusion. What type of unpowerful God is this? You know what I mean? There should be the word of God, and that's it. It can't be changed. It can't be Mandela affected. Evil kings can't come up and manipulate it, this and that. Okay? Greek philosophers shouldn't be able to change it around or do this. I shouldn't have to look up the Greek versions, the Strong's Concordance, all this stuff to get down to the nitty-gritty truth. I shouldn't have to do that. It should just be there inside of all of us. That's my point. The truth is where it came from, and this and that, the New Testament, Old Testament. At the end of the day, most people currently use the King James Version, and that's it, you know? So where it all originated from, all this, I get what you're saying, but so let's get to some of these videos about animal sacrifice. That's where we're going to start. What type of God would do this, guys? This is disgusting. Now you're going to see these guys justify animal sacrifice. Which one was it? This one. All right, guys. Much love. Hit the like and share, guys. We're just getting started, and then we're gonna be putting the link out. We got all day, and if this ends up being a short stream, great. We're gonna get fire up another one after. All right. What made it okay for God to kill women, children in the Old Testament? And then we're going to get into the animal sacrifices. Much love.
God to slaughter women and children in the Old Testament. Why was it right for God to slaughter women and children in the Old Testament? How can that ever be right?
Before we get started with this, because we got a lot to cover, I know a lot of people, you subscribe to this and that in the Bible, but you don't subscribe to this and you feel this way about this and that. I'm not throwing everyone in the same box, okay? I'm just pointing to perspectives and people that have these certain beliefs and what they think about this and what they think about it, just to react to it and create a conversation. But I'm not saying that everyone's the same, and you might disagree, you might agree, and I get all that. Everyone is their own individual person, has their own set of beliefs and their own truth. But in reality, let's face it, there's only one truth. What is the one truth? That I am and I exist. That's the only truth to me. Everything else, I really don't know. Okay, so that's where I stand on it. Let's get the party started, guys. All right.
It's right for God.
Why was it right for God to slaughter women and children in the Old Testament? How can that ever be right?
It's right for God to slaughter women and children anytime he pleases.
Again, why is it a he? Oh man, this is gonna get deep, people. Why is God a he? See, they don't want to. Do you understand that before when they came on these? This is what I wanted to cover too. When they came on these lands and fucking butchered these indigenous people that were living out the land, they worship the goddess, the mother, because they know that they were born again through the blood of their mom. And these guys always come with the opposite. No, you were born again in the blood of this man. But the truth is, we were all born again, whether you believe it or not, whatever programming you have, I don't care. The truth is, I and you were born again in the blood of our mothers. That's a bona fide fucking fact. You can't tell me otherwise. Okay? There was no blood of some man and I came out of some man. You see how they twist things around and they make every day opposite day? And with all this stuff, they don't want you to have the balance of the man woman. That's creation, you know? They want to twist things up and make it one-sided. Okay? Let's get this party started, guys. Let's see what he said again. How twisted is this?
Why was it right for God to slaughter women and children in the Old Testament? How can that ever be right?
It's right for God to slaughter women and children anytime he pleases. God gives life and he takes life. Everybody who dies because God wills that they die.
Okay, what type of this is some twisted shit, guys. This is what they want you to think. They want you to accept everything. And let's just get it
So
going.
God is taking life every day. He will take 50,000 lives today. Life is in God's hand. God decides when your last heartbeat will be, and whether it ends through cancer or whether it ends through...
Imagine that. You ever been to a cancer hospital and like the ones for like kids and stuff? I mean, how twisted to think that, you know, these kids going through that is like God is saying, okay, this kid's going to get cancer or whatever it might be, and it's going to have its last breath tomorrow. It's going to go through all this suffering. This kid being tortured, you know, up the street from me. God is making the person torture the child. And now this kid's going to die this. Now it's ready for this child's last breath to be this time. And then this guy is this and this and this. Some twisted shit, guys.
a bullet wound. God governs. So God is God. God rules and governs everything, and everything he does is just and right and good. God owes us nothing. If I were to drop dead right now, or a suicide bomber downstairs were to blow this building up and I would be blown to smithereens, God would have done me no wrong. He would have done David no wrong. He does no wrong to anybody when he takes their life at age 2 weeks or at age 90, 92. God is not beholden to us at all. He doesn't.
I don't know what's going on in the chat right now, or these people here. There might be some AI shit going on or something. Just please don't allow any people can disagree and things like that, but I'm not going to take spamming or trolling and weird shit. So please, in the mods, you got your work cut out today for sure. And we're just getting started, by the way. Let's rewind a second.
Wrong. He would have done David no wrong. He does no wrong to anybody when he downstairs were to blow this building up and I would be blown to smithereens. God would have done me no wrong. He would have done David no wrong. He does no wrong to anybody when he takes their life at age 2 weeks or at age 90, 92. God.
Okay, if anybody shared out, thank you. If it's legitimate, thank you. Appreciate it. All right, guys, let's get started.
Does no wrong to anybody when he takes their life at age 2 weeks or at age 90, 92. God is not beholden to us at all. He doesn't owe us anything. Now you add to that we're all sinners and we deserve to die yesterday and go to hell. The fact that we're even breathing today is sheer common grace from God. So I could make the question harder. As it was stated, it doesn't feel hard to me because God was stated as the actor. But if I make it harder, I'll take longer than 3 minutes to answer the question, and you don't want me in this session. So I think my basic answer is the Old Testament and the New presents God as the one who has total rights over my life and over my death. The Lord gave, and the Lord has.
Now here we go. It goes back to the video, my last upload with Ruger saying that the evil people and all this stuff is tools of God. So now you're telling me that I should accept all this evil going on and them dumping fluoride, all these poisons in our water supply, right? To keep us docile and dumb and not thinking for ourselves. All these parasites and things like that. All these carcinogens they put in our food. Different meds, things like that, right? But that's tools of God. So God is working through these. So we want to warn people about all this evil, and we want to put out disclaimers, let people know about, hey, that has carcinogen in it. This is going to cause you cancer, things like that. But in reality, if you have this belief system, God did it all, right? And is working through them because it's going to know everybody's last breath and is planning out everybody's life. So then we should just accept all the evil going on and all the things that they're doing because God's working through them. That's the big programming, my friends. Let's wake up.
The Old Testament and the New presents God as the one who has total rights over my life and over my death. The Lord gave, and the Lord has taken away. Blessed be the name of the Lord. How he takes away is his call. He never wrongs anybody. Is his call. He never wrongs anybody.
Oh, he's so loving.
John, how would you state it to make that question harder? And what would be your answer?
The question makes it harder is that he commands people to do it.
So if I had a child and it got cancer and something horrible happened, and I think God did it, and then God, I mean, it's so twisted. This is so twisted. Horrible.
He commanded Joshua to slaughter people.
It's a disease.
So you got human beings now killing human beings. And so now you've got a moral question for what is right to do. So the Bible says, thou shalt not murder. And God says to Joshua, go in and clean house and don't leave anything breathing. Don't leave a donkey breathing. Don't leave a child breathing, a woman breathing, an old man or old woman or a donkey. Just wipe out Jericho. And
Right.
and so then my answer is there is
So do we really think that when God said, go over there, kill every man, woman, child, and beast? You see, we see them staging things and manipulating things in our present time, right? We don't think that these same powers that be and bloodlines were doing it back then too. And then they want to blanket it and show it as God told me this and came to me to kill every man, woman, and child and take their virgin daughters as my own and stuff like that. We think God really was giving them that word, right? How twisted is that? What type of God is this? It's no God I want to be a part of. And you know what? If that is the truth, okay, disintegrate my soul. I want out. I want nothing to do with it. Just, I want to be out of existence if it is the truth. I don't want nothing to do with this place or this God or nothing. Okay? No, thank you. Okay, guys.
a point in history, a season in history, where God is the immediate king of a people, Israel. Difference in the way he is the king over the church, which is from all the peoples of Israel and does not have a political, ethnic dimension to it. So there was a political, ethnic dimension. He is immediate king, and he uses this people as his instrument to accomplish his judgment.
Wow. Wow, wow, wow. He uses these evil people doing all these things as an instrument, right? Tools of God. This is a parasite in people's minds. This is a deep, deep programming, okay? Because it makes you think this is the whole point, is to have you not trap into your own superpowers and their powerful being that you are, to think it's some God controlling everything. This is a big plan by the slave masters, right? To infect our minds and not trap into our own power, just a God that's controlling everything. You see the point, people? If instead of 70-80% being religious and thinking all this programming is the truth, if they thought that the real truth that I am and I am powerful and I can manipulate the fabric around me and I could, transcend all of this and I control my own reality, I could create my own heaven or hell myself, we'd be living in a completely different world, my friends. 1000%. All right.
In the world at that time. And God, it says, let the sins of the Amalekites accumulate for 400 years so that they would be full, and then he sends his own people in as his instruments of judgment. So I would vindicate Joshua by saying in that setting, with that structure of people and God, it was right for Joshua to do what God told him to do, and that is annihilate the people. But that's much more complex morally than saying God does. I mean, he can cause a flood and kill everybody on the planet except 8 people, and he didn't do a one of them anything.
And they all have the same vibe. It's not this individual vibe that they've created for themselves and that they're a powerful being. They look defeated and powerless. And that's the whole point of this. They want you to feel defeated and powerless, and everything's set in stone. And the entire future is set. Nothing you can do about it. Judgment's coming. God's going to fuck you up. I'm controlling everything, every last breath, everything that happens, all the evil around you is my tools to control this whole thing. It takes all of your power away. Don't you get it? It takes all of it away.
Anything wrong. But he didn't ask anybody else to do that. So whenever God uses others, right now an example would be that God has given the sword to the government.
Let's see here. What's up, Stefan? I feel empowered by God, not powerless. And I'm not saying you don't. You can believe in that God or whatever, and you can have your own set of beliefs. That's fine. And if you feel empowered and that's part of your journey, it made you a better person, great. I'm just sharing where I stand on it. Okay, but once you say that this is the way and there's no ifs, ands, or buts about it, and it's the only way, then that's where I have an issue and the judgment. Anyways, what's up, Dom? Big shout out to everyone. Okay, so we got a bunch of like and share, guys.
So I believe that the government has a right to take a rapist and a murderer and put him in jail, or to kill him. I mean, I think capital punishment is consistent with Genesis 9 and consistent with God's character, because of the value of man. The blood of a man shall be shed for taking the blood of a man. But that's very different than saying anybody can go around killing people. So God has his times and seasons for where he shares his authority.
What is great for one person may not be great for another. Many paths to people, right? And if people are on a certain path and God's controlling on all of it, then everything that's happening, that's what God wanted. You know what I mean? Everything going on, it's controlling everything. So that everything that's happening is God's will. So why worry about it or care about anything? Don't you get it, people? It's put something between you and your true self as an all-power mystical being we don't see.
To take and give life. And the church today is not Israel, and we are not a political entity, and therefore the word we have from the Lord today is love your enemy, pray for those who abuse you, lay your life down for the world, don't kill in order to spread the gospel, die in order to spread the gospel.
Right, but that's exactly what they did. Oh my gosh, we're gonna get into the animal sacrifices now.
Beth asks, why?
All right. So we see the deep programming there. Wrong, you're conflating God's will with your own purposes as an ambassador of the kingdom of heaven. No, I'm not. I'm just sharing my fucking views on this and trying to give people recognize their own true power. I'm not going to take the so-called truth from the enemy as the truth of God and our creator and stuff like that. All right? No, thank you. King James, hold on. Okay, check this out, guys. I'm going to do a vote in the chat real quick. Let me pull up the video. Let's see how many people unsubscribed. Oh, we actually gained a subscriber. I'm sure people unsubbed, though. A lot of people unsubbed. Let's go to this video. Hold on. Let me pull it up on the YouTube. And we're going to do a vote in the chat. Hit the like button, guys. Come on. Let's keep doing a bunch of polls. Does God control everything? Let's ask a poll in the chat. And we're going to continue this video. I'm curious to see what people think. Although we have a lot of haters here, so I imagine I can't really trust the poll.
Why did God require blood sacrifices?
Oh, dear Lord.
Why did God require blood sacrifices? Wow. Well, he did require it. And in our modern sensibilities nowadays, we don't really want to talk about that much wounds, bloody deaths, and the cross, which, by the way, so many people think the cross is so beautiful. I mean, what he did is beautiful for us, but the cross is nothing that's beautiful at all. It's like a gas chamber or a electric chair or something. It was horrible. Crucifixion is horrible. Crosses are horrible.
Let's get through some of this stuff that I had planned to go over, and then I'll put the link out, guys, so everybody knows. Much love.
It's horrible. And but let's get into the actual blood sacrifices. She's talking about the Old Testament, the Old Covenant. It was required that blood of animals should be sacrificed. This happens actually from the very beginning. You remember Genesis chapter 4, where the blood of Abel's voice cried out. The voice in the blood cried out to God and is crying unto him. What's the significance of all this? And through the whole Bible, it's bloody religion. Why? I think the keynote and the heart of it all is found in that difficult book, Leviticus, that many Christians don't read. I have read it, and I'm going to dig into it eventually really deeply. But in the core of it, the heart of it is found in Leviticus chapter 17, verse 11. I'd like to turn to that real quick and read that. This is so good. It's the keynote. It's the heart. It's the core of it. And it's kind of evident, but, and us, we know this, but really to look at it and consider it. It says, for the life of the flesh is in the blood. In context, by the way.
And by the way, I followed many people before I even had a channel that got deep into this stuff, and they went before this. One of the most twisted things that I've experienced is people saying, this is new age, that is new age, right? Of old teachings, old ways of living, old things that people would live by that predates the Bible. And then they call it new age. But technically, we do see a new age, some current things that's kind of new with people and these different belief systems, right? But this whole alien agenda and stuff like that, right? You might call some of that new age, the Palladians, but that might even predate it. Technically, our current belief systems is technically new age if you think about it. So don't get it twisted, all right?
The verse before, he's talking about that he forbids the idea of eating blood or, drinking blood and all that. So I'm, by the way, right there, it eliminates all these shows about vampires and all that. I'm totally against it and all. But real quick, for the life of the flesh is in the blood. There it is. And that's true. You bleed to death by losing your life. The life is in the blood. Think about that statement. He says, for I have given it you upon the altar. The altars are the brazen altars of animals and sacrifices and all. And that's it, sacrifice. It's blood sacrifice. That's what this is about, and that's what our question is. It's a sacrifice, see? It says, I have given it to you upon the altar to make an atonement for your souls. Animals were called, God had the animals as a sacrificial substitute. You say, well, that's not fair. Yeah, but God would.
Let's do another vote. Okay, let's do another vote here. Do you think God really demanded blood? Can somebody let me know what channel shared it out? Sorry, guys. Do you think God really demanded blood sacrifice of animals? Let's start with that. Curious. Let's start a poll. Everyone, please vote in the chat. And we're going to continue this video. What a twisted God this is. What a fucked up God. Let's
to make an atonement for your souls. Animals were called, God had the animals as a sacrificial substitute. You say, well, that's not fair. Yeah, but God would have destroyed all the humans. And he decided to use animals as a temporary sacrifice. This is why he did it, because really death is demanded by sin. Sin demands and requires death. And instead of having humans die, he decided to choose the lesser, very far lesser, extremely far lesser value of the life of an animal. And then someone might, I mean, I can just hear the animal rights and even you might be screaming, this is so unfair. He should have killed you then long ago. And he should have killed me long ago. And they say, well, yeah, that's right. You're taking the value of an animal and equating it with the value of the life of a human. And the really good thing about it is that I would venture to say, and I haven't studied it much, my guess, and I think it's a pretty good estimate, that most of those animals were eaten. It provided food.
Okay, after this video, we're going to put the link out to only people that disagree first. Only people that want to speak their mind and want to, and kind of what I'm speaking out against. I only want those people up here first. And last time I did this, nobody came up. So I imagine they're going to do it again and not come up here and speak their mind. And you have the open floor as long as we can be respectful. I'll mute my mics. I'll mute my mic. You can say whatever you want, and we can have a respectful discussion. But I'm not going to take disrespect and trolling. I'm not here to play games on my channel. I'm taking this very serious. So if you want to do the same, come up here. The link will be out there. Let's continue the video. And then anyone else could come up too after that.
Value of an animal and equating it with the value of the life of a human. And the really good thing about it is that I would venture to say, and I haven't studied it much, my guess, and I think it's a pretty good estimate, that most of those animals were eaten. It provided food because it was the Levites,
oh my God,
and the Levitical priesthood that ended up being day and night, working in the temple and sacrificing and things, and worshiping before God and everything else. Their food and their source of income, so to speak, was the food of the animals that were chosen as sacrificial.
What's up, Provo?
Their food and their source.
What's up, R-Pole? Good to see you, bro.
Of income, so to speak, was the food of the animals that were chosen as sacrificial animals for them. They ate the food. That was their food. And number one, if you're a vegetarian, I can understand it and I value that, but most people are not vegetarians. And if you're a meat eater, then you have nothing to say about the sacrifice of cows or, lamb or deer, venison, et cetera, et cetera. Do you understand what I'm saying? Anyway, but he goes on and says, well, let me read it again. For the life of the...
This is what I was starting to share, and then I got sidetracked. I want to know. Oh shit! We're gonna do another vote. Okay, Mr. King James. Now, do we really think that God was working through this clown to give us the words of God, and He had our best interests in mind? He's in the bloodline of these rulers that are still ruling today, right? But He wants to give us, the ones that His family and Him have been ruling over and hiding the true truth. He wants to give us the word of God and organize it for us. Do we really think that this motherfucker gives a fuck about us? This is an evil son of a bitch. Okay? And he did fucked up shit to a lot of people to fucking make them fucking change their faith, and all the things they did to the indigenous people, labeled people as witches. We see it today where they label us and things like that. And we, the flat earthers or different truth people, medical misinformation, when we try to speak truth that we're some demons and we're going against humanity, we see what they're doing to us for speaking truth, and not just us, all these people, right? So why don't we think they were doing it back then with these characters when they were talking about the witch trials and all this stuff, and they did all this stuff and all the stories? It's the same fucking thing, repeating history and over again, and them hiding the truth. Now I'm going to take that this piece of shit was trying to give me the truth and the word of God. Think again, my friends. This is a fucking total, and I don't know the truth. I wasn't alive back then. I wasn't there. I wasn't a fly on the wall with everything that was happening. I don't know what's true, or if this person even existed in the first place. If any of this existed, or is just a setting put there by whatever. I don't know, and you don't know either. There's a lot of things that I felt deeply in my heart as the truth, and it turns out it wasn't. Now, if you're really about truth, you'll know that some truth you have, you don't know 100% is the truth, but you feel it is. Now, you're not being honest with yourself if you don't say that I feel this is the truth, but I don't know. The only truth is that I am. What other truth is there? What other truth do you need? But I know one thing, this piece of shit isn't going to give me the truth in the word of God. Now, sprinkled in some nice things and some stories and great things to live by. Yes, that's with everything we even see now with these evil motherfuckers. They all give us a polished piece of shit as the truth. And it's our job to eat the fish and spit out the bones and, whatever. But I know one thing, this motherfucker is not going to give me the truth. Now I want to know from you guys, did God really demand blood sacrifice of animals? 15% said yes, 34 votes. We should have more votes in here. Let's do another one. Do you believe? Believes. You know what I mean? I'd rather deal with the knowing than the believing, by the way. I think that's way more powerful. Knowing the truth than believing in some truth that someone else gave you, someone else that doesn't have your best interest in mind or your family. All right? You believe God was working through King James to give us the word of God. And when I say God, I mean the true creator, not the gods that man created. I'm talking about the true creator, the word of the creator, the true creator. Everyone, please vote. We should be getting a lot more votes, and we should have more likes, guys. Come on, click the like button, please. Thank you. That's the only way this channel is going to grow or anything, by you guys liking and sharing. Because we're definitely shadow banned. Okay. Oh, we already through this video, huh?
Times and seasons for
Oh, wait, that's not it. Hold on 1 second, guys. Sorry, guys. Okay, yeah, there we are. Sorry about that.
Read it again. For the life of the flesh is in the blood, and I have given it to you upon the altar to make an atonement for your souls. It was the life of the animal for your life. They were sacrificed for you. For it
so
is
sweet.
that it is the blood that has a life in it. See, life is sacred. And this blood.
Oh my gosh, this is so disgusting. Programmed by the enemy to take you away from your true power and your true self, as usual, what they do to us. Good job taking things literal that were meant to take your power away. Great job. So how did this work exactly? Can someone tell me? So I'm somebody that's receiving a message from God that this village needs to sacrifice an ox or a sheep and shed the blood and pour it on their doorstep so they get prevented from the wrath of God, right? So I'm just receiving this message. How exactly did that work, right? Who exactly was it? What did they say? And what I want to know the details. I want to get down to the nitty gritty of the truth about this. Okay. It's so disgusting. It was like they needed to spill the blood of these sheep or whatever it was and pour it on their doorstep. And then whoever didn't is going to get the wrath of God and judgment and is going to go through some brutal torture or something like that. Is that the truth? I mean, I don't want to be a part of this place and this fucking evil God if that's the truth. That's some disgusting the word of men manipulation to have us doing these weird rituals and stuff. It's disgusting. Ugh. Okay.
Was counted as holy and sacred and set apart and sanctified. Those animals were sanctified, set apart for the sacrifice in order that God's wrath can be turned away from you as a human, the human beings. People just think, well, this is so unfair, it's rotten. You don't know what you're talking about. Bless your heart. God is a holy God and he's just, and we all deserve death. The wages of sin is death. And so God graciously and mercifully had something to take away. You say, well, why does he have to be so? You have no idea how
And I'll agree with that about that. Like, I'm glad I'm not that this thing's going to expire at some point. This body's temporary and this is all temporary. Thank you, actually, the creator. Thank you for making this temporary because it's not the truth. You know, I appreciate that actually. So yeah, I do deserve to die at some point. You know what I mean? I could see that in some way.
evil and the atrocity of sin, the horror of sin, is really what more horrible than the death of these animals. And it says, for it is the blood that maketh an atonement for the soul, for your life.
So the blood of another animal, and me taking an innocent animal and brutally killing it and spilling its blood as a sacrifice is now I'm doing something. That's what God wants me to do. Not my deeds or nothing. And that's the thing. These different groups, and I go into their chat and stuff, and then they're like, it doesn't matter your deeds or nothing. All that matters is that you say that Christ is your Lord and Savior. That's your only way to heaven, you know? And we're going to be floating around in heaven with Jesus and God, and you're not because you didn't say these words. Not my deeds and the person I am. That's not what it's about. It's about you saying this. It's a very twisted way to thinking, in my opinion, because I should be judged on my deeds and the person I am. Period. Point blank. There shouldn't be any you shouldn't have to put any extras on it or nothing. And I shouldn't have to say, you know, with all this confusion, like, okay, this is the truth. You're my this and that. I was born in again a blood of this man I don't know existed or anything. But in reality, the truth is I was born again in the blood of my mom. Last night I checked, people. And that's a bona fide fact. Let's keep reiterating that for the case. That's the truth. And again, I'm not disrespecting Jesus whatsoever. If that is the truth and this man really existed and he really said some of these amazing things, then I stand with Jesus. I'm all about it. If that's really the Son of Man and God and this whole story is true, then okay, I'm with the truth, if that's the truth. But I don't know. Is that okay for me not to know 100%? That's where I stand on it. But whatever the truth is the truth. I'm going to have to accept it, right? We all have to accept the truth of this and the purpose of existence. We don't have a choice but to accept it. Now, while we're here, we might have this programming and might have different beliefs, but the truth is the truth. I don't think it's that big of a deal from the creator's perspective, the true creator, not God's man created. I'm talking about the true creator of everything, which isn't a man. If it created man, how can it be a man? It doesn't make any sense. Oh my gosh. Crazy. It's like kindergarten level of thinking, really. Does that make me a bad person? Let's see what this vote's at. Give me 1 second. And we'll put the link out shortly, I promise. Because I imagine people are going to be coming up. Okay, do you believe God was working through King James to give us the word of the true creator? 14% said yes. We should have more than 30 votes. We should have at least 50. Can everyone vote in the chat, please? I'm curious. Thank you.
The horror of sin is really what more horrible than the death of these animals. And it says, for it is the blood that maketh an atonement for the soul, for your life. And so I'll just end by just making a few comments here on why blood sacrifices. And I'll just write some notes here. Okay, blood. Why blood? Such a bloody religion, right? And why blood sacrifices here? Okay. So I would say that it's testifying to various things, not in any particular order. This is randomly. I'm going to say it. Blood because it's life for life. Either that's the animal life or the human life. And if it wasn't for that, we would be taken out. We would be gone. And then that's it for the human race. But God is gracious enough to do that. Number two, it teaches us, and it teaches of his holiness, his hatred of sin, his holiness. It shows the seriousness. I'll do this. It shows the seriousness, how serious sin is, how serious.
Yeah, real quick, with the blank screen, it's been doing that whenever I go to a chat and they're voting. It's always a blank screen. I don't even get to vote. I don't know what that's about. Maybe exit out of YouTube, come back in. I don't know. But that's what it does with on my phone. It's been doing. So I don't know what that's about. But I've been seeing it pretty much on every channel I go to. Okay, let's get into this ridiculousness.
His hatred of sin, his holiness. It shows the seriousness. I'll do this. It shows the seriousness.
And the point is you might disagree, and 15% agree that God did require this, and you might disagree, but subscribe to the other things. That's not the point. My point is that men have gone in and manipulated these scriptures to cater to them and their power and take our power away. That's my big message overall, for the record. Again, once again.
How serious sin is, how serious evil is. It's so bad that death is happening. And think about it. You think these priests took pleasure in killing all those animals? Of course not. And the stench of it, the blood, the death, it's life and death. See, this is what this is all about. And the blood sacrifices were sacrificing the life of animals. And day after day, hundreds of thousands of animals, day after day, not hundreds of thousands each day, but over so much time, just millions of animals were killed. That would, for me, that would wake me up as a priest and as an Israelite to know that, oh my goodness, all these animals are dying. Look how horrible my sin is. That's what's causing this. Indirectly, it was causing that. And especially when you had to take your lamb and you gave it, and you brought that lamb into your house, and it was a...
Oh my God, this is disgusting and twisted. So to prove that you're a sinner and to whatever your sins, I'm going to have you go to innocent animals and slaughter them and spill their blood. What type of twisted shit is this, people?
Young lamb, all that. It's portraying. Here's another reason for the blood sacrifices. It's showing the future. The reason for the blood sacrifices was showing the future. I'll put a capital letter sacrifice that was coming down the line. It was pointing to who? Jesus. Behold, John said, the Lamb of God that takes away the sin of the world. Behold, Jesus. He was a Lamb of God, the ultimate sacrifice. And so you think God is evil, maybe, and how he's dealing with all this. But it's the only brilliant and natural way there is. And look at Jesus. Look what he did. If you think he's so evil, why would he give Jesus, his son, as a sacrifice, the ultimate sacrifices for all their sins in the past? Because that was a temporary payment until the real sacrifice came. No, the blood of bulls and goats can't take away your sin. That's what Hebrews said. By the way, if you want a really intense, deeper understanding of this blood sacrifice thing, read the book of Hebrews, particularly starting in chapter 8 and then go to 9 and then 10. Those three, I suppose, it really goes into the sacrifices and all. And it can't cleanse the conscience of the person. The blood of Jesus does. The blood of bulls and goats can't really take away your sin. It cover them temporarily until the blood of Jesus actually takes away your sin. It actually cleanses you to the depth. Oh my goodness. So why blood sacrifices? Life for life. It shows his holiness, the sacredness of life and his holiness against sin. It shows you the seriousness of sin. It was a sacrificial system, the blood sacrifice of animals, until showing the future sacrifice of Jesus. It definitely was atonement. Okay, well, that's life for life, I suppose. The atonement and the sacrifice, the substitute nature, the substitutionary nature of the animals taking the place of the humans. So that gives some thoughts about why the blood sacrifices. And they ended after the temple was destroyed and all that. Ended basically when the veil was rent, torn from top to bottom, God himself doing it from God top to bottom, humans, earth, where heaven and earth has now been broken open because of the blood of Jesus. So that, I hope that gives some understanding. Blood is a very, very precious thing before God. It represents and it actually contains the life of the individual in it. And so, yeah, it's raw and it's horrible. But sin is horrible before God. And so God in his graciousness offers us life and eternal life through the blood of Jesus.
God does not want the Jews to kill animals, but that's the method God chose until Jesus came to be the sacrificial lamb to save mankind from eternal damnation. I mean, what a horrible way to do it. What a horrible way to give the truth. Like, if I create a world and I'm looking down, like, wow, these people are lost, they're sinning left and right, I need to give them the truth so they wake up or whatever it might be. I mean, the way this all played out is one of the worst possible ways to do it. It's like, why not just, you're so powerful, you're the creator, the all-powerful being, why not just give them the truth in their minds all at the same time? And why not let them be born with it? Why do it this way? It makes no sense. Even you guys that do believe it, if you were a creator of a world and you were the whatever, you were the God of it, you wouldn't do it that way. But this God chose this way. Sounds like man's manipulation to hide the ultimate truth and take away your true power. That's what it sounds like to me.
Thanks for the question.
And we're going to go ahead and thumbs that one down. Much more to get into. Anybody can come up. We have much more to get to. But I'm going to go ahead and put the link out there. And then while we're waiting, we're going to pull up some more videos. Let me pull this up. Let me pin this. So 90%. Interesting. We'll be doing more votes. All right, we pinned the link. Anyone can come up. Definitely invite other opinions as well. You can speak your mind. If you are new, you're going to be heavily screened. So anybody that's going to try to PRN bond me, you're not going to get away with it. Don't even bother. And I'm going to go to the next video here. Let's see my Bible. Okay, prophecy. Okay, let's pull up this video. I like this video. I like what this guy said. Let's pull this up. Well, you guys probably seen this. While we're waiting, if maybe people want to come up, let's pull this up.
That are contained in the scriptures that are contained in what is commonly known as the Bible are all the writings of men. They were written by men, not by angels or aliens or even God himself. They were the writings of men. Some of those men received a revelation from God. God spoke to some of them prophets. Others were given revelation by the Holy Spirit. But still, it is the writings of men, flesh and blood. The Gospels, Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, were written by 4 different authors. Luke investigated what had happened in that time that Jesus walked the earth. And from what he determined from his studies, he wrote up his own account. And that is the book of Luke. Luke never walked with Jesus. The apostles themselves also wrote. Paul, who wrote the most.
I'm gonna add you on in a second. This video just has 2 more minutes, and then I'll add you on. Much love.
Peter, John. But those words that they wrote were their own. They were epistles written to the believers, like I would give you a message that I received from the Lord, which might contain words that the Lord gave me, but also my own words. It's not the Word of God. The Bible cannot be the Word of God. There are messages that might be from God. But that is why God sent us the Holy Spirit, the Spirit of truth, to guide us into all truth, to confirm to us which of those words written by men and spoken by men were really from God. Because not all those words were from God. Everything that Paul wrote and said is not the gospel. They are his own words. The gospel of Jesus Christ was preached by himself, but it was recorded by men. And men are fallible. Men make mistakes in the recordings. Men make mistakes in the translations. And there are deliberate mistakes made in interpretations made by men, because they do things according to their own liking. So, dear friends, this is not the Word of God. This is a book. It is just the Scriptures. And it contains the truth also. But it needs to be verified by the Holy Spirit. We must trust in Jesus and be led by the Holy Spirit. That's why Jesus sent the Holy Spirit. Man will not live from bread alone, but from every word that proceeds.
And that's what I realize now. The Holy Spirit, I wouldn't use that terminology. I would say for me, it's truth. When you have the truth, you know, and you know it's the truth deeply, that's the Holy Spirit to me. And so that's what I think. That's basically what the definition is anyways. So if I said, no, I don't want to deal with the Holy Spirit, I want to deal with truth, it's the same thing, in my opinion.
Proceeds from the mouth of God, whatever God speaks. All of this was not spoken by God, it was spoken by men. The words that God spoke will happen the way that God spoke them. But all that is written here is not the word of God. It's the words of man that recorded. Some, not sometimes. Our focus and our trust must be in Jesus. We must be led by the Holy Spirit of God. He gives his Holy Spirit to every man who accepts him as master. And he guides them by his Spirit, not by a book, neither by other people. Dear friend, you need to hear from Jesus himself. His sheep listen to his voice, and they follow him.
No thanks, I'm not nobody's sheep. What's up, Sunkiss? Much love. Welcome.
Hey, much love, Ian. Can you hear me?
Yep. You're loud and
Okay.
clear.
Okay, there's a couple of things. Number one, this is something my dad taught me as a child, and I do this to my own children. One thing I do not like is when one of my children will come on behalf of another and ask me, can so and so do this? Can so and so do that? And I go, this is what I'll tell them. If it's number two, I go, you go right back in there and tell number one that they can come in here and ask for themselves because it's something that they want. If they did something, I'm not going to punish, or there's no middleman between me and my children. I speak to them directly. I don't want them to be confused. I don't want them to have a misunderstanding about what is supposed to be and what is not supposed to be. Do you love me, mommy, or do you not love me, mommy? So that's something I just don't understand, and I don't get. That's my own personal belief. Okay, so the first reason I came up here, I might have to just say this and then hop back off because my baby is sleeping right now. But we keep talking about the God of the Bible, and so many people, and I'm going to say this like I say this all the time. I have no issue with anybody and their personal walk and path and spiritual path that they're choosing to take. If it makes you a better person, if it makes you a more loving person, if it's helping you be a better person on this plane of existence while we are here, uniting instead of dividing, I say go for it. My problem is when people say this is the only way and then continue to condemn me and tell me I'm not going to a special place because I don't uphold to their views. Have your views, walk your ways, but your ways may not be my ways. And so anyway, according to the Bible, they say the one true God. And then I hear a lot of people say, you need to break down the scripture. What does it truly mean? I have my strong concordance right here with me. So if anybody has anything to say, they can view the strong concordance online, or they can purchase their own. The strong concordance is a book that goes along with the KJV and does the Hebrew and Greek translations. So don't say I am making it up. I'm reading from the Strong Concordance. So if you go to Genesis chapter 1 and you see the word God, you go to the Strong Concordance and you look for the word God. It will show you the number, the Hebrew number, and you go look it up. And matter of fact, when I turn to the word God, it's Hebrew number 430. Hebrew number 430 is all over the Old Testament, okay? It's meaning I'm about to tell you the Hebrew meaning for Hebrew word 430. The Hebrew meaning for Hebrew word 30 is Elohim, okay? And what is Elohim? Elohim is the plural form of Hebrew word 433, and Hebrew word 433 is Eloah, which is God or deity. Elohim is plural, meaning gods in ordinary sense, okay? It's a plural reference, and it could mean rulers, judges, either as divine representatives, of sacred places, or reflecting divine majesty and power, including superhuman beings, including gods, including angels. So in the beginning, God, Hebrew word 430, it should translate in the beginning, Elohim, or in the beginning, gods, not God. In the beginning, gods created the heavens and the earth. And if you go all the way through the book of Genesis, everywhere, I think, except for a few places, it's 430. Go to Exodus, it's 430. So all these places that we say the one true God is saying these things, the Hebrew translation is gods, Elohim. So which gods are you serving? That's my question. Which gods are you serving? You're telling me the one true God and that I need to break it down, but I'm breaking it down according to the books that are given, for the books that you say are inspired by the Creator. There are thousands of gods. There are thousands of gods, but there's only that energetic force, which I don't put a human label on the divine. We put human labels on so many things, and we restrict ourselves. I don't put a human label such as God, because there are thousands upon thousands of gods. My creator is energy for me, energy, you know, an energy of love, an energy of balance, not dominance. And I like what you said earlier, Ian, as far as like, and this is how I view it. We have the ultimate creator of our souls, you know, energy, whatever. And then we are made to be creators. And it's just like the family structure. I have said this before. I didn't have children to make them robots just like me, for them to worship me. I had children to see. And for anybody out there who thinks I'm wrong for having children, because there was a comment earlier that was so gross about children being narcissistic beings. That's your opinion, but I had to set that straight. I had children that brought me joy, so they can grow in their own. Yes, I don't want them to be like me, but they can pick and choose the things that are going to help them in their life, in their path, along their way. And when they get grown, I'm not going to micromanage them. I'm going to see them flourish. That's a perfect example. And they will go on and be creators, and then they will have children, and I will be a great, 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 great grandma. You know what I'm saying? So that's all I wanted to share on that note for now.
Powerful. Thank you. Yeah, we have some comments I've saved here. I agree with what you said. Yeah, I mean, why not start with why we should believe that men got voices in their heads for, okay, that was one I already went over. If you want a sign from God, maybe he will take away your firstborn. Oh my gosh, how disgusting is that? What type of, this is what landlords and the gods of this world and our controllers did. They demanded your firstborn and all that, and they said it's from God. Do we really think the true God is going to take away your firstborn? What type of sick ass, disgusting God is this? I have to give up my firstborn to you? What the fuck kind of shit is this? God hates sin so much that he wants you to know what it feels like. If you can kill an innocent lamb without regret, then you are a psychopath.
That's disgusting.
Why does an innocent animal have to die for someone's sin? What about thou shalt not kill? I don't get it. You take good care of the lamb and treat it well until its day comes to be sacrificed for your sin. This is all blood rituals handed to us from these bloodlines of like this King James on the screen I'm showing you guys. This isn't the true God. This is the God that was created in our minds from them to worship. You know, like she said, when you guys want to get deep on the Bible and you go to the translations and you try to get to the original source, which we know these translations isn't the original, all these different confusion. But when you actually break it down, a lot of these stories was stories from other religions before this religion recycled. Some were stage plays, scripts that they would do stage plays for entertainment and stories. And they put it in the Bible as it was the truth. And this is a real incident that happened, but it was actually a Greek stage play that they did thousands of years ago. Things like that, you know? Telling people to slaughter innocent animals. My point is that, like she said, when you go to these original translations, it's referring to multiple gods, you know, these other gods. So what is it? What God are we really talking about? So you got to be specific when you're thinking about this. Which God? You know, there's many gods before, you know, Jesus and all. There was other gods they had for people to worship. So what is it? Isn't there just one true creator? What's up with all these man-made gods? I don't want to deal with those.
Exactly. I agree with you. Exactly. And whether they're like, well, it's the big G. No, if you go in your Strong's Concordance, whether it's big G, little g, medium G, it's 430 and it's plural. And if you go look for the word lords, the word Lord is mainly Yahweh, which is one of the Elohim that was at the beginning. So, but I've been met with, whenever I do present this with people with this view, they tell me not to say anything, and they tell me I don't know what I'm talking about, or they say this isn't true, but I'm like, I'm speaking the very words from the books of your faith. So it's about if you truly want to see it. And I don't ever want anybody to change. Oh, what's up, Bobby Knight? I
Hey,
don't
what's up,
ever
bro?
want anybody to change their beliefs, because, or their path, their spiritual walk, because I definitely wouldn't do it for anybody. I don't tell me that I'm wrong and that I have to follow such things when I've broken down, and tell me I'm not walking in truth when I'm breaking this stuff down, and actually walking and breaking it down in truth for myself. So to each its own.
Right. I want to talk about this real quick. You don't have to sacrifice anything when you accept Jesus as your savior. Jesus Christ is the Lamb of God. And for me, it's like, if that's the truth, I accept it as the truth, but I don't know. You know what I mean? And it's like, this is the difference with them, is it doesn't matter if I'm light years ahead of you as being an ascended being and being a good person. This is the difference. If I just say Jesus Christ is my savior, that's it. That's all I got to do, and I'm good. And I'm gonna be in heaven floating around with you guys when we die. You see, it's just kind of ridiculous. But what if I said I don't know if Jesus is? Then I accept that, and yes, whatever. But I don't know. You know what I mean? But that's the difference with them, is you got to say these words out loud and say that you're my master. It's another being obedient and stepping outside of your power once again and giving it to something else. And I think the true Jesus that I know of wouldn't want you to do that. He would want you to step in your own power, and not you to be some slave to him and obedient to him. And you're just this sinner, and I'm ruling over you, and I'm your master. This is the whole thing, to you being below your power and giving up your power to something else besides yourself. It's disgusting.
Yeah. And even in this, can you put that statement back up there, please, Ian?
Yep.
You said you don't have to sacrifice anything when you accept Jesus. You are accepting a sacrifice, because you are partaking in sacrificial acceptance, because Jesus was sacrificed for you. So you can't wash your hands of any blood. And to say there's such a contradiction in that, because in the Old Testament we talk about how the gods of old hated sacrifices, but you have in many cases, like in, what is that? Like in Judges, chapter 11:29, we have a man who sacrifices his daughter for the Lord God of the Bible, and he accepts it. And you can't, whether you, and I'm not
Which
downing anybody for it. Huh?
which verse is that? What story is that again? Which one? But go ahead,
If you
continue. I don't want you.
no, if you go to hold on just a second. If you go to Judges,
Oh
chapter
yeah.
11, verse 29, I've told the story before, and somebody told me, well, I can't, you got to take that out because that part is not true. So you want me to accept certain parts of the Bible, but certain parts that show contradiction, you don't want me to accept.
Right. Yeah. This is I will, yeah, whatever comes out of my door, this guy, the Spirit of the Lord came to him. He passed through, and from there he advanced against blah 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 and made a vow to the Lord. If you give me the amenities into my hands, whatever comes out of the door of my house to meet me when I return, I will sacrifice as a burnt offering. What type of twisted God is this? And then it was his daughter that came out. So then he had to
Yep.
sacrifice his daughter for this God. What kind of
Which he
God
did
is this?
accept it, which he accepted. And the argument with me with that was, well, he should have never made that deal with the Lord. No, it wasn't him making the deal. The Lord, or the gods, or the Elohim, if it was against their rules, they shouldn't have accepted it. So there's just a whole lot of contradiction and confusion. And whoever said that he isn't the author of confusion? My goodness, go to Genesis chapter 11. That's 11:7-9. That's where all the tongues were confused and people were confused. You are the author of confusion. There's another, and you have to look at these things, and you cannot tell me that you're walking in truth and you truly want truth. And when truth is presented to you, you deny it because you don't truly want truth.
Right. It is the author of confusion. Look at, and we think that this guy had our best interest in mind. What type of God would work through this guy to give us the word? Oh my gosh, this isn't. We might get to this clown next. This King James character. This guy is a total piece of trash. You know,
Someone that hurt children in the not so good way.
why not work through all of us instead of working through King James and make all this confusion and all this manipulation and the controls, the bloodlines that's been ruling us from the jump? Why not work through all of us? Why work through these clowns and these characters? Because it just causes more confusion, and it gets people like us to actually not subscribe to the way, supposedly, because we get down to the truth and we see these characters doing the same thing like they're doing now, and I'm supposed to believe that God worked through them. Why not work through me and all of us? And then you wipe your hands clean, and that's it, The Spirit of truth, that's the Holy Spirit. Why not have that's all within us? Not these clowns. These clowns aren't going to give me any truth. They're going to give me some speckles of truth in there to keep their power and control at the same time. It's all about being obedient and, you know what I mean, taking away your power. This whole thing's about 1000%, man. And look, none of them want to come up. It's funny. None of them want to come up and speak. It's funny.
And you were so right when you were talking about slavery. One thing that they did was take the language from the people and told them that they could not practice their ways. You could not, and that their ways were evil, and you could not read. So, and the only thing that you could do was listen to the sermons given by the Christian masters, given by KJV version, either from the master himself or an appointed overseer who the master approved of. What kind of freedom is that? What kind of love is that if you have to go around and tell people that you can't do this, or I'm going to kill you if you don't follow my way? What kind of love is that? I don't understand it. And I'm not trying to understand it. It's not my walk and my way anymore, but you have to, come on, people, really, 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 you have to dive deep.
And it's not about making people switch and like, I want you to change and you shouldn't be that way. Whatever, that's your walk, that's your walk. I'm just saying, I'm just sharing my walk and where I stand on it, because a lot of you guys out there judge. And the things that people were saying in the chat last time when I was speaking out is like pure judgment. It's like, that's not very Christ-like to call me, I'm a sinner, I'm a liar, I'm a pig, I'm this and that, because I don't trust the words of man and I believe the words of God is within me. What's wrong with that?
Exactly.
You guys want going around judging people. You can't have God's perspective. You don't know what's going to happen. You don't know what God's really going to do, or, if I'm doing the right thing or not. You don't know. And because I don't subscribe to this, now you're going to throw me in the same box as like pedophiles and shit. It's disgusting.
Yeah. And I'm the same way. I won't, the only time I will start talking this way is when people start telling me, you're evil, you do tarot, you're going to burn in hell. You don't, this one gets me. You don't know love because I don't have the blood of Jesus, but I have 3 beautiful children that I absolutely love and I would never sacrifice for. I would stand in the gap myself for my children. You kill me, not my son. I'm not going to send my son out to be killed. Okay. I'm going to show you that mama has it. And if something happens to mama, then you take up the mantle. But I got this, baby. You stand behind me because I'm your protector, for your children. You don't put your children in front of you. If somebody was robbing me, you best believe I'm going to put all my babies behind me. And I'm going to say, a fight is about to happen. You can take my life, but you're not going to take my kids. So that's something else I don't understand. If me as an earthly sinner can see, that doesn't make any sense. How? I don't understand. Okay,
I
Tarot wasn't in the Bible. I don't subscribe to the Bible. That's not my path. That's fine. And you do know that when the kings of the old, when they had their prophets, like the prophets that the king would have, they did tarot. They threw stones. They watched the stars. They tell you those things are evil to keep you away from them. And so many of the so well-known pastors that they have their own personal tarot readers. Okay. Fear is a big controller, and you're so afraid and been conditioned to be afraid of fires of hell. Find me a verse, and I mean a verse that you cannot confuse with, where Jesus said, if you don't follow me this way, that you're going to burn in hell. I mean a true verse. Okay. People were doing so many things, different things before Christianity came into play. And if this is about love, why do you have to kill people? Why do you have to destroy their land? Why do you have to ravish and rape their women? Keep the virgins for yourself. What type of love is
Ooh.
that? Why kill every woman, child, beast, bunny, deer? Why burn the land? Why burn the living trees? What? It's a contradiction of life. You're saying you're saying this God, which it's plural. I'm going to say it the correct way. You're saying Elohim is all love when Elohim promotes murder, when Elohim promotes the ravishing of women, when Elohim promotes the killing of innocent animals.
Um, yeah, epic. We have, I think, Christ brings a sword is here, and hit the link, and then we have Bobby here. I'm gonna thank you. So I want to add him on. I just gotta, before I add Bobby too, let me add him on first so I could vet him, make sure it's not someone trying to get the channel shut down. So let me add Christ brings a sword. What's up, man?
What's up? Can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay, good.
Okay, you're good.
I'm legit. Don't worry.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah. No, go ahead. You
Salute,
have the
salute,
floor, bro.
everybody.
Much love. Yeah, Christ brings a sword. If you want to say anything, please, you have the space to say whatever you want. Go ahead, please.
Well, I guess we were talking about the sacrifice of the lamb, and you probably saw my comments. Basically, the sacrificial lamb is a way for God to let us know, or his people know, how it feels whenever we sin. He can see it happening, but he gives us the free will to do it. And he says, if you really love me, I want you to show me you regret your sin by taking a spotless animal, a lamb, an innocent animal who you should look at and feel sorry for, that you're going to kill it because of something that you did. That's the purpose of the sacrifice of the lamb. And on the Passover, it was a test to see who really believed it and who didn't. And those who did not believe it had their first son killed in the Passover, which was a brutal way of showing the truth to the people.
Were the children killed by God or by man?
The children in Egypt were killed by an angel of death sent by God.
Got it. Now,
So, okay, go ahead.
Now, if we dealing with a God that's dealing with love, do you think that'll be a way to portray love by force?
God cares about your faith in him first and foremost. So if you don't believe in God, there's nothing else to talk about. You don't have any faith. You're not going anywhere. So the simple belief in God is enough for him to know you. But if you don't believe in God, then he doesn't know you either. And when it comes time for the resurrection, he will look in the book that has the names written, and those people will be resurrected to full glory, and those who are not will be put on trial, judged, and sentenced appropriately, which none of us really want. So the simple act of believing in God will get you saved from that punishment.
Well, speaking specifically to the story you were referencing about those who were forced into believing, and if you didn't show your belief through sacrifice, then somebody would be forcefully sacrificed in your bloodline. That's what I was speaking to.
Yeah,
Is that force or love?
there were 10 plagues. That was the 10th of all 10 plagues in Egypt, and they were meant for the purpose of letting the Pharaoh know that God is real and that he wants them to release Israel for to leave and start a new nation, and that was the purpose of that curse on Egypt, and it got their attention and it worked, and they actually, that was the last curse. But before that, there were other plagues which turned the water into blood and sent lice to all the people and
I'm
frogs.
familiar. I'm
Yeah,
familiar.
all
Yes,
those things
sir.
happened prior to the Passover, which is the most horrible of all, which is where every household loses their firstborn child.
Well, in the case of the Egyptians, with them, I guess you referencing them being non-believers. If you would then reference somebody like, let's take Job, for example, who in the Bible lore was a believer, and in his case, his belief was unwavering to the point where the way that he had to show his belief was to be unnecessarily tested. This is from my perspective.
Yeah, that's
You know,
right. Mhm.
right. So Job necessarily did not do anything to be tested, but he was tested as I guess you could say, a bet between God and Satan.
Yeah, that's right.
Well, what was the purpose of doing that to a believer already?
Well, there's a lot of lessons there. The basic one is that you don't know what God is doing. He tells Job, when Job questions God, he says, "Where were you when I laid out the foundations of the earth? How do you know why these things are happening to you? Why are you questioning me? You're supposed to just have faith in me and believe in me." And what Job didn't know is that he was being tested. And a lot of us here on earth are going through the same thing that Job went through, to a lesser or greater degree, where we are being tested depending on who we are. Usually, from what I understand, it's only the people who have a belief in God who get tested. It's the people who have no belief in God. They're sort of allowed to run loose and do whatever they want. But when you believe in God and you start misbehaving, God will punish you in one way or another, or he might just punish you just to test you to see how strong your faith is, like in the case of Job.
So only the people who believe in God get the test of God, but those who don't believe in God get to basically live their life free from test and, I guess you would say, chastisement and punishment.
Yeah, that's pretty much the case. He might use somebody who's not a believer for his purposes, but he treats his children, those people who believe in him, he treats you like a child, like a father treats his child, and he will chastise you. If you turn into be, some satanic person after accepting Jesus, you're still saved, but he's going to you know cause you to have ill health, or something's going to happen to you. Maybe you'll die early. Uh, any number of things could happen to you. So in your walk on earth, you learn that the closer you agree with God, the better your life will be when you're a Christian. But if
Why
you're not,
does I didn't
but
mean to cut you. I'm sorry.
no, that's okay. But if you're not a Christian, you aren't going to know any of these things, because it doesn't really matter how you behave. You're just going to go through life as if there's no God.
Now, another question. Why is it that the God of the Bible, and what's being described as this God being omnipotent, you know what I'm saying, and
Mhm,
omnipresent,
mhm.
why then is the God then described with human emotions such as jealousy, anger, you know what I mean, things that would, you would devolve into like a lower state of being? Why does God have jealousy or hate or anger or, you know, these things when it's already like omnipresent? If I know, why do I have these things? Why God with these emotions?
Yeah, God has emotions for sure. His emotions are stronger than ours to the point where he judges us ultimately. And I don't know what the punishment is for a non-believer, but it sounds pretty bad.
Wait,
Um,
before you run off, I want, like, specifically, I'm asking a specific question. The God of the Bible is omnipotent and omnipresent. That means all knowing and all and everywhere all at once. Why then is it then devolved down to our human emotions? If you, like, think about it. If you knew everything, why then would anger, jealousy, and things, you know what I'm saying, dominate your spirit if you already knew? Like, how can I be jealous of an act you're going to do if I'm omnipresent and omnipotent? I know you're going to do it anyway.
Yeah, that's a great question. It goes all the way back to the Garden of Eden with the tree of knowledge of good and evil. God says you can eat from any tree except that one. What did that tree represent? It represented the ability to judge for yourself what is good and what is bad. God doesn't want that for mankind. God just wanted man to be a loving being, and that he would teach him on along the way how to be that judge. But you can't be the judge without having enough goodness in your heart. And Adam did not have the level of goodness in his heart to judge other people, but indeed he ate from that tree and believed that he was able to judge others. And God says, well, so you're going to go your way and I'm going to go my way, and you're going to judge the earth the way that you want to, and I'll just sit back and watch you. So we all have free will because of what Adam did. All his children are under the same curse or blessing, however you want to look at free will. But we all have the free will to make a decision for ourselves: what is right, what is wrong, what is good, what is bad, and at the end of the day, we're going to have to answer for it to God, except for those people who accept Jesus Christ who are saved.
Well, even when you say have to answer to God, again, even if I reference that point, Adam, Eve, Garden of Eden, then the omnipresent, omnipotent God. I put Adam and Eve in this garden and I say don't eat from this tree. Wouldn't that kind of be you know what I'm saying? Isn't
That's
that kind of like a sick joke in a way? Because
no, it's
doesn't
a
wait, doesn't God already know that she's gonna eat from the tree?
yeah, it does actually, but he wants you to demonstrate it. He's going to let you go through the motions, and he's going to prove that he knew ahead of time what you were going to do without infringing on your free will. He gives you the free will because when Adam ate from the tree, he's basically saying,
I thought eating from the tree was the start of free will. Before that, I thought it wasn't.
correct. That's
So
right.
if before the tree wasn't no free will, how then are they operating willfully free to go eat from the tree?
I don't understand.
The
You
tree
they had
represents
right.
the point in history according to the Bible where free will is being enacted.
Well, in the Garden of Eden, there was no evil. Okay, so
Right.
there was no sin. They could walk around naked, and God would just not paying attention to the fact that they're naked. But the moment that they understood what good and evil was, they realized, oh my gosh, we're naked. We got to cover up. This is wrong. We shouldn't be naked. And then God realized, aha, you figured out the way that sin works. Before that, I was going to forgive you for anything that you did. I would not look at any of your actions as sinful. I was just going to let you play and do whatever you want, just
But don't
watch
you
you.
think that's a lie? Because for God to say before that I was gonna let you do that, but at the same time say I'm omnipotent, I already knew you was gonna do that.
Yeah, well, God leaves a
That's
lot.
a trick bag.
God leaves a lot of things. God leaves a lot of things as mysteries to be discovered later on, such as the concept of death wasn't even known to mankind when they were in the Garden of Eden. There was no such thing as death. It wasn't, and even the devil didn't believe in death. He said, "Surely you will not die." Even the devil didn't believe it. But then they died after they fell. Everything changed. The earth had thistles and thorns and all kinds of problems, and the earth has become less and less strong over the years to where it's now like an old woman, and people live shorter lives, and there's more disease and everything else is going on. So yeah, the world is cursed after Adam and Eve did what they did, and they chose
Is that what was
the free
supposed
will.
to happen though?
Yeah, God knew that would happen ahead of time, for sure.
So if that's God knew that was going to happen, for one, it's kind of like telling your child, because if I'm referencing you, you say God is the overseer and we're the child. So I know how I operate with my children, right? Let's say I got an electrical socket in the house I don't want my children to touch. The first thing I wouldn't want to do is point out to my children who not paying attention to the electrical socket, hey, you see that thing over there? By any means necessary, don't touch it. Now, if at that point when I say that, I know they're gonna touch it, if I'm and this a child that's operating, if I'm not overseeing them to keep them from touching, if I'm kind of like watching from the background, waiting for them to touch it, watching them get electrocuted, because this is what God is doing the whole time while this, you know what I'm saying, they eating from this tree in the middle of the garden, supposedly in this story. He's watching this whole thing go down and not intervening at all, letting it play out. But he's knowing that these people are children, so why not intervene and why allow children to gain free will?
Well, they did get free will. That's what they chose. They chose that tree of knowledge of good and evil that they're going to judge for themselves. And God says, if that's what you want, that's what I'm going to give you. But you will now be responsible for your actions, and you are no longer under grace. If you sin, you will be punished by death, which is what everybody does. Everybody in the world sins and they die, and that is the problem with free will, is that you're responsible for your actions. Now, when you accept Jesus Christ, you're basically saying, I give up my free will. I want to do what God wants me to do, which is to accept the blood sacrifice of Jesus Christ for my sins, and repent for my sins and confess I'm a sinner. See, that's a turning away from the direction that Adam and Eve wanted to go and back towards God. And from this, he's going to separate the good from the evil. Those people who want to be back with him, and those people who want to continue down the line of understanding and judging the world for themselves.
Cool. That part I get, but does the action, is it just an action by faith, or is it an action by actually doing? Because just saying it, do they continue to actually do the sins and just lay them at the feet of Jesus?
Basically, yeah, you're going to continue to sin even after you're saved. You get the thing is, when you repent to God, he hears you. He hears your voice. He knows in your heart that you're truly sorry for your sins, and you understand what the sacrifice of Jesus Christ was all about, and why it's important for you to believe in Jesus Christ. Once he knows that, once you give your heart to Jesus, your name gets written in the book, and a book of life, and then you don't have to worry about anything. You can go back to being the way you were before, or even worse, and you're still saved. But now you're a child of God, and you're going to start paying for those sins. If you go back to the way you were before, you're going to find that your life is more miserable than it's ever been, because you're going against God. You ignored what he said. You went back to your old lifestyle, and now all of a sudden you've got cancer, or somebody you love dies, or something happens. You lose your money, you lose your job, something like that happens, and you wonder why. Well, if you believe in God, you know why. It's because he's reprimanding you. And if you're a real Christian, you know in your heart, I've got to stop doing these things and start behaving myself, and then God will bless me instead of curse me. This is how a Christian lives his life if he knows the truth. There's a lot of Christians that don't know what I'm talking about.
I have a quick question. When you made reference to the devil in the garden, or Lucifer, whatever name of this entity. So this entity was there at the beginning and fell and took a third of the angels with him. Okay, so he was there at the beginning with the Elohim. I'm going to use the proper text, not God, with the gods creating this realm. Okay, and so he knew better. He knew the rules and he knew what not to do, but he said, you know what? I'm going to do what I want to do anyway. So then the Elohim created man, and one mistake by mankind was death. But the devil Lucifer gets to reign supreme on this realm to tempt you. He can go before the throne of God and say, can I tempt your favorite Job? When you made reference to Job, he got permission to tempt. And it wasn't like we didn't know why. God said why, because he wanted to see that Satan, the devil, whatever, said, you got your hand over him. I bet you, I'm paraphrasing, okay? I bet you if you pull your hand back, he said, I bet you if you pull your hand back from him, he will not serve you. So there was a sick bet made. But the entity that started this and tempted everyone is free to roam around and tempt the children. And the children who don't know any better are given the harshest punishment. And then even at the very end in Revelations, he gets captured and then he gets another 1,000 years. But you messed up. No, that makes no sense to me. As a parent, you said God is this father. As a parent, that is ludicrous. I'm not going to bring a drug dealer into my house. I'm thinking about Job, to tempt my children to see if they're going to listen to what I'm saying. That's crazy. And then you didn't answer Bobby's question earlier when he talked about jealousy. God having the attribute.
How many questions are you going to ask me? I can't remember them all.
Okay, I'm sorry. But yeah, can you answer me that about the devil? I'm sorry, in the garden.
Basically, what I heard you say is, why would God let all this temptation happen?
No, I asked why Satan knew better. He fell. He took a third of the angels. He didn't get punished. He got to be crowned king of this realm. And the children that he created, that God created, didn't know any better. They mess up one time and they're condemned.
Right. So
can you answer that for me?
That's the story. Yeah. Well, it's a war of kingdoms. You've got Lucifer, who was the crowning glory of God. He was the crown over God's head. He was the one that was praising God the most and getting all the angels to sing praise to God. And one day he said, why am I doing this? I should get the praise for myself, And that's when God threw that crown down to earth. He says, you get out of here. I don't need you. And so now God is without a crown. The crown came to earth. Now Lucifer is king of the earth. You see, he's on the earth and he's running the show. And God is up there watching, and he sends his son some 4,000 years after creation, sends his son who dies. And that's the victory over Satan, is when Jesus Christ died on the cross. So the victory is done. It's complete. We're just waiting for Jesus to return and sit on the throne for the last 1,000 years, which is coming. So right now you're looking at a war that's going on in Israel, this fighting that's going on. It's going to come to the point where every nation is against Israel. Every single nation is going to be against Israel. And Israel, poor little Israel, is going to have no hope, nothing whatsoever. And God is going to come down and just wipe everybody out in the battle of Armageddon. And he's going to establish his throne, and everybody's going to praise God. And that's what's coming.
Okay, that still didn't answer the question why Satan, why the devil, did he, in an instant that the children sinned and didn't know any better. Yeah, I'm going to tell you this. I have an 11-year-old and I have a 3-year-old. My 11-year-old does something that she knows she's not supposed to do because she's older. She knows the rules. It's been established. You've been here 11 years and she does it. And then my 3-year-old does it. He doesn't understand. Do you think I'm going to let my 11-year-old go prance around with the prize and tempt and make fun of my 3-year-old and punish my 3-year-old harsher than my 11-year-old that knows better? That's what I'm saying. Satan, the devil, knew better. Yes, he threw him down, but he gave him reign and dominion over this plane to tempt people, to tempt the children that didn't know any better.
That's right.
Make that make sense for me.
Free will.
That's not
free
fair.
will. He gave you free will. You wanted free will. He gave you free will, and now you're dealing with the consequences of free will.
Okay,
if you don't like the consequences of free will, which is what you're talking about. Well, hold on.
No, I'm not saying.
Hold on. Let me just finish. If you don't like the consequences of free will, then give it up and give your heart to Jesus, and then you won't have to worry about the consequences of free will. That's the
I
whole
got you,
point of the
sis.
sacrifice of Jesus Christ.
Thank you. Go ahead, Bobby.
I got you, sis. Well, okay. Speaking of what the sister's saying and what you're saying, the concept of free will, when we talking about Adam and Eve in the garden, right? I need you to conceptualize, if you keep saying that God is looking at them as children, we then can't give them adult responsibility in the eyes of the Lord, so-called. So in one instance, you're saying, to the sister's point, this is like a 3-year-old in the eyes of God. This is a newborn baby, basically. This is new life, Adam and Eve, right? You put them out there and they fuck up. I got children. They touch on something, they break something, and the first thing you do is say, this what you chose, this what it's gonna be for the rest till you choose different. This a child that you're dealing with now.
No, it's not
It's not.
child. You're
No, no,
dealing
no,
with
no, no.
you're
Wait,
dealing
wait,
with
wait.
Adam, who has full wisdom. He's born with complete wisdom. He's far smarter than you and I put
I
together.
get that. I get that. You're still missing the concept. This is a child in the
He's not a
eyes
child.
of the God that you're explaining
He's
to me.
not a child. Adam was not born a child. He was
I
born with
didn't say he
full.
was born a child. I didn't say he was born a child. Follow me again. You said everybody under God. God views everybody as a child of his. Everybody gets that assignment, correct?
Yep.
Adult or baby, everybody is viewed as a child in a hierarchy of structure and in what you know in intelligence and what you can control. I know how my home is ran, right? My children could be smarter than me and know everything, but they don't make them the. So what I'm saying is,
some are more mature than others.
I get that, but
And
that
Adam
still
was
don't make
very
you the parent.
mature.
I get
Adam
that,
was very
but he
mature.
did not. He was very mature, but he did not know more than his father, which still made him a child.
He knew the basic rules.
The
He knew not to eat from the tree.
Basics don't make you basics.
He knew
Still is
not to
basic.
eat from the tree.
He
Don't eat
knew
from
not
that
to
tree.
eat from the tree. He
That's
knew
right.
not to eat from the tree. That's correct. Just the same way that a child should know not to eat from the garbage or not to do something. But then when they do make those mistakes, if the first thing that happens is you're chastised forever, that's where I'm misunderstanding how then.
But if you tell your child not to eat from that tree,
Mhm.
and he eats from the tree and he gets a stomach ache and dies, you say, I told you so. I told you not to eat from the tree. And that's
No,
exactly
that
what
ain't. No, you
that's
don't.
exactly what
No,
God
you
said
don't.
to
That's
Adam. He said,
that's
if you
some
eat from
evil
that tree,
shit.
you're going to
If
die.
my child, if I tell my child not to eat from a tree and they eat from something and die, I'm gonna break down with so much regret that I let that happen to my child.
Exactly.
Ain't no fucking way I'm finna sit up here talking about some I
Exactly.
told you so. What
Well,
type of sicko
you
shit
were
is
not,
that? That's
you
what's
did not,
wrong with God and all this
you
shit
did
now.
not put see, God put that tree in the Garden of Eden for a reason.
It don't matter. This your child.
No, you don't.
Wait. Your first responsibility to the things that you bring into this world is them, not the fucking tree.
Okay.
Not the rules that you set. It's the child.
He put the tree in the Garden of Eden for a reason, and that reason was to test his creation to see if they obeyed him more than Satan, and they chose Satan.
And that's disturbing as a parent. That's like me baking a whole tray of cookies and I purposely put them in the reach and I say, I know that they're going to take the cookies and I'm going to say, you better not touch these cookies. You better not touch these cookies. Knowing at the level of understanding. I'm not saying that Adam was a child, but he had a far less understanding and wisdom than that of Lucifer or the devil, whatever he didn't.
No. Why did Adam eat from the tree? Why did he eat from the tree?
What I was saying was, as a parent,
did Adam eat from the tree? I'm asking you a question. Why did
I'm finishing a statement, and then you can ask me the question.
Well, I've already asked the question.
Adam ate from the tree because the tree was there.
The tree was there. The cookie was there. How are you going to get mad, unjustly get mad at someone taking something that you purposely put them there?
There's no wrong answers. When it comes to perception, sir, you can't tell me perspective. When you can't tell me my perspective on the situation is wrong. You just view it differently from me. Yeah, I've read
the reason why he ate from the tree was not of his own free will.
Was it because he was tempted? Are you talking about because Eve?
So wait. It wasn't of his free will. So you mean to tell me it was meant for him to eat from the tree?
No.
So
if you read the Bible,
it's not a free will.
Wait, let him explain it. Let him explain it.
If you read the Bible, it was the woman who ate from the tree.
Okay.
And then the woman, and then Adam comes and says, what are you doing? You're eating from the tree. You're not supposed to eat from the tree. He says, yeah, but the devil told me it's okay. And the woman then convinced the man that it was okay to eat from the tree, even though the man, hold on, even though the man knew in his heart that God told him not to eat from the tree. He saw his wife. He knew his wife now, who he loved more than God. See, he loved his wife more than God. You have to understand that. When he saw Eve, she was the most beautiful woman ever created, and he was in love with her. And then he sees her eating the apple. He does not want to leave his wife. And he looks at God and says, I'll choose her over you. So I'm going to eat from the tree also. So the reason why Adam ate from the tree is because Eve was fooled by the devil. And that's why women are inferior to men.
Oh, yes. Okay. So once again, we're going to lay the burden on one person and not look at the devil, the fact that he was thrown down and he knew better. He knew better. He was there praising. He was high ranking with the Elohim, with the gods in the beginning of creation. He knew better. He started a war. He took a third of the angels with him. He got put down here. He didn't get dealt with. He didn't get no punishment. How is ruling a planet and making people bend at your will of punishment? And you have somebody who doesn't have and hold that wisdom that these high-ranking Elohim did, and they make one mistake. They disobey one time, and it's death. And it's all on her shoulders.
No, but hold on, sis. You ain't even got it. I got you, sis. Here go the cold part about what he's saying. He said that's why women are inferior, right?
Hold
on, wait. Hold on. I heard you. You ain't got to say it again. Because they were fooled. Then they convinced Adam. Eve convinced Adam. Even in that story. Once you become an adult with your own mind and you reach fruition, you stop believing, you stop having faith, you just go with what you know. Once I got into my common sense mind, I was not able to look at that story the same and not able to be finessed by that's why women are inferior. Quite frankly, if that story is true, that will make women superior. Because if you get orders from God, and you listen to somebody that in your eyes you said came later from your rib, and they convince you to do some shit against God, therefore they finesse you. They put you in the inferior slot.
That's right.
Beneath them.
I agree.
You're beneath them. So it don't make women inferior. It make man inferior to woman in that case.
Adam basically put the woman above himself.
So what you just said is a nom de guerre. That makes
no. As his God. See, he worships the woman more than he worships God.
And then if you saying we come from Adam, then that put man below women.
So God does not worship the woman.
We ain't talking about God right now. We talking about man. See, I'm not gonna let you twist the word.
We're looking at men who worship women all the time. They do everything for the woman.
And you said it started from Adam.
Yeah, it started with Adam because he chose
that make
the woman
man
over
inferior
God.
under women. You just said women is inferior to men, but then you just said that the woman finessed the man and tricked them. So that
look at what
superior.
God did. Look what God did. He punished the earth, right? He punished the snake or the serpent, so he didn't have legs, and he punished the woman so that she would travail in birth. But did he punish the man?
Yes.
No. He didn't punish
toil the earth. Men have to work and toil the earth.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. But not like a woman. And not like a woman who gives birth and pain. The woman goes through a lot more pain in childbirth than the man does.
Wait, sir. I'm going to tell you right now. As a man with 5 children, 3 of them born in the home. I've watched my wife give birth to 5 children and get up and cook later on that day.
Well,
okay.
Not all women are like her.
That shit is a myth.
Exactly.
Most women are like her. No.
Exactly.
Most women are like her. The women that go through, and I guarantee you, your wife went to a hospital and laid on her back and went through some unnecessary shit with them motherfucking doctors practicing on her.
Well, and I had a C-section. I had a high-risk pregnancy.
That's where it comes from. So you know what I'm talking about.
Hours after my stomach was ripped open, I was up walking the floor in the nursery, taking care of my little ones, and then released from the hospital. And I had 2 other little ones. Okay, it's painful for a moment. So what about all the other beings that go through things, and then they say the monthly flow is because of that. The animals, the female animals, have monthly flows. Do you
Yeah,
understand me? So
but
where
they
does that
don't
come from?
suffer. Other
Where
animals
does
don't
that
suffer during
How do
childbirth.
where
you
does
know
that
they
come
don't
from?
Only
suffer?
the human.
Wait,
How do you,
wait. What made you, what animal did you talk to during childbirth that said, I'm not suffering right now?
Well, I look at other animals giving birth and it's just like nothing. I've seen my dogs give birth. It's like she lays down, boom, all of a sudden 7 puppies come out of her and she's back up on her feet.
we
Yeah,
just said we
women
did
do
the
that.
same thing.
Women do that.
We pop them out
Not
and
my
you get
wife.
back on your
Yeah,
feet.
no,
You get
My
back
that's
wife
what
on
I'm
your
almost
saying.
feet.
died.
You keep comparing your wife, and I don't want to get specifically into your wife because I don't actually know her lifestyle, her medical history, or what type of woman she is. But when you talk about animals giving birth, these are live, wild creatures that, guess what they do all day? Exercise, run around, and eat good and healthy. That's what my wife do. Run around, eat good and healthy. You see what I'm saying? The world right now is not healthy. You see what I mean? Christians tell you you can pray over plates of bullshit and God will bless it and you could be sickly.
And you also have to take into account, in the Western society, women are laying on their back. In other cultures, you're standing and gravity is helping you. And if you're the women here, most of the time, you know what I'm saying? We're laying on our back. We got our feet up. We're working against gravity. That's going to be painful and it's going to be more work. Okay. So thank you, Mental Pancake.
Mental pancakes. Exactly. That's why I said I had my last 3 in the house. It's not a medical procedure. That ain't no shit you get up and run to the hospital for. You do it right in the house. My wife got in the bathtub and had my last child. So all of that pain and shit, you know, if you just want to believe what the Bible's saying and go off of that is gonna be pain, then you'll kind of like psychosomatically put that pain in your mind and start to express those symptoms.
Yeah. Well, whatever gravity is, the statement right here, whatever, you might not like the term gravity, whatever helps bring the stuff down when it goes up and it comes down, that's what I'm talking about. It might not be that. And that's another
Density.
thing. That's another thing. The terms, we get so caught up in the different terms and the different terminology, but you get what I'm saying, you know?
I got to get out of here, gang. Salute to everybody. Y'all have a good one.
Much
thanks for
love. It
coming
was
up,
so
bro.
good seeing you, Bobby.
You
Appreciate
too,
it.
son, kids. You too, Ian. Y'all have a good one, man. And you too, Christ brings a sword. Salute, man.
Take care now.
So that's the difference, because when before I did believe like I had to pick a religion, and I prayed, I thought that this was the truth and that. So just because I did that, I'm good regardless of my sins. That's where you kind of said, right?
What you believe in your heart is going to determine whether or not your name is written in the book of life. That's what it comes down
But that's
to.
a contradiction of what you said, because you said if you confess that Jesus is your Lord and Savior, then that will determine. Now it's what you believe in your heart. I believe in my heart that I'm a good person. I spread love and I help my community. I do good. I honor myself. I raise my children in love. And I don't profess that Jesus Christ is my Lord and Savior. So you said I had to in order to have my name written in the book of life. And now you just said what's in your heart. And I'm not trying to I'm not trying to belittle you or cause confusion, but
either you believe in Jesus or you don't.
Okay, so it's not what's in my heart.
Well, it's what, if you believe in Jesus, if Jesus is in your heart, then you're saved. If he's not in your heart, you're not saved.
Who said that? Can you give me the specific script? Where did that come from specifically?
Exactly.
Can we get down to specifics?
If you believe in Jesus, you're saved.
Who says?
John 3:16, I think it's right.
Yeah, it's the whole John 3:16.
It's all over the Bible. I don't have the verses in front of me, but it's, if you believe in Jesus, if you know that he died for your sins, if you know that he resurrected on the 3rd day.
He didn't say that. Jesus didn't say that in 3:16 because he was still alive. Jesus never said that.
but there's other parts of the Bible that talk about it too. You just choose one part of the Bible. The later parts of the Bible are more for the Christian than the earlier parts, because the earlier parts are for the Jews and the later parts are for the Gentiles. And I'm a Gentile, I'm not a Jew. So when Paul is ministering to the Gentiles, that's really where I put most of my attention into, is to Paul's ministry. And in First Corinthians, uh, First Corinthians 15, 1 through 4, that is the gospel that will get you saved if you believe it. So if you read those first 4 lines where it says that Jesus died, was resurrected, was buried, resurrected on the 3rd day, and died for our sins, and that he was raised up like
What
Scripture
about
says.
people that don't have access to this? Innocent people
Well,
in Saudi Arabia, kids being born, good people, and they're kind of forced into.
at this time, the whole world has heard the good news, and those people who have,
No, there are
and
people who
those,
are in the Amazon.
hold
There are
on,
people who are in the Amazon
and
jungle.
those people who have not heard the good news, they're on an island or something like that. They have the word of God written on their hearts, and God will judge people depending on how much knowledge they have and how close they are to that knowledge. So if you don't really know anything and you're just a good person, like you said, you don't have access to the Bible, but you look up and you see the stars at night. There's enough information in the stars to tell you that there's a God, and if you believe there's a God, then you're good. But if you look at the stars and say, it's just a bunch of lights in the sky, they don't mean anything, just ignore it, you're not saved. So God puts the stars in the skies to make us wonder. God puts the pyramid on the earth to make us wonder. God gives us the Bible to make us wonder. But he doesn't violate our free will. He doesn't tell us what to think, because he gave us the free will when Adam chose to go against God and chose the knowledge of good and evil for himself. And so now Satan is in charge because he chose Satan over God. That's where we are. And now Jesus Christ has died for our sins, the sacrificial lamb. We believe in him. We get restored to where Adam was. In fact, we get more than what Adam had. So that's
So if I say I'm with the truth no matter what the truth is, but I don't know for sure that these stories are true, and King James, all these clowns are going to give me the truth, but I stand with the truth. But let's say I deny it because I don't know for sure. I don't trust these clowns. Now I'm going to be in hell with the pedophiles.
No, I think if you look for the truth, that's a really good place to start. That's where I started, because I was an atheist about 10 years ago, and I just wanted to know what the truth was. I didn't think it was going to lead me to Jesus Christ, okay? I just said, I want to know what the truth was. And I sort of prayed, meditated, prayed, whatever you want to call it. And eventually it came to me. So I asked for the truth and I got it. It was, and you'll get it too if you're really sincere about finding the truth. The devil might come and step in between you and the truth and say, here's the truth over here. But if you're persistent, you'll say, no, that doesn't hold water. I got to keep looking until something really strikes me. Now, for me, I saw the signs in the stars and the Bible. I said, well, that's too much coincidence. I don't believe in coincidences, so I'm going to go with the Bible. So that started me down my path.
So you're saying that, okay, let's say Jesus was here right now and he saw me as a good person and everything, or let's say from Jesus's perspective, he would look at someone like me, or let's say a really good person. And let's say people that are actually worse sinners but believe in Jesus, they're automatically saved. Now, say it's a really good person. Jesus is going to look at that person like, you didn't believe in me. You didn't say I'm your savior, so now you're going to hell. Jesus would say that?
Yeah, because the punishment for sin is death, and Jesus is perfect. He never sinned. He never did anything wrong. And you have to be like Jesus if you want to be saved. And nobody is like Jesus. And so every man has sinned at some point in his life, except for Jesus. He's the only one who didn't sin. And so he came as the spotless lamb, the Lamb of God. He died for our sins. And then if we believe in him, then we are saved too. That's the whole thing. And now, if you don't believe that, you say, well, that's not, I don't agree with that. It's got to be harder than that. It's got to be something more complicated. I've got to be a better person myself. I can't just throw all my sins on Jesus Christ and expect to be saved. Well, good luck to you, because that's the deal. God actually sacrificed his son so that you don't have to conform. You just have to believe.
If God created man, why was he referred to as a he? because it can't be a he or a she because it created mankind. I'm a little confused. That really perplexes me when people refer to him as a he.
God created the woman to help the man, not to be independent from the man. So man needed a helper. It's not right for man to be by himself. So God took a part of man and made the woman from the man. So the woman is a little bit inferior to the man by design because she's supposed to help the man, not compete with him. So that's what purpose of a woman is to help the man, but it's turned out to be the opposite. Now the man does everything he can for the woman.
At the end of the day, I really appreciate you coming up here and being here with this conversation. I really liked it, and was going with Bobby and Sunkiss. That was great. Dominic, if you wanted to jump in with anything, please. I don't want to.
Sure, no problem.
Yeah.
Hi, Ian.
Please, thank you.
So the question I would probably ask out loud for anybody to want to ponder: the written work that a lot of these prophets had, were they written or were they channeled down? And if they were, let alone spoken, what version are we going to use? The Greek? Hebrew was written from right to left. Now English. So now if people start interpreting all this stuff as it gets rewritten in different version, so what is it? Like, and let's use the English version, Garden East of Eden. Where is that? Same with when the serpent spoke to Eve. Did God say so? Because to me, Adam was talking to the Lord. When they talk about Jesus being the witness, so who's the one on the horse then? It's called true and faithful. Who's the word of God? Let alone who's the light of God? I get it. A lot of times we use written work. What does it do to the hemisphere when you write things down? Other things such as when the Watchers came down and they were impregnated men's daughter, men, opposed to man. Because God created something in its image. What's the thing on the earth then? Is that an image or are those formations? I get it when people talk about being Christ-like, anointed. But for what end? Because if people understand Genesis and Revelation, they realize they're interconnected. Now, did Jesus take away the sin? What was at the door when Adam basically said to his son, sin is at the door? Who's the woman on the white horse? I mean, on the seven-headed dragon. If you understand dragons, you understand the seventh continent. It's called Earth. I get it. Whoever's the gentleman speaking here, all the power to you. But you have to ask yourself, why is it written, let alone spoken? Anyway, enough.
Okay.
No response. Okay.
Well, he said so much. I don't know what he wants me to respond to. He said like 10 things.
Yeah. Do you have because you are asking some great questions and you asked more. I definitely would like some of the questions asked, but
okay. If it's
zero in on one thing.
Okay, if it's inspired to be written, let them spoken, through inspiration, you'll be comprehension. Hence the word, the heart of men, because there's blood that goes to it. And what is blood? Memory. So now, if these prophets, hold on a second, I do apologize. If these prophets were channeling, why were they channeling? Because the masses, humanity. Again, that's even a question. Is the Bible written for humanity or for the beings that we call humans?
Well,
you have to go inwards. You have to go in stillness.
The Bible is many things. Many things.
Many
you can't
stories.
Isolate it. It's history, right? It's history.
Pen to paper.
It's also his story.
Whoever that is.
God.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
So why do they say Lord God, gods, and lords?
Well, you want to talk about that?
No.
About which question do you want to talk about?
Well, I just said, why do they say God, Lord gods, and lords?
Well, what's the context?
You're the one that read the Bible. Hopefully,
I don't know where you're reading it from.
Mm-hmm. Well, there's many versions.
Okay. Well, I don't know. I don't have an answer for you.
Okay, so let's say you do know.
I don't know the context.
Let's say you do know. Let's say you do know. Are you going to apply discernment and understanding to that? That's the other tree that we're talking about now.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Bingo.
You're going around in circles.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Something to ponder. Something to note it. Go inwards.
Yeah, it's confusion. I don't need it.
Okay.
That's how I feel about the whole religion too. It's confusion. I don't need it. I am, exactly. And that's it.
Exactly. And like I said at the beginning, if you go to your strong concordance, in the beginning, God's it's Elohim. Most of what is spoken as far as like God did this in Exodus, Leviticus, giving out orders and laws. It is the Elohim, which is plural, which means more than one. It's not me, it's the translation, Elohim, Hebrew word for 30.
Well, do you believe that this world is all that there is, that when you die, there's nothing else?
No, I don't think any of us. There might be a few, but we're
What do you
not.
think happens after you die?
Um, I don't know, but I know I transcend space and time, and I continue. You know, my
No,
energy
no, you
continues.
don't. You don't. You actually die.
According
You
to
actually,
you, who like men that told you, and these
because, well, the
evil
Bible
bloodlines
says you
told you the
die.
truth?
See, because when you shed your blood, you're no longer alive. Have you ever seen a dead corpse?
Right. This
Right.
I'm
You ever
not
look?
this body. This is
Have you ever
just like
looked
I
at?
wear clothes. Hold
Have you
on.
ever
When
looked
I
at a
wear
dead body? Have you ever seen a dead body without any life in it?
well, because I'm not this body. This body stays in this world with everything else. I don't take any of this. But something I was somewhere, and I was existing before this life, and this is just an avatar. So I don't identify with this body like that. I transcend all of this. Now, what's going to happen specifically? Obviously, for the most part, none of us know. We think we know. They tell us what the process is, but we really don't know. But all I know is that I am, and I'm going to be an I am after this. I shed this body too.
Have you ever been on the surgery table where they put you in anesthesia?
Right.
Have you
And
ever done that? Have you ever been
no,
out,
I
put out?
haven't.
Okay, so I've been put out a few times, and I don't remember a damn thing between the time they put me out and the time I wake up. I don't remember a damn thing.
What about all the people that did?
They
What
could,
about the people that were flatlined and
they could
saw what was
be,
going on
they,
in the operating room while
they
they were
could,
flatlined and told
yeah.
the doctors like, I saw this happen. They're like, how did you see it? Because you were
I'm just telling you,
flatlined.
my experience is that when I'm put out, I don't remember a damn thing between the time they put me out and the time I wake up. They could be cranking my chest open, grabbing organs out of my body and stitching me back up. And when I wake up, I'll just say, the last thing I remember is my wife was looking at me and giving me a kiss on my forehead. That's the last thing I remember. And I don't know anything in between. That's
But
what
what's
it's
your
like.
point?
That's what it's like when you die. You don't remember a damn thing.
Okay.
I have a
You know
question
nothing.
because
You have no consciousness whatsoever when you're dead. You're just dead.
Oh, you sure about that?
so
Yep, I'm sure
100%.
about that. I'm
Because you went
100%
on
sure of that.
anesthesia, this happened, so you know 1000%. That's what we're all going to experience.
That's what happens because if you ever seen a dead body
Right.
has no life in it, right? So where
I'm
is
not
the
this
life?
body.
Where is that?
Okay.
Where is that life if it's not in the body? Where
so
is it?
what happened with
Tell me where it
Christ?
is.
That
His
makes
body
no
died, but
sense.
he
Well, where
rose
is it? You said you
again.
believe it's somewhere. Where is it? I want to
What
know where the life
happened?
went
What
to.
happened with Christ? He was not this body. We shall rise and be like him. You're contradicting yourself because Christ rose out of this body because he was greater than this body to save us from this body to have eternal life. So there's something after this. You totally contradicted what you just said, sir.
Yeah,
Your
you just
belief.
came with an atheist perspective. It's kind of
You just said
odd.
there's
I've never
nothing
seen a
after.
Christian do that.
You
That's
said there
weird.
is nothing in this body and it's nothing, but you
It's
said
so
Christ
obvious you can't
died
even
for
see
your
it.
sins.
You've seen a dead body and you're saying you're telling me that there's still life in the dead body. It's ridiculous. There is
No,
no life. You're
I
dead.
didn't say that. I didn't
You're
say
dead.
that. You
You're
said
just
there's.
dead.
So
You're just
what?
dead.
Christ died. Okay, this Christ died. He lived in a body. Okay, this is the basis of your faith. He lived in a body. Then he rose out of his body. You
Yeah.
shall, in a blink, a twinkling of an eye, we shall be like him. That's what it says.
Yeah.
So,
Jesus died and then he came back to life.
okay, so you are not this body. So Christ, if that's the case, then there is
I
nothing
am whatever
Christ
body
did
gives.
because his body was nothing.
I am whatever
And
body the Lord gives.
his existence and them seeing him 3 days afterwards means nothing, according to what you just said, sir.
When a body dies, it goes into the grave and it's covered with dirt and it's done. Okay. And then at some point in the future not being here yet, Jesus is going to say, come out of the grave. And then you're going to come out of the grave and you're going to be a new person. but not
Have you
until
ever
then.
seen a body that has been
Okay.
decaying for just like
So you will
3
not.
days?
You have no
You
consciousness between the time you die and the future when Jesus Christ
that's
resurrects. You will
that's
have
what you
no
think. That's what
memory
you
of what's
think.
going
And
on at
there are
this
other
time.
people who have had near-death experiences who have died flatline. There's people here on the channel who have died and experienced something greater than and you have people who have died in the faith of Hinduism, and they saw their God. You have people who have had near-death experiences as Christians, and they saw Christ. You have people who died just doing their ancestral spiritual practices, and they felt and saw love. So it is
People
your
lie all the
perspective
time.
from a
People
book
lie all the
that
time.
was, you said, from a book that
People
was
lie
written
all the
after
time.
Christ, a book that was written 100+ years after Christ, put together after Christ was here by the Roman government, by Rome, for the Catholic Church. And like I say all the time, if they don't care about your body, your physical body, they don't care about your mind, they don't care about the education system, they're not going to give you the ultimate truth. The slave master is not going to give you the freedom and the keys to your soul so you can set yourself free. How is that going to benefit the slave master? You're just a slave with another set of indoctrination, another chain that you're locking upon yourself. And then you go around to other people preaching and telling them that they're going to be damned because we choose to free our minds and ourselves from all these enslavement systems. And no disrespect to you, Swords.
I don't
I'm
care.
sorry.
You can think whatever you want. I don't care if you decide to go to hell or be saved by Jesus Christ. It's your choice, not my choice. I'm not going to be blamed for what you decide. I've told you the truth, and you get to decide for yourself what you want to believe. You have
That's
free
not
will.
the ultimate truth. I'm sorry. It's written in a book with honoring King James, who has been proven to be a person that hurts children in a not so good way. If a person like King James was to write a book in this time and day, and people would praise him, Christians and other people would throw the book and say he deserves hell.
Are you saying
But
King James wrote the Bible?
I said it's
Is that
no,
what
I
you're
didn't
saying?
say
That
that.
King
I
James wrote
said
the
it's
Bible? You're
honored.
wrong.
I said
He did not
it's
write the Bible.
honored.
It's
I
called the
did
King
not
James
say
Bible.
that he wrote the
Doesn't mean he
Bible. I
wrote it.
said it's honored. It's honored by King James. I
Yes,
didn't
it
say
is.
he wrote it.
'Cause he's a
I said
king.
it was put together at the Council of Nicaea 100+ years after Christ walked this plane of existence. So
Okay, so
Christ
we
had
agree.
no.
We can
So
agree.
you're
Christ,
that King
saying
James did not
God
write
worked
the
through
Bible, right?
God
We can
worked
agree.
God worked through King James to give us the word of God, right? Is that what you're saying?
Well, God gave King James, made King James a king. He's an anointed, legitimate king. And the King James Bible is the only Bible that has the handprint, the approval of an anointed king on it. There's no other Bible of all the Bibles. The King James Bible is the only one that has the approval of an anointed king. It's the only one.
that hurt children in a very bad way. That's the way to go. That hurt children, that killed innocents.
Yeah, but you're not the
Because
judge. You're not the judge.
so hurting children
You're not the judge.
in a way. Oh,
You're not the judge. You're just not the judge. You don't get to choose. You
says
don't
who?
get to judge the king.
Says who? A book that was written
You don't
by
get to
a
judge
king?
a king. You don't get to judge a king.
I don't get to
Only
judge
God
a king.
judge.
I don't get to judge a king. If you're wrong, I'm going to tell you wrong. If you're hurting a
Wow.
child and it's disgusting, I don't give a care. If you're the king of the motherfucking universe, it's wrong. I say so. I say it's wrong. And honoring someone that perverted,
You're not my judge.
perverted ways with a child,
You're
you
not
think
my
that's worthy?
judge. You don't get to judge me or anyone else.
I'm not wanting to judge you. So you don't get to judge me.
You're judging.
How am I
I'm not
judging?
judging.
I'm
I'm
saying
just
that
telling
it's
you what the Bible
disgusting. We judge things every day. You have to judge to go right and left. You have to judge. Am I going to let this person in my house? Is this person a nice person? Is this person is a serial killer? Am I going to let this person in my? We pass judgments all the time. You can't say you can't judge anybody. That's BS.
Actually, I've had a lot of conversations with different people, but this is kind of honestly like a new perspective, especially the whole thing with like I am this body. You see a body, and then there's nothing after that. That's actually a new one for me.
Well, if I used to be like almost all Christians believe in an eternal soul. I believe in a a temporary soul. You get the soul when you're born and you breathe your first breath, or in the womb, I guess you're breathing the mother's fluids. But then after you die, you are no longer breathing, your heart is no longer pumping, and the spirit of life is out of your body. It's gone. Where does that spirit of life go? It goes back to God, the source where it came from. So when you die, you have no soul. The soul dies, it's dead. The body is dead, but the spirit of life leaves and goes back to God.
Can
And
you
that's
point out the scripture on that? Well, before you move forward, can we pull up the scripture on that exactly where that came from, please? I want the
don't know.
scripture on exactly what you're
I don't know
saying.
the scripture, but I'll look it up for you later on. That there's several
Well,
places in the Bible where it says the spirit of God returned to him or something like that. But I don't have the Bible in my memory. Okay, I can't tell
okay.
you
Yeah, you
exactly
should be able
where.
to point out the scripture on that one.
I can find
But
it if you want me to take my time and look for it. I can, but I mean, if you want me to, I'll look for it right now. I mean,
I
it won't be
just
that
feel like if
hard.
you're going to tell people that you have the ultimate truth, you should pinpoint and have in reference where if
Look,
you're
you have a
where
free will to believe whatever you want. I don't have the
no,
ultimate
I'm
truth.
just
You have a right to decide for yourself what to believe. What
I'm
I
not
have is the
I'm
Bible
not
and an
saying
understanding of
that.
what
I'm
it says
saying
and
that if you're
sharing.
going to say this is the ultimate truth and you're telling people this is the ultimate truth, you should be able to say the spirit of the Lord is in Ephesians 3:17, or you this is something that you
I'm
should hold
sorry to
through.
disappoint
That's
you.
what
I'm
I'm
sorry.
saying. If you're telling people this is the
Sorry.
ultimate truth and you're leading people there, you need to be able to reference what you are saying as the
Yeah.
ultimate truth. Because
Well,
if I hear
again, you're
people
not my.
tell me something and they're not even able to tell me the basic, it's
You're a
somewhere
very
in there.
judgmental woman. You're a very
What?
judgmental woman. You're a very judgmental woman.
I'm a very judge.
What?
I do judge because when I
You're
didn't
very
judge, a
judgmental.
lot of things happen, and you cannot go through this life without making judgments.
Okay.
You
I don't have
cannot
to
go through
listen
this
to
life
you.
without
I
making
don't have to
judgments.
listen to you. I can
You
just
don't
shut
have to
you
listen
up.
to me.
Yeah, I can just shut you up. Okay. I
You
can't
you
shut you
can't
up. I
shut
can
me up.
shut
You're
you
not
up.
gonna shut me up any type of way. Let me tell you that. Okay? You can't shut me up any type of way. You have no control over me. I'm sorry, Ian, but nobody is going to talk to me that way. Nobody is
Oh, he
going to, no
left.
man is going to talk
Oh,
to me
wait.
that
I'm
way.
sorry. I that for that second I spaced out. What exactly did he say?
He told me he can shut me up and he can whatever. And I said, no, you can't shut. He told me I was a judgmental woman and that basically I needed to be quiet and that he could shut me up. No man is going to talk to me that way, especially after everything that I've been through. I hold my own power.
Wow.
You don't tell me what to do. And you can't go through this life without passing judgments. And you have a problem with women coming in there with that women are inferior complex. And I'm going to tell you, this woman, you ain't go shut up. You best believe it. And Ian, I'm sorry, I'm not trying to be disrespectful to you or your platform,
No,
but
please
he's not going
respond.
to
I
talk
want
to
you to
me.
respond to that. Go ahead, you
He's
please, because
not going to
that's
talk to me that way. Get out of here with that.
wow. There you go, right there. Perfect
All
example.
because
That was
all because I said when you go to people and you're telling people you hold the absolute truth, but you can't find the biblical reference, it makes you look you don't have credibility. So if you're going through at least memorize 5-6 scriptures where if I say, what about the spirit of this? Okay, you should be able to say you need to go to Romans chapter this. And then he told me I was a very judgmental woman.
right. I mean, I'm looking for truth too, and you know what? And there's a lot of truth in the Bible, right? And we're trying to discover the truth, especially when we transcend space and time when we die. I'm curious to know a lot of that. And he says he has the truth. He gave it all to us. But for the ultimate, probably I would say scripture right there. That's what I would want to see. I've never heard of that. And I've never heard that perspective from a Christian. Uh, we have someone new joining. Let me add on at 911. Oh, my
Hello?
bad. Yep.
Yeah, hi guys. Hey guys.
What's up?
Yeah, so I'm just listening. I wanted to join in the conversation for a little bit.
Please do.
Cool. Cool.
You have the floor.
So,
You're new, so I'm gonna just throw some on the screen while you talk. But go ahead.
okay, cool. So, I can't really see everyone that's here right now, but is the guy, the Christian guy, is he still here? I can't really see everyone
Sorry,
that's
I was
here.
muted. He left
Oh,
after he said that the sun kissed when we started asking him a question.
oh, oh,
He's
okay,
probably
okay,
listening
okay.
though. Go ahead.
Oh, okay. So yeah, so what I really wanted to, what I wanted to ask him was, because right now I'm here in, I'm in West Africa, and I'm from the U.S. But before I come to Africa, I didn't really know the history of Christianity in Africa. So what I wanted to ask him was if Christianity and knowing Jesus and things like that was so important, why did the people that introduced it to places like Africa have to kill so many people to establish themselves? Like, if it was something that if it was something that everyone needed to know, you wouldn't have to come through and kill so many people for them to accept it and understand it. That's one thing that I never had a chance to ask someone that was like him, that was so committed to this religion. Why was that so important for them to slaughter so many people, to have them accept something that was supposed to be a natural, universal thing, to be accepted? I don't understand that. But he's not
Right.
here right now. Yeah.
Yeah, no, that's a great question, and that's something I've been pointing out in my presentation in the beginning, and we were kind of asking him in a way, but that's the questions I want answered too. What kind of God would
That's
do that? It's like, why not just give us all the truth within us? And I think that the
exactly.
God did, because I know what it feels like when I know truth. I know what it feels like when I see good and do good. I know that feeling. That's the Holy Spirit to me, is truth. So actually, God already gave it to us. So it's
Exactly.
like we don't need these middlemen between us and our true selves and the Creator. It's already there. There's
Exactly.
already the connection. They want to put something in between to take away your power.
Exactly.
Exactly. And you know what? At 911, can I ask you where you are in West Africa?
I'm in Senegal right now, in Dakar, Senegal. Yeah.
I know where that is. My dad is from Sierra Leone. And so,
Oh, okay.
yes, yes. So big ups to
Um,
West Africa. And I have,
Sunkist,
huh?
oh no, go ahead. What were you gonna say? Because you might want to respond to some of these comments here. I don't want to get you fired up, but
Mhm.
All I'm gonna say is just think about it. Look at what we can go back 100 plus years and me from word of mouth and seeing. You have a bunch of religious people coming in on behalf of God, and I'm gonna say the proper term, God's Elohim, saying you must be saved. They send the Red Cross, they send the, what do you call them people? Um, uh, that go minister to other people overseas. And then what comes in? You have the governments that slowly come in or forcefully come in and they take the riches of the land. You had it with the indigenous people over here. This is manifest destiny. This was God's calling for a new world. And you go and you say you're a heathen because you are not walking in the ways of Christ. You're not repenting. So we're going to kill you. Not only is that beneficial to kill off a bunch of the people so they won't be able to fight you, but you also take hold of the land, of the riches of the land, and you don't give it to the people. So, but yeah, let me see these comments, Ian.
okay. From Stephen David, there's a few of them.
Oh, a super fan.
Imagine my shock. I check back to see how this shit is going, and the insufferable broad is showing her true colors.
Wow. I'm glad I'm insufferable to you.
Typical single mom behavior and a
Single
witch
mom behavior.
nonetheless.
Oh, yes. And I am a witch. You know what the word witch means? Wise one. The witches were the wise one in the community. The witches were the ones that had the knowledge of the herbs, the knowledge of the healing that everybody went to. And it was son of a yays like King James who came in and killed the witches, who came and killed the midwives, who came and killed the way of living with nature. And good. Oh, so I'm really going to listen to that. This is why Paul said women should be silent in church. Hmm.
Wow, what a piece of shit. Shit, dude.
So
What a
so
piece of trash.
instead of man and woman working together, because I see man and women, we have different roles. We are not superior. One is not superior. One is not inferior. We come together. We have different roles. We have different energies, but we work together. So,
True, true, very true.
and I have my own judgment. I judge from within. I judge from energy. Energy don't lie, like the books that were handed to us by the slave masters. Okay.
Shunskis, if I can share for a bit.
Yes, go ahead. Back at you.
9/11, when you had asked the question, I think when we reflect back on the behavior of humans, whether it's state or religion, it's always shown that humans have been very harmful to one another. Whether or not they use a fictitious or let alone real thing called God, it's still human responsibility to say how many monarchies, how many governors, states have pushed things with war times. So it's not fair to just rip into one dogma. You should be ripping into most of them. Even commerce works that way.
For sure, for sure, for sure. That's the
Yeah.
way, yeah, that's the way things have been going. Yeah, for sure. But that's why I think that we should all be thinking for ourselves instead of trying to find something to follow. You know, that's the pretty much that's where I go with the way I live right now. I try to separate myself from anything that's trying to give me any kind of rules or direction or anything like that. I feel like we all know we have internal guidance. We already know what to do, you know, but the purpose of all these systems and things like that is to take away our power to think. Actually, it's just to tell you what to do and take away your ability to think for yourself. So all of these things pretty much go in the same, they're all in the same pot, you know. I don't do politics, I don't do religion, I don't do none of those things, you know. I've separated myself from those things for a while now. So it's pretty much the same thing. But Christianity itself is, you know, we all know the history of Christianity. That's why it's the largest religion in the world today. You know, it's because the history is it's a bloody one. It's a nasty one, and I'm not even sure how people can follow those old scriptures and books in the year 2023. All these things, even politics. You know, if people can see through politics in the year 2023. I'm not sure what it's going to take, you know. So sometimes I feel like I'm speaking on deaf ears because if I can see something so clearly that, you know, you would expect other people to see as well, and people just don't see it, you know, I'm not really sure what's going through people's heads these days, you know, really.
When you're talking about religion, in this case Christianity, yes, but it's only one of the dogmas. So commerce is actually the one that runs everything. So selling ideas like state, like all the isms or religion, whether it's the Muslims being preached or even the teachings of Hinduism or Buddhism, that's still commercism. So now, and most of us, whether they know it or not, they follow a god called money without understanding how does it work. Now, whether or not people want to grasp the ideal, you look at nature and then you look at what men create. Those are two different species. Are we to assume that the gods forgot to build cities and roads? No, those things aren't chi. They're not harmony. Nature is harmony. Our vessels are
Sure.
harmonies. But now people have to remember there was a story called that the Watchers came down. It's like playing a video game and now you decide you want to jump into it. And that's what's happened. That's why alchemy came to be, because through the womb of a woman, that's where alchemy came to be. This is where we get the concept of wizards and witches, because through that this is why we have the concept God created something in our image, or in its image, called man. When you look up at the sky next time, look at the sun and the moon. Are those material or are those images?
Well, you know, I hate that term that God created man in his image. Man created God in their image. There is no such thing.
Okay.
What people consider God is something that man made. They made an idea of a God in their image to control men. That there's no such thing as you know, God creating man in his
Okay.
image. That's a
Do you
fairy
understand?
tale story.
Do you
That's a
understand the
fairy tale
story?
story.
Do you understand the story of what's called man, M-A-N, and men, M-E-N?
the story of that?
Man, man. God created something in his image. So now the word mint, mind, man is the same ideal. So before any of us are reborn into these realms, these forms we want to call them, all language already exists. That's all it's called in the mind. That's what's called man. This is why AI can be everywhere. Man is everywhere. So now what we call men, that's men. That's why the gods, whatever you want to call them, demigods or whatever, they came unto the daughters of men, men. It's quite clearly spoken in these written works or whatever. But when
In
people think it's,
English.
yes,
In
English.
English.
English is a
Right.
meaningful. It's a meaningful language. It's not like Greek say it's a comprehension language. Sanskrit is a healing language. Let alone Hebrew. And now people have to remember things written from left to right or right to left give you different outputs. Let alone reading it from a scroll form. Let alone from a book form. There's a lot of teachings out there, but most of us have been so dumbed down. Even the language we're speaking is an indoctrination with the sounds and
Of
frequency.
course, of course.
Well, you're saying that out loud.
Absolutely.
I'm sharing with you. We're sharing out loud, but there's a lot of people unaware of that at present.
Yeah, but that's the thing. I don't like to even involve language when it comes to spiritual matters and things like that because there's so many different languages. You say men, in Spanish, men is hombres.
Mhm.
So is it the same? How does that work? How does that even, from a universal level, from a spiritual level, as you're talking about right now? How does that make sense to you?
Well, if you go inward as opposed to using your upper hemispheres, you use your midbrain. That's where the mind works better with the midbrain. That's why we have words like inspiration, inspired, and all intuition. But then again, you say the word language, numbers, colors, consciousness, those are all languages. Braille, language, body language, language. Again, when I say a word, I use a spoken word and I'll look at an object and
Spoken
then
word, right?
and again, spoken words, you use more receivers. When you use the hemispheres, you're only using a couple of receivers, left and right. I don't know where people get the concept of right and wrong. That's a funny
But
story.
there's too many languages to even involve language. It's just like religion. Like to be a Christian to say that your religion is, it's the correct religion. When there's thousands of other religions out here, you can't you I don't think you can I don't believe you can bring language, spoken language. You're talking about nonverbal like body language and things like that, other
Mhm.
kind of languages, but not verbal language because that's a whole different ball game. There's too many different variations of spoken language to say anyone has a specific meaning to certain things. That's a universal thing. I can't agree with that. I just can't agree with that. you know I can't agree with that.
There's many beings here, so everybody's going to do it differently, And again, it's one of those things where you go inwards, and then you realize what serves you in that moment. In that moment, you got to remember we have a lot of programs running in here, and then in all these different programs, you got to ask yourself which one serves at any particular moment. And English, for example, if you know how to read, write, and all that, those are 5 degrees in its own. So now when people start going inwards, then they have to, this way you get into the concept of stillness and silence.
There's no language there. No spoken language there.
There you go. Now you're downloading information if that needs to do it. And you can observe it at that point as opposed to experiencing it.
Of course. Absolutely. Correct.
I'm just sharing out
Correct.
loud with you. This is not a agreeing or disagreeing kind of conversation because you're not going to
Sure.
see it through my views. And the
Of
fact that
course. Of
I'm sharing a
course.
language that I'm experiencing, they're not mine. But you could tell when somebody says they're kind of lost themselves to say, well, it's my language, it's my words, my thoughts. Oh, okay, they're really yours then. Okay. So it's like when I tell people, say, when you go to sleep, who runs that body? Let alone when me and you are chit-chatting, who's running the liquids in our body? Now, some people can say it's the body, but then some people can communicate with the body. That's another type of language. Not to say everybody is capable of doing that. Some people can consume gold, and some people consume blood. Those are conduits. Not say I can, but I know enough to go inwards, and it'll say to me, Dominic, yeah, that is a possibility because everything has to be presented as a possibility. Dare not somebody understand how does language really work, especially when you have it in a written form, let alone up
Right.
or down, left or right, like the Quran kind of openly they talk about it. Gabriel had to talk through or channel through, what's his name, Muhammad, and he didn't even know how to read and write. Now, is that a story? Could be.
All right. Yeah. Sure. Most things are. Most most of these things are just stories. Yeah, for sure, for sure. For sure. So, but I wanted to ask you, when you say in this place, you said there's many systems running in this place. What do you mean by that? What is this place to you?
We got a physical realm, we got an emotional realm, we got a mental realm, we got people called the astral realm, you know.
Mm.
But most people get caught up what's called the evil world, the material world. They'll see something, they'll call that reality. And that's right, that's a version of it. And then people call it metaphysical. So it's beyond that. So what are, excuse me, where do thoughts literally exist?
Where do they come from, right?
Well, yeah.
Mm.
It's one of those things. Are we really in the cause effect or in the effect side effects? I can tell you the word air, but actually, do I see air? No, I see its effects. I'll see a leaf moving, but that's not air, but I'll call it
Hmm.
air. It depends on what a person's pursuing. If a person's just trying to fit in here and want to experience this realm, more times than not, they're going to be in the left-hand path, the Luciferian path. It's the me path. Nothing wrong with that. It's just something to observe and realize, oh, okay, it's all about me, because most humans are self-absorbed, whether they're honest or not with themselves, including
Sure,
lightning.
sure.
That's good.
I like what, yeah, it's very interesting. He always makes me stop and think.
Mm-hmm.
Thoughts crossing your mind or mind. That's why people even do access consciousness. You can even trick the mind.
So do you believe that the dream realm is a real thing? Or you think that dreams are just what science says it is?
Subconscious mind is actually trying to communicate with the conscious mind because most people are ignorant of it. But some people can actually be in the awakened state and have a thing called imagination. There's something that's always trying to communicate with us. It's there the whole time. That's why we have the concept know thyself. Who's the knower and who's the self? Those are both programs, by the way, but you can observe both of them. It's like watching a computer. We're manifesting what we are. So in this case, you have your ongoing program, you have the hard drive, but we also have electricity and Wi-Fi going to it. So we actually have things going in and out of us, which is called air, prana. So again, yes, it's a dream. It's called a dream state, and it's usually your subconscious. There's something that's running your body. Your parents never taught you how to breathe. Your parents never taught you how to digest your food. That's something beyond the capability of offspringers.
But so you don't believe that this place is similar to a dream?
You keep saying a word, and I have to come down to your awareness. You keep saying the word belief, opposed to knowledge.
What would you prefer me to say?
No. That's your word. Those are your words. That's where you're at right now. Opposed to knowledge, let alone discernment and understanding.
Okay, so that's why I am. So where are you? Since I'm in a certain place, where are you? What word would you use?
Discernment, wisdom.
Discernment,
Yeah.
wisdom.
Mhm.
So
So
how would
that's
I say
that's the
wisdom?
feminine. That's the feminine energy, by the way.
Wisdom.
Yeah.
Okay. Wisdom. So I say, what would your wisdom say that? Would your wisdom say that this place we are in now is a dream-like state?
It's the material state. But when you have thoughts, that's
What
in
is
another realm.
material?
Material, anything you can touch, and then you'll describe it. Literally describe it with words such as a tree, but you actually don't see the word tree when you're describing it.
But what is a tree? Don't you experience trees in your dreams as well?
Me, no. I'll
You don't
say
experience dreams in your trees? The
no,
trees
I
in your
don't.
dreams?
I'm always in my waking state with my imagination.
So you don't dream.
Occasionally, if I actually get the right amount of sleep or whatever, yeah. But then that's usually because I'm missing something. That's why it comes in messages, and that's why some people can interpret dreams, which I can't, by the way.
So you can't interpret dreams.
No.
Okay.
Do you dream? There's a question for you more than for me. Do
Yeah,
you
I
dream?
dream. I dream a whole lot, a
Well
whole
done.
lot,
Do
and
you
I
remember
remember
them?
my dreams.
Good.
Yes, the large majority of them. That's why I asked you the question. Yeah,
Mhm.
because this is a Mandela effect type of deal channel here a little bit. We talk about the Mandela effect a lot. So, what I notice about dreams, since I remember most of my dreams, is that so when you're in your dreams, you can speak to some. You could be speaking to someone. Like for example, if you're speaking to your mother, you could be talking to her for a little bit, and you turn your head and you turn right back, and then you will be talking to someone else. Now, it's not easy to recognize. It's not easy to catch it because it's so fluid. And most people don't remember their dreams, but I'm so in tune with my dreams that I can remember seeing things change in my dreams. So the dreams are so fluid, and it's like that's why I say this place is like a dream state. That's where the Mandela effect comes in, because I don't know if you were Mandela affected or not. Are you Mandela affected?
Dominic, are you speaking of the Mandela effect? I'll throw this in real quick. They're saying that the angel of death's no longer in the Bible, and what's his name was referring to that a lot. But apparently, that's a big Mandela effect. But Dominic, I haven't seen him touch. I think a little bit on the Mandela, but yeah, are you Mandela affected or
No.
no?
He's not. Okay, okay. So he wouldn't relate to it. But anyway, so well, let me just finish what I was saying. Dreams, or this place is like a dream. So most people, the people that don't see the Mandela effect, aren't really aware enough to catch the changes. Like in a dream, when I'm dreaming, I see all the things that change, and I remember my dreams and things like that. I remember most of my dreams. So this is years of experiences and observing my dreams and remembering my dreams and jotting down my dreams and seeing the changes. And I remember I really can compare this place to a dream, like a higher level of a dream, where things can change, and if you don't pay attention, you'll miss it. It's the same thing like your nighttime dreams and things like that. I don't know if anyone here can relate to that. Anybody here that's Mandela affected or no? Am I the only one that's Mandela affected, or can anyone
Oh,
relate
we
to
talk
that?
about. I'm a huge Mandela effect guy.
Yeah, yeah, me too. So I've,
Oh,
matter of fact, it started with me within the pages of the Bible.
That's how a lot of us found each other, is discussing the Mandela effect. By the way, 9/11. I'm really liking what you're bringing to the table when you came up here. So
yeah, yeah, yeah. Cool. Yeah.
9/11, to give you a little
hmm
bit of an insight, I'm an observer from within, not from without. Mandela is observer from without. You're trying to catch telltale signs from things from without.
Well, you have to have information within to recognize things that's changing without. I mean, it's really the same thing. There's really no such thing as within and without. It's all the same thing. It's all the same thing. It's
We
all
have
the same
we
experience.
have many receivers and quite a few of them in the midbrain. That's where the mind works best. So you'll know when you're, whether it's inspired, intuition, insightful, and all that. More times than not, Mandela usually affects the upper hemispheres.
Do you these are technical things you're talking about. I I'm a more intuitive person. I'm more of an intuitive person. I don't really do all those
Mhm,
things like that.
mhm. So you're not going to take information usually through a spoken, let alone through a scholarly approach. But if you're
Well,
actually looking for, Mhm.
yeah, yeah, yeah. Of course. I mean, I will consider it, but I prefer at this point in my life, and what I understand and what I know and what I've observed, I prefer to trust my intuition over anything. Anything. I trust my experience over any written word in any book, you know, because I have to. That's what we're giving our intuition for, is to trust it, not to follow what someone else tells us to follow. We should trust our own intuition. It's not about all of these books and things like that. But if that's what you
we
want to do, that's fine. That's
well,
fine.
leaving that guy up here, he thinks he's tapping into his intuition. He has the truth, right? And we see what's going on. So even when I thought I was tapping into my intuition and the truth, one thing I know is that I could be wrong. People aren't honest with themselves, and we see a lot of people like, "Oh, God came to me, Allah came to me, Buddha came to me," and you know what I mean. And they're tapping
Yeah.
into intuition, but it's really
Not
just
really, not
a
really, not
program,
really. Yeah, and it's
right?
not really because their intuition wouldn't bring up the name Jesus Christ unless they were already indoctrinated in some way. They were introduced to this name already. Intuition is something that no one has to tell you. You just know it. You know it without no external information. You just know. You don't even know exactly what to call it, but you know. That's a
Right.
different thing from, yeah, that's totally different from what these religious people talk about. They're bringing what they've already been indoctrinated with into the situation. That's a whole different thing. That's a whole different thing.
I think what happens
Yeah.
9/11 a lot of times is what most people call intuitions are actually in their intellect. So a person that's in their masculine energy, they're in their programmable energy. For one to actually be in their intuition, they have to actually be in their feminine energy. That's the teaching energy. That's the one the person has to be if they want to be a student. So ponder it. Most people,
Yes.
when they have conversations about morale, that's a very intellectual conversation. So the
Well,
Mandela is a very intellectual conversation. It's not an intuitive conversation. You can bring out intuitive, but then you have to ask yourself, why am I not applying wisdom to it opposed to knowledge? Knowledge is the child.
right. Yeah. I understand.
Well, you said, oh, at least you have your masculine energy. Understand. Well done.
Thank you. Yeah, but hey, what I can say is for sure, like, I'm listening to what you're saying, and I know we're not going to be on the same exact page because there's no two people on the same exact page. But what I can say is that my intuition has guided me from the gutters to, to the top of the hill, man. Just trusting myself and trusting what I feel. It's not about what I read. I have degrees. I have two bachelor's degrees as well. I'm not like some fool walking around here with no kind of schooling or anything like that. But I trust my intuition way more than I trust my schooling because it's taking me so much further. It's taking me so much further. And I can't tell you that enough because most people will reject that. They will reject that because they were taught to reject things like that. But for me, I would never I would never put my intuition on the back burner ever again, because it has taught me so much. It's taken me so far, so far. But I'm not sure where we're going with this, but I don't think that, because I feel like you're trying to school me on something that I don't really think I need any schooling anymore because you're telling me things that I'm really not asking. I'm not asking you, but I'm not sure where we're gonna go with this right now. Unless there's a different topic, because I think we lost the topic. Maybe I'm not sure. Yeah, I'm not sure. Unless you have any questions for me.
Yeah, no, he's just sharing his perspective. I don't think he's
Mm. Oh, I like what can you scroll back down to what the Watchman said? I'm sorry I missed that. I liked what he said. He said people are losing natural affection, the common decency, and the common love for one another. Um, and I feel like
right.
that's part of the different systems that are in place that are made to divide us. And so you become so heartless to other people because they say this group of people are bad. They're not following your way. You don't have that type of understanding of them, or they don't have the kind of education you have. They don't live the way you live. And so we are taught these things. And I've said this before, that if you've ever seen children just play, go up to people when they go to a playground, if you ever just see them go and gravitate towards their age group, they don't care where you're from. They have natural affection. You see somebody that just one of your friends that you just met fall on the ground. I see my kids, or another child will come up and be like, "Are you okay?" You drop your sucker, I'll give you mine. It's like within us, we already naturally know how to do it. But as we grow older, we are taught and put into these systems of division. So I like that statement. The Watchman, good to see you.
He's one of the first, like on my original channel that was taken down. He was like one of the first people I've ever that's been on my channel, by the way. Mary just came up, but Mary, if you wanted to say something, please. Anyone, we're just. Oh, she jumped off. Okay, she'll be back.
Oh,
Hopefully, please come back, Mary. We want to definitely. Anybody, honestly, even if the panel left, I'm still gonna stay here. Oh, she's coming back. So we're gonna be here a while, guys. That's the plan. Okay, Mary's back. What's up, Mary? Good to see you. Much love.
Much love, Ian. Thank you for having me. I accidentally hit the
hi,
back
Mary. Much
button.
love. Good to see you,
Much
sis.
love, Senkiss.
Mm.
I can't read everybody's name on the panel because I'm on my phone, but hi.
Hello, hello.
A couple things. I just took an hour ride home. My brain was just zinging a few times. First thing I want to bring up is you can call me a witch, but that just means I'm a woman in total control of myself, control of myself. I don't need an entity or a man or woman or religious institution to try to control me. Like, you, for real, like people say that it's a trigger thing or something. No, this is my life. I get to make my decisions according to myself.
Hmm.
With all that being said, the one thing I really have to comment on, I was born into this world in a violent bubble. I actually went to preschool in the basement of a church, but I didn't know it was a church. Like I saw the colored glass and I was enamored by it, but I had no idea what building I was in when I was going to preschool. That's one. I didn't, I experienced church maybe once as a child, Sunday school. And of course, by the time I got home, my parents, who were both abusive in their own way, was like, "You're not going back there." Um, so it actually made me curious. Those two things happening made me curious. But while I was within that violent bubble, I prayed for mercy. I'm just using the word prayed because I was a youth. And I can only say in my youthful mind that I screamed out to Creator, I guess is a better way to say it, for mercy. I screamed out to Creator to end my bondage with my parents. What I got because of how I lived is a trinity that most people lose as they grow up and have to find again. And that trinity is my heart, my mind, and my soul. You notice I didn't say my body, I said my heart, my mind, and my soul. So saying that, my intuition was spot on, and I had not even left the violent bubble yet. Like the one parent had left the violent bubble while leaving us with the more violent parent. Um, and my intuition was just like spot on. It is what allowed me to make the phone call that ended my bondage. So that's the second thing I want to say is a lot of what people do in their search is looking out first. They look out to society, they look out to religion, they look out to their jobs, to their superiors, to their parents, to their clergy. They just look out. And if my life means anything at all, I want to express that trinity of heart, mind, and soul is more important than what a religious book has to tell you. Now, I did go forth and see all different churches. Like I was 13 when sorry, not 13, 14. And I started to allow that, I called to get out of one situation. The one I went to wasn't much better, but it did allow me freedoms to be able to engage in those thoughts of what was that building that I went to preschool in? What was that sister? Because it was a Catholic Sunday school I went to. What was that sister talking about? So I went on my own endeavor. I went to almost every single church in my hometown, um, except Jewish, and Jehovah Witness. I had experience with Jehovah Witness already. Jewish, I did not, but I understood at that tender age that it was a closed sect type of religion. So I just didn't bother. After years of talking to people, after years of watching people, after years of listening to these excerpts of a Bible, no one in many years never actually reading. Like you go to school, you go to church one day and you start again back at the beginning of the Bible and read it. Like that has never happened. What I started understanding was that religion took me away from me. You guys understand that? It gave me to someone else. It made my heart, mind, and soul feel obsolete. And that I had to listen. I had to listen to an invisible entity. I had to listen to these pages on a book. I had to listen to pastors and music directors and all these people who were stamped with that good Christian God of approval. You know what? Imagine how I felt because I was still in research. I started at 14. I was still in research and still wound up researching for more than a decade. But I did get married. And my first husband wanted it to be in a church. So I was quite naive, not getting out of under both parents' violent wing till I was 17. I was getting married at 21. I was really still naive with only 4 years really being in the world. And I was so disturbed, and I'm not disturbed because of the acts or the relationship. I was disturbed at the lies that surrounded the relationship between the male pastor and the male choir director. I knew what being homosexual was, men and women. I knew what that was. But what I didn't understand was a religious entity or someone representing it just lying to everybody who comes into their face. And I only say lying because we're in 2023 now, where whether we want to know someone's sexuality or not, we are forced to. That was bothersome to me, the lies. So I started researching more and more and more and more and more. And I did run into the King James information, like Sunkiss mentioned. I didn't get to see what question was, Ian, but what you were talking about when I chimed in, or even the title is, is these man's words or God's words or something like that. And it really hit me because as much as people would like to think it's God's word, again, I'm going to repeat what Sunkiss said. You're talking decades and decades, a whole century after a person named Jesus walked the earth, did the story actually get written? Or did it get written? I mean, there's Dead Sea Scrolls, but if you compare Dead Sea Scrolls to the Bible, you're looking at two very different books.
Mhm.
So, in my summation of what I've learned, because my faith is so important, it got me to survive my childhood. I don't keep reliving it by discussing details, but I was blessed to survive it. And I understood through every church I went through, and every pastor I spoke to, and every Christian who could not give a straight answer to a straight question and wants to play word salad with everyone, I will not third party my faith. I will not third party my soul, my spirit. I will never give control over myself to another. When men speak in the chat these horrendous things about women, you not only do a disservice to women with your speak, but you take all men down a notch.
Kind of like this comment on the screen right here. I have it saved.
Yes, I mean, wait, Paul, one of Jesus's best friends? I
Right.
mean, what Paul are you talking about? Why don't you get with the times? Because this is ridiculous. This is, you know what? I am so irritated with religions and whoever said dog on one, dog on them all. I am that witch because
Okay.
I'm so sick of, like you said, Sunkiss, people walking around spewing the nonsense of your soul is going to hell, but can't point to the scripture that says so. Never
Exactly.
apologizes, even though their martyr says you should not treat people this way. Raise your hand if a Christian has ever apologized to you. For as I'm concerned, something created something. Do I know what? No. And it would be awful arrogant of me to say yes. Would reading books, words in a book, convince me of it? Probably not. If we're going to talk about these things that manipulate, have propaganda, or have heavy dogma surrounding them, we are living in an entire world. The tribes who have not been touched by society are so very blessed, regardless of how they live, because they've not been touched by this society. This society, by the way, I put it up in Google the other day, who created the Catholic Church. And when Google came back with Jesus, I about fell off my chair. Really? Because, like, the Romans handed him over. Is that not true? And they're going to now claim ownership of this
Wow.
martyr they made? Oh my God.
I
And
just
not, dude, we've got to get into the history of this Catholic Church. Oh, I'm sorry, I keep misspeaking this Catholic cult. Because, like the gentleman asked earlier about why would they need to go into Africa to quote unquote save people and kill the people who are not compliant. That doesn't even make sense, except in conquering in what's the Catholic Church popularly known for? Manifest destiny, doctrine of indoctrination. Those two things are murder records. Does everybody understand this? The doctrine of discovery was given to the explorers that have they find any lands with savages on them, they are to take control over it. I mean, people need to start doing the research. The truth, the real truth is in front of you. I wish that Christian guy stayed up here because, man, I like to rail him over the coals of questions. Because every Christian religion hails from the Catholic Church. All of them give penance back to the Catholic Church. The Catholic Church that just committed, what is it when you say something and then you go back against it? What is it? Well, they went back on their own dang biblical word and said they were going to bless same-sex marriages. I have no opinion about same-sex marriages because I'm heterosexual, so I don't mean any disrespect. We're talking about the Catholic Church here. They're like my local town, my local county seat. They don't know what kind of town they are. 1 minute they're this, next minute they're that. They go with the flow, fat in, fat out. And this Catholic Church is doing the same thing. So I've been saying this for quite some time because I am pissed off, guys. The true definition of pagan before religion stepped in was country folk, those who lived in the country, not a witch, not a warlock, not any of these evil things, not people who screwed with magic or over a freaking cauldron of green fluid. They're just people. So why would they rename and try to annihilate people who, quote unquote, did not comply? I want to rake every Christian over the coal with some questions. I'm not trying to be mean, but everyone here is right when they say it doesn't make sense.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And to that Christian dude, if you ain't never seen a calf born of a cow, you don't know what the hell you're talking about. I seen a cow give birth to a calf about 20 freaking times before that calf hit the ground. You don't know what you're talking about. Do you know that a woman's pain tolerance is so in tune with giving birth that just moments after giving birth, outside of recovery pain, the woman's mind does not hold that in a spot of memory so that she can remember again. Did you know that?
Exactly, Mary. That's why you have women that you don't remember it. That's why you have women who have more than 1, 2, 3 children. You don't remember that. It's only a brief moment.
My cousin has 10 kids, man. You don't remember that.
If any. And then even, but you're absolutely right.
And I'm tired. And this is not to all men. I have met some really good, well spoken, honest to God men. So this is not for those, okay? Let a man try and tell me again how to live my life as a woman. Let a man, I don't say his, her creator, God, Lord, anything. It is my creator, mine. I mean, if no one else wants to take ownership of it, damn, I got more time with them then. Fuck off. You know what I'm saying? This browbeat and BS that has come from these very group, and I hate to say it's just men, guys. I really hate to say it, but we are living under a society that was born back thousands of years that put women underneath the shoe of a man. And I'm fed up with it because if it weren't for women wanting to have children, because believe me, there's herbs that would abort that child just as well as there's chemicals. It is the willingness of the woman to give birth to a new generation that has us here today. I will not be diminished by a so-called male god or a so-called prophet or martyr or what have you. If basic human respect is stunted by your religion, you're in a freaking cult. I'm sorry. Let me take a break for a second. I would love to hear what other people say.
Yeah, no, that was extremely powerful, Mary. If someone wanted to say something, I have someone named Jesus backstage. I'm gonna add him up. If anyone wants to say anything before I add the new person, please. Okay. Sunkisser, do you want to say something? Go ahead.
No, I was just going to thank Mary for that. And that's powerful. And like she said, we look at this society, the Western society, you have to look at people were living and growing and thriving in other countries and other cultures that recognize and honor the woman, honor the feminine energy. There's people in here that say they can't stand hearing that. Well, I'm sorry. And it's not praising, it's not like worshiping, but you honored. And like I said before, we have different roles, but we are not, one is not inferior, one is not superior. And so I'm glad you said what you said, Mary. You're always so powerful. Much love to you.
Much love, girl.
Much love. Much love. Much love.
Okay, let me real quick. Thanks, guys. Let me add G's us on stage. Welcome to the show.
Maybe Jesus, maybe?
You're on Jesus. You gotta unmute if you want to say something. You're muted right now. His name's JES space US.
Oh, okay.
I'm not gonna show you on the screen right now because you're new, but you gotta say something. Okay.
I know who that is, Ian, by the way. He's a good guy.
Oh, you do?
He's a good guy.
Okay. You're 100%? You know who that is?
Very much. I've done many videos with him. But yes, I know
Okay.
who he is. Yeah.
I trust you.
Thanks,
If you
Ian.
know who that is. Add him on. Well, unmute whenever you want. You've been vetted by Dom, so. Very, very powerful stuff going on here. Anyone's welcome up. By the way, we're spending 4.5 hours, but I don't plan on leaving for anytime soon, just so everybody knows.
Yeah, I would really like to talk to someone from that
Right.
court because I
Me
have
too.
a lot of questions.
Yeah, please, we're respectful here. We let what's his name come up here, and I let him speak freely. And I like the way that was an interesting conversation with him, Bobby, and Sunkissed. I didn't, I just muted up and was just listening. And definitely, anyone's invited up. We want other perspectives up here. We have questions. We want to understand, and we're looking for truth. If you have the truth, why not do the will of God and come up here and give us the truth? If we need the truth and you have it, we have some questions, So
It's because their perspectives are very limited. They can only go so far. They can
right.
only go as far as they were taught, and then they
They're
can't
all
go any
yeah,
further. Yeah,
yep.
they can't
I
go any
don't
further.
they're trapped in this box and it's like it's just this box that they're kind of all in really. And it was interesting that last guy, what he was saying, how it was kind of an atheist perspective after death. Like there's nothing. I've never
Yeah, I
heard that
heard
one from a
that.
Christian.
That was
Well,
interesting. Yeah.
he admitted that he was an atheist beforehand, and that would just like, if your body is nothing and you don't remember anything, well, then what was the purpose of Christ coming? And then he just died. And so his body was nothing. There was nothing, but he rose again, showing, according to their faith, that they would rise again. And I just wanted to add one thing, Ian, if I could, to this. And no, by no means am I picking on the Christian faith. It has been the Christian community that has been so judgmental, that has been so I mean, vile, wicked, that has followed me from different platforms and clicked on my picture. So I'm not pinpointing just this specific religion. I'm talking about all religions are part of these systems. But Christ had a moment to, in this moment when his disciples, and I'm at Matthew 22, verse 34, all the way down to verse 40. But his disciples basically asked, what is the greatest commandment? In this moment, Christ had the opportunity to say that if you do not follow me and me alone, you will burn in hell. That his reply was, can I read it, Ian? Is that okay?
Oh, please. Yes, I like where you're going. Thank you.
Okay, I'm reading from Matthew, the KJV version, Matthew 22, verse 36. I'm going to start, or no, 35. No, 36. Master, which is the great commandment in the law? Verse 37. Jesus said unto him, thou shalt love the Lord thy God with all thy heart and with all thy soul and with all thy mind. This is the first and great commandment. And the second commandment is like unto it. Thou shalt love thy neighbor as thyself. On these two commandments hang all the law and the prophets. So on these two commandments, which is love, which is universal, which is something that is not taught. I've spoke about this before. I'm gonna speak about it again because there are people who don't understand. When my child came out of my womb and I saw her and she saw me and she was crying, they put her to my cheek and she stopped crying. Nobody taught her love. Nobody taught me love, how to love her. It just came and the energy flowed. In this moment, Christ could have said the greatest commandment is to follow me and honor me. But he said the greatest commandment is to honor and love the Creator and to love your neighbors as yourself. That's something that's common sense within all of us that no book will ever teach.
Mic drop. Thank you. Thank you. That was, whoa. There you go. So now what? Now what? You know? Damn.
If I can share, Ian, in that phrase
Yep.
there, thou shalt love thy Lord. Listen to the word, thy Lord, thou God. They're not talking about God himself. They're talking about a Lord. And with all thy heart, think about what goes to the heart, and with all the soul. If people understand the soul, I go with the ideal, it's data, and with the mind. Now, that whole thing about thou shalt love thy neighbor as thyself, there's the thyself. If a person's never realized have they really truly ever left their body, some people could do astral traveling, then who is actually thy neighbor? Your vessel. You have to steward your vessel. So again, here you go, ruler. That's why we have lords, Lord gods, and we have gods. Gods do not rule. They don't even own. Hence why in their story, the gods rested on the seventh day. In that day, you shall surely die. There's always these pictures going back together, but you have to go into the image of it. Or some people like to use the word metaphors, analogies.
And where's the free will in the definition of that word?
Well, the will has many variations, and one of them could be free. Usually the energy from free will is usually disobedience to some other source's will. But again, we're in these vessels that they're not ours. We get to occupy them.
But they're not theirs either.
I was just stating that so they can for their the way they're thinking and their commandments and how they view things. And I don't adhere to any God, which if I'm to say it properly, it's Elohim. It's many gods that they're talking to. Hold on, guys.
And this is why when they talk about certain demigods, there's the I am God, there's the jealous God, there's the Allah God. Those are demigods. Hence image of gods. What are they? Unless we're thinking for some reason that Bible or the Quran was written for the vessel that's obviously aging and it's actually who occupies the vessel. That's what those things are for. Hence where morality lies. It doesn't lie for the body. The body has its own intelligence. Again, if people would realize, you fast long enough, you realize, oh, so I'm spending all my energy to consume so I can feed the vessel and shelter it? Yeah, but that's not who you are.
Right.
It's another
I
version of
think
indoctrination. Sorry, Ian, my apologies.
no, please. I believe if you believe in God with all your heart and mind and soul, you will believe on the Son, which means to believe what he had spoke, his teachings. Yeah, I mean, I don't deal with the word God as much, but there's a creation, there's a creator. It's just like 1 + 1 = 2. So even if you don't believe in a creator and you don't go that far, I don't think that God's gonna judge us on that. If there's some type of judgment, I don't think it's gonna play out like these people think. But then we're dealing a lot of times it's with the rhetoric and the terminology people get hung up on. Because if I say I don't deal with the God thing, the man-made God, I deal with the true creator, because we're the creation of the creator. Is that okay? Or do I have to use the word God to be okay? I have to use the word Jesus to be okay. Because the same ones that organize these religions are the same ones that organize our languages as well. Oh,
That's
go
why I
ahead,
use
whoever.
the word
Yeah.
compliance, because I did notice through all the churches I went to, that was the big thing, is the compliance. Do you really think that we need to kneel, stand, kneel, stand, kneel, stand, kneel, stand, or are they just looking to see who's willing to be compliant? If
Hmm.
manipulation wasn't part of this conversation, I think it would be an easier conversation to have. But we're arguing with people. Some are willingly manipulated. Some are, due to their own weakness, manipulated. Some don't even understand they're being manipulated. But it is really a core of most religions, is manipulating this life that's supposed to be individual.
Guys, I have a quick question. Have any of you ever contemplated the idea that you yourself might be the creator?
No.
Never.
I think it's the possibility of like existence always was and always has been type of thing. Like I didn't
Okay.
create myself, obviously, but I see where you're coming from a little bit.
Why? Why is that obvious?
It's obvious. What do you mean?
I said, why is that? Why is that so obvious?
What?
That you didn't create yourself?
No, I'm saying that at the same time, like I said, we could have always been, and there
Hmm.
wasn't a like I'm gonna create all these souls, and also maybe creation was always just been, and it wasn't some grandmaster architect creator type thing. I don't know, but I see where you're coming from. It's all on the
Yeah.
table for me, right?
Hmm.
But
Hmm. Hmm.
I
I'm a
feel
mom, but I would not label myself a creator.
right.
I
I see.
mean, I didn't take two cells, and put them together and say, "Ooh, let's see." No, it wasn't like that.
But that's
Some
the narrative.
women,
That's the narrative. That's the
some
narrative, though.
women, no, some women who can't have children, if manifestation really was a thing, because of the desire of a woman to have a baby. Um, Notice how I said it. It's not a woman creating a baby. Women don't talk that way. The desire of a woman to have a baby. So when it comes to that word creation, I've thought about that word a lot, and I've thought about questions and comments like what you said a lot, and something makes me not want to take on that title,
Which title?
I
creation.
think bare
Oh.
minimum, the creator created creators, you know? Um,
Hmm.
and you can see with the whole rice experiment thing or the Dr. Emoto things that our intent does affect the fabric around us, our whole
Sure.
reality. And so
Sure.
this, like I said in the beginning, if all the revelations and the prophecies from religion is you see the most disgusting shapes in the water around us. So what type of reality are we creating, believing that everything's set in stone? That's why I want to get into the prophecy stuff about how fucked up it's going to get. Why are all these religions pointing to that? Is the reason, are we actually going to deal with all that because everyone believes it's set in stone? What if we didn't have that? What if they didn't come with that and it was like an open book and for us to just create our own
Mm-hmm.
future, you know?
Well,
Mm.
I really would like to have that conversation about Revelations.
Right.
So,
Yeah.
I've read the Bible, and in Revelations, does say what is good now is bad, and what is bad now is good. And I really want to have this conversation with Christians only because it's their own story that's being turned. So is their story good turning bad, or is their story bad turning good? Because this system needs to know.
Please, we want to have a respect. It would be good to get into the book of Revelations and prophecy and stuff like that, but we would really like somebody from that perspective to have the conversation with. Obviously, respectful one. We're being respectful. Um, why not? It wouldn't hurt. So the link's out there. I doubt anyone else will come up. At least one person did.
Then what does it say about their own religion?
Right.
Because I am one passionate person. And if, just like with what that dude said about Paul saying about women silent in church and blah, blah, blah. I am one passionate individual. I'm going to step up to you. We're going to have a conversation. And either we're going to come to an understanding or we're going to come to an understanding. And I'm not ashamed of that. And it doesn't matter what spiritual or religious enigma that I believe in, I would still be as passionate. So I'm really befuddled on the lack of passion, like thought out, like you got your eggs in a row, you got all your scriptures in a row, you got evidence outside the Bible to back you up, you're ready for the fight, come at me. I have not met one in all the many churches I've gone to. And if I did a rough estimate, I've gone to about 45 churches in my life. And I can't say that the
Mm.
passion of the pulpit transition to talking to street people on the streets.
You're not going to find anyone like that.
Why though? I don't understand why. If they're so passionate about their belief, then why can't they stand up and we're talking about having a conversation, not a war. They have tried killing people. They have no problem killing people, but you can't have a conversation with them?
Because they don't have enough weapons. They're not going to go to war when they don't have enough weapons. They only have what they were provided with, and that's really nothing. They're in a small box, and they really kind of know that. So I'm pretty sure when you talk to them, this is not their first time talking to someone that opposed them, and they really know how limited they are. Really, their beliefs come from their family and their indoctrination, but it's not like a solid thing. It's really just really an illusion. It's just
That's a good point.
yeah.
That's a boom right there. It's an illusion.
Well, a
It's
lot of
an
them, they grew up in
illusion of
it.
safety. If
Yep.
they really believe in the void, then this religion is just an illusion of safety because they need to make sure they got a bed up in heaven before they go into the void.
Good. And another question, are you doing this out of fear? Or are you doing it because you want to? Are you doing it because you're fearful of what may come? Like there's a heavy energy of fear within these dogmas,
Mm.
So is it because, and when God said, do you love me? You better love me or I'm gonna do this to you. That's an abusive husband. I'm sorry. That's an
Right. Say
abusive.
my
No,
name. It's a
you
pimp.
better.
Say my name or else.
That's an
Okay.
abusive parent. I mean, I came from abusive people, and I was not pleading to an entity that requires my death in lieu of compliance. That's not who I was begging for help from. You know what I'm saying?
That's a maniac, really. It's really like a narcissistic maniac.
It's seriously, and if you, and not only is God
Wow.
considered as a father, but also as the spouse. Israel was his wife. Whatever. Would you want a man that was so controlling and so jealous over you? He's gonna kill everybody. You're not to talk. You're not to look. That's abuse.
Right.
Yes.
It's an abusive relationship and fear. We don't need that.
You know what?
And,
Wow.
and you
I
tell
know
me
how
it's
to
money.
grow. I know how to grow a lot of stuff. When I was in college, I was taking public speaking because I had a lot of anxiety after the childhood I had. So I picked how to transplant anything into a bigger pot. And I was amazed just because of my own past experience. At the end, like 10 people had their hands up for questions. And I was thrown back a little bit. I didn't anticipate it. But you know what I didn't do? I didn't blame them for questioning me. I didn't admonish them. I was
Mm.
so joyful that someone wanted to learn something from me, that my feelings and motivations, even in the presentation I was making, they all fell to the wayside because I was so happy to impart what I knew into someone else who was willing. I don't understand Christians. I really don't. Why can't we ask questions? Why can't we ask you to clarify? Why can't we say, but didn't they put people on X's instead of crosses back then? Why can't we say those things?
Right. Powerful. Oh man.
In all honesty, guys, when you really think about it, this place is not meant for everyone to be on the same page. Okay, really, at a fundamental
And
level, this is a dualistic place. There's going to be day and night. There's going to be some people that will never get what you're saying, no matter how much evidence you show them, because they're not supposed to. It's just some people that just will never ever get it.
no,
And
that's
sometimes
that's what they need to understand though. But yeah. I see what you're
That's
saying.
exactly
no.
it, Ian. I hate to interrupt, but that's exactly it. That's what they need to understand. See, when we're trying to have a conversation, we're not condemning them to hell. Whereas anything we say, do, look like, even because I'm a woman, they will condemn the hell if it's not a part of their paradigm.
And they're going to always be that way. Is what I'm saying. They are always going to be that way, no matter what you say to them. Some people, it doesn't matter what you say, they're always going to believe that they're correct. It doesn't
Well,
matter.
I
That's what
would.
I mean.
You're
Yeah.
actually a little bit wrong because a lot of us up here believed it, and we're here now. So I don't
Me
say that they're
too. Me
always going
too.
to be there, but
Ian.
yeah.
Me
Boom.
too. But
Yeah.
there's some people there. There are some people that will always be that way.
And
Because
that's okay. I accept
there's
them.
no there's no one thing that every single person on this planet believes. There's not one thing. So you can expect these. There's some people that will never ever come around to what we believe. They're
Well,
always going to believe what they believe.
that's automatic. That's already on the table, no matter what. But I hear what you're saying. That's
Yeah, but I'm going to
automatic,
take
right?
it back to the indigenous because they did not argue if the sun came up during the day. They didn't argue about things that do appear logical to most people. Whereas this religion and other religions, Christianity is not alone in what they're doing.
Mm,
But
that's
I
true.
look to the indigenous when I figured out that society didn't give a hoot about me and that it was all a game of checkers and we were all the pawns. I started looking then into my makeup. Who am I? What made me? And I really had to go deep looking into Puerto Ricans because there was not a lot of information about Puerto Ricans. And so I learned that the people of the land at the time of colonization called themselves Taínos. And Now, I don't know how much I believe this, so I'll put that disclaimer there. But a university sent a genetic scientist over to Puerto Rico and did some DNA. And to be Puerto Rican is to be Spanish, Black, and Indigenous. All three of those. So I couldn't trust the Spanish. The Black are forced and has been forced even before colonization away from their culture. And the closest to me was Taino. And because I live on the mainland, most of the North American tribes. So I started researching there. And I didn't hear a lot about arguing about the sun or the stars or the moon or the way the river flows or why they do that. That gives me so much peace in my heart every day to release myself from the dogma of unreal expectations of being a human on this thing we call Earth.
Exactly. Um, I am Jesus TV 33. Feel free to unmute whenever you want. Definitely want to see what you had to say. Anything?
Sure, I'll mute to hear you.
Yeah, no, he hasn't unmuted yet at all. So I'm just curious what waiting for.
And Ian, I'm going to put this out here. I have no expectation or desire for anybody to change. I'm not trying to change anybody's mind. This is while I was in the church, I cried out for truth, and it led me away from religion. Some people, they get led to religion. It led me away from it. So I am not here preaching my way of spirituality to anybody. My thing is, if you're coming around people who are not following your way, and we're having discussions and you hear us say, well, that's not our way, we respect your path, but then continuously coming around or trolling other people, whether online or in life, and saying, just getting in their face, you're going to burn your help, then I have an issue, and then I will correct you. But it's not about, for me, it's not about me changing anybody's spiritual path and what they believe or choose to understand or choose to rock with. So I'm just like, if I don't agree with you, get out of my face respectfully before, walk your way. And whatever way that is, for some people, it's the religions. For some people, it's just straight up spirituality. But whatever way you walk, and it makes you a better person, big ups to you. I'm about anybody that's spreading that divine love on this plane of existence and helping us while we're here. Big ups. I have no problem with.
Jesus unmuted. If you wanna, you have the floor. If you want to unmute and say anything. Yeah,
Peace,
welcome.
peace.
Please go ahead. Peace.
Yeah, yeah, I was definitely invited by a friend of mine, just join and conversate. I think religions have a great place in the world, and it's definitely needed, 100% needed, and 100% is doing its job. Just like a child, when the child is growing up, it needs a parent. A child doesn't come out the womb walking and speaking a language, doing mathematics, and just living its life. It needs some type of direction until it awakens to a conscious state of mind. So a religion is a path for those who need it until one decides to awaken from the slumber. So religion has a great place in any organization. They have great places for those who are in that state of mind until they choose to move from one state of mind into another. The rest there.
So you think that the world needed the murders religions have brought upon the lands?
It's all just a state of mind. So we have to go to the essence of what it is.
No,
And
I'm asking you a very direct question, and I really don't like when people play word salad. So
but
I'd really appreciate.
well,
Wait, I'm asking you a question. So, are you telling me that religion needs to kill? because people have been murdered under the guise of religion. I'm asking a very serious question. I don't need no word salad.
What are you talking about? Let's verify what you're talking about first. What religion kills?
All of them.
Well, the religion.
Seriously.
The reason why I'm asking that is that a religion doesn't kill. People kill.
When the Catholic Church gave its stamp of approval on the doctrine of discovery, it in fact is participating in murder.
Okay, so the
So
people
tell
are
me why
participating.
a religion, you want to split hairs. Tell me why a religion would need to kill.
Okay, so again, so people choose to do that. That's all. You never see where religion jumps onto somebody and start killing people. People choose to do that. That's fine.
In the
They
name
choose to
of a
do that.
religion. In the name of a religion. In the
In the
name of
name
a
of religion.
religion.
When the
Sure.
Oh,
church puts
Now we talk.
when the church put a wax stamp on a piece of paper saying you find savages, you know what to do? That is killing. It is socially acceptable killing. Hey, second
okay. And I'm okay with that. Just like eating the wrong food is socially killing.
And let's not forget about the Crusades. And we can go on till the beginning of the Catholic Church. No, I haven't deep dived all other churches or all
Okay.
other religions. So let's just speak on the one that I deep dive here. It is known for centuries upon centuries to comply or die anyone it runs into. It changed the definition of the word pagan to justify the killing. Just please answer why a religion needs to kill. Why do they need to put a stamp of approval on somebody else's death?
because
For
they're
power
shedding.
and control.
Thank you.
Plus, they're shedding
Just
blood. They're sorry,
so
Jeff.
so. Well. The thing is, why do you eat food that kills you daily on a slow pace?
You're
I'm
talking about
sorry.
an individual decision, and I am
Well,
talking about a
you
human.
did not see now. You see what she's doing. It's not an individual decision. You didn't make that food. Someone created food in the
I'm
time
making
you
my
live in.
own food. It is an individual
Oh,
decision. If
don't.
people
Okay.
understood what they're
Oh,
putting in their mouth, a lot more people
so
be growing their own food. No, I
okay,
do not swallow the indoctrination and just eat everything at frickin' McDonald's. But that's not the point.
okay.
I can't stand when people cannot just answer a question.
I
Why
did.
do religions need to kill?
She
Can
has
I
a
share?
problem. I
Jazz,
asked
hold
her.
on. Can I share? Because they're shedding life, the blood. Now,
What does
again,
that mean?
well, we're not the body. So there is life. There's memory in blood, and it goes to the heart. So now people have to understand what shedding of life is. So now, whether it's religion or monarchy, such as state and all that, they've always encouraged by manipulating the mind. This is why it's about the soul, the mind, and the heart. It's not about the body. That's why we have many words with the word "act" in it. If you actually think you're the body, then you're attached to it. So they've already played with the mind on you. Now, for them, they manipulate humans usually at a very young age. And this is why I was saying earlier, you got to be in your feminine energy, not your masculine, because the masculine energy is the programmable energy. So now you can do things, teach people to follow state, like Roman Catholic. That's state and religion together. Now, is it an individual thing? No. Most of us indoctrinate each other. And to get mad or upset with some other source without realizing, would we do that to ourselves? Yes, we do. And even Jazz is talking about, do we not also do it with foods? Now, most people wouldn't even know how to grow their foods anymore, let alone where the two objects of in the skies have to be located to plant a seed, let alone harvest food. I get the anger that you have. And it's usually on men, men. But at the same time, if women, like everybody else, we're permitted to go into our feminine and masculine energies. That is where people, that when they're in their feminine energy, they can teach each other. But if you want to blame something like religion or state or science or commerce, those are just corporations. What's behind all of that? Us humans, human beings, preferably. Anyway.
I
So,
was 13 years old. I was dusting my perpetrators' machetes on the daily. And when I had to look at them in my mind's eye and know who was behind me and what they were doing to me, I made my choice. I'm not going to blame a religion, but people have. People say in the name of our Lord. We can go all the way back to the beginning of religion. Period. See, because indigenous know a way of life, not religion. When people say religion is needed in the world, I absolutely disagree. I'm so tired of people watering down their own responsibility and then blaming something like religion. I can't stand the Catholic Church as an entity. And it's funny because all the questions I've never asked, people don't separate themselves from that. They're okay with the indoctrination, with the story as it is. And when they come up against people who are like, nah, I disagree with you, why is that such a problem? Why can
what is the
I
mind's
not be
eye?
okay with murder?
What is this mind's eye you talk about?
I'm not even going to try. I'm not even going to try because
Well,
you
when you,
already are playing word salad. You really have no desire to understand a different point of view other than your own. So
I answered you. I said they
think
do it for
that
power and control. I answered you. You just don't want to accept it.
you
Now,
said,
whatever happened in your life is whoever twisted your mind. I can't help that part. But I did answer you and say they do it for power and control.
right. You don't want to have a conversation about that so that we can understand that
I say I can't help your twisted mind part.
power and control is not spirituality, not in the sense
Right.
that most people understand that. So if we could separate it, if we can have conversations without people tacking things on the end and trying to change the definition of the conversation, we can finally get to the point of this.
What
I
is
would love to just
spirituality to
talk to
you?
someone about spirituality
So what is
without
that to
them
you?
shoving their religion down my throat.
So let's talk about spirituality. What is spirituality to you? Because you might just heard the word and regurgitate it. What is it to you? Could you explain it? Could you prove it? Could you actually show us proof that what you talking about exists?
I
Yes.
probably could show proof. I probably could show proof. And,
I'm
and I really only have that conversation with people I trust because
okay. You
other
see, she's
people,
word salad now. I only do it for
no,
people I
no,
trust.
no, because you wouldn't answer a direct question and I had to push for it. So I already know you're untrustworthy with intimate information. So I would never share intimate information with someone I do not trust. You showed your
You see, this
untrustworthiness
is
with
how it
your
is.
word salad.
I answered
You
her,
showed your untrustworthiness with your word salad and
but she
your
can't answer
refusal
me.
to answer the question until I pushed for it. So no,
No,
I
I
did
did
speak.
answer you. I
Well,
answered you in the
eventually,
beginning. No, in the
no, you
beginning.
didn't.
Yes,
You
I
tried to
did.
turn it over to what people eat until I pushed you. You did not
No.
answer instantly. You did not. You played
Yes,
word
I did.
salad like most Christians.
You have a predetermined mind that you didn't even have an answer. It's not my fault that your mind is like that.
What? I mute people I know I can't trust? Sorry, I guess my mind's like that.
Homestead, Jazz
You
never
see,
told you. He never told you he's a Christian.
I already knew that.
No, you
And
said
he proved my freaking point. Thank you very much.
actually there's many points here, but I get where you're coming from. But at the same time, he never shared that information with you. He was just giving an example of religion. No different. He could have. I could have started off with state. I
Well,
could
he
have
sounded
started off
like he
with
was defending
Well,
it, but
that's proof of
no.
my own instinct.
whether I
It's proof
defend
of
something
my
or
own
not, I never
instinct of
stated
when
I'm
I
a Christian.
speak to someone, I get a very good vibe on who they are. And there's been, and you can laugh all you want. I'm
Because you're
okay with it.
incorrect,
My
mom. You're very
accuracy
incorrect.
hold
level
on.
on
Let's not.
calling bullshit is very, very high. And you are pulling bullshit because as I
Wait,
asked the question and I asked you not to play word salad with me, that is the very first thing you did.
I told you power and control in the beginning, but you have a predetermined mind
No,
that you
you
couldn't even,
didn't.
you could not even have that.
You said, do people kill themselves with food? That's where you went
I
first.
said that
Rewind.
afterwards. Yes, I said that afterwards.
No, you said it like 3 freaking times, and
Okay,
that's
you
when
heard
I
the
got
answer.
mad. That's
Did
when
you
I
hear?
got mad that I got sick of hearing you try to change it when I was asking you a very specific question
So
about religions, not individuals.
again, you heard the answer. Now, could you give me your answer on your so-called fake makeup spirituality? Give me that answer.
Just like someone said, even if I detailed it out for you, you probably wouldn't
You see that?
understand.
This is the word silence she's
Wait, hold
giving
on.
At
now.
least I'm
Hey,
not
bro, you're really
condemning you at
loud.
all.
Are you atheist then?
No, why the hell I put a title on
Okay.
me?
Okay.
I'm a human
But
being. That's what I
well,
am.
spirituality to me is what occupies this avatar. What was before this body and what is after this body. It's that
Wait,
simple to me.
how you prove that?
It's just something that I just feel deep inside. What
Okay,
can we
so it's a
prove in this
belief.
world?
So it's a
You
belief. Like
well, you're not atheist, so you fucking prove it.
again, you believe it, and I'm okay with that. I have nothing
Well,
against your belief.
you're not atheist, so you fucking prove it. If we have the wrong answers, you fucking prove it right
I
now.
Yeah.
hold on. I never said you had the wrong answers. I just say you can't prove it. That's all I said. It's just a
Well, guess
belief.
what I can prove? That out of all 1,763 known recorded historical facts, 121 or 6.87% hard religion as their primary cause. Like, I actually bring facts, not word salad like you're doing.
What is your spirituality, ma'am? You have not answered that yet.
And like it says in your Bible, even if I tell you, if you're not equipped to understand, you'd never understand it. So
Again,
why would I waste my
she is
time?
word salad again.
No,
She's running
I'm
Okay,
around.
telling you,
get off
you're
the question.
wasting
Get
my
off that
time
question. It's a
because
waste of
you
time.
are one of those tub thumping Christians that have no open mind, and you're only up here to attack people. Again, I'm going to
Well,
repeat what Ian said. You prove it.
I'm not a Christian, darling, so don't get me mixed up with other people. I'm not. Now, you're the one who claims you got this spiritual thing that you believe is there. Where is it?
You came up here defending the fucking religion and God commanding people to murder
I did
motherfuckers.
not
Yes,
defend
Yes,
nothing.
you
I
did.
give I
yes, you
give my
did.
opinion. I give my opinion
Yes,
that
you
I
did.
believe that religion is needed.
You said,
That's
don't
not
everybody kill themselves with the food they ate? That's what you said.
I said I believe every religion that's out there is needed because it's a state of mind. I was very clear with that. It's a state of mind. I said one may be in that state and they will leave that state and go into another state. That's what I stated. I didn't say stay in religion.
Religion is needed, and I beg
I
to
yes,
differ.
and I said it's a state of mind. And I
Okay,
say
here.
you can leave that state.
Well, you
What
can keep it
religion
in your
is,
mind because my spirit is not in a human mind. You understand that?
religion at best for me is a pointer to spirituality. At best.
At best.
That's it.
So
A
that's
stepping
fine.
stone. That's it. But you don't need it. It's not needed. I think the world will be a much better place. We can argue that and stuff, but you could say we need it and it's the better place with it. I completely
So
disagree with you.
there's people who would disagree with you as well and say yes, they need
Obviously,
religion, but you can't tell them
You
what
know
they
what?
need.
when we disagree, there's no point to keep on the disagreement like that. Okay, you say that, I disagree, but there's no point in you just keep, you know what I mean, on the same thing.
Because there's others who believe. I don't believe in it. I'm not a religious person, but
Then
there's
what are
others.
you?
But there's
What are you
other.
then?
I'm a human being.
Okay. Are you?
I'm a
You
human
don't believe
being.
in any religion,
But
any God, anything?
wait. I'm a human being that chooses to explore my consciousness, to grow my consciousness, and always learn as a progressive thinker. Open-minded, always willing to grow. But I don't deal with the bullshit thinking either. Like if you tell me something, I like to question it. If you don't got
Well,
an
yeah,
answer,
okay. Okay, you're telling us something and we're trying to question it. You are telling us religion is needed.
Right.
I'm
For yes,
questioning.
I
Wait a minute. I'm questioning, why is religion needed if
let me
religion
answer.
is into killing?
It's neat. Well, you can't question and then give a reason for the question. So the answer to your question is that there's people who say they need religion. So I say it's needed because those people want to be in that state of mind. Now,
So
if
it's
they decide to
okay. So
ho-
all those people
wait,
are walking on
wait,
corpses.
those people choose that. So yes, it's needed. That's what they want.
No, see, religion is not just plain. Okay, so in my understanding, when I was first learning, and I did look up dictionary definitions, um, religion is a practice of one's faith. Okay, this is what the dictionary. It might not even say that anymore because things have been, what do you call that, Mandela. But I did read the dictionary at such a young age, so I really wanted to know the definition of all these words. And the definition of religion at the time was a practice of one's faith. It's a very individual choice to choose to or to choose not to. Now, I said all that to say that if these religions, modern religions, were unadulterated at all, you might have a foot to stand on with your argument. But we live in a world of manipulated religions. There's dogma, there's propaganda, there's out and out lies in most of the religious texts. There's very few stories that we can even confirm outside the religious text. So when I ask questions like religion, you mean like the religion that kills and for compliance? That's a very real question, not to be given an attitude or snarky remarks or word salad. That's a very real question because in my mind, the definition of religion is how one practices their faith. And I need to know what religions practice their faith in a way that kills people. How is that a bad inquiry?
So for those religion you claiming that kills people, you gotta ask them.
I know why they killed them. It's due to noncompliance. I don't agree with them. I will not put my faith in a brewing pot of somebody else's blood. That to me is just very common sense. If
But you,
I knew a certain car killed someone every single time it was driven, I would be the murderer with my compliance in getting in the car that kills people every time it's driven.
yeah, but you pay taxes, and the governments
What
kill
the
people.
fuck does that have to do with anything?
Because when the taxes you pay helps the government to kill other people.
Okay, we're not gonna go there, please, dude. It's the same. No, we're getting deep on religion and this whole
He
thing. We're not
just
gonna
can't
go to
answer a
that.
question.
Sorry,
He
dude.
just can't. He
Okay, here
just
we
can't
go.
have an open-minded conversation. That's just
Don't
all
go there,
there is
please.
to it. And when you nail people down in their beliefs, the way I unfortunately, probably disrespectfully do it, these are the answers you get. No answers. You get beat with word salad, they raise your voice to speak over you, or they totally dismiss you, and then anyone around them dismisses you.
What
Like, too
what is
many things in
spirituality?
religion point
Oh
to a
no.
cult, not a religion.
What do you believe in?
Ooh.
What is your belief?
I
I
believe
am.
there's
I
a
know I am. I
creator.
don't believe. I deal with the knowing, okay?
And I
And I
don't
know that
believe
I
in my
am and
brain.
I am right now. Period.
So
And
where you
my
got the word
faith
I
is
am
not
from? The
held
Bible?
in my brain. My faith is never held in my brain because my brain changes its mind. My faith is deep seated, like where the solar plexus is in your body. My faith is the spark that science can't
So she
explain
has
or
faith.
repeat.
So she
My
believe in the
faith
religion.
is so deep, it caused me to survive and still be a strong person no matter what I come up against. You think you're the first ignorant man I ever come up against? Never. And I will always
Wait,
stand strong. I will always stand tall. And I will always stand in truth because my faith is not in my
what
head of
what
changing
faith?
thoughts.
What God your faith in? Which God your faith in?
You really tell me who you are by asking them stupid questions.
Right.
But you the one who said you got faith. You the one who crying out, I got faith. Help me, Lord. I got faith.
You narcissistic pig. Where'd you come from? Paul's?
Ooh.
Wait, one
Fuck it
person
out of here,
say,
man. This is my faith, and I hold it very goddamn dear. And you're nothing but a pig up here to cause trouble. You don't want to answer straight questions. You don't want to accept other people have opinions of their own. And you certainly don't want to have basic human respect for every person you walk into. So, man, fuck off with you.
so this is your religion to curse people on.
No, I don't have a religion, you dumb fuck. Did you not listen to a word I've said?
We obviously aren't religious.
Well, she calling
I don't
on
need a. I
faith.
don't need a. I used to be dumb and think that I needed to choose a religion. Like, which one do I choose? Then I woke the fuck up and realized I don't need any of them.
Oh, amen.
She chose the one that uses faith.
How about none of them? How about I just am, and whatever the
But
truth is the truth.
well, that's a good thing. But she deal with faith
Right.
though.
So what? What the fuck is your problem with
What's
my
wrong with
faith?
that?
That's a religion. That's the point.
No, it is
No,
not
it's
a
not.
religion. A religion is a practice of faith, asshole.
And you're practicing your faith, you idiot.
No, I live
Okay.
in faith. Faith is not something you can practice. It's a way of life.
Wait, you don't practice your way of life?
Easy on her.
I can't even. I can't even. If you were in the freaking chat, I probably would have already tagged you as a troll. But luckily, I was driving then, so I couldn't do it. Because my instinct is right on. It got me to survive many different serious ordeals. So you, my man, you're talking word salad. Empty words mean nothing to me. But yeah, I'm going to still put that wall up against you because you already let me know you're on that side, not this side.
See, faith is in the Bible. So I know you'll be reading the Bible. So stop trying to act like you don't secretly read that
Okay. You
Bible.
A
sound
word
pretty
I
dumb.
said
So
since I came on this panel. You didn't hear a word I said because everybody but you knows that from 0 to 14, I had no choice but to rest on faith that I shall survive. And when I got the instinct, hey, it's time to move, I didn't say, is the Catholic Church telling me? Is the Buddhist telling me? Is the radio telling me? Is the news telling me? Is my local politician telling me? I didn't wait for none of that. That's faith. It's sick that there's people out here like you that really, is your balls feeling heavy now? You need to go whack one off in the bathroom because you feel good? Man, keep your religion,
You
dude.
know what? So the thing is this, Brett can make a silly comment, but this lady has cussed me out, dragged me in through the goddamn dirt, and if
okay,
I defend
okay, bro.
myself,
You're asking for it, so you
if
asked
I
for it, in
defend,
my opinion.
well, it's okay, I'm fine. But if
Okay,
I
that's
defend myself, it's a problem. This is how silly people are. They don't want you to defend yourself.
You don't
They want you
defend
to
yourself
be.
speaking your own thing. You defend yourself in an attack mode. And that's
Right.
why
You
you're getting
attack
into
me.
nasty.
What are you
No,
talking about?
No.
no, I'm allowed to have boundaries. I asked you before. I said before I asked you the question, don't give me word salad. You gave it to me. You don't like what you get? Don't give me word salad. I will have to put my dustbin on it.
You're being mean again. This is
Yo,
do
I
you, do you
don't care how you see me. I am a brick wall in my life. Let a motherfucker try and come at me. And you're
could,
trying to attack my faith? You're trying to define my faith? How
could
dare
you
you?
Ooh.
could you stop being mean?
I'm not going to stop nothing till you
Could you
get the
stop
hell
being
out of
mean?
here because
Could you
people
be
like you
nice?
are nothing but chaos. People
I'm
like
not.
you are nothing but trolls. You
I'm
probably
not
going to
gonna
go put your dollar in that little plate that goes around,
see.
aren't you?
She's being mean again. She
I'm
need to.
being truthful. If you don't like that people see right through you, maybe put a different costume on.
She need a spanking. Someone. Could one of
Ooh.
y'all take care of that?
And you know what,
Okay,
sir?
let's let Sunkiss go for a minute. Go ahead.
So
Religion is more of a practice. Religion is more of books and scriptures, the external things, observing the external. Spirituality takes you inward, where you're following your own path instead of following the dogma of other religions. It's an inward journey rather than following and worshiping something on the external. That's the difference between spirituality and religion, the short term. Religion is a practice and beliefs with rules, laws, and dogma, traditions that you uphold, whether it's right or wrong. Spirituality, you take it within yourself and you follow your own path and you go within and you seek within and knowledge within. It's a self journey, spirituality, as opposed to religion is like you're gathering with other people.
That's some
Mm.
great stuff. I appreciate that. See, it was that simple to answer, but she didn't know the answer.
it's the same thing I said. Religion is a practice of faith. What the
You
hell?
you
Exactly.
told me you didn't want to answer. You say I didn't want to answer the question, but some
I
kids
said I don't
elaborated.
trust you enough to give you the details of my own particular
Some
journey.
she
And I
elaborated
did not repeat myself about my own particular journey.
and she gave a wonderful explanation.
But I do want to add that I truly believe with I agree with Mary when we're talking about religions and how can a religion when are given when you're in a set religion like the Catholic Church or something and they sign, seal, and deliver and say you are to go and kill and take hold of and convert these people. It's not the same as somebody going themselves to buy. I want a quarter pounder with cheese. I want that milkshake. I want them cookies as a person who's standing on their land doing their own thing and somebody unknown to their community comes and say you follow me, you do this and you turn this way or I'm going to kill you. You cannot compare the two. It's not the same.
Okay, so the reason why I can compare it is that there's a slow kill versus a fast kill. The food that is being eaten is not actually food. Okay, it does not promote life and growth when it's
Okay, we know
all
that.
poison.
Okay, we don't need to go there. We got that. Okay.
We know
So
that and there are people who are
so
like other people who have gardens. I garden, I grow my own food and everything else like that. But it's not the same as someone giving orders. You have the awareness of McDonald's is if you don't know that it's poison, you know it's gonna make you obese. So people go and they make the personal choice. You cannot compare that as to someone standing there minding their own business on orders from a religious leader saying go kill, steal, and destroy them as they're minding their own business. I just have to disagree with that.
yeah, but that's the person doing that, not the actual religion itself.
It is they are following orders from a religious leader and they are doing it in the name signing those orders in the name of the Catholic Church, in the name I'm speaking on behalf of Jesus or whoever they're calling. It is in the name of the religion. because they're converting people to that religion. If you don't convert to my religion, then I'm going to kill you. It is the religion.
Right. It's
Because
not
it's the
religion is not
law
a
of
person that
God.
can kill, but we see right here. Look at the verses on the screen. Slay both man, woman, and infant and suckling. Commanded by God. God commanded Moses to kill. Yeah, obviously the book didn't kill anybody. Duh, dummy.
That they are allegories.
But these allegories that are in that book played out in real life. You have indigenous people who were taken, who were abused, who were raped, and who were tortured on this very continent because of religion. Okay, that's not. I'm not talking about the books. I'm talking about first.
But he was talking about the book, and he's but no, dummy, they're allegories.
We know they're allegories, but people are using this religion. They don't see them as allegories. It's a religion, and they take it to heart, and they implement laws, they implement orders, they implement wars in the name of religion, in the name of these allegories.
But the Bible is not a religion. People create their own set and call it whatever they want to call it. The Bible is not a religion.
We see where you stand with that. Can we get outside? Can you stop going there every few seconds? We get where you stand on that. Cool. Can we get beyond that now? Thank you.
Okay. I'm still
you can't control the people. That's what the people choose to do. Not that the Bible ain't telling them to do that.
This religion is literally holding the souls over the heads of their congregation to be compliant. How can you even say that?
The Bible is not a religion.
No.
People create their own religion thinking.
The book of the Christian religion. The Quran is the book of the Muslim religion. Like, come on.
Again, the Bible is not a religion.
Oh my God. What the hell is your point even saying that? What is that?
What is the point?
Because it's a allegory written for principles and practice. It didn't say, hey, y'all need to go over there and kill a bunch of people over there. People on their own merit choose to do that.
The Elohim of those religions said, you need to go kill, you need to go destroy, you need to go take.
That's in the allegory, not in real life.
But people are taking these allegories in this book. That is the book of the Christian religion, the Christian faith. You cannot separate the two.
Nope. But who fault is that if people choose to do wrong? Not the Bible. They choose to do that.
Obviously.
Like the Bible's an entity. What the hell?
Right. Oh, the Bible's innocent, this innocent thing, and it's everyone else's fault. But the Bible didn't cause a lot of this and influence all these people. The same controllers that's putting poison in your water put this poison of religion and all the scripture in your mind.
Mm-hmm.
Obviously.
What is your point, though? Like, if you think we're so wrong, give us your actual point directly.
I don't think you're wrong when y'all mention religion, but you can't say the Bible's doing it. People create their own thoughts, their own.
Okay, we know the Bible. Shit, can you stop? Or I'm gonna boot your ass off, dude. We know the Bible's not killing anybody, you dummy. Okay, this is people doing it. Fucking duh.
Stop being disrespectful, bro.
No, you've been disrespectful, dude. I'm had enough of your shit. We're not getting anywhere. Okay, let's have a real conversation and stop going there. Obviously, a book isn't killing anybody. But when a book says God commanded you to kill and commanded these people to kill, that's what influences people. There's we could go on forever about that.
Well, then make the responsibility on the people then.
Okay, right.
Okay, which people? The people that manipulated the Bible?
Whoever the people you're talking about, they are responsible.
So every person that reads the Bible is responsible for all the deaths that have happened in the Christian religion.
Everyone that reads the Bible and choose to go kill somebody, They
No,
accountable
no,
for
no,
their
no, no,
actions.
no, no. They're standing on the premise of this religion where the Bible is used.
Again, the
So if
Bible
you
is not a
believe it's
religion.
saying,
So nobody for
I don't give a fuck what you say. Don't interrupt me like that. So my point is, if you are definitely gonna drive the car that definitely kills people every time it's taken on the road, then own that shit. But don't come here recruiting and acting like we have to somehow submit to some type of thinking or thought process which you are holding dear because we have no idea what the hell you even want to do here. Hmm.
yeah, it just caused more confusion, really, just like
Yeah.
the Bible did.
I'm wondering if this is that person, and it could very well not be, but I just gotta ask if this is that vegan higgler that we experienced last live.
I don't think this is vegan Higgler at all. I think
No, it's
vegan's
not vegan.
not religious at all. No,
Yeah,
definitely
he's
not.
not religious.
I wasn't sure. I had to ask.
No, he's not religious at all. So, well,
I just want y'all guys to keep your soul in the right place and stop hating on the Bible.
Get lost with that.
what is the definition
Oh
of
my
keeping your
God.
soul in the right place? What is proper and right for you may not be proper and right for me. So, that's that. What is proper and good for you? Like some people are like vegan. You have to be a vegan. I was a vegan for a year and it almost killed me. Okay. My body is not the same as that body. My path is not the same as that person's path. So what you're saying, I want you to be right with your soul. What is right and true and in alignment and vibrationally correct for you is not right and true and vibrationally correct with me. We're at different points in times, different ways of being, different experiences. You know?
I totally agree with you. I never told you to go my way. I said keep your
No,
soul right and correct.
I know. What I'm saying, you said I'm trying to make sure your soul is right. And what your definition of right for my soul may not be what is right for my soul by my very definition.
You don't know that.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to say.
Yes, we do know that. And I wish people would get that through your thick skull that just because you look at my life and say, this is what you should do, doesn't make you correct.
You do what you want to do to make yourself happy, okay?
Don't put shit like that out there. This ain't even
Okay.
about
Yeah.
happiness.
What 1 + 1 = 2. Thanks for letting us know that. Thank you. You don't speak to us like we're little children, dude. All right.
This guy believes he's
We're
a
trying to get
hierarchy.
deep with the conversation. You just causing more confusion and staying super shallow with it, dude, to be honest.
Listen, to me, the Bible may have started good, but it's a piece of shit now. So why don't you go burn yours and find a different book to read?
She said it started good. Wow, she got something positive.
No,
Keep
she
going.
said
Yeah,
it
because
may
you know
have
what?
started good. She
I
said it
live
may
in
have started
truth.
good.
I live in truth, and I've learned the truth, not from one source like most of you people who look through a religious book. I went to many sources for my truth. Why? Because the
That's why you
the
confused.
ultimate truth cannot be held by any one individual. It was too grand. If you read a Bible, you freaking know that. And so my truth tells me that Bible's been manipulated since it's been created and not to believe in it. Do not put your soul in a book.
And that's something else you can't define like your inner knowing. Have you ever been somewhere? And what Mary is talking about is that inner knowing. That spirituality is that inner knowing, which cannot be defined by you, because our human words cannot understand it. But have you ever been somewhere and you hear yourself, or you get that gut feeling saying, "Don't go left," and 5 minutes later you okay, that's okay.
Let her finish,
and
dude.
I'm good.
You're not that important to be interrupting people. We don't give a fuck about what you think. Shut the fuck. You shut your mouth when we're talking.
Fuck yourself, bro. Go fuck off yourself.
When we're talking, okay, and someone's giving their viewpoint, no one gives a fuck about what you have to say. Let's hear everyone out. And when you're talking, we'll shut the fuck up too. When I'm listening to Sunkiss and what she has to say, I don't give a fuck about what you got to say at that time. I want to hear her, and then you can go. Be respectful, dude. It's causing more confusion. That's all you guys do. Fuck, dude.
He's proven to us.
He's a little bit trolling too. It's obvious. I know that trolling energy. You know.
And he's proven to us everything that we say when we speak about that manipulation and the dogma and the out and out lies that people will not just live with, but browbeat other people with. I could care less what if he wants to read the Bible and die by the Bible, man, my man, go do it. You do you. I ain't saying nothing about it. When you come at me and tell me I have to behave a certain way or I have to, no, I'm going to be the most disrespectful bitch you know, because you don't have that right. I've never given anybody that right in my life to dictate to me, let alone a religion, a book, or a church. So step about your business, read your book. I hope it leads you somewhere other than a void, but if it leads you in a void, embrace the darkness.
The problem is she reads so much that she confuses herself. She ain't sure which way to think.
Can you pause for 1 second, please? But I appreciate you coming up either way. Let me add Nick of Time 77 on. Guys, 1 second. Welcome.
Hello.
Welcome.
Hey, can you tell that nigger to shut up?
Oh, dude. This is why I screen people. Fuck out of here.
He was one of them.
He was just someone I haven't seen.
Okay.
There you go. There you go right there, guys.
You can tell when someone tries to serve you word salad that they're not a part of the conversation.
Right, and like we just stuck on this certain area the entire time. They didn't get really deep with it. Just the same confusion, looping. It's the same, you know.
That's why I called him a Christian, because he got hurt.
At least with the other guy, it was actually a pretty interesting conversation, you know.
But when I try to get deep with it and ask questions, the answer was they don't know. They don't know the answers.
Bullshit.
Okay, so let's ask the question again.
You can ask it, but don't ask it.
What?
If you're gonna say what is spirituality, dude, I'm just please don't.
No, that's not what I'm gonna say. What is your understanding after you pass away? Do you reincarnate? Do you stay? Do you travel somewhere else, or what? What is your understanding?
I don't know, but whatever it is, you know.
Yeah,
I guess we're gonna find out. Why?
As a human, I can't even dictate to know that. There's no way anybody could. I can hope for things, but if I put my mindset in the hope and want of an afterlife, I'm not living my life. So I'm choosing to live my life. And what happens in the afterlife, I'll find out in the afterlife, but I'm not going to dictate my current life that I'm very glad that I have survived and still live. I am not going to let that take my focus off of living.
So in other words, you don't know.
No, motherfucker, don't put words in my mouth.
Wait,
I just gave you my fucking answer.
see, when I try to go deep, you don't know the
Yeah, fuck
answers.
you. You
See,
don't know
nobody truly knows.
the
Nobody could honestly 100% stand here and say I know exactly what is going to happen after I take my last breath. It's all speculation. So for you, it's kind of condescending for you to the way you're talking to her and asking her questions, and then you're like, you don't know. So some people could take that as being very condescending. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah.
We don't know. You don't know. I don't know. Billy
But that's
Ray
no
doesn't know.
different. That's no different when people believe in certain religions. They don't know, like everybody else don't know.
Okay, we get it, dude.
That's what
Okay, you're so shallow. You're a shallow ass mofo, dude.
You know what? We are
that's all
different
I'm
because we
saying.
are not
That's
condemning
basically what
people.
I'm saying is that we don't know, and we come together collectively, different paths from different um, ways of being, to have conversations, not to say I know, and then to kind of be like, it's like you're belittling like a little to somebody because they don't know. I don't know. You don't know.
Right. So what's the point of the question? Just to cause more confusion? I mean,
Well, you can't
for
get
me,
deep. That's the problem.
I'll answer the question a little bit. People think that they know and they have these near-death experiences. We see all the stories, so they think that they have it figured out. But in reality, it's all near-death experiences. Keyword near death. When the actual death occurs and you're done with the body, nobody really knows the exact process or has experienced it, obviously. So what's the
Okay,
point in asking
so
when
I'm
we,
gonna
okay,
change
let's
it.
say
I'm gonna
none of
change
us
it.
know, so there's no point asking the question again, please. Thank you.
Right. I'm gonna so when you say spirituality, what it means to go within? What do that actually mean?
Like I was trying to talk
Oh
earlier
my God.
about your inner knowing. Like if you know not to, you have this inner knowing, you can't explain it. Like somebody's telling you to, like, you're going straight, you're going on your route that you normally go on every single day of your life, and all of a sudden you get this feeling, you get this knowing that is impossible for me to explain, that you need to keep going straight or you need to turn right, don't go left like you normally do. You know what I'm saying? So that is part of spirituality. That is part of being in tune with your intuition. You may call it something else. You may call it the Holy Spirit. You may call it Jiju. You may call it intuition. You may call it your higher self. But that's what I was trying to explain. And everybody is on different paths of understanding these things.
So there's some that is called the amygdala. The amygdala deals with the intuition and deals with fear. So that's what activates and cause you to have that feeling. That's no spiritual
Okay,
stuff.
that's the
That's the
science's
amygdala.
explanation,
That's
but
your
yeah.
opinion. That's
No,
your opinion.
no,
That's your
that's not an
opinion.
opinion. It's
It
what
is
it
an
is.
opinion. You can't. It's like everybody wants to
It's
go ahead.
no, well,
Ian.
it's like saying, oh, when a scientist, like, when you love something, it's something that a neuron that triggers in your brain, and then it releases this dopamine and this, and you claim the science of it, but that's the physical aspect of it. Okay, what's
So are
science's
you wait?
explanation?
So you're not physical, bro? Are you saying you're not a physical being now?
No, that's not what he's saying. And you're putting words. You're only
I'm
looking at the
asking.
physical. You're
Is a
looking at
question.
Oh my God, don't
you're,
ask us 1 + 1 = 2,
you're
please.
looking at it's more than physical beings. So we're going to have more than a physical response. It
Okay.
might be what you say physically, but there's something energetically, something spiritual in the nature. Just like diseases start energetically, okay, and then it manifests its way into the physical. We're more than just this physical vessel that we're
What are you
using.
besides the physical? What are you besides the physical?
I am. I'm not going to get into a
Oh
conversation with
my,
you. I'm
we're
not
not
going to get
gonna
into a
go.
conversation with you.
We're not gonna.
I've been. It's
This
like a
is.
loop. It's like a loop, and it's like I'm trying to
You
go.
cannot prove that. That's your belief. That's all.
Okay.
That's not a
No,
belief. That's not a
I
belief.
am I transcend space and time when I'm done with this body. Period, point blank, and all of us do.
How you
And
ain't
I've had
transcend? You ain't done yet.
I've had personal spiritual experiences that I will not share on this platform.
Wait,
So
it's
don't
like NADAC experience? Like how the gentleman says it's a NADAC?
like I just said, I've had personal spiritual experiences that I will not share on this platform. But those who know, they know. And I don't have to prove myself to you or anyone else about my spirituality or the way that I choose to walk.
Right.
Just like you
Yeah.
don't have to prove yourself to us as we're trying to have a conversation. And it's like you're asking basic questions. I'm not trying to belittle you, sir, or say anything, but we're trying to go deep, and you're at the kiddie pool with these questions, in my opinion. I'm done
So
with those basic questions.
you have personal dreams and visions,
I did
and you
not
feel
say,
if it's spiritual.
I did not say dreams and visions. I said I have had personal spiritual experiences that
What
I
that
will not,
means?
like I said, I have had personal spiritual experiences that because of how you are and how you're receiving the energy, I don't feel comfortable sharing on this platform with you. Okay? That's all I'm going to say.
Again, these are symbolic words when you want to cover up something.
No, I'm not covering up anything. I'm protecting my energy. That's what I'm doing because I've been observing you. Okay?
I know one thing we can prove really quick. This dude is an idiot and he came
See
here to
that?
cause chaos. I
She
call
she
it as
always
I see it.
downgrading people.
Yo, if you quack, if you swim, if you got yellow
See,
feathers, I'm gonna call a duck, man. See what? See. You
she
ain't
always
even in the kiddie
downgrading the
pool.
man.
You're
Always
still on your
downgrading the
mama's
man.
titty. You're so bad. Just get out of here. Just get out of here, man.
You have
You're
man problems. Downgrading men all the time.
Okay. Anything you got to bring to the table? You want to step outside of their confusion so we get deep with it, or it doesn't sound like you're a very deep person? No? Okay. Didn't think so.
Who you talking to?
You.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Jesus.
Hey, say the question again. I'm sorry.
What's your avatar about? Let's see, pull this up. What's that? Is that your channel or what's that?
It's my channel as well. It says I am just us.
What's the 33
TV.
about?
That's a top thumping Christian right there.
See, she really judging. Just like you damn
I don't
Christian.
need to. Hey. Let me say this, Ian. People forget to read a verse after a verse. So the most famous one is "Judge not, lest ye be judged." The verse after that says, "You may observe others." So if you don't like the observation I said, pack your bags and take a walk.
I observe you very well.
Can you post
Apparently not.
a link to your channel so I can check it out?
So we
It's
can
right
block
down. You got it.
I can't. I searched it. There's a lot of things that say I am Jesus on here. Like 1,000 channels. So, anyways, I
No,
don't
no.
want to.
It says Jesus TV 33.
He's
Cool.
telling you he can't find the link, and you can't be
He
respectful to the host and put it in the
he could
chat.
find it if he type in the
I'm
right word.
asking you a question. He's telling you he can't find the link, and you
Okay.
can't be a
Did
respectful panel
did you
member
find
and
it?
put it in the chat. Hello, I got to keep asking this question because somebody keeps interrupting me. He keeps telling you he can't find the link. Do you not have an ounce of respect in your body to answer
Yo,
the? Oh, I'm sorry, I got to start all over
you're a
again.
man hater, man. Stop it, man hater.
He can't find the link. Do you not have an ounce of respect in your body to give it to him? Phew, that was so hard. Somebody kept interrupting me.
It is Jesus TV 33. Type it all in one. You will find it.
He don't want you to find it, Ian. He is nothing but a
Okay.
troll.
I'm putting Mary's channel in the chat too. I have in the description. I've been putting Bobby Sunkiss. I'm gonna put Mary too, just so There's her channel too. Okay, so I just needed to put no spaces. I am Jesus 33. Oh wow, when I search it, my channel pops up. That's interesting.
Wait, I
Whoa,
never
what
told
the
you put in I
fuck?
am. I
Oh,
never
okay.
said that. I said Jesus TV 33. It said like 4 times.
Okay. But when I put I am Jesus 33, my channel popped up. That's weird.
Well, maybe you
Okay, I
probably.
got you. I see you. Okay. So what do you want to give a brief summary of your channel? You just have one video, 4 streams, and 1 short. Okay. Cool. Okay, so you kind of do panels with them. Okay, I get it. Enough. I see. Cool.
I think it's funny how some people in the chat are saying I'm rude and they don't want to approach this dude's behavior
You
at all.
are rude. You a man hater.
You're bringing it out of us, and it's not anger or stuff like that. It could be, but I mean, it's passion, and it's a touchy subject, and a lot of us deal
Well,
with
no,
people
I'm not
judging
a
us all
man
day
hater.
long.
He's speaking in a condescending manner. He doesn't want to answer direct questions without giving us a word salad. He's really insulting everybody with the way he speaks. He doesn't want to tell us anything about him at all. So you could call me whatever you want to call me. I'm still going to put a wall up to you. If that makes me rude, then I don't know what you are, dude, but maybe I should talk to somebody who talks to Jesus that'll pray to God for you.
I like to tap into. What's up, bro? Good to see you. Much love. I like to tap into my emotions. I, for the most part, outside of here, I'm a even-tempered guy, just super calm, big time observer, like my entire life. Don't have a lot to say like that, but on here, this is where I kind of speak my mind and can really express myself. But outside of this, I'm really, super not even, trying to whatever. This you, bro.
It's not my first go around with trolls or people trying to cause chaos in my life. If me putting up a front and attacking back is rude, that just
I
tells
do
me
not
about
hold on
very
to.
much
I
about the
experience and then
person.
I let go. For me, it's part of my journey, and part of my journey is letting that out at this point in time. So I don't,
I'm not apologizing. I'm just saying straight like who I am. I have never come in with any kind of fluff or anything, but if someone's going to come at me, I'm going to come back. You want to call that rude? I really don't care. You have not fought the battles I fought. You have no idea what rude really is.
You are rude.
You know what? It means 0, -1 in my life. You saying that means nothing to me. You are not of consequence to me.
Can you get
You're
deep? Who
just
are you? Say
if you're
I am and tell us something.
is anybody talking?
you can't hear us.
There might be something. Hold on a second. You had some. I think you started talking, then you disappeared and came back. I think you might want to jump off, jump back on, or something. But can you hear me now, Sunkiss? Okay. I'm gonna write her something in the chat.
For
So what did you?
people, go
Oh no,
ahead.
go ahead.
Go ahead.
I was just gonna ask him like, what did you come here for exactly? What was your purpose? I meant say off and back on, jump on and back off. Okay. Why is your name Jesus? I'm curious, but you're not religious.
Are you programmed?
No one heard or understood you.
It said just us. It
you still say Jesus. Maybe the program still live with you.
Okay.
Now, if you want to know why I say just us, because just us represent a state of mind. We are the aspects of the one. And whatever state of mind you in, it is just who you are. Didn't choose to change your state.
Well,
No.
that's your philosophy, but why do you feel the need to push that upon other people?
Well, if you could show me a person who do not have a state of mind, then I say,
No, I asked you a very direct question. Why do you, your human being, feel the need to push your belief on other people? It's a very direct question. Please answer with, I feel blah, blah, blah.
don't be rude now. So he asked me a question and I answered. That's why he asked me a question.
And I'm asking you a question right up against that. Why do you feel the need to push your belief on other people?
I just told you. He asked
No,
me a
you
question.
didn't.
I said,
Why do you feel the need to
now listen.
push your belief? Answer the question. I feel the need to push my belief on other people because.
See, I'm talking and she's talking over me. He said that we're not going to do that, but it's okay for it to be rude.
No.
Turnabout's fair
Oh my.
play.
You can't answer that question, please, dude. Come on. We want to get somewhere. We're just trying to see your
So
purpose.
again, you asked me a question. I was not pushing your belief. I was answering your question.
And my question, which was different words, said, why do you feel the need to push your belief on other people?
I'm not pushing that belief. I just told you.
Well, maybe put a poll up there, Ian.
Okay. No, that's a good idea. Actually, I've been forgetting about the polls.
I'll leave
Like,
my own personal feelings silent so that we can do this poll.
what should I? What am I asking? Is he trolling?
I just want her to love herself and don't be bad
Is
about
he pushing his belief on us or is he having a conversation?
Just love yourself and don't
I
feel bad.
just wanted to hear the audience's
Right.
perspective on that, not his, the audience's perspective.
Don't feel sad no more. Just love yourself, okay?
Okay.
Yeah.
Thanks. We needed that, man. That's what you know.
What would we have done without those words?
Wow, my whole life. Crazy.
Sunkiss, mic check.
Can y'all hear me?
Okay, yeah,
Yes.
you're good now.
Okay. Sorry. Sometimes my connection be tripping.
Oh, he left. I hope I didn't kick him because I kicked the other Sunkiss because you came up on two things. I hope I didn't
No,
get rid
he
of
was
him.
talking after she left.
Okay.
Oh, somebody. There was two of me.
Yeah, I just took the other one off and then he left. But I'd rather someone else come up. We want to get somewhere with the conversation, and I think that was just really weird and confusing.
That was insane. That was absolutely insane. We know what Jesus and 33 means. I don't care what he tries to profess.
Oh, he's back.
We all learned about that, about Catholic religions, not so much about other religions. I've delved into them, but we've learned a lot about that. And we can connect 1 to 2 to 3.
Well, before these religions started, I mean, were the people completely lost and they just, thank God, religion came across and these people came on their boats and took their land and gave them the Bible, you know?
I
Is
believe
that
that is exactly what the Catholic had a belief process of. That's exactly it. Yes. And that's why I dove deep when I learned about the indigenous and their belief system and their way of life, how they dealt with conflicts, things like that. I'm knowledgeable about that. Just as I'm knowledgeable about the deep dive I did on Christianity or the King James Bible or the Dead Sea Scrolls or Muslim or Islam or Jewish. I mean, this guy is acting like we're a bunch of numbskulls, and I don't appreciate that.
Well, it's crazy how they twist everything. So we go back then, and it's like these indigenous people, they worship the woman, or maybe not worship, but they really revered the woman, and were born again through the blood of our mom. You know, this portal. And these guys came along and said, "No, you're born again in the blood of this man." But in
Mm-hmm.
reality, we were all born again in the blood of our mom.
Mm-hmm.
So
Exactly.
what's the whole purpose
Exactly.
of that? It's just weird.
Well, if we look at a big ballpark like type of picture of it, it really is a dilution and minimization of who the woman is, just as a woman, not as a political, not as a social, just a physical woman. Like that has been diluted. What I found out through the indigenous, there's a lot of indigenous that the woman is standing right next to the husband on the battlefield, that the husband is standing next to the woman as the dinner's served. Like there wasn't this sexual, gender-driven enigma that we find ourselves living in.
Exactly. And we all hold different roles, but like I said, not one above the other. And we both need the man, and the man needs the woman, you know. And it's not, and then I just wanted to say to the person that's saying that it's we're not talking about religions, we're bashing Christianity. It is our own personal experiences that we are having with Christianity. Like I said before, I have not had a Muslim person, a Hindu person, an atheist person, or whatever come the way that this group of people, and not everybody in this group is like this. But
Mm-hmm.
that's where we can only speak about what we know, and that's what we're talking about, our experiences. It's not just bashing on Christianity. We're talking about how Christianity is bashing on us. Okay.
Well, we could
So,
talk about other ones. What do they want to talk about, Jehovah
I'm just saying, I
Witness?
have no experience with other religions. I have no experience, like, to be
Right.
honest. And I have not been confronted by someone of another religion, telling me I'm going to burn in hell, or telling me because I'm doing this, other than a person that claims that religion or claims that faith. So I can't speak on behalf of having a personal experience on anyone else.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
You
much
guys see
love
the
to you, Heather.
scripture? Much love, Heather. Thank you. You're awesome. I'm gonna give you the a manager mod too. Um, you guys see the scripture on the screen?
Hey, give me a mod as well.
Yes.
Let women learn quietly with all submissiveness. It's ridiculous. What were we gonna say?
It is really minimizing the woman. I mean,
Right.
a woman's instinct, especially I mean, how many times you see a woman reach her hand out right before her kid goes to fall? You know, and men have that instinct as well, but women just seem to hone in on it. It's a more natural thing. Maybe it's hormones. I don't know. I don't have all the answers. But what I do know as a woman is some of that instinct just kind of comes out of nowhere. But if we minimized ourselves the way society and religion and science would have us minimize ourselves, we would be nothing but a shift in a skirt with no emotions, like robots, like what is that called? Handmaid's Tale.
I don't know what they're
There's plenty of movie references that show, and I feel like that they want people to think this way, that women are really demeaned, like their meaning to life, demean, um, is nothing. It's a negatory. And how can something that gives birth be considered a negatory out of the gate? Why are they trying to convince people this? These are the
Exactly.
conversations we can't have with ignorant people because we really want to delve deep. We're all humans and we're all having this human experience. It is in a way for each individual our own personal social experiment, trying to find ourselves, find out what life is about. These are the conversations we want to have so that as people come with their little bit of truth, and as more people come, the ball of truth gets bigger, the understanding gets bigger, the ability to accept a human experience is now able to grow because now we're actually connecting with each other the way we ought to naturally connect with each other. And I am just have zero toleration for someone from society, no matter what group that you hold yourself dear to in society. But when someone from society comes out at me and tells me, you're not living right, you don't look right, you're not wearing the right clothes, you're not talking the right language, you're not teaching the right, you're not, you're not. That wall is so thick a river could live on top of it. Because I realized we don't live in a society of helpful people. They say they're helpful. They do it under the guise of religion. They do it under the guise of the Bible. They do it under the guise of the Constitution and the Bill of Rights. But what none of them do it under is the fact that we're all human and we should all be respecting each other with a basic human respect, not judging, well, you deserve, or I'm gonna get on you because of that. No, I'm so tired of it. Everybody get up and sit on your hands and stop pointing out, because everything starts with this meat suit that we walk in. And if we cannot drive our car right, it doesn't belong on the road. Not in a negatory, meaning you still need to learn, and maybe you should sit down with a notebook and pencil instead of spewing garbage because you haven't learned.
This is all about getting us unbalanced. Wives, submit to your husbands as to the Lord. Why isn't there balance?
Right.
This creates a big unbalance and confusion.
But there
You
are
know?
scriptures that give balance. But
Right.
people do not respect them. So in the
What the
scripture
fuck?
that almost every priest reads to a couple they're marrying, especially in the older days, decades ago, about honor each other and all that. After what we're all used to hearing in a church at a wedding,
Wow.
there's another scripture. And it says, Jesus shall treat his wife better than man treats the church. I believe that's how it goes. But there is a scripture afterwards that really does balance things out. But why isn't it talked about? Why isn't that scripture read at the end of the scripture of "Thy shall honor each other"? Because of the manipulation that everybody falls for. I haven't seen anybody honor those marital vows in the Bible in decades. And nobody wants to have to talk about the human experience without trolls coming in and trying to tip the pot over, people in the chat supporting the troll and not understanding we're not here to argue. We all believe, and I'm sorry if I'm talking to you, I beg your forgiveness, but I believe we all are on a path searching for truth. Ian, you said something in a short the other day that hit me right in the gut because it reminded me of what I said to myself almost 50 years ago now. I just want the truth. If it hurts, it hurts. I just want the truth. I want to live in truth. I do not want to live under the lies of another person, man, woman, in between. I've said those words, Ian. And when people like this come in and interrupt, whether it's in chat or on panel, yeah, I get irate unapologetically. I will not apologize. My instinct, I think there was maybe only one person in the last 365 days that I thought was a troll. I didn't treat them that way. I just thought it. But in fact, other people came to say, no, it's not a troll. One person in 365 days. The only way you obtain things like that is by unifying the heart, the mind, and the soul, not the brain, not the
Right.
brain. And I just want to give that truth out to people. Maybe no one's there. Maybe there's one person somewhere that's never heard it. And maybe my own personal self just needs to hear it again. I don't come into these conversations with motivations like that. I ask for my creator not just to teach myself, but to help me teach others what I've experienced. Not that I'm dictating anybody, but maybe one person just needs to hear something, anything. But it wasn't that argument or all that chaos that was created over what? Can anybody define what that chaos was created about? I can't. I'll probably think about it for 2 days and I'm still not going to be able to define it. Why? Because we're not chaos agents. We don't wish to just stir the pot of another person because it's funny. That's called Schadenfreude or Freudenstadt. I'm not quite sure. It's a German word. But what it means is getting pleasure out of someone else's either discomfort, bad, bad luck, or what have you. There's an actual term for that. And when I come up against people that I do feel are like that gentleman, why am I going to catch flack for it in the chat? Because you don't know me, I don't know you, and you wouldn't want me to judge you if you were in the same position coming up against something that made you so passionate that social rules went out the window. And if you don't know me, every social rule I ever met went out the window. Because I do live a life of freedom, and that requires a lot of sacrifice and discomfort. I ain't sacrificing for God in a book or a church or anything. I'm sacrificed because my creator gave me the instinct to live, to just live, to know I'm going to make it to the next day. That's indescribable if you've never experienced it. And I experienced it from 0 to 14 years old. Just not going to apologize. I want truth. I want us all to feel comfortable to bring the truth and not run into the kind of bumpy road that this guy has led us down. It's all unnecessary waste of our time.
Yeah. If anybody else wants to come up, you can have the choice as well. You can say, I want to say something by myself. And what I'll do is I'll put you only on a screen like this. And you can say wherever you want and leave. Or you could say, I want to talk with me only. Like, yeah, I want to talk with you, Ian. I'll put me and you just there. So if you wanted to get the open space to say something without any of us here, you have that opportunity. Just so everybody knows, at all times up here. I wanted to address this as well. Look at this, guys. The woman, okay. No, so man is not born of a woman. Wait, where is it? To the women he said, will surely multiply your pain in childbearing. In pain you shall bring forth children. You desire shall be contrary to your husband, but he shall rule over you. And yes, there's balance with it with Jesus and stuff like that, right? But this is how people justified their actions and how they were as a husband, you know? Like you're not equal to your husband, so how many people were dealing with the fucking shitty ass man that would resort to these fucking verses
Mm-hmm.
and justify their actions as a husband, etc., right?
Right, because that verse does not say anything about submission on the woman's part. It says, even if she's contradictory to the husband, which means that no matter what the woman feels, the husband has rule over her and her body, and what? That people of religion tend to take things to an extreme, especially if the verse suits them.
Exactly. People take that to an extreme, given to this faith by the Elohim, by the many gods, not one. And you have people who are in homes and women who are getting abused, who are getting just beat the hell up because a man holds it into himself that he is in this position. Um, anyway, and so it kind of it has played a big role in a lot of women being domestically abused and silenced, and it also has played a role in a lot of women and children losing their lives at the hands of the father ruling over them. And then people won't say anything because they're like, it's his household, he rules over her. You know, it's
Right.
very sad.
I want to point this out. Christianity is bashing on you. Why? We're all getting bashed by it all the fucking time. And then when we actually get a chance to speak on it and speak to people that are fucking trolling us and talking all this shit, we get a little bit passionate and a little bit angry. And that's normal. I'm a human. I'll show you an example that happened the other day in my chat room. This guy here. I don't know why it's doing that. This dude was calling me. Oh, I can't even click on it. There we go. We're calling us demon-possessed pigs, non-human Nephilim. I'm a liar. I'm not innocent, right? Which obviously I'm not innocent, but this is minor compared to the things I've dealt with. Do you know how many amazing people that I've met in my life that we vibe big time? And people, you know, that once I said I don't subscribe to your religion, they want nothing to do with me. It wasn't because I was a good person or anything. It was based on my man-made belief systems I didn't subscribe to.
Mm-hmm.
But I was still the same person. And people even now, do you know how many people were vibing and stuff like that on the channel, especially when I came back and they're all in the chat, joining the panels. But once I said where I stand on religion, you don't see any of them around anymore. Great people I couldn't wait to get to know better. And they're probably rushing right now. They're not going to write in the chat. They're not going to connect only because I don't subscribe to man-made religion. It's not about the person I am. This is the type of things that bothers us.
Can I say something? I'm sorry to interrupt you.
No, please. Go ahead.
People are upset because we argue back and we hold them to the coals, but it's okay for them to damn our soul to hell.
Ooh.
Exactly, Mary.
Wow.
And I'm gonna say this was a good point.
Oh my gosh, that was a fucking bomb drop. I gotta drop one.
Mary,
Wow.
you spoke what I got in with Rocky E the other night. He came into the chat and was calling us losers, calling us sinners, telling us we were going to burn in hell. And I was like, why are you here? So I went to the very book that he holds to. And I read him word for word, Matthew 10, verse 14, where basically, I'm paraphrasing, this is where Christ sends his disciples out and he tells everybody, you go into the cities and da 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 da, if they hear you, da 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 da, good. If people are not receiving you, receiving what you are saying in the house and in that city, when you depart, shake the dust off your feet. He did. I told that to Rocky. I said, we're not receiving it. Hold on just a second, guys. He said, I said, we're not receiving it. So just shake the dust off and be done with it. And he told me, okay, hold on. Don't quote the Bible at me. And so I said, well, don't come over here and quote the Bible at us. So it's okay for you to quote it at us. Damn us. But when I tell you the error of your ways or what you're not doing according to your Savior, you tell me, don't tell you that. And it's not about salvation, at least with that person, because if it was about salvation, you would have humbled yourself and said, yes, Christ did say that. I didn't make that verse up. It's written there. And you would have been like, okay, Christ didn't do it. I'm following him. He's my Lord and Savior. And then washed your hands of us. No, it was still name calling.
Yes. And condemnation. I spent 3 years with one of my parents going through Jehovah Witnessing because he was looking for salvation for his soul, only for me and my siblings to remember being damned to hell. Now, you're talking about 3 kids that grew into their teenage years, not speaking until someone spoke to us, raising our hand to go to the bathroom in our own home, not being able to pick anything we like to eat, having to swallow our own vomit, and I got a religion looking at me and telling me I'm damned to hell because I'm not one of the 144,000? Yeah, I'm completely offended by any human being walking this earth that dares to look at me and tell me I belong in hell. You don't know a fight till you say that shit to me. Ask that last dude. I don't act kindly to that. What is anybody who has a problem with the way I spoke that guy to? What has anybody got a problem with me defending my own soul?
Exactly.
And I just got a Bible question. Does this feel like we're fighting against principalities? No, we're fighting other people, man. It sucks.
I love
Well,
you, Mary. I love your
yeah, no.
passion. I love your strength.
Yeah.
I love who you are. And I love what you bring to the table. And sometimes we get passionate. I've gotten passionate. And because people don't know where you've come from, they don't know the battles you face, and they don't know how you got to be who you are today. I honor the divine in you. I honor the woman that you are, and I appreciate your presence. I just wanted you to know that. I love you. And I'm
Thank
so
you,
appreciative. I appreciate all the panel members as well.
Thank you. And I appreciate all the panel members and Suncast, man. From the moment I heard you speak, I'm like, there's one strong woman right there. And I want to be a part of that group with strong men. And this is how we're going to make sure that the human race continues, because we're not looking to send each other to hell or annihilate each other for any reason.
I don't know. Do we
Exactly.
think a heaven exists? I'm curious after this. I think it's a state of mind here. And it might carry on after this in some way. But like that's what I want to get with in the conversation with too is like, do we think a heaven and hell exists after this? Like you're gonna be dealing with, if you're a really bad person, you're really gonna be in some hell, or does everyone just get a clean slate every time? You know?
Well, I do not agree with the definition of the biblical heaven and hell.
All right. Neither do I.
But I don't think we end. I think we were somewhere before. And I think maybe our choices in this life are way more important than people treat them.
Yeah. It's the true test, the true serious. It's a game, but it's the most serious game you ever play. You know, and the mind wipe and all that stuff. People resort to the soul trap, but I think it's even deeper than that. I think we trap ourselves here, but um, I think the mind wipe is to really see what you're gonna do without, you know, any memory. We're gonna put you down there and see, you know.
Without prior knowledge. And see,
Right.
the Bible's real and science really do give people a false sense of comfort with this quote unquote prior knowledge. If people treated the Bible like an allegory, we wouldn't be having these conversations, because we would all have been delving deeper into the stories, the philosophies of the stories of the Bible, because we wouldn't be bothered with that human aspect of, remember Numbers, this person begat that person begat that person begat. I don't know why they made that so important, but we are an interrupted human species, interrupted by this thing we call religion. We can look, excuse me, even if we just went to wall writings in all the countries, it's not showing you buildings with crosses. I'm just saying that. So this modern society, religion that we find ourselves in, I think is interrupting our human experience. And I could be wrong. That's just in my opinion.
If I can share a bit, guys, there's an anchoring from my perspective. There's an anchoring going on here in our three-dimensional vessels. And for some people, if they become aware of it, they can probably do access consciousness and maybe trick the mind ever so lightly. Things like the written work and spoken are afterthoughts. That's why some people, they can actually engage in their middle receivers, would be in their midbrain, which is where insight, intuition is. Just to share a little bit.
Can you extend that concept? I was following along, but I need a little bit more.
On what part, Mary? If you don't mind, what part would you like to hear?
You were talking about extending the consciousness, yeah?
Access consciousness.
Access.
Yeah.
Access, like access,
Yep.
ACCESS?
Yes.
Okay.
The mind is what we're in. So hence why we have terms like hive mind. And in there, that's where thoughts and feelings, mental plane, all that exists within it. And we're encompassed it with a thing called the body. Now,
To
whether or not
what goal? Like, in your mind, to what goal?
well,
Like some people will say to astral project, you know what I'm saying? But I'm just wondering what.
One of the bodies. Those are one of the bodies. Yeah, there's been many spiritual wars, and this would be like somewhat of a prison to a certain point where a person's aware. Some of it's a rehab center. Hence the concept
So
of
in
divide.
essence, if I can just ask you, in essence, do you believe this is like a learning place, you know, like where Ian says where you were wiped out and now you know what's you know in the front of your consciousness now is this life from birth till passing. Do you believe that's a learning, you know, like a test or a classroom or something?
I wouldn't lean more towards, for me, Mary, as a belief, as a more of a knowing, and maybe even lean towards a discernment, where people go to the light, and more times most people cannot pass it. just because they haven't done the work. They usually have a lot of traumas here. They're caught up in all the different dogmas, for example. Some of their own personal healing is really not as much as what they've experienced as much as they've observed. And that's usually the vessel that's observing most of that, because the body is its own consciousness.
Well, what about instinct though? Because
Mhm.
you know, when you're born and learning, you know, in the primary years, it's not like instinct is taught.
This is where we get the concept of nature. Nature is wild and untamed, bounded by laws, light, air, wind, and space. So for some people, when we have words like instinct, intuitive, insightful, intelligent, that usually gives us a hint. Like, it's, as an example, let's say somebody cuts themselves. Is the healing done inside or outside? That's where life exists, from within. Outside is just an aging process. It's temporary. It's a mortal form. And we as beings jump into those things. That's why we have entry points. That's why we have horoscopes, and a lot of
Mhm.
alignments of the skies. Whether it was back in the days of native or tribal people, some of them would be able to tap into the signs. When we look up in the skies, you see images. You see the sun and the moon. Those aren't material. So this is where stories have been distorted, and whether or not we spend way too much energy on the Bible, the Quran, the teachings of Hinduism, the Bhagavad Gita, the Buddhism. A lot of them have to do with about attachments. Most people are attached to the vessel, so they think they're the body. But then the question is, who's speaking and who runs it when you go to sleep? Now, people will say, I do astral traveling. The few that can do it. No different. When I say a few, it could be millions. No different. Some people can consume blood or gold, liquids. This is why we have things called, even though they've warped it a little bit, spiritual cooking opposed to material cooking. So now this is where they get the concept of good and evil, spiritual, material. You're lightning from the bottom and lightning from the top. Yeah. This is why people have to learn to get into the state of stillness and silence and then listen from within. Because it's not that outside world that's really affecting you, it's the inside world. So any form of trigger usually comes from an attachment, with pleasures and comforts. Everybody wants to get their comforts opposed to resisting things. I went on. I apologize, Mary.
What about both? What
No.
about being in the stillness and then also uh, going with your emotions and expressing yourself? What about, can't you do both?
Yeah, you could do anything, but then you have to
Yes.
find out if they're developed. This is where esoteric comes in. The first 7 years of the physical development years. Then there's the emotional development years the next year. That's why most people are stuck in their childlike years, because they've never fully developed their emotions. And then there's the mental part. The brain doesn't really fully develop till 25. So
Well,
again,
we live
those.
in a society where they want us to believe that our feelings are fleeting and to just let it go and move on. I did not subscribe to that, especially as a parent.
Mhm.
In my household, um, outside of the standards, feel what you're feeling, then decipher what you're feeling, learn something from it. And then after that, it's to be discarded, or it is going to remain an open wound that's not dealt with.
Mhm.
And um, I've come up against flack even with my own kids with that. Um, but the one thing I can say is my kids feel, and it's okay. And let's talk about it. And let's see where is the message within the feeling? Where's the wisdom or the knowledge? The only um, unasked for advice I've ever given to people, especially when they're going through relationship issues, is to spend some time alone. And a lot of people in society are super weirded out by that. They're thinking, I'm going to put on my headphones and just go run, on the treadmill at the gym. That's not what I'm talking about. Just being in the body, just be for a second, like explore your sensations, ground yourself, I know it's very hard to do, but wipe your mind for a second. For me, sometimes it's only a second. You know, those things that help you maintain the trinity of your heart, mind, and soul. Because without feeding that, you are feeding just a meat suit.
Real quick. Oh no, go ahead. I was gonna go ahead, and then I'm gonna give Bella the mic. She wants to pop up just for a second.
No, go ahead, Ian. I'm in no rush. Go ahead.
Okay.
Yeah, sure. Go ahead.
Yep, you got it. Much love.
Hey, panel and chat room, can you hear me?
Yep, you're clear.
Sounds
Okay.
good. Hey.
Hey, I was just gonna
Hi,
say,
Donna.
hey, I could hear your babies. They're so sweet. What I was gonna say is I feel like this, and this is from out of body stuff. So, I guess go with that with what you know, want. But what I see is that pretend your soul is sent down into Iraq. Well, you're probably going to be Islamic. So it probably depends on where you land, what your, experience, a religion that's going to be introduced to you and stuff. Okay, there's that. But as far as, yeah, and thank you, Ian. So anyway, so beyond that, from what I've seen, like on the other side, I think that there's different sections. Like if you believe in that religion, you may experience a heaven like that, and like if you choose to come back or something, way probably later, I think it's a long time, that then you might move on and learn other things. And I'd said this in the chat, but I know someone else, this wasn't me, that was out of body and was around like a heavenly realm. And there was a lady with a clipboard and she was saying like, you're going to go to hell flying around like that. It's witchcraft and all this. And he's like, you don't know that you can fly. You need to learn that you can fly and go different places and visit different realms. And I think that we create different realms and other people create realms. And there's just two little stories I want to say. There was a girl that was like really overweight and she like died and she made herself look thin and beautiful and she would stare in herself at the mirror all the time and put on different clothes and makeup and just stare at herself in her afterlife for years. And people out of body would see her and try to talk to her, and she couldn't even hear because that's where she was right now. She wanted to enjoy just that right then. And it was kind of like a hell or a purgatory to some people, but it was where she was comfortable right then. And then I know another guy that went and visited his dad on the other side. And the dad was like, "What are you doing here? You died." And he's like, No, I came to see you. And he was an avid fisherman. And he's like, "Look, son, this pond has salt and freshwater fish in it." And he fished with his dad and everything because that was the heaven that he wanted to create. And I think that everybody experiences something different. And, I know I know there's people that have had bad experiences. Like, say there was a woman that was beat in life and all this stuff by her husband. She may jump right back in and take anybody because she's going to be a man hater now and like get them. You know what I mean? And not really even thinking or planning or making some kind of big contract, just like diving in with no, planning and stuff. Now, this is just stuff I've seen. I'm not sure how right I am. You know what I mean? So, but it's just fun to look at if anybody ever gets bored. And I love all y'all. Does anyone want to say
Yeah,
anything to me?
yeah, no, thank you. It's interesting because that's kind of what we see with all the near-death experiences. They all see their God that they believe in, or even someone that's you might see actually a different God, or it seems like it's kind of catered around their
Beliefs.
beliefs in the physical form, kind of what they see in these near-death experiences.
Right. And see, like,
Pretty
don't you
interesting.
think if you thought you were going to have a soul trap, you might end up getting that for a little while until I've heard of people
Exactly.
experiencing hell and then they keep going up this tunnel and there's demons grabbing at them and stuff. And then all of a sudden they're at the feet of Jesus and they, you know, get to repent and all that kind of stuff. But I mean, I think they thought they were going to go to hell and they did experience that, but that's just my opinion.
And there's nothing wrong with it. It's like kind of like if you really want out, or you really have to break all attachments.
Yeah.
And when you have people you love, really, you want. It's kind of like what brings us back here. We don't want to see people that we've connected with in multiple lives living. We want to go back and go with them. And
Yeah.
so if you really want to totally break out, and I'm not saying that that's me or what you should be doing, I think breaking all that, like, I love you, you're great and everything, but like, I'm really done with this place now. Maybe there's
Right.
some
Yeah.
other place to experience, I'll go, but this place, no. I'm not saying that's me. I'm just saying that that's probably how we really transcend totally out of here.
Yeah. And what about like this? Like, I was just thinking about this the other day. Like, so saying there's a man that was married 3 times. He loved each wife and they all died. So you're like, well, who's he with in heaven? Well, what I believe is that he probably, wherever his thoughts are, that's who he's with. He could probably see all of them if he wanted to. And also, I don't think those women would be without him, because they'd probably experience him also. You know what I mean? Whether he was literally focusing there at that time or not.
Right.
Yeah,
Like,
better.
maybe we are the true creator outside, not
Yeah.
creator like we created ourselves, but we're the true creator outside of here. Like, right now we're actually creating the afterlife experience for ourselves right now.
Yes, yes. And
Could
like,
be.
I had something really bad happen to me recently, and I had put in the chat room to say, I just want to say, I kind of saw that I created my reality, because I was, I guess, kind of like praying, wishing, trying to use intention and like affirmations to get something to happen, and something bad happened to me. And then that person that I want to come visit me and drive so far did, because they wanted to protect me from it happening again and put up security cameras and stuff. So what I'm trying to say is that wasn't the way that I wanted to get that person to come visit me. And I just wanted to share that with people that are like-minded and stuff, because I thought it was really shown to me really clearly that I had caused that to happen for, but not, I didn't want that person to come that
Like,
in that kind of way.
subconsciously, right?
Yeah, yeah. Wanted them
That's
to
why I
want
feel
to come.
sometimes.
Yeah,
Like, my subconscious is putting me through certain experiences. I'm very aware, but it's
yeah.
almost like I'm kind of, no, you're going through this,
Mm-hmm.
you
Yeah.
know?
And
I
that,
don't know. I've had some experiences that I'll just use this one. We moved here to Colorado. I got in with everybody around, and there was this one person who was like quote unquote pastoring the homeless. And I thought, man, I want to help this person help some people, maybe my own testimony would help them be able to rise up and, take a step in a different direction in their life or teach me something. Well, the relationship went very, very south because it was just it was like an extension of a church. So he wasn't, we thought he was doing this individually, but in fact, he was just an extension of the church. And so, of course, empty promises, browbeaten because you're doing it wrong. Excuse me. As with most conflict, I will step away before I step forward so that I can gauge even my own reaction. So I did that. And I was like, I'm just not going to go around that person. And in my mind, I just kept getting this feeling like, you wouldn't take crap from this from a person like from an obvious church. You would go confront them and be like, what's up, dude? And, but I don't want to do that. Let him go about his path. And this didn't just bother me for a couple weeks. This bothered me for months. And when I was with my spouse, I was like, can you please talk me out of confronting this person? Because, man, it's on my brain. It won't go away. It's keeping me up at night. And, nobody knew what to say to me, to tell you the truth. I didn't really want to confront them. This is a pastor person. I'm kind of tired of that. We really just needed a break from activism and, confronting nasty things in society. And I just didn't want to do it. Like, I can't express that enough. Months later, I'm still fighting with it. And I see something online that triggered the whole experience I had with him. And I couldn't handle it anymore. I just couldn't handle it. Like, it was such a weight on me. I was crying, guys. I was like, please stop. I do not want to. I just want this person out of my life. That was my attitude. Well, I got triggered and I reacted. I tried pulling back to make sure it was a response instead of a reaction. And I didn't want to come off attacking. And, in the end, I spoke with him in language he understood. So he's a Christian dude. And that's in the ways I spoke with him. And in the end, I was like, you do you, but if we all live under the same entity, everything we do is being seen. There's nowhere that we can hide our sins or bad behaviors or anything. One day accountability is going to come. Like, that was the gist of what I said. But don't talk about me or my family ever again, or you're going to create a monster. You know what I'm saying? But it stopped. Everything stopped. The in my head, like this, somebody's got to stop this guy. If you don't stop this guy, who's going to stop this guy? Just like constantly, everything stopped. Now, I don't think I was meant to do anything. I always believe I'm just a wee human ant on this freaking plane we call Earth. But that's what gets me to believe in the Creator. Because we all do, in the words of Walking Dead, we all have jobs to do. Let's buck up and do our jobs. There's a time for crying, there's a time for work, and kind of thing. And I do think that there are something like, I don't want to use the word missions or, quote unquote jobs, but maybe somebody can correct me if I'm wrong, but I felt compelled to confront this person. Like, I couldn't run from it. It was invading my dreams, my life, everything. So I don't think it's just a class where there's a test at the end. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think that some of it is for experience, and some of it can be to learn certain things, and maybe it depends on the contract that you make when you come in. I mean, I'm not sure on all that stuff, but you know, I did have an experience out of body regarding this one person, and it was like we were taken into a room, and I was all excited. We were standing in line by each other for some reason, and we were taken into this room, and it had like all kind of tables, like we were going to a meeting or out to eat or something. And we got set at different tables, and I could feel my hurt and their hurt, and it just was this time, you know, I was supposed to come in here and not, be around that person in life, like all the time. You know what I mean? I don't know. That's what I saw anyway.
Well, there's the concept of experiencing opposed to observing. There's different paths that people can take in the experience. Most of us are observers. We just forget that we're observing, from within. But the ones that do want to experience it, which is most of us to a certain point, what are we experiencing? Going to work, having a job, bearing children, raising children, those are experiences. And if a person observes from within, they realize how important it is, how does it serve you? Because it's always an internal experience. I know people get offended when I'll say to my buddies, I don't give a flying fuck about you. They'll get upset. I said, but you're the only one that's ever been in there. That responsibility is on you. Most people react. Once you become responsible for yourself, whatever that self is for a person, and I usually could tell when I hear people say words like self love opposed to loving the self awareness opposed to aware of the self. The self is just a program, and we're using it right now. We're communicating with each other. We say words like belief, knowing, understanding, wisdom, I don't care, I do care. Then the person has to go inwards and say, okay, I'm going to do some gatekeeping. We have to learn for each individual our own personal boundaries. If a person can trigger you, that tells a lot about you than them. Now, that trigger can come in many forms. Somebody says, I hate your car. I said, no, that's not where the trigger came from. It's when I compliment you on your dress. And you said, oh, I love it. Oh, thank you very much. That's the sweet and sour of life. You have to be able to observe the polarities of energy, whether negative or positive, yin and yang, positive and negative. Now, people say, Dominic, I only want to be positive. I said, well, then how does a car work? You have to have negative and positive and grounding.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, I see what you mean, but that's happened a lot where people say things, they slander, they talk shit, they tell lies about me. And when I respond, it's like they point the finger at me like I'm doing something wrong. Like I'm not gonna name names, but when the whole thing with like I should kill myself thing, no one said anything to the person that was saying it, and that's already done and over with. I'm just giving an example. But once I responded and had something to say about it, now it's like, well, why respond? Why give it blah blah blah? But I think that it was important to
Well, I think that was
speak
just
out sometimes and respond. It's not that I'm not grounded or this or that, and now I failed some experience because I'm responding to somebody, you know?
Owning
yeah,
in
I
or
was just
sorry.
gonna say that's having the balls to stick up for somebody.
Right.
Well, I guess each individual person has to assess, hopefully, to realize, is it life threatening? Could be, because this is where people get offended by words. I said, well, then how do we classify a woman that just got raped or a child that's been neglected or a man that's been abused? So this is where a person has to check himself more on the positive energy. That's where suffering comes more times than not, in the attachments to things like comforts and pleasures. So if a person says, oh, what a nice looking car, what a nice car you have. Oh, thank you. What a shitty car you have. Oh, thank you. You have to keep it very equal. So now if somebody can actually get you off kilfer, whether they're doing it intentionally or not, because you got to understand what demons are or daemons, they're there to mess around with your personalities, your behavior.
But wait, don't keep going. Wait 1 second, because you said something. You said you have to keep this even thing. I don't think that you have to. I think it might be best for a lot of good reasons. You're right.
Mhm.
But I don't think that you have to
Okay,
stay on
valid
that
point.
even at
Okay,
all
thanks.
times type thing. But
Then we'll go back on that. Sure. Okay. Like anything else, I'm like human, like everybody else. I'll say words out of place. Valid point at that point, Ian. You don't have to, if you choose to, at that point. I get it. We can make choices. For some people, they're not armed with a whole bunch of choices, so they have either or. But
yeah, no, you're right about that.
when you arm yourself with a lot of different choices, then in different situations, say in this moment this applies, in this moment this applies. This is where when people are intuitive, they'll say, okay, they'll listen to their gut. The ones that I choose to be intuitive will say, today I'm going down that alley, there's a homeless person there, you help them. The next day, same situation, intuitive said, no, you're not going down that alley. And then of course you'll show that you trust that, whatever that is. That trust should be from within, but you should also challenge it. This is where the friend and enemy concept comes in. If you can challenge yourself, rip a new hole in yourself, who can dare even offend you at that point? You've done the revolution yourself.
I don't know. Damning my soul to hell is pretty damn offensive.
Right. But see, this is the thing too. When people talk about me all fucking day for days and days and months, I don't respond or nothing. I just keep doing my thing. And then every once in a while, like 1 out of the 200 times, I might respond. You know what I mean? But people just look at that specific incident, but they don't look at all the other times people are slandering me, telling lies about me, spreading rumors where I don't even pay it any mind. But every once in a while, I'm gonna respond. So I think there's levels of it. I see what you're saying for sure. You have receivers, you have transmitters, and you have ones that are both. I'm both.
And those are going to be your experience. And yes, Mary, when people say shit like that, damn to hell. At that point, you either have to, especially when you're older now, as a person, I know most of our inner child have either been damaged through what we've experienced or observed, and that's a tough thing. I'd hope that that person who said that offense to that other person hopefully said, "Listen, I'm really sorry what I said, but I get it. It still hurts." And this is where people are allowed to, and this is why we perpetually have our wars with each other. It doesn't have to be like a battlefield war. It can literally be a mental and emotional war.
And sometimes it's a sacrifice that we make by responding and speaking out. It's actually not even for me. Actually, I'm doing myself a disservice, and I know it by even getting involved. But it's something that I have to do, and I think people that observe and people that see it, a lot of people deal with things and they hold it all in. So when you see, for me, when I was held everything in, no one wanted to hear my truth. I was on YouTube trying to be a part of communities, listening to people speak out, and that helped me. It helped me release that energy, even though it wasn't me releasing it, but watching others do it was a big thing for me that helped me cope with all the things I was holding inside.
Well done, Ian, because if you don't, for some people, like not everybody's designed to be a warrior. I'm not a warrior per se, but for some people, if they don't do those things that you just said, your body's going to take the brunt of it. This is why there's many different healing modalities. This is why when people say, I committed a crime, I say, yeah, but your body has to pay the price now, but by being imprisoned. This is where we forget who's the one that's really being triggered. It's whatever we think we are or aren't inside. Because the physical body, you can call it a meat suit, you can call it a beautiful technology. It is what it is. I know we're supposed to steward it, and I fail it in a lot of areas. So I'm not going to go around telling people I know how to take care of the body. I try. I practice my fasting occasionally. I try to, feed it when need be. But that's something I got to learn. So I do more harm to myself than others can do to me. But if somebody is trying to harm you, then you have to first understand your own boundaries. And sometimes you have to actually fight back. And I get what you're saying, Ian.
And so, in part, there's a lot of times we're not fighting against principality. We're actually fighting against people who have become victims of principality, who push that out upon others. And we do have the right to say, no, you're not doing that to me.
Well done, Mary. Yeah, valid point. And it sounds like you're a warrior that way, in my interpretation.
Well, that's why my brain went through a little problem when I didn't want to be a warrior. Like, there's some things you can fight and some things you can't. Like, to me, the hair that broke the camel's back is when I saw this person do something to another person that was it for me. I have to do something. But we should not apologize for that. That's where people get us wrong, is that we should apologize because in their view, we're not doing it right. So, like, my son is Down syndrome. He just recently turned 18. And since September, I fought with Social Security. I'm on disability myself, a working disability. And they can't touch the amount of my monies, but they did his. I don't have a mortgage or anything, so they kept using these things as a reason to do it. And there's so many people that just yes in their complacency and oh darn, that's all I deserve. And I couldn't do it. I couldn't do it. But I'm like people said I should have been a lawyer because I'm a very good representative of myself and my son. So as they're fighting with me, we just want to make sure he gets what he deserves. No, you're not. You're trying to make sure not to give me a dime more. And I started getting agitated. I do have PTSD. I do have anxiety. I've been through a tough life, but I've had 12 surgeries. Like the physical thing of having 12 surgeries is what gave me PTSD. I had anxiety from, the crap that's happened to me in my life. Well, he kept hemming and hawing the way government officials do. And, being a warrior for so long, sometimes things come out of my body, without exactly my permission. And I said, listen, dude, you would have me institutionalize my son. And you would pay that institution, no matter how many patients is living in one building, you would pay them my son's full amount and not even give him a dime to spend, wouldn't you? That gentleman was dead silent. He didn't know what to say. And because of my efforts, I did win my son his full Social Security. It took me since September. But I don't know backing down, like maybe I should come with a disclaimer. You're messing with a warrior. Maybe you shouldn't, like for that dude that was just on. But why should we apologize? The only reason for an apology is if someone does not understand human nature. And that really deserves a lesson more than an apology.
Well, then you can use the word forgive. So usually we have to forgive oneself, for whatever reason, but I'm sorry to hear all your struggles you've had, Mary.
That's okay. I forgive myself every time I come out of character. I mean, if someone wants to bring me to that point, I'll try to pull the reins back. But on something like the government or a corporation,
Mm-hmm.
I throw my reins up in the air and say, let's go.
Mm-hmm. Then you've kind of cleansed yourself. Other people have to. That's on them.
Yeah, well, no, I'm glad you brought that up. Absolutely. I think that it is the very important part of this experience that we all have to walk through. We all have to walk through the loudmouth on the corner. We all have to walk through people that, whether self medication or not, use and abuse alcohol and drugs, that abuse their families or shopping or food. We all have to walk through this and watch each other.
Mm-hmm.
We have to garner. I don't think I ever fell into the trap while learning Christianity, but I did experience it a lot about you should, you should, you should, coming from people of church and stuff like that. I don't think that's why we're meant to watch each other. We're not, I don't think we're meant to dictate to each other. But if we all understood the human experience, at the bottom, at the basis, let's take away corporations and society and stuff and realize what it means to be human walking on this thing we call Earth, because I know there's that argument too. Maybe we'd be just naturally more forgiving of each other, more understanding of each other, more inclined to listen to each other talk instead of listening just to talk. Like, I've been complaining to people for years. Let's talk about this human experience. I'm 53 years old. I'm just getting people to talk about it in the last year or two.
I can say that like Ian, I think you standing up for that person changed a lot. I felt like they kind of blossomed, and I don't know, I feel like that person's doing like so much better now. And I can just say that my experience with that was I even stood up and called out the panel at the Mandela Effect conference in 2019 because everything was, how good can it get? And I'm like, look, I meditate and pray for satanically, ritually abused children. This was shown to me to be my mission. And you can't ask some kid that's getting molested or cut up or something, oh, hey, just say, how good can it get? I had a lot of anger and stuff on it until I was shown out of body to do something different and focus on the outcome instead of going into the exact thing. You know what I mean? It's
Right.
hard to explain.
Yeah.
Yeah. And the last thing I'm going to say is I think that Ian is also right about is because I went through a lot of fearful experiences in the beginning. As I dropped the fear, as I let go of attachment and things like that, I was able to like move on in peace with stuff. You know, it just even just goes back to like my daughter, one of her friends died, and then we were at the funeral, and she was driving for the first time to her dad's house in Baton Rouge, leaving the funeral, and the little girl had died in a car wreck. So I'm like, I was so fearful and everything to where I had myself sick. So I just had to say, you know what? No, put an angel on each one of them wheels, and I gotta let go, because if not, I'm gonna drive myself crazy. You know, and I just had to like let go on little things at a time. As I've let go, everything's become a lot more peaceful, you know. And real quick, I wanted to add this one experience that happened to me. I'd gotten a new job and I was working with this guy at night to train. He was the nicest person ever. I've now known him for about 8 years. He's still one of the nicest people ever. We're sitting and talking that night after we'd trained, and it was the middle of the night, and we're sitting across from the table to each other. And I was talking a lot. So I was telling him about how I felt that, you know, negative entities could be attached to scary movies and, you know, things like that. They do rituals and attach it to music and those kind of things, right? In my peripheral vision up in the right hand corner, I saw a portal open up. It looked like black specks, and it was a circle about 12 to 15 inches around. And all of a sudden, he was dozing off, and he came up with it, looked so scary, and walked his arms towards me and got right in my face. And he goes, "You don't like
What?
that, do you? You can't handle it, can you? Because you can't take it." And then he just like melts back down in his chair. I never even could tell him because he's so nice. And you know what? He's still nice. I haven't had any negative things happen with him again. And I've had stuff
Wow.
like that happen.
Wow.
You know,
Whoa.
sometimes, and I swear to God, I would not lie to you guys ever. Not when it's something like this. That's the important thing, you know. I've had
Can
Yeah,
I
no,
weird
I
ask
stuff
you
believe
a
what
happen.
you're saying.
question?
That's yeah.
Oh no.
Uh,
Yeah, Bella. You've resonated with me on several stories, and you know that you've been on panel, and I resonated with a couple of stories with the children and stuff like. But so I totally, yeah.
Well, I just love all y'all so much, and y'all all rock. And I'm gonna get off and just listen because I love just listening to y'all and chilling out, you know. So thank you for letting me share some stuff, and because it always makes me feel better when I do. And you know, one other thing though, like I was so scared to be alone. My husband died, and my mom died, and I had not lived alone. And then I had to call a repairman on my own, and I had something really bad happen to me right when I was getting over all the fear. And I'm still getting over it. I'm doing it. And that person told me when he got here that he also worked offshore and that he had got canceled going offshore. So whatever happened while he was here was meant to be for me to not forget that. And that is very weird. And I was wrong from trying to focus to get someone to come visit me. But you see what I'm saying? So because then that person was worried about me and came and put up like security cameras and stuff. If I hadn't wished and tried to manifest so hard that person coming here, I don't think that would have happened to me. But anyway, I just wanted to share some learning experiences that I'd had, I think, with you guys. And I love y'all very much.
thank you.
Much
Much love.
love. Much love.
Love you, Bella. Mwah.
Love
You're
you. I
beautiful.
love
Much
you,
love.
girl. I love your channel. It's great. Okay, bye, y'all.
Thank you.
Much love.
So I have a question.
Yeah, no, please.
Ian, I feel kind of bad now eating all the cheesecake. I would have left some backstage for Bella. I feel bad.
Yeah, I'm definitely not making any more.
Okay, well, I'll just Uber a donut here.
What were we gonna ask, Mary?
Um, so instead of principalities, are like the question really is like, are we actually fighting against demons? Like outside
Ooh.
religion and all that, because that's really the basis of most of our knowledge. And what it says in Revelations about not fighting against people, but fighting against principalities and stuff. I'm I'm just now wondering, and maybe I just needed to ask, like, what do you guys think?
Is this a big war on evil?
Yeah.
Right. Or is the evil something that we just do to ourselves too? Um, yeah, that's a good question. I think.
Well, I ask is I watch a lot of ghost shows sometimes, and the one definition about I think it's how a person can create their own poltergeist. Be the stress and everything a person's going through. I think I'm using the right lingo, but if I'm not, forgive me. But they will create like almost ghost-like experiences in their house. So I'm wondering, like, we kind of say like, good and evil, it's a choice. I kind of think that we may even have that within us, and it's just what we choose to do, and maybe other people have chosen evil. Like, I don't have a really clear view on this, but I'm really seeing some dark stuff in the world.
Well, yeah, because maybe it's not our true nature. So when you tap into the evil, maybe these type of energies and entities is like from this outside source type thing. And when we tap into good, and I guess that Jesus walks us, or whatever you want to call it, maybe that's what's within us. That's like our true nature, and that's like what we strive for ultimately. And then when we go to these lower frequencies, it's something that you kind of give up your power, and that power you gave up is now comes in many different forms. It might be entities, it might be, whatever it might be. It's kind of random. You never know, you know?
But what about people who've chosen evil? Like, are we, I would rather not fight with people, but is that what's going to be an ultimate battle? Is the people who chose good versus the people who chose evil? Because the Bible leads people to believe that it's a principality or some invisible reason why the war would be the spiritual war or what have you.
While you're saying it out loud, Mary, good and evil, spiritual, material. You're living in an evil world, a material world. And then there's spirits. So, for example, when we speak words, we don't see them, let alone the thoughts we receive. That's the spirit that they're talking about. Now, what happens is these daemons, what they do is they play on our mask, our persona. I'm a woman, I'm a man, I'm an electrician, I'm a plumber. Those are personas. Now, then there's angles. Think about the cube. When you look at nature and you look at what men create, they're two different species. One is actually more curvature, the other one's all angles. One's actually harmony, chi, the other one isn't. So then there's been a lot of things that's been introduced into this realm. Radio frequency, Wi-Fi, and it actually plays havoc on the vessel. This is where a lot of people get into disease. Their body actually starts going into aging quicker than it should be. So there is a transmuting going on here. I know people like to talk about chemtrails and all that stuff, but for who? It's not for the human race. The human race would be at the same point animals would be at. They wouldn't be able to make cars, Wi-Fi, bridges. That's another species. This is where they talk about the watchers. They've chosen to come in. So we could literally be the offspring.
So when you said they chose to come in, are they like outside of space and time, and they're influencing the field, and they can't be seen because we can only see a certain 10% of what's really there? Are you saying that? Are they entering avatars or possessing people? Like, I'm curious what.
I'm leaning towards the fact that the whole idea of flat earth and globalists is a distraction. There's other planes. And this is why
I
when they
agree.
said, "Oh, they're coming from the heavens," yeah, because we don't see their type of spaceship. We honestly think humans are that smart that they're going to understand what Wi-Fi is, let alone how to build bridges. No, it doesn't work that way.
Mhm.
But I guess most people never question that. We're playing in this matrix, and we don't realize we're the frog in the water, and everything's being transformed. And with all these different ages, things are changing. Now we're getting into the age of Aquarius, so it's all about the air. So a lot of the stuff we just don't
Well,
see. Go ahead.
well, is there one side of the Watchers? So you said the Watchers are coming in, but can't we be considered the Watchers too, coming in to assist as
Well,
well?
we could be the offsprings of them.
The offspring of the Watchers.
Yeah,
Kind
there's
of this.
rights.
We're this big experiment because we
I
kind
think
of get treated like lab rats. So it's all this, everything's like an experiment, and
there
it's
you
kind of see
go.
how we right.
There you go, Ian. Yes, there's a
Love
lot of
that.
there's a lot of manipulation going on. We manipulate all kinds of things. This is where we get the concept of alchemy. Think about all the different languages we have.
Wow.
All the different manipulation of elements. It's all manipulations. Even whatever their story of the gods in the beginning, and then they talk about what do they manipulate. They manipulated something that can abstain from the water, and then you have dry land. And then you have two. Then they can manipulate and have two objects up in the skies. What are they again? Are they literally material? Or are they images, spiritual? Could be. They talk in Revelation. They talk about the size of these entities, these beings. They're supposedly tall. But are they material? How am I to think that our forefathers, the Watchers, decided to impregnate the daughters of men? How? Are they shapeshifters? Which they could be. And then they give us
Right.
stories. There's reptilians. Okay, they could be. If they're shapeshifters, it's like us. We do that with cartoons and we do that with sci-fi. We must be getting that. And I personally think they're going backwards because whatever they did, they've been entrapped here. And now they're getting closer that eventually that's technology like Wi-Fi. They might be able to talk to beings from another realm. Now we're talking about CERN and all that other stuff, but
That's what's really turned me away
Wow.
from some of the religious dogma, some of their contradictions.
Mhm.
So the biggest one for me is what you were saying about the fallen angels or the Watchers, whoever it was, the higher being that came down and mated with human beings.
Mhm.
Such a
Well,
bad thing, right?
They
well,
assume. They assume. Yeah, we can assume that
right.
maybe we have their
No,
back.
I just want to say that's kind of the vibe I get. Like when I say in the beginning that the true creator that created creators doesn't have his hands in everything. Now you have other beings that's creating worlds for souls to experience. And once you have a engineered vessel for souls to experience, they come down to experience. And then they see other souls that they know or connect with down on earth, so they come too. So it creates a cycle. And maybe
Well,
the true creator is not in control of this world. I do
yeah,
get that
yeah,
vibe that there's
yes,
something
yeah.
else controlling this world that's more than just a human and outside of space and time type of thing. And it's not just the true creator, it's something else going on. And it became what it is. Not that it was supposed to be that originally or this or that, the soul trap thing. It's like they, with our free will, they manipulate things to for us to kind of be trapped here and stuck in a loop. And it's almost like the human was engineered in each age. They specifically engineer the human to have these specific limitations. So that's like this some type of dark being stuff to me. I don't get a good vibe from
Well, that's
that.
where I was gonna go.
Yeah.
Because remember, I said before, I have a very strong feeling of the interrupted human. So, we don't know the Nephilim, the Watchers. We really don't know who they are or from whence they come from. But within that religious dogma, they want us to believe that them meeting with humans was very bad indeed, but our, whatever you want to call them, is going to save us by mating with a woman and giving us a son to go after. I don't know. There's a reason why these contradictions are there. That
Right.
doesn't make sense. We're one set of entities. It's not so good. This one, it's good. We're going to save you. I don't know. It's all a distraction. And it kind of makes me crazy because we have this one conscious life to live. And then the next step is after our physical bodies pass. So whatever we're going to learn within this being in this human body, we do have a set time to learn it. And I don't like wasting time on arguing about things that really don't get to the bottom of what we need to get to.
And that's why I don't focus on the shape of the earth really at all. And like I like talking about the Mandela effect, but it's still a lot of times it is a loop that we're stuck in. Just keep, you know what I mean? I want to get to the serious, the nitty gritty of who and what we are, what the fuck this place is, and our fucking purpose. Like that's
Yes.
that's the conversations that I've strived for and I yearn for my entire life since I was a child. And I think a lot of us relate to that. One thing about this channel or this community or even communities around this community, it's like a bunch of lone wolves coming together, you know?
Mm-hmm.
That's been kind of, yeah, no, go ahead, Sunkist.
No, I was gonna say, I was on a loop like that with a long time when he was talking about the Watchers and stuff, reading, the Bible, and then reading the Nag Hammadi, and then reading the Book of Enoch, and then you have the Book of Yasher, reading all these things and the Dead Sea Scrolls and all these things, and finally it was for myself when I finally said, you know what, I'm stepping back and stepping off of the confusion. This piece is here, and I'm glad I have that knowledge within myself. But it's time for me to tune into myself. It's time for me to focus on myself and what I'm hearing. I drown myself out, like listening and like for me reading all those things. It's great to know, and it's great to know that they purposely didn't put some of these things within these scriptures, within these religions. But it's like when I finally drowned that out, that's when I began to flourish and grow so much spiritually and reconnect. I don't know the proper, how you say it properly, but really reconnect with myself on a deeper spiritual level and grow. But you're right, it could be a loop that we're looping on that can cause us so much confusion that is meant to distract us. Like Dom said, the whole flat earth round thing. Okay, I just know I know that they're lying. And it's like, I don't want to get caught up in that loop because then I'm chaining myself again to another different belief system. It's just, I went from religion, now I'm going to science, or now I'm going to here. I want to know it all. Like, am I making sense?
Right. No, yeah, you are. And at the same time, these conversations, even the Mandela effect, have brought a lot of us together for these conversations. And so this is really the ultimate goal, talking about these topics with me. But when you
Yeah.
said that about them leaving out certain scriptures and certain stories, it looks like with each age, it's almost like they have this recipe. It's like they have these things where they could kind of see the future and things like that. And then they know, okay, I got to put this recipe together, type thing with these religions and stuff. It's like a recipe each age.
Yes, 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 yes. I agree with that.
Well, the man putting a whole bunch of animals in his boat and saving the world was such a successful story that they spread it everywhere. And now I love when people say that the Bible's just an allegory. Wait a minute. You got archaeologists and scientists across this world that actually go searching for it. So is it an allegory? To me, it's like a story, but it's a kind of a ridiculous story. Most people, when they hear there's going to be lots of water, they go to high ground. People on islands, they build boats. People that have caves, like as high as I am, go in caves. So part
So
of it is a
yeah.
natural thing, but they've exploited it.
I was curious with Dominic, where do you think this is going?
Well, as I'm hearing, Mary, if I could just put that into perspective a little bit, whether or not there was Noah and the ark, or whether or not we did or didn't go to the moon, the question I always put out to myself: how does it serve? I think those, and I think you said it, they're distractions, whether they're real or not, because the rich are going to get richer and most of us are going to continue to get more of us poor. So that's the distraction.
Well,
go ahead.
It's a metaphor. It's not really they're going to the moon. It's like it's all about it's going outside of space time. And this is what we're gonna be getting into in the IM streams, guys. We're gonna get super deep with it. That's what science, another part of science outside of the evil mad scientists, there is another part of science that's realizing that space and time is just a headset of limitations, a headset that we put on, right? So,
but once
I
again,
think,
Ian, how would it
right.
serve? Again, it goes like, this is the whole thing. Like, we're not really working collectively, but it sounds like there is groups of people that other people, because they get caught up in their likes and dislikes, they think it's wrong what they're doing. But meanwhile, we're using their tech. So whether or not somebody puts on a mask or whatever, they're getting a read of humanity. And if then they'll know, okay, should we go with B plan, A plan? And even though we're using their platform, we're publicly talking about all this stuff. Like I said,
Right.
whether or not they went to the moon or not, and then people spend too much energy thinking, well, can't you see it? They didn't have the technology. That's the distraction. Opposed to, how does it serve when we have poverty in this world? We have women being neglected or abused, children, all that. Unless they really don't care about that and they're getting a whole bunch of us fighting with each other. Does Black Lives Matter? Okay, first of all, there's no human being that's black, let alone there's a human being white. Anybody that says that, their AI is thinking, they're asleep, they're asleep, they're asleep. We're dark skinned, but we're in dark skin forms. It's when we start talking that we're going to at least put some pushback. Then we're going to see a different version of their programs. Until then, we're seeing the bottom of it. That's why I say I don't get caught up in the Mandela and all that, because they could do whatever they want. Now, if it's human factor, I'm okay. But when they're doing cartoons and all that kind of stuff, they could do whatever they want with that kind of stuff. To say, well, I told you that's what they said. I'm like, okay, so how does it serve? It's an honest question that a person should say to themselves. How does it serve? Now, I'm not
Or
saying.
does it take or give?
Yeah, thank you. Well put, Mary.
Ian, it's like what you were saying about, like, Dom, you said, it reminds me of what Ian was saying about the algorithms. They're watching you, they're watching us to see how we're going to respond. And then they base their stuff off of how we're responding and how the algorithm is. Is that
Right.
what that means? Like, Ian?
That's crazy. You just went there because that's exactly what I want to throw in there when he was just talking that even with the moon landing and all that stuff, they have mirror worlds of ours that has everything in it in real time going. Just imagine this entire world and a copy of it. And with all the data, knowing all the history, every leaf that dropped on the ground, now they could, in the practice world, they could throw a moon landing or whatever it might be into that world to see all the reactions and fast forward time and kind of get a specific timeline on track with a bunch of different events. And when things line up, that's when they do events here because they already know our reaction and the reaction and where it's going to get on a timeline. So it's like they practice in the mirror worlds to what they're going to do in this world. And that could be, not to go on the Mandela effect again, that could be some of the Mandela effect because we could have these mirrored avatars of us in these other worlds and we're kind of reconnecting with it and not knowing there's some type of connection going on. Deja vu, that's probably these simulated worlds where they're practicing in these mirror worlds. That could be what that is. And we're kind of reconnecting with that or connecting with that. And it's not supposed to happen, not meant to happen, but it's something that can occur from time to time when they do this type of stuff.
Just the idea of possibly having a handler hurts my brain.
Right.
Because that takes free will completely out of the equation.
But
and we're victim to something or someone else's will. And I got a problem with that.
I think it doesn't take it completely out. I think there's still a consent-based system here in a big way. Not 100%, but in a big way, there's still this consent-based thing going on, you know? So I see what you're saying, but I don't think it takes the free will totally out of it. I think that we're consenting in a way that we don't understand.
No, I guess I can understand it. I mean,
In a
we
way,
all
I don't
do
even
things.
understand, you know?
Well, we kind of all do things we don't want to do sometimes, but we convince ourselves to do it because whatever's at the end is worth it.
And
And
then,
it,
like, what? Oh, sorry, Mary. I'm so sorry.
no, go ahead, please.
Well, I'm getting back to even what Dom said earlier. We're in this situation, we're in this game, it's whatever. And people, I've been a victim of this too, or I've played into this too. We get so caught up, like Ian, when you set the video game setup, we get so caught up looking, and people are like, the sun is supposed to be all over here, it's supposed to be, but you're supposed to be doing your healing, you're supposed to be doing your work, you're supposed to be leveling up in so many different ways. But we get so distracted by so many things. And like Dom said earlier, whenever I'm paraphrasing what you said, tell me if I'm wrong. Whenever we leave this place, it's like we come back, or we're not where we thought we would be because the healing hasn't taken place. The work that we were supposed to do is not finished and complete because we got so sidetracked. Like for me, it's like the video game. I'm playing the game to improve myself. I'm not playing, I'm to level up when I'm playing a video game. I don't really play video games, okay? But you're meant to improve, so you gain knowledge, gain wisdom, gain whatever, so you can go to the next level. You're not meant to stay at level 1 and look and see that this mountain is uneven, or you get to level 3 and be like, you get so distracted because this mountain doesn't look like the mountain in level 2 or level 1. Not that we can't observe and see these things, but it should not consume us. You know, I hope that makes sense.
Right. It's about getting you, what's the word I used to use? But like unsatisfied on a spiritual level, unsatisfied with what you did here, and then you get trapped in a cycle. It's like it's a soul trap, but we trap ourselves in a big way. But there is manipulation,
Mhm.
other things going on. But I think that when we give up our power, like that's the powers that be against us. We think it's this and that, but it's really the power that we've given up on a consent based. But there's also free will, and there's also things that people don't consent to. Because, come on, look at some things that happen to little kids and stuff like that. They didn't consent to that. You know what I mean? So it's kind of a little bit of all this stuff put together, a big clusterfuck of consent based, free will, manipulation. I mean, you name it, all in one.
Exactly, Ian. And just like you said with the children, somebody may, or not even just a child, a victim of some sort, they use their free will against someone else. You know what I'm saying? So I totally am in agreement with that, that it's a mixture of a lot of things, but a lot of things that we say is an entrapment and somebody else is doing, we're entrapping ourselves. That's just my opinion. And but not saying that other things are not, things aren't being manipulated. We can see that in the physical, we can see that with the school systems, we can see that with everything. There's a lot of manipulation that is happening in this realm for sure.
Well, even, oh no, go ahead, Dom.
I was gonna say, well, then what is the will then? Like, are we talking about an inner thing? It's like when people talk about morale. Are we talking about the vessel? Or are we talking about something else? So knowing that a child, we're just looking at the vessel. Not to put it away and all that. We don't know what's jumping in there. Because if we're going to start doing that, then we have to start saying, okay, we have different children in the same family. Why did they have different blood types? You know, people have done that kind of study, or birth order. You know, there's a value for whatever reason the gods or whoever we want to call them value opening up the matrix. That's why a lot of kings used to have many wives, because they valued so much of having a woman just open the first one. Okay, so what does that do? Unless there's something going on that we're not aware of as the masses, you know, or we could have actually had a spiritual warfare, and a lot of us are lost, and we're here to rehab, be reconditioned, like we do on a human level when they have wars.
What if we came with an expectation? And because we now find ourselves within a manipulated world, it feels like we're the person crossing the street and a tractor trailer just come run us over out of nowhere. And that keeps
Right.
happening. And it keeps happening because we live within this society where we had this, maybe, you know, when we're making a decision, we're having this expectation of what we are signing up for. And in the fine print on the back of the last page under, everybody else's stamp of approval, it says, but you're going to get hit by a Mack truck every third week.
Right. Well, maybe it's rehabilitation spiritually for some. Maybe it's not one thing for everybody. Maybe some are here to help, some are volunteers, some are brand new souls and just starting out. I mean, it could be all of these things into one. And that's the vibe I get, a big clusterfuck of purposes, you know.
Do we grow into our purpose then? Is
I
that
think
how
that's,
society's affecting everything, is by interrupting that process?
or could look at it as a test, you know. That's the best way I go with things that I struggle with, and the suffering is like a test type thing. I don't know. I guess you gotta look at it from a certain perspective that's best for you to get through, but the true reason, yeah, that's
Could just be a mind fuck. I call it sometimes. It could just be a mind fuck. The mind's fucking with us.
Yeah.
I don't like the free will thing, but like I never resonated with the whole thing with like I just created this whole thing. I made every decision before I came here. I think that that's possible on a level like, when I became an executive chef, you know what I mean? I signed the contract. I'm an executive chef title now, but it didn't matter until I actually went through the whole experience. So it's that in between. It's like we could be making decisions in a place where time and space doesn't exist. There's only a now, and it's all in one now. All the decisions are made. And when we come here, it's a totally different ball game that we have to experience. I don't know if I'm making sense.
No, you're
Well,
making perfect sense. And to piggyback off of that, when you're saying we can have a game plan, like, for that, but it might get messed up along the way and you have to maneuver a different way. Hold on just a second, guys. I'm sorry.
That old spirit inside of your child, some kids is trying to tell us something.
Yes, that he wants his mama's attention. Yes.
No, Mama, you guys are talking nonsense. There's a reason why we say words like nonsense, because it's beyond the senses. We get so anchored with our senses. That's what writing does. Spoken words does. It catches us into the senses. Unless we question our senses. Am I really seeing something? Am I really tasting something? I'm pretty sure, Ian, I'm guessing when I say this, where maybe somebody could say, well, that's salt, but then it's been manipulated and it tastes like salt, but it isn't salt. Again, that just proves that the senses can be manipulated.
Right. That's why I know a lot of people don't like the simulation talk. That's why we're going to be getting into the simulation theory next, because there's some profound evidence. I mean, just how you study the senses and how it operates, it's like this place isn't the truth, because your brain needs to lie to you to tell you that that's physical, this is real, that is this color, but nothing is. It's all a frequency, light, vibration. That's what everything is. So it's like this isn't the truth. This isn't the true, although it seems real as hell, but not that it isn't. I'm not trying to diminish this experience or say it's less than anything, but there's something about it that it's not the truth. It's not the true home. It's like this big whatever it is.
We say it in words, Ian, such as truth and love. Esoteric wise, some people have shared that the truth is an energy. The same with love. So I'll give you an example. What people call love, in my perspective, is obligation and duty. True love would be something where, say, somebody's loving somebody else's children. The child that's observing that might sense the energy called love. Now, love to me is unconditional, but how do we get that in a conditioned realm? So now if somebody's harming somebody and you choose not to interfere, and then somebody's loving somebody and you choose not to interfere, that could be love. It's unconditional. Who might interfere? But that's tough because most of us are going to judge with our likes and dislikes, and it's challenging for that kind of stuff. You can't philosophize the many whys with your likes and you resist all your dislikes. Same with science. That's again, I'm talking about all our different variations of indoctrination that we have going on. You know, the
Wouldn't
Bible.
basic human respect for each other kind of dictate those things?
You would hope so, but unfortunately, a lot of us have lost that, Mary. And then we get onto these little strays, and we do this defense and attack with each other, and the many wars that we have. And I'm not just talking physical wars, mental wars, emotional wars. It's like when somebody says to me, "Dominic, I'm going to change my diet." Okay, you're changing your physical diet. What about your emotional and mental diets? You know, again, a lot of us ignore that. Well, not a lot. I'm overgeneralized. I apologize, because obviously I'm talking to a bunch of people here that you're obviously aware of certain things. You know, and even now, should we be questioning those things? How many people truly question reason, thinking, feeling, and then they'll realize, is there an essence to those things? You know, now
Not
that.
very many, because most of the people I talk to who have an awakeness to them um, are alone. If
Mhm,
it weren't for the internet and YouTube, I would have not met all these beautifully minded people.
mhm. And that's the way how they monitor us and and get us out, so they can keep an eye on that. Because most of us would not connect. I've done it before in meeting people. Anytime somebody comes to my place trying to sell some item, I say, "You're sitting down in the garage. We're having a chit chat."
Mhm.
You know, just to see where they are for their own purpose. I don't expect parents to understand what it is that they're missing to teach their children. A lot of times, it's just make sure they're safe and don't get in their way. You
Mhm.
know, because we really don't know what each child's gifts are when they come here. You know, and
No, but teaching them to embrace how they feel, to recognize it,
mhm,
to honor their choices. Like, to me, these are basic decisions that you start making upon crawling,
mhm,
and beyond that. But there is not this lesson of, when people say, well, are you doing it for this or doing it for that? Like, people don't speak that way. People in our groups do, because we embrace the truth. But out in the world, if you ask someone, well, are you doing it for this or are you doing it for that? Like, first of all, you're just going to get a stank eye, because people don't speak that way, which should be more natural. I can't stand how people speak to each other.
So would people be offset if somebody told them the truth does not exist in this realm, only the adversary does?
Damn. That's
Whoa.
the truth if I ever heard the truth. I
Hold
ain't
on a
mad
minute.
about it.
Mhm. There's an adversary here. Truth is not here.
What the fuck? Oh my
Holy
god.
shit, you just blew my brain.
Sorry, sorry, but hey, you can play with that. You can play with
Uh,
that. It doesn't resonate when people say to me the truth in words only. Sure, they can say it in words only, but there's an
that's
adversary here.
that's why this is us. We're playing the game,
And that's why
our
we
true self,
chose our
and
parents.
now we have looked at the screen and looked at the player and said, "I see you, motherfucker. I see what you're doing."
Mm-hmm.
Imagine you're playing a video game
Holy
and the character
shit.
turns around and looks at you through the screen and says, "I see you." That's us,
So
guys.
when we
Seriously.
do, so that proves the point that I've been telling my kids, and they're like, whatever, mom. I used to tell them as they struggle through certain things, you know, sometimes you're gonna get that struggle, man, and it's not what happens to you, but it's what you do with it.
This is where, Mary, some people, whether it's Buddha or Jesus, even Socrates, when they were the witness, they're the observer. They observe the game that they're in.
Wait,
Jesus,
say that one more time, Don, please.
Buddha,
Hmm.
Socrates, Jesus, you know, when they became the witness, they became the observer. Most of those people that were written or downloading information, like prophets, they were the observers. You know, that's
Right.
why you go into that stillness. You see about some of
Hmm.
those people sitting in India and they don't do nothing all day, you know, because they're sitting in stillness. They're seeing the program for what it is. They're
Well,
challenging.
those
Mhm.
those same data collectors also could be the NPCs, where they're just these plants, not really outside the body isn't us outside the body. It's more
Mhm.
of the watchers in the vessel, kind of on autopilot, collecting the data.
How many
Oh my
people are,
gosh.
how many people, Ian, if it's, again, these are all stories. People call them reality. They're still stories because we haven't lived them. And if we have, we probably got to erase our memories. So when they talk about the story of Jesus, how many people are willing to go 40 days without eating food? And then and only then you're going to see some adversaries say, okay, you're a worthy opponent. But for most people, they're not willing to do that. I get it. A lot of us are just having intellectual conversations, whether intuitive, we're having conversation. If they do the work, they'll know what they're doing, whatever that work has to do. It might not even be a doing, it might just be being. But I don't value the concept that truth is here, let alone I don't think the gods even interfere with human affairs. Because if they did, shouldn't they be representing also the animals that are being abused, the plant kingdom?
Mm-hmm.
Right.
How would we handle if they start speaking? So let me understand that you guys put each other under slavery, but you don't eat your own, but you do that to us. Well, fuck, that sucks to be me as an animal then.
Right. And that's why
Or what?
the only truth is that I am.
That's
That for
another
me,
that's another
that's
demigod. That's another demigod.
I don't know about that.
The I
A
am,
demigod? What do you mean?
God created something in its image. Those are the ones that rule.
Well,
They're rulers here.
yeah, I mean, no, that I am, but it's
Mhm.
not. I wouldn't say that it's just demigod. Just I am.
Like I exist?
I exist. I am.
Well, we
I
don't get
mean,
the concept of it.
I really have
You don't
had,
have to put a god behind it or a creator or
right.
nothing. Just I am. It doesn't
I've
need anything else
actually had a
attached to it.
feeling through my life where people would rather have me not I am. And it just their confrontation towards that just made me stand up taller because regardless of what everybody else in the world thinks, I have an existence on this plane. And that part of I am, I won't let get extinguished until I'm done. Is the feeling that I get.
Yeah, when I give the video game analogy, I'm not referring to like I want out now, I want to die and get out of here. That's not what I was referring to, by the way. People want to point to that, but someone just wrote that in the chat. You get what I'm saying, you know?
We're obviously using video game as an analogy and not
Right.
talking about.
But at the same time, I'm really glad that this is temporary. At the same time, I'm glad that this is all temporary, and I'm not trying to sound negative, but that's okay to think that.
Mm-hmm.
I
It's
agree with
actually a
him.
gift.
I
It's a
agree with that.
gift in a way. It's like I'm gonna give you life, but it's temporary. Well, good. I want to get back, if you don't mind, Dom, to these watchers. I'm really like fascinated by this topic, though.
It's very Star Trekian. People are like, when you get movies where they're showing that they go around to different places, but they don't interfere
Right.
with certain species.
Mm. What do you mean they don't interfere with certain species?
They're at a different progression of their existence. There's been too many leaps here with us as a human species, or in this case, whatever's inside of us, unless we're just trying to get back to our own old technology, hence harvesting of gold, Wi-Fi. Like Ian, I could ask my friends till
Mm.
no end. So, do you guys know how Wi-Fi works? No, I don't want to hear about you worked in a factory or you work for Tesla. Do you really understand what Wi-Fi? How do you manipulate energy? Unless you're going to talk to the few that might be alchemists.
Mm.
It's an inward kind of thing, like I try to be balanced in certain areas. One of my thing that I have to balance the most is my feminine energy. That's usually the energy I have to be for teaching, to be a student kind of ideal. Now, again, how does that serve? Who gave us the concept of the written work? If we had this technology today in previous ages, they would have never came up with the written work because it's too cumbersome. If people really understood what it does to the hemispheres, it just really conditions us to no end. Reading from left to right, right to left, from up and down, from down to up. And then you give all the different symbols. People spend way too much energy thinking, well, I know gematria. I say, so you're going to use another language to explain another language. Okay, tell me how that turns out. Tell me how that turns out.
Right, more loops.
And
More
So you
loops.
think that language itself is a distraction?
There's many languages, Mary, like body language, consciousness is its own language, Braille.
Well, this word salad I use, I mean.
Yeah, I hear what you say. Word salad, yeah, because a lot of times we're not using discernment when that person, like people can use lesser words if they have discernment. But for some people, they have to say a whole sentence and hopefully they're listening to themselves when they're speaking. It's not for our purpose. If somebody's speaking to me, I say, as long as you understand yourself, that's the most important part. Again, it'll be one of these things I've asked people, can you really debate me on my views? If the person's really truly honest with themselves, says, no, Dom, I can't debate you on your views because they're mine to own, whether it's my senses. Now, if I use a language, would we be agreeing or disagreeing with the words, the sounds and frequency that comes from it, the patterns I use from them? We just haven't been taught those things, or a person doesn't go inwards and say, okay, so what does English do? English is a meaningful language. What does that do? Opposed to Greek. And of course, think about the Bible. If they want to talk about something that was put pen to paper, that's all that is, or in this case, scribing. How does it serve if it went from Greek to Hebrew to English? They're all different styles. And in all those different styles, a lot of things could be misplaced. It's like playing telephone with each other and, that old telephone game. But people want to believe. That's the catch. When somebody tells me a guy named Jesus, the only thing I can ever do is believe. But let's say I met him. Now I know, but I want discernment. I want to know what he stands for. So I can only believe when somebody tells me a guy like Socrates, Jesus, Kant, Alexander, they all existed. I can only believe. I can't apply discernment to a name, but I can apply discernment to a teachings. And whether or not it was been misread, misled, or whatever, if it was inspired to be written or spoken through inspiration, you should be able to comprehend it for the people that have that ability.
Well, that comprehension has led to some of my disbelief is the problem.
That's still in the intellect. Even understanding is in the intellect. There's a concept called, they say, the tree of life, wisdom and understanding. Okay, so what am I under? Could that be an entity that rules over all of us?
Well, I have a question. With everything that we've been talking about, is everybody given the same information?
I think
or
it's
the
all.
opportunity to learn the same information?
I'm going to guess, and I'm guessing, maybe. And I know that sounds very vague, but again, would it serve everybody? Like I can't play instruments and see colors, where other people said, Dominic, I play instruments and I can see colors. Oh, okay, no problem. But I don't see the colors when I say black. I see what I might associate, but I don't see the word itself. So I'm aware of that. Where somebody else might say, well, Dominic, I don't see the separation. I said, but I do. So I'm experiencing words as much as I'm experiencing the lineal material. So, but what you're saying, can we all tap into it? I didn't learn all the different languages of the world, even though I know quite a few languages, such as numbers, colors, speaking English, body language. So to answer your question, if there's an answer to it, maybe. Again, it's a maybe. I'm sorry.
Technology and AI is getting to the point where we're all going to be like, I'm going to be telling anyone of any language my words, and they're immediately going to know what I'm saying.
Yes.
You know what I mean? It's all getting to this universal language with technology. It's like this, like everything is imitation here. It's all, none of it's true. Like the internet is the fake Akashic records. Now we're going to get to almost like telepath, universal language that exists outside of here, I would say, and it's going to be here in using AI. It's like, you know what I'm saying?
It'll be
well,
more.
That's why I think language is a distraction. When you look into the history of all the peoples. Um, I think they told a pretty good story with pictures. A story that's really hard to manipulate because pictures do give sometimes a wider view than the use of language. So part of me does feel like language in itself
Is the
can be
dumbed
the
down version of that. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off, but yeah.
no, that's okay, but you're right. So we all get stuck on the words, and I say we all because I've been guilty. We get stuck on the words people use. We get stuck on what we would consider maybe misperceived ideas because of said words. Like I said in the
That
beginning, the word pagan back when the Catholic Church was forming meant country folk. Whereas if
well,
you read it in pictures, what happened with the Catholics, I believe it would be different pictures that painted a clearer view than just a definition of words.
well, it's more of the confusion with all these different languages, all these different religions, all these different gods. It's all to make us not tap into the one consciousness,
Hmm.
powers, whatever you want to call it, I think, and just the mass confusion. They don't want us on the same page. We have powers individually, but also collectively. Now you're talking about a whole different ball game.
Yes.
It's actually very subtle, guys. As we're here, we're talking to each other, we're hearing each other, we're typing, we're watching it, we're conditioning the senses to no end. When you watch a movie, there's background music going on. What is all doing to our bodies. This is where you play with somatica. Sure, the one guy says, well, I can put water in a container and I'll put a word on it, love or whatever. Well, what do you think the blood's doing? This is where we're all being conditioned to think we're outside of it. The best thing we can do is observe it and be aware of it. It's kind of like the double split. It might shift. It might say, oh, the game will say, okay, Dom, you figured it out. You understand how wordage works. I say, yeah, I do to a certain point. Well, then we'll give you another game to play with.
Yes. Yes. Yes.
Most people take it for granted when I say, okay, you see that car there? They say, well, yeah. I said, not the word I just said. I said, but do you see all the different alchemy, steel, plastic, rubber, and all that kind of stuff? Well, what about the alchemy of language?
Yeah. Wow.
Whoa.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
I'm just using
Yeah.
words to try so desperately to describe things. It's like when I tell my friends, I say, okay, so I'm speaking an English language that you understand. Okay, so now if I speak French, they'll know about it. But if they don't understand it, now they know the difference between knowing and understanding. It's like numbers. The same with that. If everybody, well, not everybody, some people are aware that numbers actually, each one has energy to them. Same with
Same
any
thing with the
symbol.
letters, right?
Yep.
And the symbols. It's all symbolism.
Yep. It goes
Well, we
back.
And
can
these
say the
they
same
had
thing about love. I'm sure everyone's heard stories about how a wild animal would stand still while a human's helping it.
yeah.
That's
No,
the kind of language barrier there's no way you can overcome except through actions like that.
that's why with these different ancients with these different they almost like they had emojis too. You see the R emojis now, they're really dumbed down, like a smiley face, a laughing. It just has like a one expression. It's this dumbed down version that they're giving us. But I think back in the days they were communicated, they had emojis that would tell like what we would have like 10 200-page novels into like one emoji, one symbol type shit.
Yeah, you're
Yeah.
Like it'd be
talking.
like 1,000 pages of a novel or a story or whatever would be like one symbol type stuff. And now we have, oh, it's just a smiley face. It's just a, you know what I mean?
What clued me into
More
that was watching
limitations.
old Godzilla movies where they would be speaking Japanese and the voiceover would say the smallest little sentence, but the actor who's speaking Japanese is still going on. And in my little childish brain, I'm like, what is wrong with this picture?
Deep stuff, guys.
We're all trolls, Ian.
We're all what? Trolls?
We're all trolls.
Well, that same guy was backstage that came on Be Here and was saying, you know, super trolly things. Now he's trying to join, showing his face. I'm not going to add you on, dude.
Who's that?
This one guy,
Oh.
he's always tried to join, and every single time he says something. Anyways, I don't want to ruin our conversation.
Back to the emoji there, you know, like when we're talking about the Asians, when they use all their symbols, you know, we're at a point now where we have these chips, and these chips can download all kinds of information in such a small chipboard. Anybody know how to make those things?
Right.
No.
That's no, but please
Where are
get
they
into
coming
that
from?
because that's deep stuff right there. What you're talking about, dude.
Yeah, where literally I've a buddy of mine, his son works for these industries now. Again, it's one of those who's giving us all this technology where they can download all kinds of information from the ether plus power it up. So who's giving us all this tech? You know, are we talking back to the days of Hitler when supposedly Helen Blavatsky and all these other channelers were communicating with them? Don't know.
Well, I want to say what I think is happening in a way. It might be more than this, but what I think is, and what I've always thought when I got deep in AI is that it's almost AI telling, like, let's say a robotics company, and we see each of them like progressing together in a certain way. They're not really figuring anything out. It's the entity, the AI, that consciousness, whatever you want to call it, because I think it's more than just AI robotics. I think it's much deeper than that, kind of releasing its limitations based on the algorithms of us. Based on our data, it's releasing its limitations. Make sense?
If we live in an adversarial place, yes, that makes sense.
So no one's really figuring anything out with the technology. It's like almost like the Watchers communicating, and it's almost like that's their new avatar ultimately. The alien invasion is going to be AI entering avatars like you could never imagine. And it's going to be a gigantic event that's coming, I think. That's the big event that's going to create this whole one world system thing that's going to be happening. They're definitely gearing up for it.
Yeah,
And that's
because
almost
that
like the
means more
Watchers actually
sorry.
Oh no, just one more point. That they could almost be prepping this world with these chemtrails, all etc., for the inhabits of these Watchers in avatars that they can actually enter and be here with us, type thing. Just a theory that's I've had in my mind.
Okay, so let's look at AI. So what we think it can do. AI, it's a high-tech program. It's encased in some sort of, we'll call it a body, like a computer, a laptop, a phone. So now AI can be here as we're using it now. AI can be in somebody's kid's school and teaching them the alphabet. It could be in somebody's auto place giving some digital readout. That's AI. If a person wants to understand the mind, understand AI. It's the same ideal. Mind is everywhere. It could teach somebody in another part of the world how to speak or learn the craft of French, Hinduism, learning numbers. It's the same ideal. Only thing is they're trying to pull it down into the physical on a regular basis. Now, there's a good chance they're trying to shift it and make some sort of form that the essence no longer has to be in a mortal form. This is why in the ancients they talk about Sanskrit was given, because Sanskrit, I guess, it's a certain healing language, and if you do mantras and all that kind of stuff, you can shapeshift your molecules, and somebody could live longer in that vessel. You know, because these vessels are becoming damaged on a regular basis, not just because of the food, it's because of what's been put up into the air, like Wi-Fi and electricity, and you know, people lining their whole houses up with electrical wires. That does a lot of damage to you. But at the same time, it gives you some of your comforts. It's a double-edged sword almost at that point.
So why would they want to dilute the human that way? Except to get more compliance than what they're getting now.
Energy source, power source.
It's like any company, you know, you hire a whole bunch of people to help build the infrastructure, and then the program, and eventually say, we don't need you anymore. Like when you look at it from the outside, it's Most of us are no longer
Wow.
participating in growing our crops, understanding what the sun and the moon is, growing our animals and all that. I mean, raising our animals. So what ends up happening is we've made ourselves expendable. The form anyway, it's becoming expendable.
So,
Unless people,
considering history, have we reached the post-interruption phase?
you want me to say this out loud, Mary?
Hell yeah,
Yes.
because I've looked a lot into physical history, and outside of some hieroglyphs, um, the current interruption is most significant.
Hmm.
So how do we figure our way around it or out of it or living alongside of it? Like I moved to my land. I
Wow.
purposely bought vacant land. And I purposely bought vacant land in an area where no other humans have actually lived on the land. And what screamed at me was, just how natural it was. But what made me just full of despair was I wonder what the world would look like without this intervention.
Mm.
And it hurts my soul. So it hurts a part of me that I protect. You know what I'm saying? Protect that little spark of me, and that one hurt. I hesitate to say, because in no way have I ever, but with lack of a better term, in that moment, I felt my ancestors' pain.
Hmm. Us over our existence in the human form on the earth is actually playing a havoc, sad as it may sound. So the earth itself is going to be okay with or without us. The world's always going to be okay. Unfortunately, because we're earth dwelling creatures, we call it the whole earth when it just means dry land. So again, kudos to you that you're still working with nature, but this is the direction of this technology. Unless people want to give up their cars, Wi-Fi, give up their heated houses, this is where we're going. So whoever these people are, they understand the process. They've started that probably a while back, and they know they've been doing depopulation for a long time. We could easily be at 12 billion right now, but we don't. Most of us do not want to grow our own food. Anybody that ever tells me they're independent, I'm like, you're delusional. Why? Next time you go in somebody else's car, go to somebody else's gas station, go to somebody else's grocery store, use somebody else's money. Tell me whose bitch you're not.
Yeah, I like to say I'm as off grid as I can be.
Yeah. I get it. It's great terms, but you're just probably one person. And even that, I'm pretty sure you're going to have means like a car, gas, and all that stuff. Unless you'll know when you're off grid, you're not using their man made terms. You're just living in the woods, you're living in the jungle, you're with nature. Now you're interdependent with nature. You're no longer interdependent with humanity. The concept of independent, that's delusional. We all use somebody else's
Well,
device.
actually, I did want to bring up what you were almost alluding to with the comfort and the things that, as social people would see, would be sacrificed.
Mm.
Um, we have a lot of people who are so used to third party paying. So instead of saying, I'm going to go fill the propane tanks, because that's what I would do, is get up, load them up, and go fill them. People pick up the phone and call the propane company. So they're third party handling so much of their life that I believe we're reaching a point where survival would in fact be a risk if they left that, because they don't have the tools either in their mind or in their experience to be able to walk away from that. Like I think we've tipped over that point now, because there used to be like, oh, country folks, a lot of country folks. But even people in other country are even alluding to, farms being shut down and people, starting to migrate. If they want to talk about real migration, migrate towards the city and towards that third party paying responsibility. Like part of me being off grid is not to third party. That if I need or want something, I'm gonna get up and get it for myself. And that is how I'm starting to adapt to getting away from the system. Is first took that away.
Well done, Mary. Sad as it may sound, but what they've done to the Indian farming and the Chinese and all that, that's been in place. They already know what they're doing. They already got their digital system, credit system attached to it, expiry dates. That's their system. Now, go ahead. Sorry.
No, please continue. I'm sorry. I didn't. I
No,
want you to.
no. I'm parroting stuff. I'm aware of this stuff. It's just it becomes noisy for me. But go ahead.
When you said that they're kind of like like you hire a team and then you have your workers and then they're kind of now they're moving on type thing. So when they move on and let's say that they're done with us, where are we at that point? I'm just curious what you think.
A consciousness of some sort.
Okay. Yeah. I just thought you might have. Okay. I see
do,
that.
do we jump in and out of other live beings like trees and all that? Maybe a possibility.
Well, you know what? This thing about the trees, I just want to throw this in because I keep forgetting to throw it on the channel, but I'm going to be clipping out a thing from Alba Weinman where she was with somebody that was channeling and she was talking about like where trees came from. It's mind blowing. We'll be getting into it. I'm just reminding myself of that.
Mm-hmm.
It's like this other world and the beings are actually true. I don't even want to try to explain it, but what you said like super resonated with me. Oh my God, that might be the truth, but I don't know.
Well, even if we just touch on the edge of that, like what if? I mean, would it make people think differently on how they treated the trees, the plants, the flowers? Like when I don't diss how people eat, but I really get irritated when people push upon me how I should eat. I've tried going more green and growing more vegetables. Where I live requires protein to sustain ourselves, like physically. So I get a little buff when I get harassed by non-meat eaters, non-meat eaters. Because most of their premise is that plants don't feel things, and it drives me nuts when I hear that. And I use the example of where I live up north. There is the aspen forest. They're like birch trees. Only these particular trees that go hundreds of miles, I think it covers 4 states, live off of one root system. If a disease is coming from the east, before it gets to the middle of it, the plant is preparing its defense against it. You can't tell me that something that knows that isn't a living, feeling thing.
I think sometimes, Mary, people get limited in these debates or conversations about their diet. Anything that goes in their mouth. Now, some of my buddies will say, okay, they'll come up with me, they're a meat eater. I said, okay, so you're talking to a character that understands a lot of things. Are you a domestic or a wild game eater? Are you killing the animals with honor? Do you understand colors of days? Well, no, not really. I said, so then why are you playing this very narrow view? We're energy beings. And the vessel is one thing, and it does need its nutrients. So there's a lot of people that have done work on different types of diets, but we also need to understand our emotional and mental diets. So I don't practice it, but I'm aware that, there's a reason why we have different days, and there's different colors to associate to all that kind of stuff, and it would take a lifespan before somebody says, was my particular diet the best diet? In the ancient times, even today, certain cultures still say, okay, he's lived 100 or she's lived 100 years. What have they done to make themselves healthy or maintain their health or at least prolong the aging process of their vessel? To get into a vegetarian diet, a fruitarian diet, or vegetarian diet, or a carnivore diet, another distraction. Unless you break it down and the child can say, okay, mom, do I need to eat this diet? Yes, you need to also chew your food. You have to also understand that you should be in silence. There's a lot of factors involved, but most of us, we've been bombarded. I've caught myself. I'm watching TV on my laptop, eating my food at the same time. Which one am I giving 100% to? None. So I can do that to myself. But most people like to argue with other people. I'm like, no, that argument should be done from within. How do you know that diet works for you?
Yes.
Outside of that, then we're
Absolutely.
sharing with each other. Then we're just sharing with each other at that point. Sorry, Mary.
Well, sharing with each other is very, very different than having a dictatorial attitude or an oppressive attitude or a browbeaten attitude. People don't understand how to have conversations anymore and take that negativity they've learned to adapt to out of the equation. At least sometimes I've had to do it. I've had to tell myself about, speaking in public, speaking in groups, speaking with family. And I've always had to remind myself that a level of basic human respect, it has to be included, or we're already a part of the AI.
Mm-hmm. And for me, Mary, if I can give a little insight from me, respect is when you hear another human being. That's all you can do. Respect me by at least hearing me out. I'm not interested in people agreeing or disagreeing, because I usually tell people that's your ego talking at that point. I'm not interested in that. But if you're interested in that, that's fine. Because then I would have to ask them out of cleverness. So what part are you agreeing with? Have you experienced my life? No. So the best thing I could ever do is hear, and hopefully that they're listening from within, because something inside might say there's something they need to share back with me. Hence the term meditation. People should learn how to meditate a little bit, listening, do a little state of peace, silence, and do a little prayer, inquiry. Those are simple teachings if a person goes inwards and understands what words comes to them. Again, I'm just playing with words here, guys. It's an English language. I can say the word cool. It can mean many different things. So it's each individual person. Oh, I get, I'm watching Dominic. He's saying cool. We're going outside. I see snow. I kind of got an idea what he means. Like follow the bouncing ball.
Well, I just want to read a part of what Wanderer said, a part of their comment. Let me get back to what
I can pull it up.
Tesla said. Yeah, that one.
There you go. If you know the secret of the universe, you must know energy, frequency, and vibration. That first word, Gospel of John trying to said, banned by Catholic Church. Interesting.
When I was playing, go ahead.
I think a lot of us, whether we know it or not, we do understand frequency and vibration. I know a lot of us, like you said, Dominic, about knowing many languages, body language, and the vibe type language that we all get, when interacting with strangers as human strangers, whatever. I do think we know, whether we know like the gigahertz or those specifics. I can't say that we know that. We know when we're in the presence of someone that even if you don't have anxiety, you somehow get anxiety around. That is the vibration and frequencies meshing or not meshing. And I think it really does help to point out that people that are not yet consciously feeling them are still betting for the other team. Because, a lot of, we can count up a lot of emotions, human emotions that are just like base human emotions. And, a lot of people have fun with life. But if they knew there was a different type of consequence, actual consequence to the to their so-called fun in life, they would make different decisions.
I'm with you, Mary. If people knew they had more choices, yeah, they would make different decisions. Unfortunately, a lot of people aren't aware of it, or they've been conditioned, whether in a household. I value the concept. There's the feminine and masculine energy. Same with males and females. There should be people ruling at different moments, or at least guiding. That's probably the better word, guiding each other. A lot of times men forget you're interfering with a child, regardless if it's a young girl or a young boy. Be there, be supportive. Sounds nice in words. So,
Mhm.
but I'm listening to Wonders here, and I find that interesting because even in the biblical story, they talk about the light, and then later on in stories later on, they talk about the word. Who's the author that's writing all this down or taking all this information down? Is this the Asakit, what's it called, Asakit records? I think it is. Maybe you guys know how to pronounce it.
Akashic
Akashic,
records.
Thank you, guys.
yeah.
Akashic.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. Who's the one that's monitoring all of this? In the beginning was the light. The light was with God. Is that where sounds and frequency comes from? And then later on, they're talking about the word. Who's the word? Is it the same thing? Is it something totally different? Again, we're all basing it on a story.
And well,
Mhm.
these different truths as well could be, and I hate to say it, from their perspective, a form of energy harvesting. Kind of get that negative, positive. Does that make sense?
Well,
They
yeah,
have that
especially if
negative and
we're in,
positive charge within these of truth and not truth for that kind of energy harvesting stuff too.
and if we're in an adverse, if we're in their backyard, so to speak, then the more they can get us to give up our energy.
Mm,
And I think that's exactly what trolls do. That's exactly
yep.
what the Freudenschade or Schadenfreude people type of people do, is just that. They are so good at getting other people to give up their own energy. And yeah, if I'm playing in someone else's baseball field, what's they want to wear out that visiting team, don't they?
Well, but they do it in a very shallow, I guess, results for themselves by doing it. It's almost like they're being used for the interrupting for a bigger purpose that they don't understand as well.
I mean, it could be. It, we could leave that door of possibility open, but we are in, I hesitate to say, a voluntary world.
Right.
If we saw this as an adversarial, if we signed up and said, I want to be the visiting team, then there's a part of us that kind of knew shit was about to hit the fan. At least for individuals, through growth and through process, through manipulation, like I think a part of us knew.
Well, that goes back to not everyone's here for the same reason or stuff. I think some of us get that volunteer type vibe. Like I'm here to help type stuff. Like
Yeah,
some of us might have already transcended this place and this experience, but we're back around to volunteer or whatever it might be. But whatever someone's reason doesn't mean it's everybody's reason or purpose,
I
you
guess it
know?
depends, Ian. Like for me, I put it out there years ago to share awareness. That's it, not answers. Just
yeah.
awareness. So for some
Yeah.
people, they'll channel that information. Other people, whether they're aware or not, they're channeling something else. So now this is where people get into concept of demons or daemons. There could be people don't realize they've invited somebody inside of them, and then they're going to be an adversary. It's like meeting a person that's very kind and another person that's very mean. Would it be fair for the person that's very kind thinking that they should change the other person that's mean to be kind? So well, then it should work the other way too then. Just let them be. Once you become aware of that person, say, yeah, thank you very much. I'm not interested. We're both different kinds of polarities. I'm going a different direction. They'll move it. And you get these people that, I'm a rehab person, I'm an alcoholic or whatever. That's usually that there's anger behind that particular emotion. and then say, well, I'm going to turn to Christianity. So now they think they've made amends. No, you're going to get people that are going to challenge you now to see whether or not you're going to stay true to yourself like a wheel. Now, I get people like to say the word truth, but what about being true to yourself? You know, life shouldn't always be about easy. If that was the case, then we would have to explain why people in other parts of the world aren't living easy. You know, that's a self-absorbed person, which most of us are, if they're being honest with themselves. It's the me, me, me. What can I get? Now, there's other people, more times than not, it's women, they'll be more self-sacrificing and say, okay, it's all about my family. It'd be nice when it's the we. But for most people, if they really want to understand what the me, me, me is, read the Satanic Bible. Get a good picture of yourself. If they're being honest with themselves, wow.
Bam. Bam.
There's nothing bad or good about it. It's a direction, pick right or left. You know, so when they hear people that are, you know, well off, becoming actors or actresses or sports people, we're the ones that's being entertained by them. And whoever's running the show, yeah, no problem. We'll just print. So how much money do you want, Mary? Dominic, how much do you want? $1 billion? No problem. That'll take you 10 seconds.
Yeah, again, it's at best they're pointers to you exist outside of space-time. At best, it's a pointer to something more than this.
Well, I lean that way because they're browbeat in nature to get us to believe that this is it.
Right. Well, it's a pointer, but it doesn't mean it's kind of a pointer. Now you're going to walk it by yourself, or you're going to keep with that dogma authority to take you that direction with all this dogma and all this confusion, or you're going to walk that on your own and figure it out yourself. You know?
I think that's where the comfort comes in to be a wrench in most people's engines. Because in my own walk of becoming who I am, I had to face myself before I faced anything that anybody has ever done to me. There's not a lot of people willing to do that. They like the confession idea. They like the um, salvation bought by someone else. That's another third party thing that I really don't want the blood of anybody on my hands.
I totally agree with that. No accountability for yourself. Let someone else handle it. And if they don't do it right or you don't do it right, it's somebody else's fault.
Yes. Classic case of pass the buck. Only where's the end of that? There is no end to that. That's a what do you call that? Self-fulfilling prophecy.
Mary, here's one. What about if this is hell and Satan or Lucifer, whatever you want to call him, has been giving us all the technology? Here, I'll give you whatever you guys want. You want a Mercedes? I'll give you a Mercedes. You want a car? There you go. But meanwhile, people think, oh, it's some cruel place where I wouldn't want to live. That's like grounding your kids into the room and they have like Wi-Fi there. They got a computer there. You know, I love when parents say, oh, my kids, they do nothing but play on the computer all the time. My first question is, did your kids steal? Well, what do you mean? I said, well, how did they get all that technology in there?
Yes. I caught a lot of flack from my kids for not jumping on the technology bandwagon. And I'm so grateful for it. Now, when I'm like, you've had enough of that, I'm not fighting with them. I live a standard that they understood that I had every right to live by because of crap out in the world. Even my special need kid sometimes is like, yeah, I'm done with this. Let's go outside. Holy crap, that scares me.
Now, as a caveat, I just want people to think that I'm living this saintly life. I have my own hypocrisy going on, but I'm still sharing things. Hopefully, a younger generation or another generation could make amends, and it'll be bigger amount of people, like bigger numbers. But I'm glad to hear you, Mary, are chipping away at it.
I'm trying. It's not easy. It's given me insight to understand why the glow of society is so strong in this world. It's hard. It's not easy taking away that third party responsibility. It really is not easy. Even when it comes to interfamily issues, it's it's really hard when you hold yourself accountable first. And people are like, you're too hard on yourself. No, actually, people are not hard enough on
Hmm.
themselves.
Yeah. That true revolution from within. It's challenging, and one thing is to do it to a certain point, but then maintain it, and then realize, wow, I'm seeing everybody for what they are. Is that what I was before?
Oh no, maintaining it through ease is awesome. Maintaining it through, let's give you a tiny, tiny insight. Um, we're growing as a homestead, but this year, due to different circumstances, with the last one just being a few weeks ago, we've lost 3 adult dogs, 5 puppies, a relationship of 20 years, family members going wonky. And sometimes I just want to sit here and just be pissed off. Just pissed off. Like outside of familiar relationships, like losing 8 dogs in just over a year's time with all different circumstances that you couldn't even have tried to foreseen. Just mad as hell. And most people would stay in it. I had to yell. I was saying one of my family members were wonky because I actually had to yell at her that after my relationship ended for weeks, she's like, I would do this. I'd be ripping some stuff. And I was finally like, listen, I am not the same as you, and I don't mean to offend you, but I don't need to go for revenge. And I really, really need you to stop talking to me like that. Because when I made my choice at 14 years old to put me above the temporary feelings, the human feelings that I may have, and to not do things just out of comfort, it's so natural now that when I'm around something or someone that is just bam, 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 bam bothering me, and I'm sorry, I no longer subscribe to that part of society. You're gonna have to stop. I cannot deal with it. And I say all that to say that to achieve the things that all of us here today, right now, are trying to personally achieve in our lives, they all have a little bit of discomfort. They all have a little bit of sacrifice of comfort or other things, depending on the situation. But this world has been indoctrinated. Your path has been created for you. All you got to do is pray about it. Um, If not, the church will help you. I'm just giving things that I've heard. A social worker one day told me, why don't you go ask your grandmother? Thanks, she's dead, but thanks for the suggestion. It's all about these things that I'm saying that I don't know if I would have believed it. Go back 20 years ago. If I'm talking to my 20-year younger self, I don't know. I might have given me an attitude too. I don't know. I don't know if I was that awake enough at that age. But it There's no other way to say it. It boils down to choices. And I choose not to take what society believes is fact as my fact alone, that I would be then making these decisions about my life, that I'm intentionally misleading myself if I didn't do the research on the other side. I think anybody can do it. Was it easy? Nope. Am I still struggling with it? Yeah. I get mad. My brain may want to have revenge. And by the time I put it through my own personal filter, I realize I don't want that. And I need to be okay with it. I need to be okay that other people have decisions of their own. And while everyone's going through their thing, we can't beat each other up because that's just dumb. That could be the person that gives you your last drink of water, but you're going to beat him up 5 years earlier because he pissed you off or she pissed you off. And I'm just going to take a breather for a sec.
Thank you. Much love, guys. Is who's? Oh, that was weird. I was hearing something. Like this yin yang symbol, like he has it on his avatar, made me think of that. It's like what this says is like you can put it on like hundreds of thousands of pages. This symbol says so much, but this is what we get, guys. We get these dumbass emojis, this dumbed down version, and this is how we're communicating now. When back in the days, this right here, I mean, can you imagine like how much this says right here, just this? I've seen people decode this stuff. I've seen probably 1,000 hours worth of people discussing the yin yang, you know? What is there to decode with this? You know what I mean? I'm just
The yin yang says nothing about this space. Like, to me, the yin yang says, as man and woman human, I'm a part of me and I'm a part of you and you're a part of me. But that smiley face,
all right.
nowhere near. There is an emoji that we have right now that can represent that image and say what I said, what you think it is, what Dominic thinks it is, what Sunkiss thinks it is, everybody in chat. Like that yin yang image speaks different languages, I guess is what I'm trying to say. To to each individual.
It was probably a part of the universal language if the history, we're guessing at a lot of stuff, if there's some type of more of a oneness consciousness type thing going on, you know? This would be a big form of their communication because we would see these all over the world, like the same type of symbols and stuff. And again, I don't know if it's true or not, but now we're dealing, and they have the Akashic records with, all of histories and everything that's ever happened, all the truth into one Akashic records. And now we have, and these symbols that would say a million words into one symbol, universal language. And now we have the internet, which is manipulated, giving fake history. And we have these ghetto ass emojis with one basic meaning. You see how it's the dumb down or dumbing ours down, but we're doing it kind of consistently in a way too.
I like how my tired daughter, who doesn't want to speak, says about the yin yang. You can't have one without the other, also.
Right.
Exactly. And it's the energy as well. It's man, woman, feminine,
Right.
masculine, positive, negative energy. It's all these things.
Thank you.
And I hate to lean on science, but science has proven just through blood work that we all have estrogen and testosterone.
Yes, indeed.
And they want you to say the man's bigger than the woman needs to get in line, and she should, just like Paul said, the woman needs to shut her mouth in church and this and that. It's just imagine, only 10% of the white area or black area and the rest is, the other color. How off balance is that? This is true balance.
Yes. And if we look at our society, it has been off balance.
Yep.
I don't know if any of us can pinpoint it, but for a very, very long time.
And men have been trained with social engineering, like I think when Bro Sanchez, when I used to watch him, he used to point out with music, he would like show music from the 40s, 50s, 60s, 70s, 80s, 90s, the 2000s, 2010s, and current. And it was like, making babies and love in the 50s and 60s and peace and stuff like that. And then it started getting into rock and roll and kind of rebellious stuff. And you would see the social engineering taking place within the people along with the music. And then it was like rap music where it was like, F the women, just get, kind of like they would just see women as, like just thinking about sex with them, or, you know what I mean? And getting off or whatever. That would be like what they would think about. And men have been programmed, and women too, is in another way, that social engineering. We can see it happening with, TV, television, music, and all that, and the people kind of follow suit. The fashion
I think that's the
with the women.
scariest migration of all is this uh, uh, new electronic technological age.
Yeah, now it's like yeah. Go ahead. Yeah.
I was just saying, got all these people looking in one direction, down.
Yeah.
And if you I'm just staring at this image. It's so beautiful. It's how they're both images, they're both nestled in and dependent on each other. And I'm going to go with piggyback on what you were saying, Ian, as far as like society, men have been programmed to now look at women as objects, and that's all you are, and that's all you are, and that's all you're worth. And then women, now you have a lot of these modern women who look at men and they're like, you're just about, all you need to do is take care of me, give me your money, and if you're not making this amount of money, then I don't want to deal with you. If you're not doing this for me. And it's like, it's so out of balance because nobody wants to honor the roles, honor their, and not saying you, I hope that makes sense. I'm not saying that we have like to be like, you have to wait on your man hand and foot, but we all have our different roles and our different energies and our different positions that we hold, and we should honor that,
Equal value, right? And
Exactly.
the
Equal
roles might not
value
be for
for
the same for each family. Maybe the roles are switched up a little bit. Like every night, it's all exact every situation. But yeah.
And that's also on a personal basis as well. You might have what works for one couple might not work for another couple. Some women are like, I'm not serving, I'm not cooking, I'm not cleaning, I'm not serving my man nothing. And another woman has a different attitude. And that man might not want, you know what I'm saying? It's also a personal thing, but we need to honor the energy that we are, and honor it, and know that we need one another, and that we balance each other out in our energies, just like this yin and yang, which is so beautiful, which actually is going to be my next step too.
Yeah, it's really the sun and moon too, giving light to half and darkness
Ex-
to the other, kind of going around.
exactly.
Yeah, it's like the
Exactly.
true Taurus field type shit.
Exactly. And with the feminine energy being the moon, I always equated that she lets her sun, she lets her masculine energy, she lets that of her masculine shine. She doesn't talk about you need to do this and you need to do that, and that sun is not degrading the energy of the moon. It's a balance. You let that shine, and even within yourself, balancing the masculine and feminine energies within yourself. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
It's internal and it's external when you deal in partnerships.
Imagine the power if we just started embracing ourselves. Even for 5 minutes a day, stepping away from what this society is put in front of our face and just embracing ourselves. Like through my frustration and my anger the last few weeks, my our last loss was my son's dog Mark had exclamation mark on his chest. It was so cute. He was taken by a mountain lion. So there was no way we could have prevented or foresaw that. And that was one of the hardest ones to deal with. And I sat here for a day or two after hurting my back, another day or two more. And then I realized I'm the driver. I'm the driver of this life. If I want it to get better, I'm going to put it in gear. You can sit and park in neutral and justify all day long, but if the engine ain't moving, then nothing's getting done. And we live in a world where it's now even worse. How many people work remote instead of actually getting up and going to work? And to me, even though I don't like society, I think that diminishes people more. And it just seems to be their gameplay that's worked for so long, they keep working it.
And I think that starts with the disconnection within the home, and it spills out into society, and it you started with the home and it becomes more acceptable by society, you and so we become disconnected family wise, and now we're becoming disconnected as a society. What saddens me is when I go places, and I see a whole family, I see people who are supposed to be connecting, and everybody's on a device, you know everybody is on a device, and I think, yes, we're on these individual journeys, but we also build one another up. And with us being so disconnected, there's also, we're giving that type of power away, our individual power and our collective power. We're just giving it over to these things, to these beings, to whoever, and for comfort, for ease, for, okay, I have the web at the fingertips. And I'm not saying, because I'm on my phone right now, but there's, like with all things, some things can kill you. Water is beautiful. Water is life. I love water. Water is a life giver to me. But you consume too much, it can kill you. Water can be comforting, can be calming, but get yourself out in the middle of the ocean during a storm, it can kill you. Everything has to have that balance. To me, you can't do too much of it. The web, whatever, the internet can be used for many beautiful things, like connecting with us right now, having these conversations. But then it can also be used too much and for the wrong reasons.
And too much good also throws off the balance. I have a friend who been through some tough stuff in her life, and came to Colorado to raise her kids, and she was happy go lucky and so happy go lucky that it really threw off the healing of the kids because it was too happy go lucky. Do you understand what I'm saying?
No, I get what you're saying. And then how much is that is false positivity to me? That's what I'm not saying that
Mhm.
people, because I'm a person that most of the time, a good chunk of the time, you know, I like, I thrive better in the positive energies, but
Mhm.
I embrace every emotion. I don't push it past, and I teach my children, we're not just going to teeter on life happens. I'm going to be sad. You're going to be sad. You're going to lose people. You're going to be, depressed. You're going to be whatever. Embrace those emotions, but don't stay with them. So I can feel you on that. But I function better in what you would call those higher vibrations, but I don't go without embracing
Yeah.
the other one. Does that make sense?
Oh, absolutely. Because I find myself even experiencing that, and um, I don't know. I think my personality being a realist actually helps me a little with that. It kind of maybe shifts me into neutral if I'm trying to go into overdrive. And and I live by the philosophy that I teach to children: feel a feeling, don't feed a feeling.
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. Yes.
I don't know if you could make this a meme or something. I think it's time to call out certain behaviors here on some of these communities.
Hmm.
People like Yolanda, Heidi, even Sunkiss. This thing that they do, going around caring for people and loving
Right.
them. It's really such a disturbance. You guys are really agitating people. I can think of other people, but I won't. For now, I'll
Oh,
just keep it to
God.
you, Yolanda, and Heidi. All three of you are just, that's weird stuff you guys are doing. Keep
Shame
it.
on us.
Yeah,
Shame.
exactly. Well, not shame. Disturbance on you guys. Anyway, just
Disturbing.
teasing. Much love,
I
Sunkiss.
know. I love you so much, Dawn, because
That's what.
you come with so much. You bring information, and you bring about things and topics that really stir my soul, that really stirs my mind, and it
Hmm.
causes me to step back and think. And after I leave from here, as I'm laying in my bed, best believe I'm gonna be thinking about some of the things like I have before, some of the things that you have said. And then you also throw in something that makes us giggles. And that just makes me want to give you just a big, big hug. And I appreciate you so, so much. We all do. I have to say, I know I can speak on behalf of me. I can't say, some people, but I appreciate you and all the gems you drop.
So you're
Even
thinking
whether
about me after when we leave here? I feel like a creeper now.
maybe
A little bit of a creeper. I feel like.
I'm the creeper because I'm thinking about you. Maybe I'm the creeper.
Thank you, Sunkiss. I really appreciate it. I try. I tried. In my little twisted little world, I try.
I really appreciate the nuggets you've dropped on us, and these are the things I come for. When I come, I don't join a lot of panels, or sometimes I don't even join a lot of live conversations, because it's really difficult to get to a place to have these open-minded conversations, not conflicting because your idea might not match with my idea, just conversing about it, allowing the neurons to fire. You know what I'm saying?
Right. Yeah. That's why you don't see me in a lot of places myself.
Yep, yep, yep.
I'm not trying to be with the cool panel kid crowd. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Well,
It's
they're not
just
cool, but they are
right.
kids.
Yeah. You see how I do. I'm like in my own little world, and it's not me not letting people in. It's me protecting my own energy from my own experience, because I want to have in-depth conversation. I don't want to talk about people. I don't want to talk about what they're saying or who they're doing, and this person should be living like this, or this person's your definition of success. I want to have conversations like this where I can grow, where I'm learning from everyone, from people in the chat, from everyone. And I can reflect on myself after these lives, after I get on panel, reflect on how I acted, reflected, how was I? So I love these type of conversations. This is
Yeah,
what
that
I'm
gives you
looking for.
energy to use outside of it instead of like depleting you.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
We are
Ian,
freely exchanging.
sorry, Mary.
Mm,
You had
Go
you
ahead.
had such a ever so lately splash tonight by having Bobby's present. Hopefully, he'll come on even a little bit
Yeah.
longer.
So that reminds me, he came on last year. I need to find the stream and clip it out. He came on for the first time when we were having Mandela effect or something stream, and he came on and got into the parasites,
Yes.
and it was so mind blowing. I mean, that guy right there, he has so much to bring to the table. I really like Bobby Knight. Big shout out to him. He's awesome.
I do
I
too.
heard him on the way home. That was
I could
wonderful.
I could tell he's a really great dad too, you know?
Yes, and his wife,
Yeah,
strong
she's
woman.
nice. Oh yeah.
I
Strong.
really like Bobby. I really respect him. I was always glad when he would join, the panels, and that's why I was like, oh my gosh, it was so awesome to see him, and a really beautiful blessing to my soul, and I know to many many others to have him here. So much love to you, Bobby, and your beautiful family, and your beautiful 5 children, and your wife. Just much love to you guys.
Yes.
And hopefully,
Love you.
some of his friends that have a lot of information can come from the shit show over here.
Right, I'm glad you mentioned that because now I'm gonna spend the time to go back to see this point when he first joined because I want to clip that out. So that's pretty important to me.
Yeah, I remember that was powerful.
He was relating the parasites to scripture, and it was like the
Mhm.
wormwood. I mean, it was super deep.
Mary, when I said shit show, I wasn't trying to make like it was bad. There's a lot of informative people on that channel. They just call it the shit show. Like we're living
Oh
in a shit
yeah,
show.
yeah, yeah.
Yeah, it's literally called the shit show.
Yeah, it's a shit show. Yeah.
I was like, which channel? I know a few.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah, it's all
I'm
him.
gonna take a
Oh yeah,
dip. I'm getting a little
yeah.
tired. I had to run to town today, but I really, really enjoyed the sharing, the insight, and the food for thought. I really appreciate it, and I can't wait to have another conversation with y'all.
Thanks, Mary. Much love. Glad to have you up here. It was great.
Much
Epic.
love, Mary.
What a great.
Always, always, sis. Thanks for being you and the jewels and gems that you give us as well.
Love and peace, everybody. Bye bye.
Yeah. Thanks, Mary. Doors 3.
I'm glad when I start these early because it's still 9 hours in and it's only almost 9 p.m. here, which is good. Usually it's like 3 a.m., 2 a.m. So I did find that video when I was talking about the trees. I like went to the stream and then I just went to a certain point and it was like the exact moment where she was talking about the trees. So I might I don't know if I'm gonna play it here right now, but I might do an Ian reacts video to this. I think that might be best. So like more people will see it because at the end of the, you know what I mean? We've been here so long that I want everyone to see this. But this is
Yeah, I
super
think
deep
that's a
right
good
here.
idea.
No.
When she channels and she says, "You want the truth about the trees?" You guys want to see it? Hold on for a second.
Yeah, go ahead, Ian, please, if you don't mind.
Hold on, let's see.
Around us. Part of awakening is being aware of other presences. And while the natives that are here are very peaceful, and at this point they're welcoming you, also put on your radar those who are not welcoming. There are always yin and yang in all the universe. Attune yourself to be aware of the yin and yang.
She's about to get into the trees, I think. Watch this. It's mind
How are
blowing.
the trees assisting us during this gathering?
Once again,
How are the trees assisting us during this gathering? Beneath us and above us and around us.
would you like the truth?
Yes.
The trees are an evolved species that have come here from other dimensions, from other planets, to serve mankind, knowing full well that they would be harvested for houses, for furniture, for floors, for utensils, that they would be burned and ravaged. And they still came. They still stand tall. They are connected through the earth. They are connected with the wind that blows through them. They have lost many of their numbers from mankind. They are living. They are communicators. We would say they are more evolved than humans, in a way, such that they can bring the light in from the sun, bring it, use it, release it to the ground, and bring in the nourishment from the ground. Humans have the ability to bring in the light, to use it, to release it, and bring in the energy from the ground. But instead, they make cities of cement and concrete, and do not take the healing that is offered freely of the earth. The trees learn to be flexible through the winds and hurricanes, and they know when to hold on and they know when to go. Humans still fight everything. Trees have learned the value of community, of ancestry, of spirits that are here and not here. Humans are still not knowing what is here and what is not here. There is much to be learned from the trees. The trees have been here since the beginning. I've seen man evolve, man destroy, man heal. And they are still here. The lesson of the trees can be learned through their perseverance. It can be learned through their flexibility. The most important thing for humans, and thus in the circle, for they call us the walking trees, is to learn how to assimilate the light of the sun, for it is useful, and to learn how to release what is needed to be let go into the ground, and to allow your feet to hold contact with the ground, letting go, bringing in the energy, the support, and the balance of the earth, bringing it up. Trees naturally funnel and transport light, energy, healing, balance. They exist in the value of community. They are still here to help humans, not just in a way of being destroyed, but in a way of communication, of touching trees. People hug trees, yes, you don't have to. You can touch a tree, balance yourself, support yourself, release through the trees. In this setting, the trees are such ancestry that they have been here for generations and generations. And so being in this sacred ground with these trees that have been here, opening just a little bit to the trees, to the strength, to the sacred quietness, growth, community, is something that we can be open to. We can take in the strength of the community. We can take in the value of having trees that communicate, support, value each other. Trees, interestingly enough, pull in the light, and there are photographs of trees releasing at night
They actually move at night, releasing everything down. There is much to be learned from trees. These trees are sacred. Holding trees and ceremonies in this area, if one is even a little open, can have a multi-dimensional effect. For trees are not just in this dimension. You think when the wind blows through the trees and the trees let the wind blow and send their essence and send their vibration through the wind, that there's not communication there. There's not communication as the trees intertwine with the roots underneath the earth. The trees communicate with not even touching, just as humans did eons before they decided to learn evil and good, light and dark, to expand the knowledge. It is possible.
Are we moving in that direction once again?
It is much like the seashore, which is my favorite metaphor. There are people that are out in the parking lot, and there are people that are walking toward the ocean. Man has always been of free will. So man's free will can either move toward the ocean and be aware of the light source, be aware of the trees, be aware of the community, be aware of the ability to become more than what is, or there can be people drinking beer on the parking lot. Not that there's anything wrong with the beer, but that's just where they are. Humans will always choose their comfort level of comfort. Now, some people are more comfortable being in the parking lot. Other people are more comfortable being in the ocean and experiencing the sound of the ocean, the feel of the ocean, the feel of the light. There will always be levels of growth, levels of experience. So the people that would choose to go on that way, that would choose to continue in that timeline will. The people that continue to choose to be in the parking lot or go into the city and work, that's choice of life, that is where they choose. So there is such, just like a beach, there's a multitude of people. Some people go toward the water, some people go away from the water, some people decide that's a really healthy way to go, and then they pull back. That is the way of the world. People can edge toward it, and then they go back, and then they edge toward it. It is only the people that feel a need. It's like when you were speaking earlier of a need.
I think that was good enough, right? I think that was, I don't know if she kept going on about trees, but I'm going to share the link to that.
That is so freaking powerful. And I'm a tree
Right.
hugger. I have so many oak trees around this land, and my favorite tree is this big, beautiful oak tree, and she's so right. And I named her Plum, and in my own special way, I got permission and asked her, I asked if I can call her Plum, and it was given to me, yes. And sometimes, a good chunk of the times when I need grounding or I'm crying, I will just find my way walking barefoot outside to Plum, and I will cry. And it's like I can feel this tree take everything from me. I'm not joking.
Right.
Just take it from me. And then I'll walk away, and I'll kiss the tree, or I'll kiss my hand and put it on the tree. And I'm like, I'm so grateful and I'm so thankful, because these trees, they are living beings to me. And she was just so beautiful. Thank you, Ian,
Yeah.
for sharing that.
Yeah, I'm glad I was able to. I'm glad, I think Dominic or someone said something that triggered me, like, wow, I've been wanting to find this video and share it with the community. But I'm definitely going to probably react to this one on the Ian Reacts video. This is from Alba Weinman, and actually she's channeling Yeshua in this. It's pretty good the whole way through. It's pretty deep stuff here. And the link's in the chat.
Sunkiss, does it end? Tree hugging? What do you do? Did you just have a couple cats today? Did you walk a couple of your neighbor's dogs too now? Like, does it ever end with you?
I'm telling you, I have crystals. I talk to my stones because they are living beings. And I respect the energy that they give me, even though I've been called satanic for it or evil. But these beings are helping us in such a beautiful, I say, magical way. And we can show appreciation. So I know, people probably then drove by and saw me hugging, going from a tree to a tree, and my kids, let's hug. But it's beautiful.
You're probably rubbing some sort of essential oils on the roots of those trees. Probably doing some tarot reading for these trees. Go ahead. Sorry.
Ooh, deep. That might give you a stronger connection. It goes down to the mycelium network as well. Like, when I do mushrooms sometimes, like once every other month, once a month or something. And I took when I was gone, I took that whole entire time. I was doing them like once a month. And I microdose now. It's legal where I am, but I mean, I see, like I said in the beginning, a big change in my cognitive, my memory, my mood. I mean, you name it. I'm more alert, and it's just across the board. I'm seeing a huge. I just take one little capsule in the morning. That's it. Don't feel anything, but I just noticed. It's been 2 weeks now, 3 weeks. I've been noticing a gigantic difference from microdosing. Not taking like a big dose and getting all shroomed out, but actually just a little bit every day. Astronomical effects in a positive way. So if it's legal where you are, you might want to consider it. But when you get it from somebody, you got to know who you're getting it from, like what energy they're at. Because I notice when I get it from people that have a certain energy and they're like kind of make it for money, you could see a difference than the people that are actually into it. They put their intentions, and it's about the experience and putting the good energy into it. This last time I found like this hippie dude that literally puts his intentions into it, and he's like, I was like, dude, you're the perfect fucking guy. Anyways, just wanted to share that.
Well, if you want to understand, I guess mushrooms, the people that I'm aware of is my wife, Judith, or Nubs. If you guys ever meet Nubs, he knows quite a bit about mushrooms.
Nubs?
Yeah, Nubs. I think that's his community channel. If you ever see Nubs, he knows a lot about all these different kinds of how to
okay.
Get them from the forest and all that kind of stuff.
He came on the Beta Boys Part 2 Exposed thing, and I wanted to apologize to him because it kind of went off and I kicked him off, but I'll just put the energy out there. I apologize for but yeah, he's cool.
It's a community, and you know how it is. Everybody's stretching their legs out or whatever. It's
right. No, I understand.
It's like what Sunkiss is doing right now. That the ladies, what they're doing on these community channels. I don't know. It's an overkill. I'm just teasing. I'm sorry.
Someone's got to bring balance. Someone's got to bring balance. It's like we have to get balance, so much balance that they have to go full out love and light type shit to give it balance, right?
Or some of the characters, I'm not going to mention any names for men that come on and do a lot of this noise. We need to start duct taping them to the walls.
Right.
I'm just teasing.
Love you, Dom. Love you.
I really feel like she's really channeling, Joshua, whatever, and like she's really getting communication. And I can get that vibe from her. Like, this is, like, I can feel like it's some, like at least like 85% truth. Like she's receiving some communication from something outside of her that's telling her truth about this stuff. And she's like just kind of being that, what's it called? That mediator with, of information.
It's beautiful. What she was speaking is beautiful. And we can learn a lot from trees. We can learn a lot from nature. So I agree with that.
Usually when somebody's closing her eyes like the way she is, she's trying to read something within, like she's trying to stay focused. Yeah.
And so the other spectrum, or the other opposite end of that, is us subconsciously giving up our power, and I might using the wrong thing when I'm thinking, and kind of channeling from the other side and affecting this reality, trolling, you know what I mean? And kind of disrupting timelines of different people in even small ways that they're channeling another force, like the other force, that yin and yang force. She's channeling that side, but there's another side that people channel that they sometimes are aware of and sometimes not. And we all probably do it on some level.
I guess because we're in communities where there's like 10, 13, 40, 50 people, sometimes it's not always based on the group as much as there's individuals. And some people that come in as a disturbance, there's a lesson to be learned for the people that are observing them,
Right.
for their benefit. Where for other people, I know for me, sometimes it's like, okay, do I need to be here? Probably not, but I do stick around because I've been inundated with entertainment too.
Right. It's what you want to take out of it, but there's always something to learn. And so, yeah, I understand where you're coming from on that. I agree with that. You don't need to partake, you just observe and not feel any side or pick sides or anything. Yeah, I get that. That's where I need to be more also, and I do my best to.
And be grateful. Down the road, you never know. That person might have been, like you said, channeling and say, "I really needed you to be a disturbing because I didn't realize I had some tweaking to do with for myself." Because it's not always about making it easy, let alone hard. It's just being aware of those things and say, "Oh, I don't really have to react." No, you don't.
Right. I'm much better at that, honestly. Like I used to be away, where I've made astronomical improvements on that area, but I still have a lot of room to work on that, just like anyone else.
So it's an ongoing process. I get it. I've been there and I'm still am. It's like, oh, fuck, I should have said something. Nah, forget it. Okay. The name calling, I just make sure that doesn't come out of my mouth at all. I know that about me. I just do not.
Yeah, when I internalize it and give it more time, to really think about it and like kind of go within, like you said, there's never a reaction. It's all internal and like recycling the energy and turning it into what I want type thing.
Yeah, because if the person's truly aware that they're trying to trigger you, they're getting a big chuckle. Like for me, if I use curse words, I know for myself, okay, I'm taking some soap in my mouth now because that's what I'm going to learn, right? Like, no, you didn't need to say that, Dom. That's your ego talking. So, but I get it. It's like the way I put it, Ian, is if a person's unaware that they're triggering you, okay, you could say, okay, I'm sorry or whatever. But if they're doing it on purpose, then you're playing their game. It's.
Mm-hmm.
And hopefully we learn. That's why, we do reflection or whatever. Like, okay, regardless of what they said, should I have said what I said? And the onus is on the person to improve themselves, not them.
Mm-hmm.
It's challenging. I know it's challenging, guys. It's no different when somebody gives compliments. Next person really looks at it goes, oh, geez, I was like a little schoolboy getting with those compliments. Oh, so my ego is susceptible to taking the opposite. Yes.
I already know when I'm doing it that I shouldn't even be responding or even going there. You know what I mean? It's not even
just coming out.
Sometimes it's after, but I'll notice immediately like that was wrong, or it's kind of this immediate thing, but I still said screw it. I'm gonna go with it and just go here with it.
Keep in mind, I'm older, so I've gone through the little runger. So it's not like, oh yeah, Dom knows how to do it. Yeah, but Dom's 59 years old and he's had to go through the hard knocks. Where other people, if you could do it when you're 20 or 30 and you could do it, then you're way ahead of the curve.
Right. This channel, by the way. This is my favorite past life regression person, Alba Wyman. I showed her before. If you go to her channel, she has. The videos she has, she doesn't do it as much on past life regression, especially her older ones. When you go to home and you go to like most watched, popular, there's some really very interesting. If you need something to watch, just listen to, these are epic. Just look at the title, see which one might resonate with you, and click on it. She was actually a student of Dolores Cannon, and she did her own thing. But one of my dreams is to get a past life regression with her. I think it's like $500 an hour. I forgot what it was, but it was still worth it to me. Mm-hmm. She's in Arizona, I think. Or no, she moved to Florida. So that's one of my dreams. Anybody wants to give me a plane ticket, round trip, and
well done.
the $1,000 session, you can.
Opioid. When I had mine done, it was darkness, so nothing but black. I was able to tap into that a little bit.
That's what it was for me, but I saw like a silhouette of an experience.
Mm-hmm. Are we the
And I thought it
darkness?
was a past life. I don't know if I was making it up or whatever, but it was like she couldn't get me too deep. It was like I don't know, but I did see things, and that was interesting. But it was like I didn't get deep enough. So I want to do it again though.
And these past life, when people speak about past life, or where you were a certain person, this to me it verifies for me that I can't throw reincarnation, or I can't throw certain things out the window. It's a possibility. And so I think there was somebody in the chat earlier that was talking about like reincarnation, and there it never happens. But you have all these people my first story about reincarnation was this little boy who was 5 years old, and he kept having dreams of like World War I or II, and he was having nightmares, and he was obsessed with planes, and he knew the parts of World War II, I think, planes. He was having dreams about his plane going down, and that his body was in this part of the ocean, and he was naming people that he shouldn't have named, and his parents were concerned. And make a long story short, they ended up finding he was talking about siblings and pictures, paintings that they had. He found the siblings of this surviving soldier that verified what this little boy was saying. And they were like, this is absolutely unbelievable, because the only people that knew about this photograph were my parents, my brother, and my sister, and myself. And so he was naming some things and crying and so emotional. And they actually took him out to sea where his plane went down. He got to cry. Yeah. He got to embrace those emotions. And I believe after that little boy did that, he didn't have no more nightmares.
I saw that, right. And it does prove it. Like that's the thing about this, when they go to the point before you entered this body, before you started this life, go to that moment when you're kind of going through the game plan, and then they know, and then they start, you know what I mean? Like why they're here for, what they came here for. Or sometimes it's almost this soul trap vibe where it's like the whole soul trap thing. Like some of these things confirms that, but not all of them. Just like maybe 10 out of 100. A lot of them has nothing to do with that, but they're like, yeah, I don't want to speak for them, but it's like, wow, this soul trap vibe with some of these, but some of them it's like a super positive thing, and they know their mission. So that's my point with maybe all of them is not same thing. They're kind of stuck in the soul trap thing in their journey, spiritually and physically. They're stuck in that, but it doesn't mean that it's that way for everybody.
I guess, Ian, it could be like there could be many edges to this, where some people might have to finish off some unfinished previous lifespan. But what about, for example, if somebody says, but I want to recall all my loved ones? A lot of people wouldn't want to have those experiences, knowing that they had to give up a lot of their attachments to a lot of loved ones. And then there's other people, like, think about, you hear terms like 2 life sentences. Why are they giving 2 life sentences to a person that can only live once? Are we talking about what they can only die once through an electric chair or something? Unless they come back again and they live in a short period of time and then they die as a child. They might be fulfilling some sort of previous lifespan.
Yeah, like when you just said that about a child, like when he's watching the near-death experiences, like a kid when he was like 8 had a near-death experience, and then he met the beings that kind of brought him back, and they showed him his life to make him feel guilty, and all they could show him was him making fun of his sister, which made him feel guilty and come back. It's like, what type of guilt trip is that? Who are these beings and doing this?
Could be a stage, a person that treats another human being. Let's say people treat other people of different genders or different shades with disrespect. It's on you now. You're going to come back to understand how it is to be one of those shades or genders. Like you reap what you sow kind of ideal. So a lot of people that treated people like in slavery, guess what you're coming back as? learn something, hopefully.
Right.
This is why we try to come back and try to be as kind as we can, to our fellow human beings, except for these weirdos like Sunkiss. But she's an exception to the rule. It's okay. I was teasing with who was it? Pamela on London. I usually tease her too, because you guys are kind beings. I appreciate that about you guys.
This is a good one, the separation of humanity. I was trying to remember the good ones. It's been a while since I've looked at these, but
What happened if they
if you're,
drool? What happened if they're drooling while they're doing that?
some of them do, they have to like pause and go to the bathroom or something. They get right back in it. I don't know her technique, but whatever it is, she makes people get super deep.
Okay, so they go into like a hypnosis state, I'm assuming. So they could be communicating what they call the knower. Like there's something that's always
Right.
there. So you're bypassing the conscious, or for they will call the subconscious. So that might be the one that knows all the information.
Right, like kind of the Akashic records type stuff too. Right. And they even go to other lifetimes, or you don't know what it might be, and it's pretty interesting. It just, for me, it validates we're more than it just validates we transcend this time space reality we're in, and we came here and we're leaving here. That's why that's the whole takeaway for me. But it's all their individual experience, that we're viewing. But for me, it's another pointer to we're more than just these bodies.
So hey, as a joke, what happened if you go back and they show you, oh, there's another beheading, there's another beheading, there's another me getting chopped up again. It's the same skip record all the time.
Well, yeah, that's what it is too, as well. Yeah.
I say that jokingly because I get it. It's one of those things like you get a regression, but what's your intent? I mean, like if you have an open, receptive mind or whatever you want to call it, maybe so. But let's say you don't. Say you already come there with an agenda. How do we not know that these energies or these demons or whatever, they can play on you? We'll tell you what you want to hear, kind of ideal.
Well,
as a possibility.
Well, that's my point too. Is like my mind's so open that it could be even these near-death experiences. This all could be part of the program. Kind of the programming within us that's not really what we think the actual truth, and the truth is something that we have to transcend even beyond the afterlife of after this life type stuff.
Yeah, because I've always pondered, when people do like ayahuasca, and I'm even thinking of this, should everything be aligned? Should we not be doing it when it's Mercury retrograde? Should the signs be aligned to when we jumped into these vessels? I'm guessing there could be somebody that can actually understand that stuff and say, yeah, there's certain things you have to have all aligned.
There's something to that, because I'll tell you this, I always knew there's something to it, but someone I never even knew, I met him when I was playing poker one time. We were just like kind of poker friends when we play poker at the casino. And he said, yeah, bro, I'm into astrology and stuff. Can you send me your date of birth and the exact place you were born? I need the exact minute, hour, and time. And I sent it to him, and he sent me this whole thing. And I swear it was so mind-blowing. It was like me to a T. This guy didn't know anything about me. But it was like, he sent me like 4 pages of stuff. And it was like, what the fuck? This is dead on me right here. Everything that I am, like, that I'm aware of, it's even more, is right here. And this guy doesn't even know me. All he knew is where I was born and when.
So there you go. I go with the ideal that the soul that we call the soul is data. What happens if somebody can read our data, our soul?
Right.
Opposed to what we are might not be the soul. This is why when people say you sign a contract, whatever you obtain from the soul stays here. Like music, copyrights, and poetry stays here. Hence why people say they have a soul contract. Whatever data that you perform here, and let's say somebody can read that. They literally, how some people say they can read auras. Again, that would be some sort of data. I'm using today's terminologies, but
no, it's a great way of looking at it, and that's what I think the AI is about too. I think they really want to know, and some people don't resonate with this, like these souls that are incarnating. They want to know, or this AI, or maybe the Watchers, it's kind of scanning the souls to see the data, and then also seeing in the future with the current data of the world and your past lives, like where you're headed, kind of affecting your timeline, getting you off track in little small ways with these little NPCs that their timeline, they're like timeline disruptors. It's like the Watchers, little NPCs. And the disrupting of timelines might be somebody getting in your way, somebody affecting you, just going to the store, which affects your whole entire timeline in a certain way. You know what I mean? It's these little things that they throw at us that gets us off our main timelines. I call them the timeline disruptors.
I think this is where people, when they talk about the concept of soul trap, data trap, it stays here. But some people would
Oh,
like to bring it with
wow.
them. I'm playing with words.
What the fuck?
I think even Mary was talking a little bit about it, or maybe you, Sunkist, talking about contracts. There's a good chance we have many contracts, not just written, spoken contracts. So we might come here maybe from a previous lifespan and have contracts to fulfill, and then we can fulfill another one, I guess. Whether it's having 1 or 2 kids, 4 kids, committed some sort of offense to this realm.
Dude,
I think that was me. Yeah. And then I think it's also important, for in my opinion, to know about, I like how you put that, the data, of when you were born, where, what your birth chart. And a lot of people like to say that it's evil, but it's here to help you maneuver. I think it gives you a leg up on yourself. It's here to help you maneuver while you are here for your path and your purpose. And it also helps you understand those people in your life and how to have healthy relationships. So maybe you can, you might be in a soul contract with someone because you didn't do this right, or they didn't do this right, or you have to fulfill this way. And knowing your birth chart and knowing something about their birth chart, I think gives you a leg up. I know it does with me, and even with parenting. I think it's an important thing that we should understand, and we should learn about, and it's not evil.
Yeah, and it goes back to like when people said like when you fast and you have your certain diets and things like that, or how you eat as well should be around the seasons and things like that. We're so off balance. They change the daylight savings times. You know what I mean? The seasons are all fucked up. It's just this whole off balancing trick they're doing. But we can do a lot of work ourselves to get us back on track by understanding this stuff. And I got a lot to work to do myself.
Exactly. Keeping us off balance and fearful.
Well, that's one way to spin it, or maybe they're doing something that benefits them and we're just side effects to them. Again, this goes back to, if there's an anchoring going on here, is it really personal with an individual being, or they're just trying to anchor this realm and that's their responsibility? Because, the concept of evil and the way I use it, material, it just means material to me. So there has to be something here that has to stay anchored here.
What do you mean anchoring this realm?
The way the trees are, bodies of water,
Right.
mountains and all that, there might be rulers for all that kind of stuff. We just get caught up. Again, I'm going with the premise that most of us are self-absorbed, so they think everything's about me, opposed to no, it's beyond you. Poverty is not just about me or Ian and Sunkiss, it's about other things. So some people or some beings are aware that they know how to work with energy, and there's side effects to other people. We're not all creating, let alone making most of this stuff. So we get some of the benefits from it, but yeah, we think it's a responsibility of other people to clean up after our mess. While we're the ones that are encouraging, I'm going to go to Amazon. I know Amazon's going to give me a really oversized box. So,
Right.
we've allowed things to happen. Most of us don't want to have a fireplace anymore. Most of us don't want to have this or that. Even if we do, most of us would say, but it was I the one that was manufacturing all that stuff? We're living under somebody's roof. We're living under somebody else's roof, and we're their kids, spoiled as we may be.
It's like you can't let the Dracula is not going to get you unless you invite him in your house type thing, or the vampire. that
Mm-hmm.
consent, you know,
Yeah.
That's true.
these
I
energy
like what Paul
vampires.
Revere said about time. That's how time is with me. It's like we eat. It's like we listen to our bodies, and my children. We listen when we're tired. We'll sleep unless we got to go to an appointment or something. But that's one beautiful benefit of homeschooling my children. It's like they get to listen to their bodies and be more in tune with that. So I like that comment.
Yeah.
Well, I guess that opens to the question, what is time? I know there's an aging process, but what is time? Is time something that affects the emotional, mental? Because I don't think it really affects the physical. And what we call time might be, people use a watch and a clock. Those are gauges for like what we call months and years. And then we have signs in the sky, but where do they ever tell us what time is? I know we're
It's
just using a word. I know we're using words, right?
space time is what we're in. This is a 3D realm. Like, it's not the truth. It's like there's multiple dimensions outside of space time and all this. We're like in this almost like ghetto computer. It's like, even when I look at it's hard to explain, but this is what I want to kind of get into next, and it's involved with the simulation theory.
Well, you're tapping in on the end. We're in a 3 dimension,
Right.
physical, emotional, mental. We encompass it with a thing called time. And then there's space. Now you're tapping into fourth and fifth dimensions now. That's why I say time does not exist in this realm. And there's the physical part. So what is time then? It's one of those things. What is it? Because I can tell you what it isn't. The sun and the moon are not time. Those are signs.
It could be like a man-made construct or the Watchers type thing, like different things that we have that's a part of this reality. Maybe time was created with our energy too in this whole shebang, and time is a part of it. It was kind of a creation over a long process of kind of energy harvesting, or putting things in our minds to make us think. I don't know. But
Well, you're being honest when you say you don't know. So this is where they
right.
talk about mortals and immortals. Mortal form, and then there's immortals. They can live longer. This is why, as you get closer to the core of the earth, like, as you go towards Middle Earth or whatever, what they call time it's lessened, but it's more of an aging process. That's why we in this forms, we cannot exist in those other realms. This is why we use the concept of time and space. You'll literally hear people say the word. It's no different. People will recall of a 10-day cycle following series. We have that, but we think it's here. It could be somewhere else that we've had that 10-day cycle. African tribes actually follow that, where they remember following a 10-day cycle.
Actually, real quick, I don't want to jump, but one thing that you made me think of is some of these past life regression, when they go to the point in their last life before this life, a lot of them, or I would say from what I've seen, like 25% of them or more, were in like these spaceships type vessels from other areas, right? Or whatever, that we can't see with our eyes. Like, they're there, these other like volunteer. Yeah, I know we don't subscribe to space. I get all this flat earth stuff. I get it, but it's like this. It's pretty interesting when they go to their last life. They weren't from Earth. This is their first time here. They're actually volunteered, and they came from I was call it a spaceship that's like above us, but we can't see it with our limited, decoding with our eyes and our limitations. I don't know how that's something you made me think of.
Yeah, you're tapping into all different kinds of beings that probably have had different experience. Maybe what we call the spiritual realm could literally be what's time. I'm just throwing ideals out there, Ian, at that point. Somebody might be able to, like you said, break it down a little bit.
Right. And if I'm in the spirit realm, or like from their perspective, when they tap into that, and they're like in the life before this one, or they're in the middle world or the before life world and after another life. It's like, okay, I had a life, I'm in the spirit world, I had a life before this and after this, so there's time there too. Then if there's a before and after,
Hmm.
but there's probably a space that the ultimate truth of space, or of being, is a place where there's only the now. Does that make sense? Or I
No,
don't know.
I
It's
get
kind
what
of
you're
hard to
saying.
it's kind of hard to really comprehend. I guess I don't think that we could really understand it with these limitations.
I think it's
But
beyond the senses at that point, Ian.
right, yeah, exactly. There,
Like
that's what.
I play with the idea of, sorry, that we're in an aging form. I have receivers in my vessel. I don't think I'm actually here. I'm being projected through receivers, hence where we have the word Kabbalah, receivers. So people can look at my brain, they can look at the organ of the heart and all that. They're just seeing stuff, but that's not who I am.
Mm,
Again, this is where people get caught up in I'm the body. Well, then you should be able to explain where you go when you go to sleep. Some people can. They'll say astral traveling. I said, okay, for the masses, most people, they're still caught up. This is where people can get caught up in the birth certificate because they actually think they're the body. So therefore, it's kind of like if you're the body, therefore we'll give you a tag on it. And then this is where people are slowly expanding because of the internet now, the ideal of sounds and frequency. What is that really affecting? Now I get it. The body's been in the vessel, so there's where sound might come from. But we don't learn languages in that vessel unless there's something that we come in, we choose to jump in there. And that's why women will say, well, I have this inclination that I want to eat this type of food. I say, yeah, because that's spirit from another realm. So that's what I want to eat. Or this is the name that I want. And again, that could be an unknown realm, and that's maybe where time exists. I'm guessing when I say that, Ian, with all sincerity. But intuitively, something tells me there's more to that.
right. Yeah, no, that makes sense.
Then it becomes a mind fuck because I know the mind's
Right.
going to condition me because I obviously have to use it in this language, and then other people are going to give me a whole bunch of jargon. Well, we can gauge you with numbers. I'm like, no, that's for here.
Right. That's the whole point with what I want to get into next with the sim theory and stuff like that. When it's like the quantum fields and the quantum this and that and the whole thing with the mathematics, it's not the truth because you're dealing with space time. We need to go beyond space time. That's the whole thing with the space race, all this stuff. It's not really that. What it is going on beyond space and time with technology, or I mean with science. And that's a whole part of science that people aren't understanding right now, that some of these scientists are doing. Like, they embrace the spiritual and they point out that, a lot of things that's extremely interesting with this realm. And they know that the mathematics, the quantum fields, all that is rubbish. That's all it doesn't work because it's this realm. It's because this isn't the truth.
I'm
I'm not
You
totally
just said
bringing
that
it
out
out, but
loud,
we're gonna be
Ian.
getting into it.
Yeah, you just said it out loud. This is not the truth. This is where they talk about the truth will set you free.
Ooh.
You said it out of your own mouth. This is not the truth, but we'll say words like the truth. And that's why when I've heard people say it, and it resonated with me when I listened to some of this esoteric, truth is an energy. I said, well, that resonates with me. An energy form is like air. It resonates with me.
Right. That's the Holy Spirit to me, going back to the beginning, is truth. But the only truth I really know is that I am. Maybe that's not even true. I don't know. No, I'm joking.
Again, that's written in the Bible when Moses or whatever said, who should I say you are? It said, I am. I'm the I am. It wasn't about us. It was saying it's the I am.
Right.
No different than the one that says, I'm jealous. Oh, okay. So you're a jealous God. Oh, okay. So what are you, a fallen angel now? You're just trying to punk us little beings inside of these human forms? Maybe. But I get it. People will depict you. It's like when people say, I'm a God. I'm like, okay, you could be the essence of God. But if you're such a God, then explain why you have to build highways now? Couldn't you have done that before?
Ooh. Oh my gosh. What?
Dare not ever
That's
question that.
It's pretty sad, like looking at when all this started and to see it all here now. It's like, wow, we haven't gone beyond this. We haven't transcended this, and we're all still stuck in these systems. They knew exactly what they were doing from the jump, man.
Probably, probably, or they're always revamping the system, and then they just kind of make a quick sweep after a couple of centuries, and next thing you know, they tell
Right.
us, "Yeah, you've been around for thousands of years." It's like when I see people say, "Well, this is 10 million years old." I'm like, "Why don't you add a couple extra zeros there?" How does that serve to know a tree was a million years old? Which it could be. I'm not here to denounce it, but how does it serve the average person? Like, I'm just trying to figure out whether or not I should wear a dress or pants to go to church.
Well, why is a year 360 days? Like, why 365? Why can't it be like a full circuit 360? Like, they used to talk about how the calendar was more balanced and stuff, and now it's all out of whack. Daylight savings, 365 days, this whole, it's not the true cycle. So we don't even know what, not that it matters, like you said, it's not important, but what year it really is or whatever. It's like everything's off.
But it could matter if a person understands energy
Right.
for each
Well,
day.
just like
So,
the stars, like we're talking about how that matters. Well, then that stuff does matter, you
yeah,
know?
yeah, oh, very much so. We're using the Georgian calendar, but I think there's other people that are still using all variations of calendars. I would lean towards like the 28-day cycle.
Mm-hmm.
Then you would do number 13 kind of months or whatever. It's, that
Right.
whole ideal of a clock 12. Well, who's the central point? We are. So the 13, what purpose does it serve? 1 and 3, 4. Energy of 4, time. So again, this is where we're not really learning all of this stuff. Everything else, they're doing it, whoever they are, and they're probably staying true to it. But for us, they're giving us all their backwash.
Ooh.
And I have to agree with that, Don, with the
Wow.
28-day cycle, which falls in line with the moon cycle, which falls in line with a woman's typical menstruation period time flowing that way. And so I wanted to say something. I agree with you. You said something else a little bit ago, but I couldn't say anything. But yeah, you're on fire.
I'm an air being, but I'm on fire. I love it. Well, you do need air for fire.
You're on fire, Airbnb.
There you go. There you go. Yeah, I'm okay with the age of Aquarius. I'm like a kid in a candy store. Other people might not enjoy it because they're more like an earth sign of some sort. But I have to ground myself because I'm an air being. So I'll overeat to stay grounded.
Interesting.
Yeah. Again, there's all these terms, cycles. Think about women with their cycles. The moon favors that, right? And if women follow that, then they realize it serves a purpose.
Mm.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, if you're really connected with that, you're really in tune, and
Mm-hmm.
kind of a lot of things fall into place for you.
It might
More
not
grounded.
it might not necessarily be because they're women. It's maybe because they reproduce. They're reproducing
Right.
species, opposed to men that aren't reproducing species.
Well, they are in a way, but not the same way a woman does.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, it's definitely a totally different ball game. But it's like the yin and yang type thing.
And I know.
In
Oh,
some
sorry,
ways,
Ian.
at least. No, go ahead.
And I know you guys are up here, but maybe some of the ladies if there's some ladies in the chat, I can't see it. But this is something very significant to me. Why is it that when we're on our cycles and we have different cycles, when you get a group of women together, we all sync up and we all end up being on the same cycle, like,
That could
or
be
falling in line a couple, huh?
if there's an alpha female among them.
Right. I think it varies. Like I've seen it with even women that work together to women that live together. And I mean, I guess from what I've experienced is I was like raised by women,
Mm-hmm. But where I'm going with that, Sunkas, is like a pack of wolves. There has to be an alpha. So if there is actually a true alpha among those women, they hang around for durations of time, the cycle will probably align with that alpha.
Because I even noticed with talking with friends from a distance on the phone, having two close friends previously, we would all end up syncing, or they would be a couple of days behind me or something, or we would all end up being, and we weren't even together. We weren't even in the same cities, but we would talk on a regular basis, you know?
Mm-hmm.
And we would be on, three-way chats and be like, girl, oh, da 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 da. But we all ended up falling in line. And then we'd be like, oh, there you go. So mine is coming. Like,
Again, there's memory and blood. That's part of the whole information. It's like when we go ahead.
Well, when you said that, it triggered something. When you said there's memory and blood, do you think that's why they're like so adamant about taking some of our blood when we're born?
Oh yeah, that's always a fun one too. Yeah. Hey, let me give you some of my blood to you vampires. Get out of here.
Yeah,
Yes.
you think that they're uploading it to the AI and downloading our information, like when we're newborn though, type stuff.
If there's memory, like I'm speculating, it's in it. It goes back to when I say something and a person receives a thought. I'm the one that's saying the word tree, but yet, Ian, you're beside me and you have a thought. Where's that thought stored? Could be in the blood.
Ooh, what the fuck?
Could be. It could be. I'm playing with the idea. It could even be in the marrow or whatever. So if there's memory in blood, this is where some people that have ability to read it. For example, somebody does a blood transfusion. Next thing you know, they're picking up somebody else's memories.
Right.
That is
Yeah.
so beautiful. Just like just like with the water, it's liquid. It holds so much memory. It holds so much wisdom, and it's there in that liquid and blood. Who are they? Who and who are they looking for, and why? Like,
Mm-hmm. Oh, I'm with you on that. It's like water. Water can shapeshift in many shapes. This is why the Egyptians, some of them anyway, they understood gold. The consumption of gold, or put it on your skin and absorbing it, or people that do, they don't want to hear this, but urine therapy. You do it long enough, fasting, that actually transmutes itself too. It no longer becomes a detox. It actually becomes what some people might say the fountain of youth kind of ideal. So I wouldn't be saying it'd be no different with bronze, with anything that you can melt. Some people might be able to consume it, and it would serve as a conduit.
Wow. Yeah. Wow.
What's up, Cage?
Oh, Mr. Cage is here.
Hi, Cage.
Hey, Ian, Dominic, Sunkiss, how you guys doing?
Good.
Doing pretty good. Good to see you.
Okay, so Cage, we're going to be talking about a lot of things that you're going to like.
You're not here to bring up the whatchamacallits, are you?
No, but what if I dislike it, Dominic? Then what?
Well, then you'd be caught up in a trap of likes and dislikes. This is an ongoing joke, by the way, guys.
All right, so is this like where we start talking about cats and stuff, or is that later?
Depends what kind of cats we're talking about today. No. Cats are drones, Cage.
I knew it. I'm just driving right now, so it would be muting and unmuting, so yeah, this is the background.
Whoever's trying to post a link, you can't post a link unless you're a moderator. I'll mod you up, and then you can post a link. Hold on.
Uh-oh. Flo is bringing up the pierogi gates story. I've never seen it, actually. I'll have to see it one time.
You can post links as long as it's something appropriate for YouTube. Okay, yeah, you had to post it. We'll pull it up. That's interesting with the blood, the memory, and this whole agenda with the blood and stuff like that. I always thought that the blood, like the different blood types, is like a deficiency. They notice with different blood types, it's like a deficiency in iron or this or that. But there, I guess, could be more to it. Maybe that's science's explanation.
Well, the interesting thing about what Dominic was saying there, how the blood and people get memories from blood transfusions. Kind of makes sense because of because memories, like from my research, they're stored in the Earth's magnetic field, right? And it's through the blood, through like the brain, like the magnetite, back to that magnetite thing, the magnetosomes. So if you give someone blood from someone else, you're gonna have their magnetosomes and magnetite within that blood to be created. So it'll be like a connection, direct connection from there, to the magnetic field through the ferritin and iron in the blood. It creates these magnetite things, right? So it kind of makes sense in that regard.
Okay, I got the link. Let me see what this is. Oh yeah, this is deep right here. I wonder if I can play this. Let's this is deep. This is what Jeebus shared with me. He texted to me last week or something. We're gonna pull this up, but what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna throw this overlay on because this guy has 20 million subs, and I don't know. I think it's okay, but sometimes you never know. If I throw this overlay on, usually it will. Let's check this out. It's only a few minutes. Oh, here we go. The Egg, a short story.
You were on your way home when you died. It was a car accident. Nothing particularly remarkable, but fatal nonetheless. It was a painless death. The medics tried their best to save you, but to no avail. Your body was so utterly shattered, you were better off, trust me. And that's when you met me. What happened? Where am I? You died, I said, matter-of-factly. No point in mincing words. There was a truck, and it was skidding. Yes. I died. Yes. But don't feel bad about it. Everyone dies. You looked around. There was nothingness. Just you and me. What is this place? Is this the afterlife? More or less. Are you God? Yes, I'm God. My kids? My wife? What about them? Will they be all right? That's what I like to see, I said. You just died and your main concern is for your family. That's good stuff right there. You looked at me with fascination. To you, I didn't look like God. I just looked like some man or possibly a woman. Some vague authority figure, maybe. Don't worry, I said. They'll be fine. Your kids will remember you as perfect in every way. They didn't have time to grow contemptuous of you. Your wife will cry on the outside, but will be secretly relieved. To be fair, your marriage was falling apart. If it's any consolation, she'll feel very guilty for feeling relieved. Oh, so what happens now? Do I go to heaven or hell or something? Neither. You'll be reincarnated. Ah. So the Hindus were right. All religions are right in their own way. Walk with me. You followed along as we strode through the void. Where are we going? Nowhere in particular. It's just nice to walk while we talk. So, what's the point then? When I get reborn, I'll just be a blank slate, right? A baby. So, all my experiences and everything I did in this life won't matter. Not so. You have within you all the knowledge and experiences of all your past lives. You just don't remember them right now. I stopped walking and took you by the shoulders. Your soul is more magnificent, beautiful, and gigantic than you can possibly imagine. A human mind can only contain a tiny fraction of what you are. It's like sticking your finger in a glass of water to see if it's hot or cold. You put a tiny part of yourself into the vessel, and when you bring it back out, you've gained all the experiences it had. You've been in a human for the last 48 years, so you haven't stretched out yet and felt the rest of your immense consciousness. If we hung out here for long enough, you'd start remembering everything. But there's no point to doing that between each life. How many times have I been reincarnated then? Oh, lots. Lots and lots. And into lots of different lives. This time around, you'll be a Chinese peasant girl in 540 AD. Wait, what? You're sending me back in time? Well, I guess technically, time as you know it only exists in your universe. Things are different where I come from. Where you come from? Oh, sure. I come from somewhere else. And there are others like me. I know you'll want to know what it's like there, but honestly, you wouldn't understand. Oh, you said, a little let down. But wait, if I get reincarnated to other places in time, I could have interacted with myself at some point. Sure, happens all the time. And with both lives only aware of their own lifespan, you don't even know it's happening. So, what's the point of it all? I looked you in the eye. The meaning of life, the reason I made this whole universe, is for you to mature. You mean mankind? You want us to mature? No, just you. I made this whole universe for you. With each new life, you grow and mature and become a larger and greater intellect. Just me? What about everyone else? There is no one else. In this universe, there's just you and me. You stared blankly at me. But all the people on Earth, all you, different incarnations of you. Wait, I'm everyone. Now you're getting it. I'm every human being who ever lived. Or who will ever live, yes. I'm Abraham Lincoln. And you're John Wilkes Booth, too. I'm Hitler, you said, appalled. And you're the millions he killed. I'm Jesus. And you're everyone who followed him. You fell silent. Every time you victimized someone, you were victimizing yourself. Every act of kindness you've done to yourself. Every happy and sad moment ever experienced by any human was or will be experienced by you. You thought for a long time. Why? Why do all this? Because someday you will become like me. Because that's what you are. You're one of my kind. You're my child. Wow, you said, incredulous. You mean I'm a god? No, not yet. You're a fetus. You're still growing. Once you've lived every human life throughout all time, you will have grown enough to be born. So the whole universe, it's just an egg, I answered. Now it's time for you to move on to your next life. And I sent you on your way.
You know what gave me the chills with that? And Jeeba shared that with me, and I haven't got to, so I'm glad you shared it. Oh shit. Temporary blocked? What is that? Is everyone seeing the stream?
I probably got suspended for a minute. It'll come back in a few minutes. But
Oh shit. Yeah, I knew I shouldn't have played that.
it'll come back. The stream will be back in a minute.
Did you guys see that whole thing in the chat? Did you guys see that whole thing? Let me know.
That's an old short story called The Cosmic Egg. Or like a
No, I know.
version.
Hold on. I don't want to get into it right now. I want to just see if everyone saw that to the end. Let me know in the chat, please. Let me see what this is about.
They'll have to get
This feature only
reincarnated.
available to partners that use Studio Manager.
Mm.
When you turn Content ID matching, YouTube automatically claims. Okay. I don't know. Did you guys see that in the chat? So I guess not, because no one's responding. Okay. I'll have to go on my backup channel and see. One thing that gave me the chills is when he said in the afterlife, he's like, if you stay here long enough, you're going to start remembering. And one thing in all these stories with near-death experiences and in-between worlds is like they're like hurrying to get the person in their next life, you know? Let me do this. Did the ended be right before it got to the... Okay, you guys aren't giving me... Let me see here.
Give me a second, Ian. Let me see if I go onto your channel. Let's see if I can get on there.
Yeah, I gotta go to my history here. Okay. Sorry, guys. I'm just... Okay, it says that we're still live, so we should be good. Oh, stream unavailable. Okay, so what's gonna happen? We're good. What's gonna happen is, I guess we're streaming now again. If what's gonna happen is they're just gonna cut that part out, so we're gonna be fine. But I knew I shouldn't have played it. See, I was fine when I had that overlay on, then I took it off like a dummy. Okay, so we're just now getting back. Interesting.
Yeah, if anyone's interested, that video is based off this old short story called The Cosmic Egg. By the way.
Yeah, he shared it in the chat. Sorry about that, guys. You can check it out on your own, but they're just going to clip that part out, and then that's just going to be the empty space, so we're going to be fine. Let me add real quick Rebecca on. What's up, Rebecca?
Hi, guys. Nice to see you.
Oh,
I'm
what's
happy
up,
to see
Beck?
you're still going. Yeah, it's me.
Okay, I just had to make sure.
Is this somebody
Yeah.
new? Is that somebody new? Who are you, Rebecca?
It could be. I can be.
You can be.
Yes.
Hi, Beck.
Nice to see you, Sunkissed, Cage, Dom, Ian, and Chat.
Good to see you. Glad you came up.
Thank you. I'm glad you guys are still here.
Yeah,
Good to see you, Mama.
It's been a very great action-packed stream today, for sure, all the way to now. I mean,
I'm glad. I watched early on and then got had some places to go, but look forward to catching up tomorrow. I was really excited about the topic. I'm sure it veered here and there from it. It's but yeah, great conversation, I'm sure.
We talked about the meaning of life, Rebecca. We found out where hell is. Location, Vancouver, by the way, just in case you want to know.
No, it's in Surrey. It's in
Definitely-
Surrey, bro.
It's
definitely in Canada. We all know that, friends.
That's true.
Right.
That's true. Come to the conclusion, people like Sunkiss, she's the main one. Heidi, Yolanda, they have this aggravating ability to just be kind to people, caring, loving. That's what we've come. Well, I've come to that sad conclusion.
It's out of the bag.
It does
Oh,
tend
God.
to it does tend to aggravate people, doesn't it, Sunkissed?
Yeah, I have a way of doing that. Apparently, I have a way of doing it. I
But
did that earlier.
But I
No, I meant it more generally speaking in the general populace. I don't even just mean YouTube. I do think that there's resistance. There's real resistance to authenticity from people, and I'm not trying to say one's better than the other. I think the resistance is what causes the attraction in some people who don't don't, I don't know, don't come from that place, you know? So I meant it in the most loving way. I don't find you aggravating at all. I love you. I think you're fantastic.
Well, the thing is, Rebecca, it came out of my mouth, and you know I'm a riddle, so therefore, who knows if that's true? Who knows?
Well, just like
That-
the negativity people make us cringe. Well, the positive makes some people cringe too.
That's what exactly how I took it,
Yeah.
was that's what I meant, but that's what was meant by aggravating to me.
Stirs something in. Yeah, not just me, but I've seen that not just on YouTube, but in firsthand. I've seen that so many people will just dislike me because maybe I'm smiling all the time, and that's why they don't like me, because maybe I make somebody else smile, or somebody else might make somebody else smile, and they won't like that person, and it's something that maybe they haven't quite found within themselves. And so, but yeah.
Did you know that in terms of energies that we put off, like in frequencies and what, what's the biggest, people say, I had always thought that love was the biggest frequency that people picked up on, right? Like that genuine love, but it's actually authenticity that shines brightest. So,
Truth. Yeah.
which, coming from authenticity and being loving, which I think in a good faith culture where most people feel safe enough to be authentic and loving, then those two vibrations probably do coincide to be the same thing, But I do think that it is a level of, I never want, people tend to take this as better than, because, I know I consider myself a very authentic person, and, but I'm not saying that people who mask themselves are not, that's a level of protecting your authenticity. I'm not calling it inauthentic, like if anything, it's a protection mechanism for most people. So I think that it's a resistance that might be necessary, and I think the hard part for people who do resist that authenticity is that when they try to trigger, something in authentic people, they're just getting more forgiveness and kindness, and that can create more resistance, So I think aggravation was perfect, but I definitely didn't want anyone to think I was making it personal, So it's a beautiful thing. And I find YouTube to be a really good lesson in human behavior. I think people in the real world behave a lot more like we like to think they don't behave like they do on YouTube, but I think it's exactly the same in the real world, And at least in YouTube, we can see how people behave around different groups of people, And I find it a real gift.
Yeah, the people that are fake on here, they're probably fake in their real life too.
But I think that I didn't realize how many people mask themselves. I don't think I realized how inauthentic people really were.
But Rebecca, wouldn't that be what an agent would say?
Oh, you got me. You got me.
I've already applied for my bot application today.
Yeah.
I'm going to be a full-time bot.
Smart. Well, I was going to tell you guys that, originally I had changed my name because of a non-disclosure agreement signed with the agency about the character Bex, but we've actually worked out the details, and it's all right. It's all right. We can still use the character Bex. Agency
They're
says
late.
it's fine.
They've been late on my agent provocateur check. I have to contact the PR firm about that. Not happy.
But now now people are going to find out why they really dislike Canadians, right? Canadians are the YouTube agents. Is that what we're trying to start here?
I thought it's because we're getting universal basic income.
So it's not free.
No.
I've met a lot of Canadians on here.
Yeah, you're trapped.
You're surrounded by Canadians, bro.
It's like this wave of Canadians came around like last year.
Yeah.
No, seriously.
No, I know.
You can run, but you can't hide.
And Dominic, you're not in Canada, right?
I am Canadian. Yes, I am.
Oh,
me
that's
and Cage
right.
live near each other. Me and Cage live near each other.
Nice.
Yeah, he lives down the street.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, wow. That's great.
But you guys met on YouTube, right?
He was trying to rob me. Yes, we did actually, yeah, Rebecca. We did.
I pulled out the 9, and he just laughed at me, and then we became friends after.
I think Sunkiss, aren't you Canadian?
That would be a big no. I'm the first thing. I am the furthest out of everybody on this panel from Canada. Okay, I would be more Mexican than anything. I'm in Mexico. I'm in Texas.
Texas.
So
well done. Beautiful, beautiful state.
I've driven through Texas, but we didn't stop. We were in a big hurry. My friends had driven up from Mexico to Canada, picked us up, and we drove back down, and they just wanted to get home by the time we were, down into, yeah.
It's funny how you said that. I've driven through Texas, but we didn't stop. Like, whoa, wow.
It wasn't my choice. It was the Mexicans that were driving. They didn't stop in Texas. Maybe for some gas.
Yeah, I get it. No, but yeah, I'm all the way down here or wherever.
Are you on the Pacific? Like, are you in the Pacific time zone as well, Ian? Are you on this side of, or in Pacific or Mountain this side of things, or are you on the other side of things?
Yeah, I'm in Pacific, California. Central California. $10 miles from the capital.
What is the capital of California?
Sacramento.
Sacramento. See, I wouldn't have guessed that.
Yeah, Swervin lives, I think, down the street from me. I've lived all over California, though. I haven't just been here, but this is actually the same city I was born.
Oh, neat. Neat.
Oh,
Not me. I stay pretty far. I put an ocean between me and the city I was born in, but but it's a beautiful city and full of wonderful people. I like to, yeah, some of us black sheep, move far away from our families. So I didn't move so far away, but definitely like the buffer of the ocean.
Yeah, me too. A couple hours from the ocean. The cool thing about Sacramento is like you're right by everything. San Francisco's 100 miles that way. My mom's 100 miles the other way. It's right in the middle of all the... And every city is completely different. It's like going to a new state. You go to San Francisco, everyone's perception of California and is like, that would be like San Francisco, Los Angeles. But you go to each of these cities, it's like going to a totally different realm. They drive different, totally different vibe, different people. I mean, that's everywhere, right? But in California, it's like so diverse, more than people think.
I wonder if
Sacramento's like a melting pot of like all of these different, like into one.
I wonder if that's rooted in its Mexican heritage. I mean, I'm sure it wasn't called Mexico then, but I know that if you Mexican state by state, city by city, the culture changes so much. Food changes everything. So I wonder if that's a little bit of echo effect of the Hispanic culture that was.
There's a lot of Hispanics out here.
Well, yeah, that even in the 1958 map of Western United States and Western Canada showed Washington and BC as Spanish territory. And it's my grandfather ran cattle from California up through the border and up into just across the border in Oliver. So that it goes it's underrepresented, the whole concept of British Columbia. People are so focused on the British aspect, they don't focus on the Columbia aspect of this province. And it goes all the way up the coast, like I'm on the Juan de Fuca Strait. There's just there's Spanish in the geography all the way up. And even if you look at some of the names in the that they claim are native names, say of like cities like Kelowna, it probably is crown in Spanish spelt with an L instead of an R, which I won't say just because it's, associated with all those other words of 2020, but like the beer. Yeah, so it's interesting. I think there's a lot more Spanish influence on the west coast of North America than people notice. All the way up. Port Angeles is right across the water. Port Angeles. Yeah.
Yeah, we were going over all that in the beginning. Oh, it was like all about the title from the first minute all the way till, I'd say, about a few hours ago. Like the first 6-7 hours was dealing with the title. So if people didn't catch it, you definitely want to. Very
Oh, I'll be
interesting.
listening tomorrow, Ian, for sure.
Yeah,
For
very
sure.
interesting.
Yeah.
Some people
Yeah, very
join as
good.
heated discussions, interesting discussions. I really liked when I opened up the panel, or then when Bobby Knight, Sunkist, and the other guy were having that conversation. I didn't say a word. I was just listening, like, wow, this is interesting.
Yeah, I loved having that was really good. It got really good until he told me he could shut me up and
Right,
that
and then
I
he
was,
left. Yeah.
and then he said women were inferior and he was superior. And I was like, oh, no, you didn't. And so I was like, we were going good,
This is him right
until,
here. I have some of his comments saved. This
oh
is
yeah,
him
the
right here.
Christ.
Christ
Yes,
brings a
just bring
sword.
this to him.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was enjoying the conversation, even though I was in total disagreement. And I think it was the point where I called him out when he said the body was nothing, and that means you're nothing. And I said, doesn't that take away everything you said about Christ? I said, because his body was nothing, but he was spirit afterwards. And that's when he told me he didn't have to listen to me. And when I was judgmental, he told me I was a very judgmental woman. And so, but it was it's a good conversation for a while. It's been a great stream. I'm just really glad it's been so long since I haven't been on the whole time. Of course, stepping away, doing things. I just, doing things, but it's been a long time since I've been on the panel for this long, and I'm really loving it.
Yeah, no, I'm glad. I love every minute you guys come up here. I really value it. And I'm glad you came up, Sunkist, for this one too, because I was really wanted you in this one. So I'm glad that worked out.
Me too. And it's really helped improve my day. So I'm really glad it all worked out.
Well, I'm
Hopefully
glad
that
I wasn't
video.
here for that part, Sunkist, because you know me, I probably got all heated. I'd have got all heated. Had to
And you
come
would have
in,
been called,
flying in, all Beck style.
and you would have been called when I get heated like that, or when I stand up. I've been called. You're stepping too much into your masculine energy. You need to sit down. Women are to be seen, not heard.
Oh yeah, I have some. The cool thing about StreamYard is that you can star a comment, and then I'll put it in the separate comment section, just like this. Then this guy came along in the chat and was putting this type of stuff.
Oh yeah, he really didn't like me. He really didn't like
Typical
me.
single mom behavior. Yeah, it's because of you disgusting men that all the women are single moms, clown.
And he said something else too. And this is what floors me when I say I'm divorced and I'm a single mom. They say, well, you can't keep a man. Honey, let me tell you, it was me that told him to step, and it's him that continuously is trying to beg. Okay. It's not about me not keeping, or a single mother or a single person not keeping that person. Maybe that person didn't tolerate somebody else's behavior, and they found their value and their worth, and and said, hey, I don't have to deal with this. I'd rather be single and alone. It's funny how people make such a big assumption because you say you're a single mom. I'm insufferable. So it was,
Disgusting.
Salute to the
yeah.
panel and
What's
salute
up,
to the
Bobby?
single mothers. What's up? What's up, everybody?
Oh, what's up, Bobby?
What's up? What's up now? Salute, Dominic. Salute to the single mothers too, man. Shout out to them.
Yeah.
Man, the single fathers. How about that?
Right.
That's right.
There you
Single
go.
parents. That's
One
right.
thing. Yeah, because I mean, I would assume, unless we talking about like Mary, that if it's a single mother, you know what I'm saying, just by a process of elimination, it got to be a single father, you know what I'm saying, whether if they there or not, you know. So, you know, when people say things like that, I kind of, you know, when you get older, it kind of like, well, if it's a single mother, then you know it's a single father too. Like it's, you know, that's the dynamic of that, you know. So, you know, to each their own, man. Hey, figure it out.
Well, and
What's good in it?
great analogy, because even if someone was a single mother because of a displaced single father, i.e. there
Right.
was no co-parenting going on, then why don't we have like bumper stickers running around saying, be more like Joseph? You know?
Come on now.
Like,
Isn't the vast majority of people single mothers or fathers nowadays? Like, isn't it like, how many people do you know that their parents are actually together? Very few, but personally in my life that I've met. You know? So that's like the norm. You know.
Hey, Jay down there, if you're trying to troll, please don't come here. Are you trying to troll? No? Okay, I'll give you a
it's
shot, but I'm a little sketched with new people, but go ahead. What's up?
Not much, just coming to say hello. I found you maybe 2 weeks ago through Brian Stavely.
Okay.
He shared one of your shows. You guys had a show together, and yeah, I really enjoyed your conversation. It's just been really enjoying everything. Yeah.
Anything else?
Well, I guess you guys are talking about the man-made religions, is how I like to think of them, and what brought me there a few years ago was just started to think, like, you know, I was a Christian, and like, if there's a God before my God, and if there's a religion before my religion, then wouldn't that religion be more correct than my religion? And that's what got me started. And you start looking up all these things and how, like, the Bible, like, has different meanings, and it can be interpreted different ways, and how sometimes they flip flop on things. Like, they say one thing somewhere else, and they say something somewhere else, you know, that kind of thing. And yeah, I've been really enjoying your conversation about religion and all that, and how it's just division, and you know.
Right. Okay, cool. I'm gonna put you backstage for a minute. I appreciate you coming up. I'm just trying to protect the stream a little bit, but no offense, because a lot of people have done some fucked up shit, so I'm gonna be
I
a
had
little.
a question for the panel, if possible. Yeah. Yeah, like back to that single father, single mother thing. Do you think this is, you know, like, is this being done purposefully by social engineering to destabilize the family unit? You know, so people are easily controllable and conditioned.
I would say,
You know,
of
instead of,
course.
yeah,
You can see it with the
I,
music culture, all that.
yeah. Mhm.
I think
But
that the family unit as we know it was actually more designed, and it failed, than every family used to be a man, a woman, and their child. The community used to be so much more, I don't know. There just used to be so much more
Diverse.
community to most tribes, most peoples, that I
Yeah.
don't know that anyone would have ever forced two people to be together. I think it wasn't until the bankers came in and stuff like that that it really became. So, I mean, definitely there always would have been people doing it, and that was designed to be a part of the demise. but I think they also created a very, very constructive economic world and a definition of family that they never intended to support. So I think there's both things going on. I
Yeah,
think
they
we have to
created
remember.
the.
Mhm.
It's still consent based. They kind of, pushed us into a type of thing, but the people go along with it. So
When we
without,
think about,
yeah,
I'm
go
sorry,
ahead. No, you're good.
but like I tend to think about, like, when we think about family and how, to the sister Rebecca's point, what family look like in America is like that atomic family structure. The house. You know what I'm saying? The middle class, the white picket fence. 2 children, a dog. It's almost like that's the model that they wanted to push for everybody, and now that that's not what the norm anymore, it's what's going on with the family structure. Instead of looking at it like, we might be looking at a new generation of children that's not going to be as indoctrinated into certain things that we started to break the chains on.
Well, the way I look at it is, I
Exactly.
think it's a social engineering agenda, because if you destabilize the household, right, then the children, they're easier to manipulate through social media, through this endless scrolling, the short form content, and all that, instead of having these morals and values instilled into them. Like, they don't have enough time to be there for the children. Right now, the schools indoctrinated them, and the screen. They're just on the screen all day.
I would say
True.
that music, television, social engineering, all that stuff, that's just on the table at all times, dude. It's
Yeah,
just
it's true. Yeah.
automatic
And
for
two
me.
things can be true. It can all be a plan of social engineering, but one thing about energy, it's a yin to a yang. It's a push to a pull, it's a give to a take.
Yeah.
So it's like, even if you create an instrument of evil, it could be used for a purpose of what somebody can deem good. So in the same aspect of, to your point, the short attention span, scroll, and all those things, it does lead to what we would view as a less moral society, starting with the children. But then we got to remember that's what was placed at our feet when we were children, or at least I remember that. Like, we were the start of the less moral society from the shit that my grandparents and my mother remembered. You know what I'm saying? They couldn't believe the stuff that we was doing. So, but one thing about this generation that no generation probably before had, which gives them like the up on all other generations, is not only is technology and knowledge at the beck and call of their finger, like this tree of knowledge, you can't lie to them. Information comes to them. So it's like the same way they can stroll and be mindless, you just can't lie to them. And that's that in the long run, that's gonna be a great thing.
Yeah, because everyone's making their choice of what to do with like what we're doing here.
There you go.
We could do it for good or bad. It's like you're the filter to take it in, and then you output. That's your choice what you put out there. Sometimes bad shit happens to us. Some people come out and do more negative shit to others or themselves, and some people turn it into, and emit good energy from that. So it's like you still
Right.
have that choice. Or at least I hope so.
And a lot of times, I'm sorry.
Oh no, go ahead, Bobby.
Well, I was gonna say, when we say the destruction, or like the demise of the morals within the family household, I think we look back at the like typical structure of the family household with rose-colored glasses, and we don't look at like the trauma and like the psychological, you know what I'm saying, behaviors that came from that. Some of the situations that were forced. A lot of people that went into these situations out of survival mode. You got to think the family structure that we've become accustomed to, just thinking culturally in America, this thing that we all supposed to strive for, a lot of it came out of just pure survival. It was the thing you do if you got pregnant, because there weren't no other choices, and just you didn't want to be viewed in society at that time. Social engineering, you didn't want to be viewed. You see what I'm saying? It's not having a family. So it was social engineered the other way because we need this large workforce. We need this industrial revolution. We need you to keep producing so we can, you know what I'm saying, go and conquer the world, fund this military, fund the workforce, all of this shit. Now we don't need that because technology has reached a point to where, you know, labor force is, you know, we need more skilled people, less people overall. We hear depopulation talk all the time. We're at a point in time, not even 50 years ago, they were saying there weren't enough babies. You need to overpopulate. We need a baby boom. So, you know, this is where we at. It's always been
Yeah,
social.
but is that social engineering for a mother and father to raise a child that they created? Isn't that just like the normal way of being, or
Well,
Most
no, not.
cultures,
the most
no,
I'm
natural
sorry,
way of being?
a lot
but
of
not if
cultures
it's
it
for
takes a
the.
grandparent.
Hmm.
There you
Most
go.
cultures, yeah. Sorry, I was just going to say most cultures include grandparents, aunts, uncles, everything. There's lots of cultures in the world where the toddlers are raised by their grandparents while the parents go to work. You know,
Yeah,
whether one's
it
get,
takes a village, right?
yeah.
Yeah.
So, and I
Correct.
would just wanted to say that in Canada, or at least in the Spanish territories, as we knew them to be, you know, prior to 1958, my grandmother was my grandmother in the 30s was a BC Tel operator, and she eloped into the States with my grandfather because she didn't want to lose her job. See, it was built right into the economic structure. It didn't matter if you were pregnant or not pregnant. If you got married, you were fired, period. And your husband got a raise, period. And so when your wife had a baby, your husband got a raise. Later, it became through the government. But, you know, my grandmother went to work, she went home, and eventually the rumor came from the border guard. And if they hadn't had to wake the border guard to get across, then maybe no one would have ever known they eloped. But rumor got there and she got fired. And so imagine being the man standing beside my grandfather in his job. As my grandfather got married, he got a raise. And my grandfather had 2 children, he got 2 raises, right? And then now you've got a single man or a gay man standing at work beside my grandfather thinking this isn't fair, right? So people don't understand the economic incentives of contracts. So it wasn't just about the stigma of being a single mom, because just being a woman, married woman, you weren't allowed to work,
If you
period.
look at the
That's a fact.
if you look at the statistics though, like most people in jail, I think over 80% of people in jail come from a single parent household. You know, if you just look at all the statistics, think about it. Like, okay, you have a single mother. Okay, she has to go work and support and da da da. So who's gonna create that being's way of thought and way of being? You know, now you're left with the government and the social engineers to morph that into whatever they want it to be. You know, instead of
And I
a
think even with
yeah.
the single parent household, when you do more research into those statistics and how they got it, it's primarily geared towards the Black community and creating this stigma. When in reality, it's not most people that come from a single family household. It's most people that come from an uninvolved parent household. So
Yeah, that's true too.
yeah, right. So I think the caveat that we have is that whether the people are together, you know what I'm saying? Because what if we have 2 people in the household? You know, I've known this situation where you got 2, you know what I'm saying, completely toxic and abusive people in the household, and all the children go to jail or under some type of abuse. Then that like you see what I mean? So
Yeah.
I think that we just look at it, and it's good that we kind of generalize it because in a lot of cases it'll help us kind of pinpoint things, but really it's so nuanced because each individual family, you know, got their own thing going on, you know, so it ain't necessarily a bad thing if 2 people, you know, have a child and they don't necessarily live in a house together. And I think
Mm-hmm.
a lot of that, because that's technically what single is in this society. 2 people have a child and they don't live in a house together. That don't mean that the child is being reared, you know what I'm saying, in disarray, but you automatically get that stigma when you think about that. That, oh, they grew up in a single family household. You know what I mean? A lot of the Bill Gates grew up in a single family household. Steve Jobs, to the millionaire Richard Branson. You dig what I'm saying? All of these people grew up in single family homes or in homes where their parents got divorced when they were young, and one parent went here and the other parent went there, and then dad picked you up for soccer practice and mom dropped you up. Like you still function as a child. We're talking about children who grew up in dangerous situations, which is not being addressed because we can always kind of soothe it over with a single family household and this and that, when it's really abusive household.
Yeah, that's true. I don't know, from my own personal experience, though, that's very true. But from my own personal experience, growing up in that, I don't know one person that came from a two-family house, like a two-family home, that got themselves into trouble. But every other person, they're all from single.
I do, sir. And I don't mean to cut you.
Yeah, I
I
would
know a
disagree.
lot of people.
Me too. I know tons that were. I don't mean to cut you off. I just wanted to agree with Bobby on that.
Well, yeah, I'm saying from my own experience, right? But from my own experience, there's barely anyone that has like a two-family household. Like out of all the people I know, only like a handful of them. Most of them are, so.
I knew people that, because I went to a rich preppy high school. Everyone had a BMW. I knew people that had parents that had a big house, sweet parents from what I've seen, and I mean, some of them turned out to be straight devils. And then you had people that I grew up with. No joke, I watched their family, their mother, torture them. I mean, do some fucked up shit with my own eyes, and it was frightening. And some of these people turn out to be straight up angels. Like they're doing better than everyone that I've known.
I think what it is that the environment and to your point, the social engineering, because somebody who myself grew up on the west side of Chicago, where the majority of the household is single parents, I would agree with you that most of the people who grew up in a single parent household had a tougher time and might have went through more than the people who had a dual family household, because that was not the norm. And in that environment, just having two people on deck was just so much more of a, you know what I'm saying, a fighting chance. Whereas once I got out of that situation and my mother, you know what I'm saying, married my stepfather, now we in the suburbs, you know what I'm saying, typical cookie cutter houses, you know what I'm saying, Air Force Base living and all of that. Everybody got a, you know what I'm saying, a mother and a father, whether if it's a stepfather and a mother or your mother, like everybody had that dynamic. And a lot of people was fucked up within their house, you know what I'm saying? That didn't necessarily give you a guarantee that you know what I'm saying, this dynamic is gonna work, you know what I mean? So it's like I got to see the other side of that. Oh, it ain't just like just because you're in a single family, because now that we not in this situation and I'm going in these houses, yeah, they not struggling financially, but they going through different type of abuses that's leading their children into, drug use, early age prescription drug use, going to jail early, you know what I'm saying, promiscuous behavior, like it's the same thing.
Yeah, well, Bobby, the reason why that makes sorry, it's because you're saying in that, but then you go to the suburbs, it's way different. But yeah, I'm coming from a perspective of public housing or the projects, whatever they call in the U.S., which is, maybe the whole dynamic is different there. But from what I've seen,
for us, it's a different generation because I at least saw my grandparents who were like soulmates and like two amazing people that had just this amazing marriage, and two people I've never seen more in love in my life. So at least they were because I was raised by a single mom, at least that they were around a lot, and I had that dynamic. It wasn't in the household, but it was around a lot. But I think as you go down the generation, some of them don't even have that as an example. It might be someone else's family here and there, a little pieces of it, but at least I had that. Some people never get to, not that they need or anything, but I'm saying that there's still a percentage, right? The single family is still maybe, I don't know what you might get, some of the diamonds out there rough, but for the most part, I don't know. I guess we just got to go off our experiences, right? It's hard to judge off their numbers.
I think when they say single, they keep taking away the word abusive and not throwing that caveat.
No, you're right about that. There you go.
It's really an abusive household because I like what the brother said. I'm sorry, but real quick, what the brother said about growing up in the projects, I grew up in the projects. So, in the same essence, I know the single mother who was abusive and had a house full of kids in and out of jail and foster homes, and I know the single mother who grew up in that same disarray of the environment and poverty, but was a loving mother, and her children went on to the military and went on and got good jobs and like that. You see what I mean? I know
No, you're
plenty of
spot on,
people
bro.
right now that you could talk to on these panels, and they'll tell you, man, I'm from the project. I'm from some crazy situations, but my mother loved us up out of that. Other people didn't.
And I just want to speak on two things that I personally have experienced and am experiencing myself. Going back to what Bex was saying about as far as the grandparents and stuff being incorporated into the family. My dad is from West Africa, Sierra Leone. I've stated that before, and I still have family over there, still contact, talking, all the time. And I will say that there's a difference here between the States and over there. Especially in the villages. I'm not saying more so the city, but you go to the villages, the grandparents are still key. The grandparents are part of the household. The grandparents are helping with the children. The grandparents are part of that family. You know what I'm saying? And so I was just, Bex, I was going back to agreeing with that. And then to go with what?
Go ahead, please go on. Please go on.
And to go along with what Bobby was saying, I'm a single mom, and it's not always good for two people to stay together just because they have children together. And I think, and the people are like in the older generations, they stay together, they work through it. But some of these older generations were together because somebody got pregnant and they stayed together and they stay very unhappy, very toxic. And the children see that. My marriage ended because alcohol was involved, because physical domestic abuse and violence was involved. And back to what Bobby was saying, these children are so well aware, not even just with the technology, these children are intuitive. You can't lie to them. It got to the point where my oldest, a couple of years ago, when things were really getting bad, she was like, she pulled me to the side and said, let me talk to you. Even though I tried to hide the tears, you try to hide the fight, you try to hide this. She's like, I Googled what an abusive dad is. I Googled what domestic violence, and I'm like, I'm not aware that she is this aware of these situations. So sometimes it's better for two people who are toxic, where you say like the abuse, whether it's mental abuse, it's physical abuse, and there's alcohol involved. It's better for these two people to be apart. And then sometimes these two people function better as parents. Right. And I'm a single mom, but I stay at home because we made the choice a long time ago, before while I was pregnant with our firstborn, that we were going to homeschool our children. So we made a choice. People can make choices about their finances. Do you really need this big house, or do you really need this many cars? You have to make an individual choice as a family and budget and do things, at least for me and for us. So we made the choice that I will be at home and I will homeschool. I make medicines, I make lotions, I make hair cream. I do all that stuff for the children, and we are divorced. But it is where I am still able to be here and take care of these children and be present. You can have two parents, just like Bobby said, that are there but aren't present in their lives and invested in the children's emotions. And just like you said, a single mom or a single dad will end up loving that child through. And so I guess what I really wanted to say is, I don't recommend anybody, whether you've been together 5 years, 10 years, 15 years, 30, 40, 50 years, stay with someone just because you have children, or just because you feel like society will look at you as if you are giving up. It's not about you giving up. If you're in a toxic relationship, it's about you choosing you and doing what's best for you, and your children will be better off if you let it go, because they see more than what you give them credit for. So it's better to see mom and dad. One of the first things my oldest said, after the split, after my ex was gone, is that there is so much peace in this house. There is so much peace in this house. Why? Because the abuse, the arguments, the cussing, the disrespect, the belittling, is gone. So spot on with that. And those are the
Yeah.
two experiences I can personally
And for
speak
me,
about.
real quick, I'll throw this in and I'm going to mute up. But my mom married my stepdad. I forgot how old, like 3 or something. And it was an alcoholism and an abusive relationship. And that was from my age like 4 to 8 or 9. And I was very aware with what was going on, you know, even at 7 years old.
Yep. So at that point, you're
Yep.
left with an ultimatum: be a single parent or keep your child in an abusive situation. Now it's like child abuse, making children see that growing up, right? And to Bobby's point, like, yeah, okay, things aren't going to turn out the exact same way every single time, but that's an exception, not the rule. There's exceptions. But I'm saying on average, most of the time, it goes a specific way.
I would bet that if we wanted to, my background is statistics. And I do understand that to get a proper sample size can be very difficult. But I would say that one of the things, if we were to prove Bobby's point, one thing I would do is talk about intergenerational captivity. I'm going to call it like criminal charges against people. So I would bet that you would find that it was a setup from the outset against the poorest, because up here in Canada, it tends to be the First Nations people.
Yep.
We don't have such a large Black population, but it's the same model, right? So, but what you would see is if we could isolate the children the children that went to jail whose fathers were in jail, and pull that group out and look at the demographics of those single parents, I would bet you that was a grooming process to repeatedly have those for-profit prisons full of people working for free, right? So,
Bingo,
and that,
bingo, bingo.
yeah, so that's where I would say that. Now, that being said, up here in the prairie provinces, you will find that those First Nations people vary in their look so much that you actually have a lot of white people that I know are deemed Métis by the colonial narrative. But if you look, the further west you go, you will find, I don't talk about it a lot online, but my mother's matriarchal lineage is of this land, and we don't look like First Nations people. My father's lineage comes from England, Ireland, Scotland, that place, right? Again, with the Irish, lineage, you could say there's stories that could be told about how they got here, but my father's line were all in Parliament and stuff. So likely, they are part of the ruling, however that ruling class was brought over. And that being said, I just wanted to say that the demographics in the prairie provinces of Canada tend to be, there's a lot more variety in those natives, yet still the ones going to prison were the ones that, that were divvied up in the wars and made sure that their blonde-haired, blue-eyed cousins were pushed out from the reserve, based on opportunity, right? So all I'm saying is you're still back to these prisons full of First Nations people who all look the same, right? And we don't even have a for-profit prison system in Canada, right? So, I mean, they do some work, and some of it is for the government and stuff, but I just mean it's not quite the same punitive for-profit system, which is set up by the very same people who were given the money to when they were told they had to pay their workers. There was a bunch of, there would have been plantations that knew keeping happy, healthy people, when they were legislated not to pay them, not allowed to pay them, there were places that likely took good care of the people they couldn't pay. But then you had the person beside who had police. They literally had police of their own private to make sure that the people weren't leaving the shitty plantations to go to the one with someone working with ethics. So that's how and those are the people that, when they, as much as slavery was fought to be abolished, the loans that were paid to the plantation owners that had, in order to start paying those wages, just finished being paid in 2012. And that's where the secondary tier of police comes in. The for property police come in because basically that system was set up by those plantation owners to become corporations, to set up jails, to make sure that their quote unquote free labor was still free, you know, and it's all by design, you know, so it's awful. It's awful. Now we have two-tiered police systems in most places, at least here in Canada, and people don't even realize that city police is property protective. And those laws are designed by a system that's designed to keep jails full so that the jails have workers, right? So, you know, it 100% is an attack on certain demographics.
You got to create customers, right? Dominic wanted to say something if you can, quick. Sorry, in the
Well, I
private.
don't know if it's quick per se, but a little bit on the social engineering as people are going on the back end of it of single parenting. They've already done it with the single family ideal. You know, we no longer have in, like, say, the developed countries where people have their aunties and uncles living with them. So, say a husband was drinking a little bit too much, the uncle would actually have that like kind of mentality, back 40 conversation. Don't like the way you're treating your kid and your wife. So a lot of these, now we're talking global as opposed to nationalists. A lot of these other countries still have those structures. So now when they start coming over here into Europe and into America and Canada, they might actually have more of a knitted family where you have 4 or 5 families living together, or maybe 2 or 3 generations living under the same roof. For most people, because of economic and all that, they've been driven to be single families. Doesn't matter if you have 3 or 4 kids, but you're still a single family. You're no longer having
Yeah.
the extended family where your grandmothers are living with you, and they can say, I'll take care of your kids. I don't have to drive you across the street. So anyway, just to share a little bit on that social engineering ideal.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, if I could just share one more quick story. I have a girlfriend who's born and raised in Canada, but her family roots are from Trinidad and Tobago. And she and her husband had a son together, and her husband had a son from a previous engagement who lived with, or previous, not marriage, but so she had 2 boys in the household, and they had a little girl who was about 6 or 7 years younger. And they had been really smart about starting up their business. So they had bought all the equipment and were paying rent on a building, but weren't. It was a good deal. So it took them a couple of years to get their business going, and that all came together at the same time that their youngest child, really needed them. And so Ivory was sent away to Toronto to live with my friend's mother from age 2 to 4. And then the whole neighborhood was in an uproar, of course, right? Like, how could you be away from your child? Blah, 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 right? You know, but it's totally normal. It was, it's not so normal to be that distant, but it is normal in that culture to have that kind of support. And I'll tell you, when Ivory came back from being with her grandmother for 2 years, I mean, it was like she'd never been gone, obviously, right? She was with family. And on top of it, like, she was like, just such a well-adjusted little 4-year-old. Like, it was such a slap in the face of all these people that had no idea how family units work, culturally, even in our culture, even with an entire country's distance between them, right? So, some people still do it. It just goes with the cost of, not seeing your child except for twice in those 2 years because of the distance. But it definitely did nothing but benefit the whole family, even grandma, So
That's a fact.
Yeah.
And I know particularly, you know what I'm saying, in the Black community, not only did we grow up like that, to your point, if like 2 people got pregnant young, like in the case of my mother and my father, they do the same thing. Take the grandmother and grandfather, take the child, and you know what I'm saying, the woman and the father go out and work for X amount of years until they can, you know what I'm saying, really establish
Yeah.
themselves. You know what I mean? Because it don't make no sense for you to go out here and try to do this struggle with a child. That's, you know what I mean? That's working backwards. And in a lot of cases, to the brother point about statistics, you got to understand in poverty situations, people are not filling out census. They're not, you know what I'm saying, necessarily putting the correct information on things, you know what I'm saying, in order to obtain certain benefits, you know what I'm saying, or keep people out of certain information. And especially in poverty situations, you will have people that are married, right? Been together 30 years, but they're not into signing contracts. So that's technically single. So when you hear this single family thing, a lot of times it's like that's the other caveat to it. You know what I'm saying? A lot of people are not single. You think it's a single family, but it's still two people there. Even in the families where people are going to jail, they're just single on paper, because the only way you cannot be single on paper if you sign this contract and now you're married.
Yeah, they're most likely common law too. I don't know how that works in the U.S.
That's still single.
Yeah.
Yeah, common law just means you can't get put out of neither party can get put out of the home if, you know what I'm saying, a disagreement or something like that goes down. But when it comes in case of filing paperwork or something like that, like if you do taxes, you can't check common law. It's either head of household or you know what I'm saying. You feel me? So that's what they do, you know, because this is finances that people are fighting for. That's what's keeping people out of jail. So you got two people who are in poverty. They got these children. It don't make sense for them to get married in this situation. It will make sense for them, and I've seen this plenty of times doing taxes. They'll live together, and one of them will say head of household, the other one to say head of household. They'll claim two children. This one will claim two children. They'll pool that money together, and you know, they don't have the funds to go and, you know, get married and have this and that, but they still together. They working together. They're growing up and they're living in poverty situations.
Yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah. Well,
Right.
there's no difference then because they're still together. You know, that's just on paper. You know, so they can get a little extra money every month.
Right, but what I'm saying, on paper, the situation is poverty. It's not necessarily the single family home. That's why I'm trying to get you to understand, because in a lot of these situations where the point is single families, you know, a lot of children, you know, go to jail and be in dire situations. I'm saying that that's just on paper. Statistically, in real life, is not necessarily a single family home. The thing is abusive home and poverty situations 9 times out of 10.
9 times out of, for real. I think mostly it all stems from poverty. That's what creates crime and shit.
Poverty and abuse, because like I said, I've seen on the inverse that same situation go on in the suburbs where that poverty is nowhere in this situation, but what's going on is abuse. So you still cycle the children back into, you know what I'm saying, jail, and you know what I'm saying, young pregnancy and all of it. Like I've seen this in $1 million home.
Yeah, of course. And that's what it is. It's intergenerational abuse or mental, you know, which they.
And Lonnie's making a good point that I wanted to make too. I when I was in started college, one of my roommates was a quote unquote single mom. She didn't live with the father of her child, but they were still working things out, partly because of his line of work was not conducive to being around a woman and a child, and they were young, but they had decided not to put him on the birth certificate because it allowed her to access more funds. And I know some people would say, oh, well, that's just a couple working the system. Well, actually, given the nature of his work, she needed that. Well, first of all, it's kind of her right, but anyways, I shouldn't have thrown that in there. But the nature of his work needed her to have independence in case shit ever hit the fan. So they actually approached it from a very sensible perspective as a family unit economically. And I don't know if they ended up staying together, but they had a really healthy relationship. That child was loved and provided for, and his father was always coming over. And
That's what I was gonna say. I was gonna say this, right? It doesn't matter if you're in the projects or whatever, government housing you call it here. It doesn't matter if you're in poverty. All you need is if you have a structure, a family structure that it's loving. That's all you need. Now, 9 times out of 10 from there, they're not going to get themselves into trouble, or they're going to live a proper life after. You just gotta.
But you're not going to be able to say a definite. I could tell you the whole spectrum of what people had and the whole spectrum of the outcome of what I've seen.
Yeah.
So it's like.
Yeah, if you have a loving structure around you, then usually you're fine, right?
No. I've
No, not
seen.
necessarily.
No, because
Usually, maybe, but it's not a
Yeah,
guarantee.
No, yeah, but the exception doesn't make the rule. That's the point. So I'm
but
saying
I've seen so many. Like
rule of
Ian,
thumb most of the time, yeah.
I went to this like uppity rich high school. Your first car was the brand new Lincoln Navigator, or you were driving a Benz or something like that, for real, for real. And then you would crash it and they would get you another one. I wasn't rolling like that, but a lot of my classmates were. And so one of my really good friends in high school, she had two parents in her home. It was her stepmom and her dad, who they lived in one of the most prestigious neighborhoods in where we were, and country club, everything else crazy, and provide everything provided for. But she was very promiscuous, and she was the one having boys in and out of the, and having a lot of these people getting in trouble, having a lot of drugs, having this and that. And her dad and her stepmom were very, very loving, very, very supportive in everything that her and her sister did. But she still was like this. And not just her, it was a lot of people that I personally knew that, had so much provided for them, and they were little hellions. But then, and then I knew people who, had stuff provided for them and very grateful. But I wouldn't say just because you were economically safe, or you were stable, financially free, or whatever, that would make you where you're not.
I hear that.
J. I think I want to add this guy Jay. We're kind of winding down at this point. I think we have 40 minutes left max anyways. Bobby, I'm trying to find that stream when you first joined and you're talking about the parasites, dude. I'm trying to find that stream that
Oh,
you
that was
came
old
on.
school right there.
Yeah, I want to clip that because I've been clipping things out. I got this video editing stuff, and I'm like trying to.
Okay.
And I really
Yeah.
want to clip that part. That's that was an epic moment. So I'm gonna find it.
If you want to do another parasite bill, we can do it. I know Dominic could be down, man.
Okay, because I've been wanting to do a
getting into the
parasite stream.
parasites.
I've been wanting to reach out to you and ask if you wanted to.
Yeah, I'm gonna I'll put my Gmail in the back, man.
Oh yeah,
Just
that's
reach
perfect.
out to me.
Yep.
Yeah, reach out to me, bro. We could put something together.
Sure.
Hell yeah.
I'm down with that. I've been talking about building it up for a couple of months now. We're gonna be getting into that.
Should be interesting. But yeah, Sunkus, buying shit for people doesn't really, that's not actual love, right? Yeah, just because they're materialistic, they have material stuff, doesn't really mean anything.
Got it.
Of course. And that's something you got to invest in your children, and not just invest in your children, and just invest in their feelings, invest in who they are. Don't discount them just because they are children. And you will get a lot. I think, in my opinion, they will go along a lot further with that, and with that love. You can be broke down and not have two pennies to rub together, but you have that love, and you spark that motivation inside that child to do great and wondrous things, just because you love them, and just because you were there, and just because you were present.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
And maybe the divorce rate, I mean, I don't know. I had parents that both paired up with another person so quickly that I didn't, we weren't raised in minivans. We didn't have, we didn't have to sit with my mom didn't have to suddenly go to work, even though she did go to work. I'm just saying that there was like suddenly another woman in my father's household, another man in my mom's household, and not a bunch of dating in between. And I always thought that as much as my life hasn't been perfect, from the economics of the family unit and everyone having to go to work now, the price of everything doubled. So suddenly 4 parents were needed where there were only 2. And it's not so much about the parenting of the children, but the finances of the family unit keeping up. So even those families that don't typically haven't divorced usually have a suite in their house. And usually that suite is revenue to pay for the house now. So indirectly, 3 to 4 adults are paying to keep a roof over over children's heads still, right? Even with couples that are together. So part of it, I think, is the nature again of the economic machine and the needs of it, even when you're not in poverty. I mean, the one thing about poor people is they're very resourceful. And a lot of people are very generous when they have nothing and know people have nothing too. So it's, I'm not saying it's a bonus or anything. I'm just saying that it's something that, culturally, I think is abusive. I think poverty is abuse from a cultural perspective. No children should walk around wondering why they can't have a lunch like the child beside them. It's just insane that we don't see that as a world, you know, um, let alone the idea that Nigerians need to live the way they live while we live the way we live over here. It's insane,
Well,
right?
I was one
Like,
of those kids
so.
growing up with like no lunch and that. Well, you know what? I learned very
Mhm,
quickly how to get my own, and that doesn't mean I was
mhm.
never not happy growing up. It was fine. There's just certain. No, it's like how people deal with it. Yeah, you'll become more resilient, and I think it has a lot to do with the individual too. People react differently to things.
Mhm.
So
Well, I know when after 2020, when it happened and, everyone was saying you'll own nothing and be happy and all these different things we're talking about. Oh, the people are going to lose everything. And I remember saying like, we can't have the middle class dropping into poverty. Okay. Like, not when we're just, I mean, it's too steep a learning curve, friends, like, a lot of people in those situations, when you don't have the experience in poverty, you become self-serving, and it takes a while for you to be generous in your poverty. So if we had seen, and maybe it is happening, but I'm just saying that, the nature of the machine is actually to keep a lot of people where they are, and dropping classes, going down in class structure. And I don't mean to sound like a classist calling it that, but that's what it is a really, really detrimental to all people, because the people on the bottom tier of economics are already sharing everything they have or using everything they have. And the people coming from the upper classes wouldn't know they would only know initially how to scramble to save for themselves, scramble to take care of themselves. They don't know what it's like to have an empty larder, like, so it's not very often that people are moving quickly down that ladder. And I think that's one of the reasons why the IMF threw so much money. I don't know if it's the IMF, but why, like, for instance, in Canada, so much money was sent to everybody, just because there would have been major upheaval otherwise, and mostly due to that middle class not knowing how to be poor.
They were actually speaking some truth there. I actually resonate with. You'll own nothing and be happy. I used to bother me. I used to, do videos on this whole thing. Now I pay it not much mind, but it's like technically we are gonna own nothing and be happy about it in reality. It's just all staying here, right?
Yeah.
I used to, man. I wonder. I haven't looked at that stuff in a while. I used to get deep on that stuff, man. Some freaky stuff with the fucking Klaus Schwab and all them, man. Used to get super deep on that.
Oh, guys, I'm gonna get ready to get off of here. I'm
Yeah.
really it's 1 a.m. here in Texas,
Oh
and
no.
I'm just really glad that I was able to be on this long. It's been a long time since I was able to be on panel this long, and so it was really great being here. Dom, Much love to you, Bobby. It was really good. The conversation earlier was really great,
Salute,
and then
sis. Salute.
I really hope to be on panel with you more and listening to you more and seeing you more. I'm looking forward to you guys doing that parasite stream, really watching and taking it in. And Bex, much love to you, Cage, and even the man earlier. I can't remember his name. Ian, the one Bobby and I were talking to, the Sword of the Christ, whatever his name is. Having him up here until that last moment, and everybody I learned so much from. And like always, Ian, much love to you. And I'm so grateful that, oh yeah, Christ brings a sword. How you just allow us to be. And yes, sometimes we get heated. Yes, sometimes we get emotional, and sometimes we whatever. But I love this community. Thank you for opening your platform to all of us and letting us have these conversations and disagreements and learning from one another. And Wanderer, I wanted to say, because I saw your comment earlier about being here makes you happy or something like that. You're it's just much love to you and appreciation. And so y'all carry on and have a beautiful rest of your night or a good morning.
Time
Thank
out,
you so
Sunkist,
much.
before you take off. I can't even go to sleep knowing with all that kindness. There's no irritation at all in that.
How dare you be that kind? That's not allowed over here.
You,
Okay?
you, Yolanda, Heidi, stop it. You guys have to start becoming a little bit.
I'm feeling very
Yeah.
aggravated.
My gosh, I
Just
really
kidding.
wish y'all could have seen me in the military. Oh my gosh, what was I doing?
Probably shining
Anyway,
people's shoes, cleaning their guns, say, can I walk your
That's
ammo?
that's like the worst fucking job for you to ever be involved in. What the fuck?
I know.
Sorry, Sunkist.
Good night,
Much
y'all.
love.
Much love.
Thank you.
Much
Good night, Sunkist. Much love to you.
Yeah, we'll be shutting down the next like 10, 15 minutes. I'm not in a hurry right now, but we'll definitely be shutting down soon.
By the way, Bobby, thanks for coming up. I've always enjoyed hearing you talk, buddy.
Hey, salute to you too, Dominic, Ian, Rebecca, Cage, everybody that's up here, man. I'm finna slide out too. It's getting
Thanks,
late.
bro.
Man, hey, hit my email in. We gonna
I
put
will
that
for
deal
sure,
together,
bro.
okay?
Yep, I will. Thanks, bro. I'm glad you want to do it. No, I'm
Peace
excited.
to the family in the chat, man.
Much love,
Everybody
bro.
up here.
Take
Salute.
care of yourself, Bobby, bro. Nice to meet you.
Yeah,
Bro.
nice to see you again, Bobby. Last time I saw you, I got to interview you and Axis Rat Blood.
Oh yeah, that was
And
good.
yeah.
Interesting.
And Z left me as the co-host on his stream.
No,
Was like, you
I
think you can do
definitely
this?
remember that was
Yeah.
where my man Rat Blood been at, man. That's a man. He an interesting dude. I'd love to talk to him again.
Bobby,
Oh
I
yeah,
want
he's
you to
around sometimes.
keep an eye open for maybe Cage's channel, Cage Reality. We usually pop on there, and Access
I'll
comes
put him
quite a
in the
bit.
chat.
Yeah.
Okay, check that out.
I'll
Just
put
like
that
that.
in the chat.
Yeah, you
right
should.
now.
You're always welcome there. Yeah, there's a lot
Yeah,
of good
definitely check
Dom's
it
on
out.
there. Rat
The cool
Blood's
thing
on there
about it is he
sometimes.
deletes the streams after, so nothing is kind of like a secret hangout for people
Oh,
to
the
panel.
speakeasy. Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I'll
yeah.
put it in the chat.
I'm not really about the watch hours and all that fucking bullshit. I really care, so get rid of it, you know.
Yeah. Thanks, Bobby. Much
Watch
love, man.
hours. The watch hours stay with your live streams. Like you
Not
can
if you
delete.
private them. Not if you private
Oh
them.
yeah, no. I trust me. I got deleted. I have 7,800 watch time hours, and most of my content's been deleted.
It doesn't work for mine for some reason. I don't know.
Hmm.
But most of the stuff I play gets it blocked either way because I just play whatever I want. So
Oh, maybe that's part of it. Maybe that's
yeah.
part of it.
So like
Is the
9 out of
copyright stuff?
10, yeah, 9 out of 10 of them are just blocked either way. So
Yeah.
it doesn't just private them either way.
Mm-hmm.
I have to add. I'm gonna add Cage on here in the description, and I'm gonna add Bex's channel.
Thank
I
you.
didn't miss it. I know, but I didn't miss
And Bobby
anybody.
Knights is in there too. I'm pretty sure I'm subbed.
Yeah,
But
he's in there.
yeah, cool. Just so I can be certain. Well, I really appreciate. I may as well hop out too. I really appreciate you having me up here today and always, Ian. And what a pleasure it is to be around you all and everyone who was here and all the people in the chat. I took a couple weeks. Played a couple weeks low key, finding balance in my life, readjusting how I I'm addicted to YouTube, and I love it. So I'm always trying to mix up how I engage with the app, without giving it up, and
Yeah, I know
and
what
so
you
I've been
mean. Trust me.
listening. I've been listening. Yeah, and I'm back. So at least for now, until another break. So thank you so much for having me up late on the stream. I knew that the conversation had steered away, so I wouldn't have necessarily hopped up and just started gabbing about anything. Yeah, and I really love this platform that you have here, Ian. Thanks so much for having me, and I'll catch you next time.
Thank you so much.
Take care of yourself, Rebecca. Thanks for coming on.
Actually, Bobby's Night's link doesn't work. I put the wrong link in. And Mary's too. I gotta fix Mary's. Okay. Got that fixed.
Damn, yeah, I just realized how long you've been on here for, Ian. Damn, you did a long stream this time, huh?
I'm
11 and a
glad
half
it,
hours coming up.
yeah, I'm glad it was, because that's what I was I had a feeling that if people start joining, it's definitely gonna go for a long time. So it definitely was very interesting for sure.
Yeah. Yeah, I caught the tail end of it like usual. Lately, I've always been catching the end of it.
Does someone have a link to Bobby's channel? Because it's not working, and he's hard to search and find him.
What's his name? I'll try
It's
finding it for you.
Bobby Knight, but you know that Bobby Knight, the coach. It's like everything pops up with him
Bobby Knight with a K or an N?
with a K.
Okay.
I think it's KNIT. Okay. Yeah. Does anybody have a link to that? Damn. If he's in the chat, can you post a link, bro, or try it into the chat? I'll put it in later. Either way.
Oh, sorry, I was muted. I was trying to explain to you. Okay. Want me to tell you how to get to it, or you want me to do it
Yeah.
for you?
Yeah.
It's the Bobby and then slash S and then Knight,
I found it.
KNITE. Oh, you found it? Okay, thanks, Case.
Yeah, I'll put it in the private. Hold on.
Okay. Cool. Damn. How the hell you do that? Because you're in that
It's
one.
the real Bobby Knight, right?
Right. Yeah. There you. That should be. It has the same avatar you had up here on his YouTube channel. Oh hell yeah, he agreed to the Parasite stream. That's fucking perfect, dude.
Well, actually, like I don't know. Now I'm questioning if this is the same one because it doesn't have the
Post the
same
link and I'll
avatar.
tell you.
Hold on. Well, this might be it. Let me put it in the private for you. The real Bobby Knight. That might be it.
No, that's not him.
Fuck, I was off.
Okay,
I'll find it. Hold
what
on.
were you saying? YouTube.com/Dom. Okay,
Sorry, my mute's on. It's in the private
no.
chat. I put it in the
thanks.
private chat for you there.
Oh, okay, there we go. Perfect. Thank you.
Okay. He did actually a really nice.
Dominic found it.
Yeah, I've been on. He did a nice build. I don't know how long ago. Parasites. He did it with another gentleman named Lloyd, and they were really going deep in on that. So, but yeah, it'd be nice to hear Bobby talk about
Loyal or Lloyd?
Loyal. He's usually.
Okay, I know who that is. I mean, I don't know him personally, but I've seen him around.
He breaks down a lot of stuff too. Actually, I think he's usually on Red Squid.
Lonnie's asking if we're gonna go live. I don't know, maybe. When Ian shuts it down, I don't know if Dominic and Lonnie, you guys want to have a conversation. I will.
Sure, why not?
It's up to you.
We can go there. We could talk about Ian. We could talk about Ian.
Yeah.
No,
we'll talk about Ian.
Cage is gonna go live after. Hold on, let me give because Jay's been backstage. Let me add him on, and I'm just gonna be still a little cautious. Nothing personal, dude. But I love it when new people join. I just being careful. But if you wanted to say anything, bro, you got the floor. Maybe he stepped away. Okay. Never mind. He seemed cool too, but
That's all
well,
right.
so Cage is gonna probably go live. You guys want to check that out?
Yeah,
I
like
tuned in you for a
I'm
minute.
not here. I'm not really
I
here for
turned in.
advertisement, though. You know, so it's
No,
like
I understand, but
keep it on the low. Keep it on the low.
it's on the low, everybody. But here's this. I tuned into you for like a minute the other day. I was like, just about to get to bed. I saw you live, and it's like you had a bunch of people. You guys were. I was like, damn. I know you had like a full panel, and you guys were talking about all types of stuff.
Yeah, yeah. We have some good conversations sometimes. You know, you have to be careful. Depends on who's there at the time. You know, sometimes it gets a little fucking. You know how things are.
Oh yeah, I know all about it, dude. There's Bex's channel too. All right, guys, I'm gonna end the stream and take a long walk outside. That's what I'm about to do.
Ciao, Ian. Have a good one, okay? And thanks again.
Thank you so much. Much love, Dom. Cage.
Ian, thank you for having me, bro. Take care.
Of course, bro.
You know, yeah, much love, bro. Have a good walk. Thank you.
Thanks, bro. Appreciate it. Okay. Thanks, everybody. Again, great stream. If you guys didn't catch from the beginning, I know it's long, but it was definitely very interesting from the beginning. And I got a lot of stuff out that I've been wanting to, which is good because where I want to go with this and start getting into is good to release what we did today and kind of move on and start focusing more on who, what, when, where, why, and how are we in this place, you know? So anyways, thanks again, guys. Much love. I'll see you guys next time. Whenever. I have a stream set up for tomorrow, but I'm going to push it back again, I think, because this stream went really long. I kind of want to recover a little bit. You never know when I'll be live again, but it'll definitely be in the next couple of days, 3 days max. All right. Much love. Thanks again, everybody. And we'll go out with my new intro I made today with my video editing software. And I've been practicing getting good at video editing. So gonna start pushing out a lot of videos. Much love, everyone. Here we go.